Chapter 1. Summoning the Dragon Protector Villa. In the realm of Xiantian, within the prince's residence of the Great Qian Dynasty, the flickering candlelight cast an oppressive atmosphere that rendered the air almost suffocating. To be rendered useless upon arrival, this truly leaves me no avenue for escape, Gu Tianxing lamented, bewildered at having inexplicably traversed to Xiantian, now bearing the title of the crown prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. This position, second only to the emperor, stood at a mere step away from the pinnacle of imperial power status that should have brought him contentment. Yet, fate had conspired against him just 3 days prior. The emperor had publicly berated him before the court, showing utter disregard for his dignity as the heir apparent. Subsequently, rumors circulated that the emperor intended to strip him of his title. Should he be deposed, his fate would likely entail assassination or exile, leading to imprisonment until death. No other outcomes seemed plausible. After assimilating the memories of his former self, Gu Tianxing gained a clearer understanding of his predicament. The world of Xiantian revered strength above all, where those of formidable prowess could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, a single individual capable of standing against legions. The Great Qian Dynasty, founded upon martial prowess, had endured for millennia, yet now appeared to be waning with a befuddled emperor, powerful ministers in control, and various sects and families vying for power. External threats loomed ominously. Born of the empress, Gu Tianxing was designated as the crown prince at birth. However, the untimely demise of the empress and the fall of his uncle, the general of the north, had decimated his support base, leaving him vulnerable amidst the treacherous court. His brothers, envious of his position, numbered 8, each with the potential to usurp his title, casting him into a perilous situation. The weight of his circumstances bore heavily upon him, rendering him despondent and powerless against the unfolding turmoil. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, akin to celestial music. Ding! Summoning system activated. Beginner's gift package distributed. Do you wish to initiate the summoning? Gu Tianxing felt a surge of exhilaration. Ah, there's always a glimmer of hope, he thought, eagerly accepting the grand gift. The beginner's gift package has been bestowed, granting the Dragon Protector Villa and the Chaotic Emperor's heavenly art. With a mere thought, the essence of the Chaotic Emperor's heavenly art flowed into him, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights, swiftly breaking through to the transcendent stage. The Xiantian realm delineated cultivation levels: body refinement, acquired; innate transcendence, master, dharma aspect; yin-yang, life and death, among others, each with its own stages. Most individuals languished in the body refinement stage throughout their lives. Achieving transcendence was already a considerable feat, capable of contending with fully armed battalions. Gu Tianxing possessed commendable talent and should have advanced to transcendence long ago. However, the emperor's deliberate suppression deprived him of cultivation resources, allowing his brothers to ascend to transcendence while he remained stagnant at the innate level. Had it not been for the Chaotic Emperor's heavenly art, he could only speculate when he might finally break through. Desiring to summon the Dragon Protector Villa, Gu Tianxing recognized that although this was his princely abode, it had long been infiltrated and laid bare to prying eyes. Apart from the emperor, other princes had dispatched spies to keep him under constant surveillance. If he were to summon the Dragon Protector Villa here, it would undoubtedly alert these watchers. Thus, Gu Tianxing proceeded to his chamber. Making his way towards a concealed passage beneath his bed, he was acutely aware of the emperor's disdain for him. The brothers sought to bring about his demise, secretly leaving a contingency plan in place. After cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present, Gu Tianxing promptly entered the passageway. This passage led directly to the exterior of the royal palace, and Gu Tianxing exited the palace along its route. Upon reaching an uninhabited area, Gu Tianxing summoned the Long Guard Manor. We pay our respects, Your Highness. We pay our respects, Your Highness. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Over 1,000 individuals materialized, led by Zhu Wushi and the 4 elite spies. They bowed respectfully to Gu Tianxing, their loyalty assured by the system's influence. You may rise, Gu Tianxing instructed, gesturing for them to do so while surveying the assembly. In addition to the 5 from Zhu Wushi's group, there were over 1,000 spies from Long Guard Manor, each possessing a minimum of postnatal cultivation, with the majority being innate experts. Zhu Wushi was at mid-stage of his Dharma manifestation, Cheng was at the initial stage, while Duan Tianya and Gue Hai wielded peak mastery. Shangguan Haidang was at the initial stage as well, a force to be reckoned with. Lord Shanho, you are aware of the current situation. How should we navigate this predicament? The gathered individuals were informed by the system of Gu Tianxing's circumstances. Understanding his own limitations, Gu Tianxing recognized that contending with the emperor and his brothers would leave him utterly vanquished. Specialized matters should be entrusted to experts. The iron-bold Shinho was a master in this domain, having nearly seized the throne himself. In response to Gu Tianxing's inquiry, the iron-bold Shanho expressed no reservations. For their fates were intertwined, they could not afford any misfortunes to befall Gu. Tianxing, Your Highness, the Emperor will undoubtedly strip you of your title as Crown Prince. The immediate priority is to find a means to secure your position as heir, allowing you to contend with the other princes. The rumors of the Crown Prince's downfall were not baseless. They had emerged from the palace itself, undoubtedly at the Emperor's behest. The position of heir naturally held great significance and must be firmly retained. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, fully aware of the importance of this role. The iron-bold Shunho continued, To preserve your status as heir, Your Highness, you must volunteer to go to Yu Prefecture to suppress the rebels. This will not only buy you time, but also solidify your position by eliminating the insurrection. The iron-bold Shunho articulated his strategy with clarity, unraveling the complexities for Gu Tianxing. Very well, I shall propose this matter in the next court assembly. Gu Tianxing had no other option despite having Long Guard Manor at his disposal. Their strength was insufficient to confront the colossal Dacian Empire. He needed to maneuver cautiously and strategically. Your Highness, as the Crown Prince, you must be vigilant in your words and actions, ensuring no one harbors doubts, nor takes the opportunity to instigate trouble. The iron-bold Shunho cautioned Gu Tianxing, as every move he made was under the scrutiny of various factions, necessitating utmost prudence. Acknowledging the iron-bold Shinho's advice, Gu Tianxing understood the need for vigilance in his conduct. Any anomaly detected by those with ulterior motives could lead to dire consequences. I understand. Cheng, you shall accompany me back to the Crown Prince's residence, and the arrangements for Long Guard Manor will be overseen by Shinho. With a transformation in demeanor, Gu Tianxing emanated the authority of a leader. Though his previous self had been disregarded, years of being the Crown Prince had ingrained a dignified bearing in him. As you command, the iron-bold Shunho readily accepted the order that Gu Tianxing held his life in high regard. With the summoning system at his disposal, his future appeared boundless, and he had no intention of being assassinated before he had the chance to mature. Cheng Shifei, possessing formidable strength and having his indestructible golden body technique modified by the system, served as his most reliable protector. After their departure, the iron-blooded God Marquis assigned tasks to the others. Duan Tianya and a portion of the spies remained in the imperial city, while Shangguan Haidang and Gue Hai Yidao led the remaining spies to Yuezhou. The reunion between Shangguan Haidang and Gue Hai Yidao, separated by the passage of time, stirred profound emotions, prompting them to set off for Yuezhou without wishing to be disturbed. Chapter 2. Self-requested rebellion suppression. Upon returning to the Crown Prince's residence, Gu Tianxing belatedly realized he had one summoning opportunity left unused. The system permitted a summoning once a month, allowing the acquisition of characters, techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and rare treasures. The summoning opportunities could accumulate, with the rarity of summoned items increasing with the number of accumulated chances. Summon. It was a moment when assistance was essential, and Gu Tianxing could not afford to forfeit this opportunity. Ding. Summoning successful. Wei Zhongxian, late master. At that moment, a figure clad in the attire of a eunuch materialized before Gu Tianxing. This humble servant, Wei Zhongxian, pays his respects to your highness. Gu Tianxing's face brightened. Wei Zhongxian, as a eunuch, could rightfully remain by his side, providing protection at all times. Rise. Thank you, your highness. Considering the multitude of spies within the Crown Prince's residence, Gu Tianxing instructed Wei Zhongxian, Eunuch Wei, there are numerous spies in the estate. Swiftly eliminate them. Cheng Shifei will fully cooperate with you. The removal of all spies would inevitably alert the emperor and others, but Gu Tianxing wished to act without being under constant surveillance. These spies had to be eradicated. This humble servant obeys. Wei Zhongxian promptly took his leave, and Gu Tianxing had great faith in his capabilities. After Wei Zhongxian departed, a wave of fatigue washed over Gu Tianxing. Having recently traversed into this world and endured so many events, he felt utterly exhausted and longed for a deep slumber. With Cheng Shifei and Wei Zhongxian present in the residence, he felt secure and quickly succumbed to restful sleep. Following the emperor's harsh reprimand, he was confined to the crown prince's residence for 10 days of reflection. During this time, Wei Zhongxian thoroughly purged the estate, executing countless palace maids and eunuchs. Such significant upheaval within the crown prince's residence soon became known to other factions. Royal brother, what use is it to cleanse these spies now? Is this merely a desperate struggle? It seems our crown prince is unwilling to be captured easily and wishes to risk it all. Royal brother, your fate is already sealed. Why engage in such futile efforts? The various princes had spies arranged within the crown prince's residence, ensuring that no whisper or movement went unnoticed. Upon learning of Gu Tianxing's actions in eliminating spies, they dismissed it as a desperate attempt to cling to power. A crown prince stripped of maternal support and targeted by the emperor would undoubtedly face a grim fate. They believed the emperor would dispose of the crown prince without requiring their intervention. Early the next morning, Gu Tianxing donned his attire and, under the protection of Cheng Shifei and Wei Zhongxian, made his way to the Qian Hall. The time for reflection has passed, and he must attend the morning assembly. Gu Tianxing arrived early at the Qian Hall, where a considerable number of court officials and several princes had already gathered. These ministers kept their distance from Gu Tianxing, clearly aware of his impending downfall. The princes maintained their composure, with none daring to mock Gu Tianxing. His imminent dethronement posed no threat to them. Provoking him at this juncture would only invite contempt from others, proving counterproductive. His Majesty has arrived. After a brief wait, a sharp and somber voice announced the emperor's entrance into the hall. Emperor Gu Xinghai, with a rotund figure, appeared as if drained by indulgence. Who could have imagined that a once great ruler would now be in such a state? Greetings to your majesty. Greetings to your majesty. Greetings to your majesty. The crowd bowed in unison, to which the emperor, with a feeble voice, responded, "No need for formalities, my loyal ministers." Upon noticing Gu Tianxing, the emperor's countenance darkened, betraying his disdain for him. At the sight of Gu Tianxing, he was reminded of the empress and the Du family. In his quest for the throne, he had needed the support of the Du family and had married Gu Tianxing's mother. With the Du family's full backing, he had triumphed and ascended to the throne. His reign was built upon their support, and naturally, he harbored deep-seated fears of them. Once he had gained strength, he sought ways to eliminate both the empress and the Du family. Even though the empress had passed and the Du family was extinguished, the mere sight of Gu Tianxing evoked memories of the Du family and the humiliating years when he had to bow and scrape to gain their favor. The emperor glanced at a minister who, having received the signal, prepared to act. This minister had been summoned by the emperor days prior and instructed to propose the dethronement of the crown prince today. Gu Tianxing, acutely aware of the emperor's every move, preempted the minister, stepping forward to speak first. "Father, I have taken time to reflect in the matter and have come to a profound understanding of my errors. I humbly request permission to travel to Yuezhou to quell the rebellion and redeem myself in your eyes." These words. The assembly's countenance shifted dramatically, gazing at Gu Tianxing in disbelief. They were all aware of the emperor's intent to dethrone the crown prince today and had prepared to capitalize on his downfall. They never anticipated that the crown prince would counterattack so fiercely in a last-ditch effort. After the initial shock, many shook their heads in disbelief. The crown prince's actions were indeed a path to self-destruction. Yuezhou had been in turmoil for years, embroiled in complex interests that even the princes avoided, not daring to intervene, or would not have reached this point. Had the Du family still been in existence, the crown prince might have had a chance to quell the rebellion in Yuezhou. However, now he stood alone, devoid of allies. To venture into Yuezhou would surely be his undoing. The emperor regarded Gu Tianxing with a complex gaze, seemingly attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Unfazed, Gu Tianxing endured the scrutiny of many eyes. After a moment, the emperor spoke in a grave tone. "Since you have recognized your mistakes, I shall grant you an opportunity. You may go to Yuezhou in 3 days to suppress the rebellion. Should you fail, you shall face the consequences of your numerous transgressions." The emperor acquiesced to Gu Tianxing's plea. After all, Personally executing the Crown Prince's downfall would carry its own ramifications. Should the Crown Prince perish in Yuezhou, he could rightfully select a new heir and exploit the Crown Prince's death for his own gain, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. Thank you, Father Emperor. Gu Tianxing immediately expressed his gratitude upon receiving the decree. After returning to his designated position, the subsequent court discussions bore no relevance to him. Once the assembly concluded, Gu Tianxing made his way back to the Crown Prince's residence when the 9th Prince approached him. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Crown Prince. Gu Tianxing remained the Crown Prince, and the hierarchy dictated that even a prince must bow before him. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness. The 9th Prince gazed at Gu Tianxing and remarked, Elder brother, the journey to Yuezhou is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. The 9th Prince's words took Gu Tianxing by surprise. He had not anticipated such a thoughtful warning. Thank you, younger brother, I shall indeed be vigilant. The 9th Prince felt a twinge of astonishment, sensing a subtle shift in his elder brother's demeanor. Though he dismissed it as inconsequential, his caution was merely a reflection of the care Gu Tianxing had shown him during their childhood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Meanwhile, within the Grand Prince's estate, several of his confidants were engaged in a discussion. Your Highness, should we not consider sending someone to eliminate the Crown Prince along the way? Inquired a scholar, his eyes glinting with malice. Chapter 3. The expedition, it is unnecessary. His journey shall undoubtedly lead him to a grave without a resting place, devoid of any superfluous entanglements. The Crown Prince is the one most eager to eliminate Gu Tianxing. Among all the princes, only Gu Tianxing is a legitimate son. Should Gu Tianxing perish, the Crown Prince's prospects of ascending to the throne would significantly brighten. Yet, this is precisely the moment when one must exercise utmost caution. Should he attempt to assassinate Gu Tianxing, he would leave himself vulnerable to the machinations of the other princes, placing himself at a disadvantage. The warlords of Yuezhou are embroiled in chaos, and the forces of the martial world are fragmented, having long since severed ties with the control of the Great Qian. Gu Tianxing, as a powerless prince, ventures forth with no hope of survival. The other princes, in consultation with their most trusted advisors, ultimately resolved not to take action against Gu Tianxing. It was widely acknowledged that Gu Tianxing's expedition would be a one-way trip, and none wished to act in a manner that might invite criticism upon themselves. 3 days later, Gu Tianxing led an army of 30,000 into Yuezhou. Observing the frail and ailing soldiers before him, Gu Tianxing's heart grew heavier still. Even with 30,000 elite troops, quelling the rebellion in Yuezhou would prove exceedingly difficult. The emperor had entrusted him with these aged and infirm soldiers, many of whom were ill-equipped, clearly intending for him to meet his demise in Yuezhou. After departing the imperial city, Zhu Wushi stealthily infiltrated the army and approached Gu Tianxing's side. Your Highness, according to reports from our spies, certain factions in Yuezhou are plotting to assassinate you. Gui Haidao and Shangguan Haiyang have already entered Yuezhou and gathered some intelligence. The individuals in Yuezhou are rebels who defy authority, disregarding even the court, much less a powerless prince like yourself. Some factions are even considering an assassination of Gu Tianxing to enhance their own prestige within the martial world. Historically, the court and the martial world have represented two opposing extremes. The latter pursues unrestrained vengeance and acts according to their whims, utterly indifferent to the consequences. Treating the laws of the court as mere shackles, the two sides frequently erupt into violent confrontations. Even though the Great Qian Dynasty has maintained its dominance for millennia, it cannot quell these martial factions, some of which would compel even the Great Qian to retreat. The most formidable forces within the martial world can indeed dictate the rise and fall of a dynasty. Gu Tianxing entrusted his safety to the iron-willed God Marquis. He had anticipated this development and was prepared for the possibility of assassination. Rest assured, Your Highness, with my men at your side, no one shall lay a finger upon you. With his mid-level cultivation, the iron-willed God Marquis is considered a formidable force in the Xiantian continent. And with Cheng Shifei and Wei Zhongxian by his side, any attempt on Gu Tianxing's life would not be an easy feat, Your Majesty. The situation in Yuezhou is tumultuous, dominated by the four great factions, Xingyun County, the Mad Shark Gang, the Iron Sword Sect, and the Bloodslaughter Sect. The iron-willed God Marquis reported the state of affairs in Yuezhou to Gu Tianxing. Yuezhou has effectively severed ties with the Great Qian Dynasty, and the populace is only aware of the four dominant factions, oblivious to the court's existence. Among these, Ximen County boasts the greatest strength, with an elite army of 100,000, commanding respect and fear. The Iron Sword Sect, a group of sword cultivators, is known for their ferocity and sharp attacks. The Mad Shark Gang controls the waterways of Yuezhou, amassing substantial wealth and power. The Blood Slaughter Sect, a notorious assassin organization, has made a name for itself after successfully targeting formidable adversaries, quickly rising to prominence. The four formidable factions are not to be trifled with. Each is fortified by powerful practitioners and commands numerous allied forces, rendering them difficult adversaries. Observing the 30,000 frail, aged, and unfit individuals that had followed, the iron-willed Marquis furrowed his brow. Your Highness, this 30,000 strong neither offers us any assistance nor becomes a burden. The Marquis continued, this contingent possesses no combat efficacy, and they require provisions and weaponry, which will only encumber Gu Tianxing. Does the Marquis have a solution? Gu Tianxing found himself at a loss, as it was inconceivable to disband the army on the spot. Your Highness, Yi Dao has already initiated contact with the Yu Family Commerce Association. Once we secure their support, Your Highness will possess ample resources. At that juncture, we can recruit fresh troops and replace these unfit soldiers, thus ensuring a robust military force at our disposal. During this period, the Hulong Mountain Manor has not only been gathering intelligence but also strategizing for Gu Tianxing. The Yu Family Commerce Association stands as the largest commercial entity in Yu Prefecture, and with the passing of their ancestor, they have drawn the attention of countless factions. At this moment, Shangguan Haitang is engaging with the Yu Family Commerce Association, persuading them to ally with the Hulong Mountain Manor, all while maintaining the secrecy of their connection to Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing felt reassured leaving these matters to the Hulong Mountain Manor. He did not intend to interfere but instead inquired about another matter. Have you managed to locate anyone from the Du family? The Du family was once the foremost clan within the Deqian military, deeply entrenched in its ranks. Even after the loss of hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, complete annihilation was implausible. Your Highness, there has been no news from the Du family as of yet. The iron-willed Marquis shook his head. If it were so easy to find them, the Emperor would have acted long ago. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, understanding that this matter could not be rushed. Meanwhile, the Yu family was embroiled in heated debate. Several elders held steadfast to their opinions, unable to persuade one another. Patriarch, with the ancestors passing, countless factions are now eyeing us greedily. The Yu family stands at the brink of survival. Only by allying with the Hulong Mountain Manor can we hope to weather this crisis. Hesitation is not an option. The third elder ardently advocated for an alliance, asserting that the Yu family needed an ally to navigate these tumultuous waters. How ludicrous! The origins of the Hulong Mountain Manor remain shrouded in mystery. How can we trust them? Retorted the second elder, emphasizing their ignorance regarding the manor's background, cautioning against a hasty alliance. If we invite a wolf into our home, would we not be ensnaring ourselves? Patriarch, the Xingyun County boasts a mercenary force of 100,000, brimming with elite warriors. With Deqian on the verge of disintegration, aligning with Xingyun County is the optimal choice at this juncture. The first elder proposed an alliance with Xingyun County, asserting that with the Yu family's backing, they could eliminate the other three factions and unify Yu Prefecture, eyeing further expansion into Deqian's territories. Lu Tianyun of Xingyun County is but a mediocre ruler, insufficient even to maintain his legacy, let alone pursue advancement. The second elder countered vehemently, warning that Lu Tianyun, merely inheriting his family's foundation, would inevitably be supplanted by other forces. The Yu family must never ally with Xingyun County. As the dispute raged on, the patriarch, Yu Lushu, found himself unable to arrive at a decisive conclusion, leading to an unsatisfactory dispersal of the assembly. Subsequently, the third elder retreated to his quarters, where Shangguan Haitang and Gue Haidao had been awaiting him for a considerable time. The two individuals remained unable to make a decisive resolution, disappointing the elder. The third elder, having received numerous benefits from Shangguan Haitang, felt somewhat embarrassed at the lack of results. Shangguan Haitang, unfazed, remarked that the third elder was overthinking, as it was entirely reasonable for the head of the Yu family to deliberate. She harbored no illusions that a mere third elder could accomplish significant feats. Thus her expectations were not particularly high. After a brief exchange, Shangguan Haitang and Gue Haidao departed from the Yu residence, recognizing the necessity to seek support from other avenues. System, summon. Following a half-month hiatus since the last summoning, with the arrival of a new month, Gu Tianxing was eager to commence the invocation. Ding. The summoning yielded a mid-tier Earth-level medicinal pill, the Mirror Break Pill. Immediately, a crystal-clear pill materialized in Gu Tianxing's hand. Chapter 4. Entering Yuezhou in the realm of Xiantian continent, elixirs and weapons are categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each containing superior, medium, and inferior tiers. It is said that there exists a level above the heavenly grade, a realm unattainable by the Great Qian Dynasty. Medium-grade, Earth-level elixirs are exceedingly rare treasures. If they were to circulate, even those at the law manifestation stage would engage in fierce conflict over them. Gu Tianxing has no intention of consuming the breaking mirror elixir himself, deeming it a wanton waste of heavenly resources. Instead, he plans to bestow it upon Gue Hai Dao. Should Gue Hai Dao transcend to the law manifestation stage, it would significantly augment his prowess. Be cautious, there are assassins. Protect His Highness. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the troops as some soldiers hastily converged towards Gu Tianxing, seeking to shield him. Meanwhile, others discarded their armor and fled in a panic, unwilling to lay down their lives for Gu Tianxing. In an instant, over 10,000 soldiers had deserted the 30,000-strong army. Ha ha ha, the court's hounds are nothing but this. Slay the dog prince and gain renown. Kill the son of the dog emperor to avenge our fallen comrades. 1,000 martial artists surged towards Gu Tianxing, each possessing formidable skills, relentlessly advancing upon his carriage. We stand no chance, flee. Everyone run. Ah, hurry. The enemy was merciless, slaying without a flicker of an eye. The elderly, weak, and infirm within the army dared not resist, fleeing in all directions in sheer panic. Whoosh! A blade of energy sliced towards the carriage, threatening to cleave it and its occupants in twain. Presumptuous! Wei Zhongxian's dark voice resonated across the battlefield as he swiftly charged forth. Boom! He unleashed a wave of energy, shattering the sword strike, and closed the distance to the assailant. Wei Zhongxian delivered a crushing blow to the assailant's head, who quickly retaliated with a thrust of his sword. Crack! Wei Zhongxian's true energy shielded his palm as he grasped the blade, crushing it effortlessly. Puff! A powerful strike obliterated the assailant's skull, sending blood and brain matter flying. Not good. There is a formidable adversary. Everyone, be cautious. A powerful guardian is present. Do not be careless. With his initial strike, Wei Zhongxian had slain a martial master in his early stage, instilling fear in all present. The 5 leading martial masters surrounded Wei Zhongxian, while the rest hastened towards Gu Tianxing's carriage. Kill! As the throng reached the carriage, an overwhelming force surged towards them. Ah! What is happening? My cultivation. Those at the forefront found themselves immobilized, their cultivation and vitality rapidly depleting. Despite their desperate resistance, it was futile. The devouring force was too terrifying to escape. The star-absorbing technique, fortified through systematic enhancement, had undergone a transformative rebirth, rendering escape impossible. Boom! The iron-bellied god general burst forth from the carriage, drawing in hundreds, their true essence and vitality draining away uncontrollably. Ah! Puff! Ugh! After a brief moment, hundreds of individuals were reduced to mere skeletal remains, their demise utterly tragic. Quick, flee. Run. The terror was palpable. Others had long been rendered paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Even those seasoned in the brutalities of the underworld had never witnessed such horror. None would escape. The iron-bellied god general had made his move, and there was no chance for them to retreat unscathed. Withdraw. The 5 masters besieging Wei Zhongxian, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts shatter. No longer daring to engage with Wei Zhongxian, they launched a united attack to repel him and fled without a backward glance. Suddenly, a golden figure obstructed their path, delivering a single punch that obliterated one of the masters into a pulp. Damn it, attack quickly. The remaining 4 unleashed their strongest techniques, sword energy, blade, aura, and the force of their fists and palms crashed upon Xiang Shifei. The sounds of their assaults echoed like metal striking metal, resounding with a deafening clang, yet failing to inflict any harm upon Xiang Shifei. Enhanced by the system, his indestructible form bore defenses so formidable that even the realm of the law could hardly breach them, let alone a few masters. Xiang Shifei, withstanding their onslaught, advanced toward them, delivering a devastating punch that eliminated one master and a palm strike that gravely injured another, leaving them powerless to resist. Die! Wei Zhongxian also entered the fray, swiftly concluding the battle. The iron-bellied god general consumed the others, resulting in the annihilation of their assassination squad. On the battlefield, only a few hundred soldiers remained, dumbfounded by the unfolding events. while the rest of the army had long since scattered in disarray. Let us depart. Gu Tianxing did not gather the fleeing soldiers. Their departure alleviated his burden. The troops resumed their journey, and with the main army in flight, their pace quickened significantly. News of the failed assassination against Gu Tianxing spread rapidly through Yu Prefecture, sending shockwaves across various factions. How could this be? With over 1,000 skilled fighters and several masters deployed, how could the dog prince possibly survive? Investigate. I demand to know the details of this battle. Did the court send powerful protectors for the prince? Following the assassination failure, the forces in Yu Prefecture hesitated to act recklessly. Several masters had led 1,000 men to their doom, without understanding Gu Tianxing's true strength. They could not afford to act impulsively. 7 days later, the group approached Yu Prefecture, a contingent of hundreds making their way slowly toward the city. In Yangyan County of Yu Prefecture, 3 inconspicuous figures entered through the city gates. They proceeded without hindrance, quickly arriving at the county governor's residence. Your Highness, I, Shengwan Haidang, pay my respects. Your Highness, I, Guihai Yidao, pay my respects. Shengwan Haidang and Guihai Yidao immediately bowed to Gu Tianxing. No need for excessive formalities. You have done well. Gu Tianxing, along with the iron-bellied god general and Cheng Shifei, had already discreetly detached from the main group, leaving Wei Zhongxian alone to divert the attention of other factions. Yangyan County was the most impoverished and weakest of the 7 counties in Yu Prefecture. The people were starving, resources scarce, and other factions deemed it unworthy of their notice. Shengwan Haidang and Guihai Yidao covertly intervened, exerting their influence over the governor and other high-ranking officials, thereby providing Gu Tianxing with a refuge. This strategy was proposed by the iron-bold divine marquis, who chose to remain hidden for the time being, observing the unfolding events. Yangyan County, being impoverished, has largely been overlooked by other factions, thus creating an opportune environment for Gu Tianxing to cultivate his strength in obscurity. Your Highness, we aspire to assemble an army, which necessitates a substantial amount of wealth and provisions. We could target the influential entities within the city, confiscating their properties and annihilating their clans. The common folk of Yangyan County endure great hardship. As long as we provide them with food and military stipends, they will undoubtedly be eager to enlist. As for the source of the wealth and provisions, it naturally lies with the affluent gentry of Yangyan County. The stench of dog meat from aristocratic households and the sight of frozen corpses on the streets are a grim reality in any world. These wealthy gentry hold vast reserves of money and grain, sufficient to support Gu Tianxing in forming a formidable army. Chapter 5. A place to settle down. Act swiftly. Gu Tianxing did not oppose, entrusting the matter entirely to the iron-willed marquis. He recognized that his involvement would be less effective than that of the marquis himself. Gu Tianxing possessed a keen self-awareness, choosing not to interfere excessively with the marquis's decisions. After all, he knew that the marquis and his associates would not betray him. He merely needed to reap the rewards of their efforts. A day later, the leaders of various factions in Yangyan City received a summons from the prefect, instructing them to convene at the prefect's residence to discuss significant matters. Could it be that the imperial army's impending arrival prompted this gathering? They proceeded to the prefect's residence, hoping it would not disrupt their interests. The multitude of influential figures harbored little suspicion, as such occurrences were not unprecedented, and they made their way to the prefect's residence. The leaders soon assembled, and Prefect Huang Ji entered the grand hall, accompanied by the iron-willed marquis. The assembly recognized the marquis, assuming he was aligned with the prefect. However, they quickly discerned something amiss. The iron-willed marquis occupied the prefect's seat, while Huang Ji stood to the side. What is happening? Who is this man? Prefect, we demand an explanation. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, confusion evident as they turned their gazes toward Huang Ji. He, however, ignored their stares, resigned to his fate, and prepared to fully cooperate with the iron-willed marquis. Otherwise, the lives of his family would be at stake. As Huang Ji remained unresponsive, the crowd turned their attention to the marquis. Boom! The aura of the iron-willed marquis, a manifestation of his formidable prowess, surged forth, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the assembly. This is bad. He is a practitioner of the law manifestation realm. Curse it. This is a conspiracy. Everyone flee. As the crowd sensed the overwhelming presence of the iron-willed marquis, panic set in, triggering a desperate instinct to escape the prefect's residence. Boom! Just then, the formidable Ren Hai Dao led hundreds of spies to encircle them, cutting off their avenues of escape. Whoosh! Several masters attempted to take flight. Soaring toward the rooftops, the iron-willed Marquis's gaze sharpened, and a powerful force emanated from him, creating an irresistible pull toward him. The individuals struggled frantically, yet their bodies were inexorably drawn closer to the iron-willed Marquis. No, help me, save me, spare my life, please. Their desperate pleas echoed, and even the masters, facing death, were no different from ordinary men. As the iron-willed Marquis exerted his power, the cries of the individuals gradually diminished, soon reducing them to mere lifeless husks. Gulp, gulp. This horrifying spectacle rendered the remaining onlookers paralyzed in fear, their throats dry as they swallowed repeatedly. Huang Ji, standing beside the iron-willed Marquis, was drenched in cold sweat, trembling in terror, relieved that he had not resisted. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. After instilling fear in the assembly, the iron-willed Marquis spoke calmly. There is no need for concern. I am not a butcher. As long as you heed my commands, your lives will be spared. At this moment, no one dared to dissent, hastily pledging their loyalty. We shall obey your arrangements without complaint. We are ready to face any peril without hesitation. I shall await the commands of my predecessor with unwavering loyalty. The populace, having been thoroughly intimidated, heed every word of the iron-willed Marquis. Those who recognize the currents of the times are indeed wise. You have shown great discernment. The iron-willed Marquis is quite pleased, as the effect of instilling fear has proven effective. The entire assembly has been confined within the governor's residence, while spies from the Dragon Protecting Manor carry forth their orders to various powerful factions, securing vast amounts of wealth and provisions. With these resources at hand, the iron-willed Marquis began to recruit soldiers. Originally, there were 500 county guards in Xiang Yu City, all of whom were disbanded by the iron-willed Marquis. Upon the announcement of recruitment by the governor's residence, the entire Yangyun County erupted in excitement. Ha, splendid news. The governor's residence is enlisting troops, offering not only martial training but also military pay. Let us all enlist. There is land to be divided as well. This is an opportunity of a lifetime that must not be missed. The citizens of Yangyun County, struggling to meet their basic needs, upon learning of the myriad benefits of military service, called upon friends and acquaintances, eager to enlist for fear that they might miss out on such a fortuitous occasion. After a fortnight, the iron-willed Marquis successfully enlisted 5,000 soldiers. A proclamation was then issued, declaring the recruitment complete, with no further enlistment planned. It was not that the iron-willed Marquis desired to halt the recruitment. Rather, the resources plundered from the various factions in the city could only sustain the 5,000 troops for 4 months. Alas, we have arrived too late. Having missed this golden opportunity, one cannot help but wonder if another such chance will present itself in the future. If only we had come sooner. Those who failed to join the ranks lamented their missed opportunity with great regret. Within the governor's residence, the iron-willed Marquis reported on the state of the army to Tianxing. Your Highness, although we have an army now, we lack a capable general for training. While it is easy to amass a multitude of soldiers, finding a commander is a far more daunting task. Although I can temporarily train the troops, I am not a true leader, and I must oversee the greater affairs. Remaining entrenched in military matters would yield more harm than good. Tianxing had no better alternatives and could only place his hopes in the system, wishing to summon a general. What of the Yu clan's merchant association? He inquired. As the matter of leadership remained unresolved, the Yu clan was crucial to Tianxing. The ability to expand his forces depended heavily on their support for financial and material resources. Your Highness, the Yu clan remains indecisive, yet their situation is becoming increasingly precarious, leaving them little time to deliberate. They are reluctant to make a hasty decision, but the pressures from various factions are mounting, and the Yu clan may soon be compelled to act. With the breakthrough of the sword into the realm of the law manifestation, it was opportune for him and Haidang to engage the Yu clan in negotiations, offering them certain benefits to secure their allegiance. Tianxing was in urgent need of the Yu clan's support. Their resources would not last much longer, and he was willing to offer substantial incentives to gain their favor. Very well, contact the Yu clan. We may promise them assistance in breaking through to the law manifestation. I trust they will not refuse. Tianxing could only assure the Yu clan that once they navigated this challenging period, aiding them in achieving a breakthrough to the law manifestation would not pose a significant challenge. As you command. With Tianxing's assurance, the iron-blooded god Marquis possesses ample confidence to draw the Yu family into their fold. Simultaneously, Wei Zhongxian lingers at the borders of Yuezhou, beginning to rally the soldiers who had previously fled in disarray, yet he hesitates to enter Yuezhou's territory. Ha ha ha, how laughable the court is. Believing that these remnants of defeated soldiers could launch an assault on Weishou, truly a display of utter folly. Why not take decisive action and eradicate them entirely? Absurdly. The court is destined to become the laughingstock of the realm. Various factions have been closely observing Wei Zhongxian and his cohorts, engaging in lively discussions, turning the court into a subject of ridicule. Some more radical individuals even contemplate breaking out of Yuezhou to capture Wei Zhongxian and his men in one fell swoop. Chapter 6, Zhao Yun. Numerous factions believe that Tianxing dares not enter Yuezhou, which accounts for his stagnation at the border. This situation has been reported back by spies from various forces, and once the court learns that Tianxing has refrained from attacking Yuezhou, they will undoubtedly send envoys to seek accountability. Within the small courtyard where the third elder of the Yu family resides, Shangwan Haideng and Gui Hai Dao have once again come to meet him. The two have returned in good health. Upon seeing them again, the third elder displays great courtesy. Third elder, we wish to meet with the head of the Yu family, Shangwan Haideng states candidly, expressing that they carry a significant mission and must win the Yu family's allegiance. Well, very well. After a moment's hesitation, the third elder ultimately consents. The Yu family is currently in a precarious situation, besieged by the likes of the Crazy Shark Gang, Iron Sword Sect, and Blood Demon Sect, all eyeing them covetously. Additionally, forces from other major states have infiltrated Yuezhou, eager to partake in the spoils. The third elder hopes for a union between the Yu family and the Hulong Mountain Manor, believing this collaboration may provide a chance to weather the impending storm, though persuading the other family members proves challenging. Under the guidance of the third elder, Shangwan Haideng and Gui Hai Dao successfully meet with Yu Lishu. Upon seeing Gui Hai Dao, Yu Lishu's pupils constrict, his heart shaken. He is but a mere step away from the Dharma manifestation realm, and as Gui Hai Dao does not conceal his aura, Yu Lishu instantly recognizes him as a formidable practitioner of the Dharma manifestation. The presence of such esteemed guests truly brings honor to the Yu family. Yu Lishu promptly rises to welcome them. Forgive our impromptu visit. We hope to not offend the head of the Yu family, they say as they enter the grand hall and take their seats. Shangwan Haideng speaks directly to the point. Head of the Yu family, you are undoubtedly aware of our purpose here. Should the Yu family agree to cooperate with us, we can guarantee our utmost assistance in helping you break through to the Dharma manifestation realm. At this declaration, both the third elder and Yu Lishu are taken aback, their expressions shifting. They had not anticipated that Hulong Mountain Manor would offer such enticing terms, rendering them hard to refuse. The Yu family's plight stems from the passing of their ancestor at the Dharma manifestation realm. Should a new practitioner arise, all their troubles would be resolved, turning their fortunes around. Despite the allure of Hulong Mountain Manor's proposal, Yu Lishu quickly regains his composure. Such a remarkable offer must surely come with significant demands, and he recognizes the need for caution. Pray tell, what does the Yu family need to offer in return? He inquires, understanding that nothing comes without a price. Rest assured. Head of the Yu family, Shangwan Haideng responds, Hulong Mountain Manor will not interfere in the affairs of the Yu family. We only require your family's substantial financial backing. From the outset, Hulong Mountain Manor's interest lies solely in the Yu family's financial resources. Yu Lishu finds it hard to believe that Hulong Mountain Manor's demands are so straightforward. While the Yu family may lack in other areas, their financial prowess is unrivaled in Yuezhou. Very well, the Yu family agrees to collaborate with Hulong Mountain Manor. With resolve, Yu Lishu decides that, compared to the other factions seeking to dominate the Yu family, Hulong Mountain Manor represents their best option. Following their agreement to cooperate, the parties deliberate on various details. The Yu family will amass substantial provisions and funds, which will be secretly transported to Yanyan County under the escort of Shangwan Haideng and Gui Hai Dao. System, summon. As the new month dawned, Tianxing promptly commenced his summons. Ding! He successfully summoned the illustrious Zhao Yun, mid-stage of the Dharma realm. Overjoyed, Tianxing felt a wave of relief, for he had been troubled by the lack of a formidable general to lead his forces, and Zhao Yun's arrival was a timely solution. Your Highness, Zhao Yun appeared, embodying valor and determination, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. There is no need for excessive formalities, Zilong. Tianxing then summoned several members of the iron-bold Marquis entourage. After mutual introductions, Zhao Yun took command of the army's training. News arrived from Shangwan Haideng that the Yu family had consented to collaborate with the Dragon Protecting Manor. and the first batch of supplies had been delivered. Your Highness, with the support of the Yu family, we can initiate another recruitment drive. Now free from concerns. They could enlist soldiers extensively. To conquer Yuezhou, mere numbers would not suffice. A formidable and disciplined army was essential. This matter was entrusted entirely to Zilong. The county governor's office issued a recruitment announcement once more. Excited by the news of renewed enlistment, those who had previously missed their chance eagerly signed up for military service. Within a fortnight, 2,000 soldiers had been recruited. The first batch of supplies from the Yu family also arrived in Yangyan County, prompting Zhao Yun to intensify training, aiming to prepare the army swiftly. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian had gathered thousands of deserters at the borders, yet no action was observed, raising suspicions among various factions. Something is amiss. Why have we not seen the Crown Prince of Deqian? Sensing the urgency, they resolved to take action and test the court's strength. The forces of Yuezhou, noticing these anomalies, decided to strike. 3 days later, under the leadership of the Mad Shark Gang, thousands assembled, preparing to launch an assault on the Imperial Army. Kill. With a command from the gang's second elder, thousands charged towards the Imperial forces with malevolent glee. Trouble. The enemy is upon us. Everyone, flee. Panic ensued as the Imperial troops, before engaging in battle, retreated in disarray, abandoning their armor and fleeing in haste. Ha ha ha, let's eliminate these court lackeys. Die. The Imperial hounds were nothing more than a farce. The weak and infirm stood no chance against the forces of Yuezhou. A brutal slaughter ensued. Boom. The second elder and several masters unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks on the tent where Wei Zhongxian was stationed. Just before the onslaught struck, Wei Zhongxian sprang from the tent. Crash. The tent collapsed under the force of their strikes, revealing the interior. Where is the Crown Prince of Deqian? His absence raised alarm. Had he not been in the camp? Search. We must locate the Crown Prince. Failing to find Tianxing, the second elder and his comrades furrowed their brows. Their primary target was Tianxing. Unless he was eliminated, even the slaughter of thousands of soldiers would yield little victory. Boom. Wei Zhongxian unleashed a powerful wave of energy towards them, turning to flee the battlefield without hesitation. Pursue. After the two elders shattered the energy, they pursued Wei Zhongxian in the direction he fled. Soon, however, disappointment set in as they realized that Wei Zhongxian was but a step away from the realm of Dharma and was determined to escape. There was no way they could catch up. It appeared that the Crown Prince of Deqian did not dare to enter Yuezhou and had already fled. The group failed to locate Tianxing, speculating that he, in his fear of death, had also made his escape. Many believed this to be the case. As they had some understanding of the political landscape of the Deqian court, it was only natural that Tianxing, lacking any powerful backing, would hesitate to venture into Yuezhou. It was a pity that they could not eliminate him. The failure to kill Tianxing, which would have brought them fame and success, left some feeling regretful. Numerous factions returned to Yuezhou, no longer focusing on Tianxing. The court's attempt to conquer Yuezhou became a complete farce, turning into a source of ridicule for various powers. Chapter 7. The Overlord Blade. After vanquishing the Imperial Army, the forces of Yuezhou turned their gaze towards the Yu family. The Yu family's merchant guild was richer than nations. A mere morsel of their wealth would yield immense benefits. Surrounded by wolves, no one dared to take hasty action. The Yu family possessed profound resources, and the fear of a desperate fight from them kept the would-be aggressors at bay, lest they unwittingly become instruments of their own destruction. Soon, a turning point arose as the Bloodslaughter sect launched an assassination attempt on the head of the Yu family and several elders. The second elder fell in battle, while the family head and the first and third elders sustained grave injuries. This news swiftly spread, and before other factions could mobilize, thousands of disciples from the Iron Sword sect surged forth, shaking all powers to their core. Cough, cough, cough. Within the Yu residence, Yu Lishu's visage was as pale as parchment, persistently coughing as if such exertion might alleviate his suffering. Master, the Bloodslaughter sect and Iron Sword sect are colluding to annihilate the Yu family. What shall we do now? The first elder, equally wounded, cast a worried glance at Yu Lishu. The Yu family stood on the precipice of life and death. Should they perish at the hands of these foes, they would bear an insurmountable burden, unable to face their ancestors in the afterlife. Do not fret. I have sought assistance from the Dragon Guardian Villa. They shall arrive post-haste. Yu Lishu reassured the panicked elder. With any fortune, the Dragon Guardian Villa's reinforcements would reach the Yu family by tomorrow. Yet the elder remained troubled, questioning, Master, will Dragon Guardian Villa truly risk their lives against the Iron Sword sect and Bloodslaughter sect for the sake of the Yu family? Are they truly adversaries of these two formidable powers? The alliance of the Iron Sword sect and Blood Slaughter sect is such that even the Xinyun County would tread carefully. How could the relatively unknown Dragon Guardian Villa stand against them? We have no alternative but to place our trust in Dragon Guardian Villa. The Yu family has reached the end of its rope. We must rely on them, Yu Lishu declared. At that moment, Guihai Yidao and Tai Dan Shunho hastened towards the Yu family in swift support. Let us depart. Zhao Yun led the first assembled 5,000 troops towards the Iron Sword sect. Like a man stalking a cicada, the Iron Sword sect had nearly emptied its ranks, leaving their stronghold vulnerable. Gu Tianxing aimed to seize the moment and capture the Iron Sword sect entirely. Thousands of disciples from the Iron Sword sect stormed the Yu family estate, encircling it and leaving no chance for escape. To eradicate the roots is to prevent regrowth. The Iron Sword sect and Blood Slaughter sect seek total annihilation, leaving no future threat. Upon witnessing the menacing figures of the Iron Sword sect and Blood Slaughter sect, the Yu family felt a chill run through them, their bodies trembling in fear. What shall we do? We are no match for these two factions. Is the heavens intent on bringing the Yu family to ruin? It is over. Everything is over. A portion of the Yu family members felt their spirits crushed, sinking into despair. Even at the peak of their power, they could hardly contend with these two forces, let alone in their current plight. What is there to fear? Let us fight them. The Yu family was not comprised of cowards. They chose to engage in a life-and-death struggle, to fight until the very end, even if it meant mutual destruction. The Yu family was not lacking in courageous souls. They faced their foes unflinchingly, determined that even in death, their enemies would pay a heavy price. Boom! A powerful aura surged towards the heavens as a figure soared through the air, exuding a formidable sword energy, gazing down upon the Yu family with an imposing presence. The Jade Decree Book, surrendering unconditionally, might allow the Yu family to retain some semblance of their legacy. Zhao Jian, the master of the Iron Sword sect, embodying the initial stage of the law phase, spoke with a tone of indifference, compelling the Yu family to make a choice. Yu Lishu's complexion remained pale, yet his stature was resolute and unwavering as he faced Zhao Jian directly. The Yu family would never submit to slaughter. Should one desire to obliterate them, they too must be prepared to pay a blood price. Yu Lishu would rather shatter than yield, and even in the face of annihilation, they would ensure that blood be repaid with blood and tooth with tooth. Unaware of the heavens and the earth, Zhao Jian's cold words fell, and with a casual flick, he unleashed a sharp sword energy towards Yu Lishu with lethal intent. United in defense, the sword energy of the law phase was far beyond what Yu Lishu could withstand, especially as he bore injuries that rendered him even more incapable of countering this attack. The first elder and the third elder swiftly rushed to Yu Lishu's side, pooling their strength to block the descending sword energy. With a pained gasp, they recoiled, blood spilling forth as they fell heavily to the ground, their breath shallow and labored. The chasm between the law phase and the master phase was vast. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhao Jian left Yu Lishu and his companions utterly defenseless. Master, I shall fight you to the end. Quickly, protect the master. Witnessing the dire state of Yu Lishu and his companions, the Yu family members were filled with rage, their eyes blazing with hatred directed at Zhao Jian, longing to rend him asunder. Some radical individuals, undeterred by the overwhelming disparity, charged at Zhao Jian. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Jian, seeing these insignificant creatures approaching, was consumed by fury as sword energy erupted outward. Ugh. The sword energy crisscrossed with merciless intent. And in an instant, dozens of Yu family members met a tragic fate. With Zhao Jian taking matters into his own hands, the Yu family was doomed. How infuriating. With Zhao Jian personally here, we can only scavenge the leftovers. It's a pity. The vast wealth of the Yu family is about to fall into the hands of the Iron Sword sect. Surrounding factions sighed in lamentation, feeling a deep sense of loss, as everything the Yu family had would soon belong to the Iron Sword sect. Die. A colossal sword energy descended, targeting the now defenseless Yu Lishu and his companions. My life is forfeit. Helpless, Yu Lishu and his companions could only watch as the sword energy bore down upon them. In that critical moment, an indomitable blade aura surged forth, sweeping away the impending doom. Bang! The pure blade energy cleaved through the sword energy, still possessing enough force to strike towards Zhao Jian. As the blade energy approached, Zhao Jian's countenance shifted, and he unleashed a powerful counter. Boom! The clash of sword and blade energy reverberated, forcing Zhao Jian to stagger back. Regaining his footing, he wore an expression of grave concern. He sensed the essence of the blade within the aura, sending tremors through his spirit. At that moment, Gui Hai Yi Dao descended from above, positioning himself before Yu Lishu and his companions, wielding a great blade, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Zhao Jian. Who is this? What terrifying blade energy? Is this an ally of the Yu family? Why have I never encountered them before? To his astonishment, the tide had turned, and the Yu family had indeed received the aid of such a formidable ally. All eyes were fixed upon Gui Hai Yi Dao, for they had never encountered him before and were quite curious about his origins. Thank you, Brother Yi Dao, for your timely rescue. The three members of the Yu family struggled to their feet, expressing their gratitude to Gui Hai Yi Dao. Had it not been for his swift intervention, they would have already met their demise. Are you truly willing to oppose the Yu family, Iron Sword sect, and Bloodslaughter sect? Zhao Jian refrained from attacking, instead opting to threaten him, hoping to dissuade Gui Hai Yi Dao from his course. Whoosh! Without a word, Gui Hai Yi Dao unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy directed at Zhao Jian. How infuriating! Zhao Jian had not anticipated that Gui Hai Yi Dao would be unresponsive, prompting him to resort to extreme measures. Bang! The violent clash ensued, the blade energy overwhelming and fierce. Zhao Jian could barely withstand it for a moment before being sent flying, a gaping wound visible down to the bone across his chest. Chapter 8. The Fall of the Iron Sword Sect. With a sudden burst, Zhao Jian found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming might of the dominant blade. Blood stained the sky, his breath faltered, and his complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. A formidable intent, akin to a parasite, invaded Zhao Jian's body, wreaking havoc and exacerbating his injuries. Such a ruthless strike was nearly insurmountable. The strength of this formidable adversary was terrifying. The emergence of such a powerhouse in Yuezhou heralded the resurgence of turmoil. All present were rendered speechless, their gazes filled with dread as they looked upon Gui Hai Yi Dao. Zhao Jian, who had gained renown over the years and commanded respect in Yuezhou, found himself utterly defenseless before Gui Hai Yi Dao, who had incapacitated him with a single blow. Kill! Zhao Jian, fearing further confrontation with Gui Hai Yi Dao, commanded his thousands of disciples to charge. Despite Gui Hai Yi Dao's formidable prowess, the Iron Sword sect's thousands of disciples possessed their own strength. He was outnumbered and faced inevitable doom. At the command of their leader, the disciples of the Iron Sword sect charged fearlessly toward Gui Hai Yi Dao. Without a hint of hesitation, Gui Hai Yi Dao remained unfazed, unleashing a sweeping blade that sent forth a fierce wave of energy spanning several dozen meters. Puff! Ah! Whoosh! As the blade's energy swept across the battlefield, hundreds of disciples were instantly obliterated, shocking all present. How could this be possible? The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. The dominant blade wielded by Gui Hai Yi Dao was overwhelmingly powerful, devoid of any reason, imposing its will upon them, leaving them shivering in fear. After that single strike, the momentum of the Iron Sword sect's charge abruptly ceased. They halted, drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. With a gaze sharp as that of a hawk, Gui Hai Yi Dao locked onto Zhao Jian and advanced menacingly. Upon realizing this, Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. Disregarding his disciples, he hastily fled the battlefield. Gui Hai Yi Dao relentlessly pursued, and soon they had distanced themselves from the fray. Boom! A figure plunged into the midst of the Iron Sword sect's disciples, an overwhelming force emanating from him. Some disciples found themselves immobilized, their vital energy and blood rapidly draining away. Ah! What is this? It hurts so much. The heart-rending cries echoed across the battlefield, prompting the crowd to turn in horror, witnessing a scene they would never forget. Hundreds of Iron Sword sect disciples were swiftly drained of their energy and vitality by the iron-blooded god Marquis, transforming into lifeless husks, their eyes wide open in eternal agony. And there were those at the Dharma aspect realm. What kind of demonic technique is this, capable of absorbing the cultivation of others? The skies of Yuezhou are about to change. The crowd, gripped by terror, dared not linger. They hastily fled this place of misfortune. Run! The disciples of the Iron Sword sect scattered like birds startled from their roost. Utilizing the great shift of the universe, the iron-blooded god Marquis summoned a nearby hill, which he hurled down upon the fleeing disciples of the Iron Sword sect. Ah! Bang! Puff! Countless disciples of the Iron Sword sect perished, leaving a scene of desolation. Kill them! The members of the Yu family surged forth, seizing the opportunity to strike while their foes were down. After a prolonged battle, nearly the entirety of the Iron Sword sect's thousands of disciples lay annihilated, most consumed by the iron-blooded god Marquis. Bang! Gui Hai Yi Dao returned to the Yu family, discarding the severely injured Zhao Jin as one might a lifeless dog upon the ground. Zhao Jin lay in a state of unconsciousness, clinging to the last remnants of life. Had it not been for the intention of delivering him to the iron-boned god Marquis for consumption, Gui Hai Dao would have swiftly ended his existence. I extend my deepest gratitude for your timely intervention. The Yu family is eternally grateful and will not hesitate to traverse fire and water for your sake in the future. Yu Lushu and the others approached the iron-boned god Marquis, expressing their heartfelt thanks and offering assurances. The two were terrifying figures, and Yu Lushu and his companions finally comprehended the formidable strength of the Dragon Protector Villa, suppressing any extraneous thoughts and solely desiring to maintain a harmonious relationship with them. It is only right that the Dragon Protector Villa aids the Yu family. There is no need for excessive courtesy, the iron-boned god Marquis replied with a gentle tone, a stark contrast to his previously fierce demeanor. The two decided to remain temporarily at the Yu family to guard against any lingering treachery. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun led an army of 5,000 to the stronghold of the Iron Sword sect. Elder, an unfamiliar army approaches our gates, reported a disciple upon noticing Zhao Yun's forces. Remain calm. Let us investigate, the elder responded with composure. The Iron Sword sect had earned its reputation as one of the four great powers of Wushou through merit, having weathered countless storms. Thousands of disciples stationed at the sect prepared themselves for confrontation. As the army drew near, Zhao Yun, mounted upon a white steed, with his silver spear gleaming, stood gallantly at the forefront. The elder, taking flight towards the army, bellowed, "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the Iron Sword sect? Depart at once." No sooner had the elder spoken than Zhao Yun ascended into the air, his spear whirling like a bolt of lightning, piercing the heavens. In the next moment, the elder's heart was impaled, his body lifted high by the spear, blood cascading down its length. Ugh, ugh, the elder attempted to utter a word, but no sound emerged, his gaze fading into eternal darkness. Ah, the elder! The remaining disciples of the Iron Sword sect were shattered by the sight, their hearts torn asunder. The elder, the foremost individual beneath the sect leader, possessed late-stage mastery, yet was slain by a single thrust, an absurdity beyond belief. The disciples felt as though the very sky had collapsed around them. Advance! With a tremor of his spear, Zhao Yun transformed the elder's corpse into a mist of blood. Pointing his spear, the army surged forward. Kill! The two sides clashed fiercely, engaging in brutal combat. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage, the army struggled to gain the upper hand. The Yanyan army had undergone insufficient training, composed primarily of ordinary individuals lacking martial prowess, rendering them no match for the seasoned disciples of the Iron Sword sect. Zhao Yun had anticipated this. He deliberately sought to utilize the Iron Sword sect as a training ground. Mercy has no place in warfare. Only through the crucible of blood and fire can one evolve into a formidable force. With a moment's observation, Zhao Yun joined the fray. While he aimed to train his troops, he would not permit them to suffer catastrophic losses, for that would be a fruitless endeavor. To Zhao Yun, the disciples of the Iron Sword sect were akin to ants, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his hand, resulting in countless casualties among their ranks. The battle concluded swiftly, resulting in the loss of hundreds of lives among the Yangyun army, with countless others wounded. However, through their harrowing experience of life and death, they had begun to cultivate a certain ferocity. They stripped the Iron Sword Gate bare. After the battlefield was cleared, they excavated the Iron Sword Gate to a depth of 3 feet, taking away everything that could be transported. The Iron Sword Gate was one of the 4 major powers in Wushou, having dominated the region for many years, and it housed numerous precious resources, secret techniques, and formidable weaponry and armor. All of these became spoils of war, completely claimed by Zhao Yun. The alliance of the Yu family and the Hulong Manor, along with the news of the Iron Sword Gate's downfall, spread rapidly, causing an uproar throughout Wushou and unsettling countless factions. Even neighboring states dispatched envoys to investigate. Chapter 9. The news of victory. The annihilation of the Iron Sword sect has cast a profound shadow over Wushou, evoking trepidation among the various factions, particularly with the emergence of the Hulong Villa. The atmosphere is thick with apprehension as everyone in Wushou feels the looming storm. One cannot fathom how a formidable force such as the Iron Sword sect could meet such a demise. The identity of the assailants remains a mystery, heightening the sense of urgency in these turbulent times. Let us hope we remain unscathed. Amidst the widespread anxiety, Tianxing's influence burgeons rapidly. With the extensive heritage of the Iron Sword sect at his disposal, he finds himself unencumbered by the absence of martial arts manuals and weapons. He begins to impart a portion of the sect's teachings within the military, enabling the Xiang Yu army to commence their training. Traditionally, these martial arts scriptures have been closely guarded secrets among various sects, hoarded with utmost care and never shared. Consequently, the common folk have remained distanced from the path of cultivation, destined for a life of mediocrity. Although the techniques Tianxing shares are of the most basic level, they are met with profound gratitude from the soldiers, as this represents a rare opportunity to alter their fates. Furthermore, through feats of valor, they can aspire to attain higher-level techniques, igniting a glimmer of hope for ascension. The Yu family, ever astute, complies with Tianxing's requests, continuously supplying abundant resources to Yangyan County, alleviating any concerns regarding material shortages. Your Highness, Yangyan City has already acquiesced to our rule. The next step is to seize complete control of Yangyan County and set our sights on the neighboring regions, suggested the iron-blooded Marquis to Tianxing. He proposed dispatching Zhao Yun to the major cities to expedite the acquisition of Yangyan County. Tianxing endorsed the iron-blooded Marquis' proposal, as it would also serve as an opportunity for Zhao Yun to hone his military skills. Your Highness, it is likely that news of the recent events in Yuezhou has reached the imperial capital, and the court will undoubtedly seek accountability from you. We must prepare accordingly. The iron-blooded Marquis cautioned. Tianxing's actions in Yuezhou have severely tarnished the court's reputation, and they are certain to impose punitive measures. Thus, a strategy must be devised to confront this impending challenge. I have already reported to the court regarding the pacification of the Iron Sword sect and requested a reward. Tianxing stated, contemplating his next move. The obliteration of the Iron Sword sect should sufficiently silence any dissent. However, he opted for a discreet report, wishing to conceal his presence in Yangyan County for as long as possible, delaying exposure. The news of his actions in Yangyan County cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate one of the three remaining major factions before his cover is blown. Tianxing pondered deeply. The Iron Sword sect has fallen, yet the three major forces remain intact. Should they discover his presence in Yangyan County, they may well conspire to eradicate him, leading to an inevitable confrontation. He must weaken Yuezhou's strength before revealing himself, thereby seizing the initiative to conquer Yuezhou. Your Highness, the Bloodslaughter sect remains elusive, their hiding place unknown. While Xingyun County has been fortified by the Liu family, becoming impregnable with 100,000 elite troops stationed there, they are formidable adversaries, leaving us with no choice but to target the Wild Shark Gang. The iron-blooded Marquis analyzed meticulously, identifying the Wild Shark Gang as their next objective. Very well, let us promptly gather intelligence on the Wild Shark Gang and prepare for mobilization at a moment's notice. The spies from the Hulong Villa have infiltrated the territory of the Mad Shark Gang to gather intelligence, and news is expected to arrive shortly. Following Tianxing's devastating defeat in Yuezhou, he has become the target of scorn and vitriol from all quarters of the court and the populace alike. How could such an inept individual occupy the position of Crown Prince? It is indeed preposterous. The Crown Prince's incompetence has jeopardized the entire military, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers, a calamity for which he cannot escape blame. Alas, with such a Crown Prince, the future of the Great Qian is indeed bleak. Countless commoners, bewildered by the events, are only aware of the Crown Prince's defeat and the annihilation of the army, attributing all the blame to him. Upon learning of Tianxing's actions in Yuezhou, the imperial court was incensed, unleashing a torrent of condemnation against him. In the Qiankuan Hall, the eldest prince was the first to take a stand. Father, the Crown Prince has brought disgrace upon the royal family and the court in Yuezhou, unworthy of his position. For the sake of the nation, I implore you to depose him and restore order to the court. The eldest prince's face was etched with sorrow, as if he viewed the request for the Crown Prince's deposition as a reluctant necessity. Father, the Crown Prince launched an attack on Yuezhou but did not even manage to enter the territory, resulting in the total destruction of our forces. The voices of the people cry out for justice. I beseech you to punish the Crown Prince to quell their grievances. The third prince quickly followed suit, and the other princes shared a tacit understanding, seeking to bring about Tianxing's downfall. Father, the Crown Prince. The remaining princes continued to offer their counsel, passionately recounting the Crown Prince's misdeeds, even dredging up past transgressions. The ministers too clamored for the Crown Prince to be held accountable, with no one rising to his defense. The Emperor, his expression inscrutable, had already resolved not only to depose the crown prince, but also to impose severe penalties upon Gu Tianxing. Just as the emperor prepared to speak, a eunuch hurried into the hall to report to the chief eunuch at the emperor's side. Upon hearing the report, the chief eunuch immediately approached the emperor and conveyed the information. At this moment, the assembly fell silent, each individual pondering the matter that had so stirred the emperor. The emperor's countenance darkened as he exclaimed, "Esteemed ministers, the crown prince has sent word of a victorious report. The rebellious Iron Sword sect, which sought to carve out territory and establish its own authority, has been subdued." As soon as the emperor uttered these words, it was as though a droplet fell into a pot of boiling oil, igniting a fervor among the attendees. How is this possible? Is this truly the case? By what merit does the crown prince claim the ability to vanquish the Iron Sword sect? The crowd was left in disbelief, struggling to accept the news. They were well aware of the crown prince's solitary status, and the 30,000 troops sent to support him were perceived as a burden. How could he possibly have obliterated the Iron Sword sect? Yet, the crown prince would not dare to fabricate a false report, for that would constitute treason, resulting in certain death. Thus, disbelief permeated the assembly. The emperor also sought to suppress this matter and to proceed with Gu Tianxing's deposition. However, news of the event had already spread throughout the streets and alleys, creating a cacophony that he could no longer contain. Duan Tianya and certain spies from Hulong Villa remained in the imperial city, diligently working to disseminate the news. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has demonstrated extraordinary valor, and your strategic prowess has led to the downfall of the treacherous Iron Sword sect, a true fortune for the Great Qian. Your Majesty should announce this to the world, so that all may celebrate. Your Majesty, this is a moment of great fortune for the nation, destined to elevate the morale of the Qian. The populace has dramatically altered their previous stance, as if the earlier dethronement of the crown prince had never transpired. Qian finds itself in tumultuous times, with its sun setting and being ensnared by various factions, and it has been long since any good news has reached them. This piece of news invigorates the spirit of the people and calls for extensive celebration throughout Qian. The Iron Sword sect, though not deserving of such grand mobilization, becomes a focal point for bolstering the morale of the realm. Likewise, the citizens within the imperial city now echo praises for Gu Tianxing, as though they had never once condemned him. Chapter 10, The Mad Shark Gang. How could this useless fool possibly destroy the Iron Sword sect? Within the Grand Prince's residence, the atmosphere was thick with tension as the Grand Prince seethed in fury. The entire household rendered mute, fearing his wrath. The Grand Prince had meticulously prepared to vie for the position of Crown Prince. Once Gu Tianxing was deposed, his plans would be set into motion. With Gu Tianxing having annihilated the Iron Sword sect and news of his triumph arriving, it was inconceivable that the emperor would choose this moment to strip the Crown Prince of his title, thwarting the Grand Prince's designs. Your Highness, please temper your anger. The situation in Yuezhou is intricate. Since the Crown Prince has eradicated the Iron Sword sect, he will undoubtedly face a coalition of other factions. Whether he can return alive remains uncertain. As the advisor's prudent words resonated, the Grand Prince gradually regained his composure. He resolved to dispatch additional personnel to Yuezhou to thoroughly investigate the Crown Prince's circumstances. The Grand Prince felt the situation slipping from his grasp. Allowing Gu Tianxing to venture to Yuezhou had been a grave mistake. Having departed from the imperial city, Gu Tianxing felt as if he had become a fish in the sea or a bird soaring in the sky, no longer constrained. The various factions within the imperial city were stirred by Gu Tianxing's victory, prompting many to send emissaries to Yuezhou in search of intelligence. Unbeknownst to Gu Tianxing, who was far away in Yuezhou, he found himself at the center of intrigue, engaged in discussions with the iron-blooded Marquis and others regarding strategies to confront the Mad Shark Gang. Your Highness, the Mad Shark Gang controls the waterways of Yuezhou and has amassed considerable wealth. However, their stronghold lies on a solitary island amidst the river, making their eradication no simple task. The Mad Shark Gang's isolation on the island had transformed it into an impregnable fortress, heavily fortified with numerous personnel and formidable warriors, rendering a direct assault impractical. What are your thoughts? Gu Tianxing inquired of the assembly. Your Highness, according to intelligence gathered by our spies, the Mad Shark Gang is set to transport a valuable shipment soon. We can intercept this cargo, compelling the gang to abandon their island stronghold. The iron-blooded Marquis had already devised a plan to lure the Mad Shark Gang into a trap using this shipment, intending to capture them all at once. Excellent. We must ensure the success of this operation. Our time is limited. Gu Tianxing recognized that news of his exploits in Yanyun County could not remain concealed for long, and they needed to swiftly eliminate the Mad Shark Gang to gain the upper hand. Moreover, seizing the Mad Shark Gang's territory and years of accumulated wealth would significantly bolster their strength. The Xiang Yu River, a grand waterway connecting several major provinces, flowed through the eastern part of Yuezhou. Many years prior, the Mad Shark Gang had seized control of the Xiang Yu River from the court, and since then, it had been under their dominion. Any vessel traversing the Xiang Yu River was required to pay a toll to the Mad Shark Gang, which also occasionally assisted other factions in transporting goods for a fee. Exercise utmost caution. This shipment must not encounter any issues. A colossal fleet glided along the Xiang Yu River, gradually approaching the dock. The two leaders overseeing the fleet dared not let their guard down, should any problems arise with the shipment. The Mad Shark Gang would not take responsibility. At the dock, disciples of the Mad Shark Gang awaited the fleet, which soon came to a halt. Finally, they could rest for a while. This had been exceedingly exhausting. I can hardly endure this any longer. Once we disembark, I intend to indulge myself. The days aboard the ship were fraught with difficulty, prompting some crew members to grumble about disembarking. Only a handful remained to guard the vessel as both Master Wang and Master Li descended. This was the dock of the Mad Shark Gang, and they harbored no concerns about unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, a massive blade aura sliced through the air, targeting the members of the Mad Shark Gang. Alarmed, they recognized the presence of foes. Engage the enemy, engage the enemy. Despite their shock, the Mad Shark Gang swiftly entered a combat stance. Master Wang stepped forward, unleashing a palm strike that coalesced his vital energy into a formidable palm force, which clashed against the incoming blade aura. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves in all directions, stirring up dust and debris, while some structures buckled under the strain and began to collapse. After a brief stalemate, the palm force faltered against the relentless blade aura, shattering under its might. The blade aura swept towards the crowd. Thanks to the palm force's brief resistance, the remaining members managed to evade the blade's descent, which cleaved the earth, leaving a fissure several meters long. Master Wang and his companions trembled at the sight. Had that strike landed upon them, only Master Wang, who had reached the initial stage of the law manifestation realm, might have survived, while the others would face certain death. It was the work of the Protecting Dragon Manor. The Blade of Returning Sea had shed its obscurity, following the battle with the Yu family. Protecting Dragon Manor had gained notoriety among various factions. Master Wang's expression turned grave as he called out, "The Mad Shark Gang has no quarrel with Protecting Dragon Manor. Why do you strike at us?" The Blade of Returning Sea remained silent, showing no sign of concern, as if nothing in the world could rouse his interest. With a swift motion, he brandished his long blade, unleashing an even mightier blade aura than before. This time, it was imbued with a pure blade intent, sharp and indomitable. Unblockable. Take cover. Master Wang's eyes widened in terror. This strike was beyond his capability to withstand. He was the first to evade, while the others lacked his swiftness and could not escape in time. The blade aura descended, and in an instant, over 100 disciples of the Mad Shark Gang were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies unrecognizable. Kill. Witnessing the slaughter of his disciples ignited Master Wang's fury, prompting him to retaliate. Over 1,000 disciples of the Mad Shark Gang, emboldened by Master Wang's presence, charged recklessly towards the Blade of Returning Sea, believing they could encircle and eliminate him. Just then, thousands of soldiers stormed onto the dock, Zhao Yun's silver armor gleaming brilliantly, his spear emanating a chilling light that illuminated the sky. Even before engaging, the mere sight of them instilled dread among the members of the Mad Shark Gang. Thousands of well-trained soldiers joined the fray, clashing with the disciples of the Mad Shark Gang, allowing the Blade of Returning Sea to focus entirely on Master Wang. With a decisive strike, Master Wang quickly dodged and countered with a punch. The blade techniques of the Blade of Returning Sea were unparalleled, each move a masterpiece of lethal precision. Whether through the dominant blade or the abysmal path techniques, each strike was designed to kill. After a prolonged battle, seizing the moment, the Blade of Returning Sea unleashed a powerful technique, the Heartless Slash. With no trace of emotion, the blade descended, severing life from the world. With no avenue for escape, the leader Wang let out a furious roar, summoning all his inner strength to meet the attack head-on. Thud! As the lethal strike landed, all settled into silence. Wang's body was cleaved in two, his soul scattering into the void. This is dire. The leader has fallen. Everyone, flee at once. Relay the news back to the clan, so that our lord may exact vengeance for our fallen kin. Gui Haidao and Zhao Yun entered the fray, and without a shred of doubt, the Mad Shark gang faced near total annihilation. They intentionally allowed a few to escape, for these individuals were needed to carry the message back to the Mad Shark gang. They swiftly transferred all the supplies from the ship. Such a cargo, so highly prized by the Mad Shark gang, was undoubtedly extraordinary and serendipitously benefited them. Chapter 11. Ambush. To his astonishment, what lay before Zhao Yun were weapons. As he inspected the supplies aboard the ship, he discovered that a substantial portion consisted of arms, armor, formidable bows, and crossbows. This cache of armaments was sufficient to equip tens of thousands of soldiers to the teeth. It was no wonder the Crazy Shark gang held it in such high regard. Take it all, Zhao Yun declared joyfully. With these weapons, he could elevate the combat prowess of the Yongyun army to new heights. Although the Yu family fully supported Gu Tianxing, their efforts yielded only a meager supply of weapons, underscoring the immense value placed on armaments by various factions. The news of the ship's hijacking and the deaths of Master Wang and his companions swiftly reached the Crazy Shark gang, inciting a tempest of wrath. Bang! Gang leader Xiang Yu smashed the table beside him with a single blow, struggling to contain the fury raging within him. Damn it, the long-guarding villa truly deserves retribution. Losing a powerful figure at the Dharma manifestation level and having their supplies plundered, Xiang Yu seethed, wishing to rend the members of long-guarding villa limb from limb. Leader, the deed is done. Anger will avail us nothing. Our immediate priority is to reclaim those supplies, lest the Eastern family direct their ire upon us. And we cannot withstand their fury, spoke Su, calming Xiang Yu's rage. The Eastern family was a true behemoth in the realm of Daqian, dominating Yunshou and resembling a nation within a nation, guarded by formidable beings at the Yinyang level, rendering even the court powerless against them. The Eastern family had exerted considerable effort to procure this batch of weapons, fearing that their enemies would seize them, which is why they discreetly commissioned the Crazy Shark gang for transport. They never anticipated such misfortune. Should they fail to retrieve these arms, the Eastern family would not spare the Crazy Shark gang. Summon all disciples. We shall annihilate long-guarding villa, declared Xiang Yu, betting everything not only to reclaim the weapons, but also to eradicate long-guarding villa completely. Contact the Blood Fiend sect and enlist their assassins to deal with the people of long-guarding villa. Xiang Yu possessed other means, hiring killers. As a mid-level Dharma manifestation, alongside Su, a novice in the same realm, and the assassins from the Blood Fiend sect, they would undoubtedly obliterate long-guarding villa. The Crazy Shark gang moved swiftly, over 5,000 strong, marching towards Yongyun City with great momentum. Your Highness, the Crazy Shark gang has mobilized. The situation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. The Crazy Shark gang had indeed emptied their ranks. Proceed according to plan. We must obliterate them in one fell swoop. The Iron-Willed God Marquis, Wei Zhongxian, Gui Haidao, Zhao Yun, and numerous spies, along with an army of 20,000, departed Yongyun County, lying in wait along the path the Crazy Shark gang would traverse. Such a massive mobilization by the Crazy Shark gang stirred other factions in Yueshou, leaving them bewildered and concerned over what had transpired to provoke such a display of force. What has occurred? Who has incited the wrath of the Crazy Shark gang? What is their intent in emptying their ranks? They immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. A multitude of factions trembled with unease, sending forth considerable manpower to uncover the truth. In the Tianfeng mountain range, the only route leading into Yongyun City, a multitude of Crazy Shark gang members was traversing the mountains. Having long dominated Yuezhou without regard for any other faction, they could scarcely fathom that an ambush awaited them in the mountains. As they entered, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. A thunderous roar echoed as countless boulders cascaded down the mountainside, uprooting trees and creating a resounding clamor. A sense of foreboding washed over the crowd. An ambush was upon them. Everyone, be cautious. Take cover, evade at all costs. The unexpected onslaught threw the members of the Mad Shark gang into disarray. The road below the mountains offered no refuge, and panic gripped their hearts, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the boulders tumbled, a deluge of arrows rained down from the sky, weapons seized from the Mad Shark gang's plunder. Thud, bang, ah. The air was filled with anguished cries as countless lives were lost in an instant. Those at the master level could soar through the skies. Yet they fell prey to the relentless arrow storm, finding it nearly impossible to break free. Xiang Yu's fury was a force of nature as he and Master Su conjured a barrier of true energy, charging swiftly toward the mountains. They sought a swift resolution. The iron-bellied god general struck first, followed closely by Zhao Yun and Guihai with their blades. With a mighty technique, the iron-bellied god general unleashed his signature move, shifting mountains and filling seas, as he moved an entire mountain to collide with Xiang Yu and Master Su. What? How is this possible? The sight left Xiang Yu and his companion trembling in horror. Such terrifying power. Only someone of the Yinyang realm could achieve this. Before they could react, the mountain barreled toward them. Yet, seasoned warriors that they were, they quickly regained their composure and unleashed their might. Bang! Boom! Their attacks met the mountain, shattering part of its mass, yet the mountain still struck them, sending them flying. Thud! Ah! The two soared through the air like kites with severed strings, blood painting the skies. Roar! Without granting them a moment to breathe, a dragon-shaped spear energy erupted, piercing through Master Su's skull. Gasp! Gasp! Master Su's eyes widened in disbelief, forever unable to close. Thud! Guihai's blade struck Xiang shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Xiang dared not linger, enduring the excruciating pain as he turned to flee. The star-sucking technique unleashed by the iron-bellied god general drew forth a terrifying suction, ensnaring Xiang with immense force, draining his true essence and vitality. Ah! Xiang bellowed in anger, summoning a doppelganger that mirrored his form, breaking free from the star-sucking technique's grip. The manifestation of his law, towering at 7 or 8 meters, struck a powerful blow toward the iron-bellied god general before making haste to escape. Pale-faced and gasping for breath, Xiang had overexerted himself by employing his law manifestation in his injured state. He could not escape. Zhao Yun moved in an instant, appearing before Xiang, blocking his path to safety. Guihai also positioned himself behind, encircling Xiang, protecting the Dragon Mountain Manor, a commendable endeavor indeed. As death loomed ahead, Xiang displayed an unexpected calm rather than succumbing to anger. Kill! With a resounding roar, he charged towards Guihai Dao, determined not to surrender, but to break through from this weaker opponent, believing him to be less formidable than Zhao Yun. His choice proved to be astute. Yet he underestimated the strength of Guihai Dao, sealing his own fate. With a mighty crash, Guihai Dao delivered a devastating blow that sent him flying, while Zhao Yun pierced his chest with a lance. Iron-bellied Divine Marquis approached Xiang, grasping his body, and unleashed the full might of the star-absorbing technique, consuming all of his cultivation and vitality. The agony of being devoured by the star-absorbing technique surpassed even that of death by 1,000 cuts. And Xiang's screams of torment echoed relentlessly. Chapter 12. The iron-bellied Divine Marquis breaks through as Xiang was consumed by the iron-bellied Divine Marquis. A figure swiftly fled the battlefield. This was an assassin from the Blood Fiend sect, who had long concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. However, he did not anticipate the ferocity of the iron-bellied Divine Marquis and his cohorts, causing him to hesitate and suppress his own presence, fearful of exposure. Seizing the chance while the iron-bellied Divine Marquis and his allies were preoccupied with Xiang, he made his escape. Xiang was soon devoured entirely, and the aura of the iron-bellied Divine Marquis surged upward, on the verge of breaking through to the late phase of the Dharma realm. Upon his summoning, he was already but a step away from this breakthrough, and having consumed numerous individuals during this period. He merely needed to enter seclusion for a time to reach the late phase of the Dharma realm. Several individuals joined the battle below, swiftly annihilating all the elites of the Mad Shark gang. Thousands marched forth with great momentum, yet met with disaster, their forces entirely obliterated. General Zhao, proceed immediately to eliminate the remnants of the Mad Shark gang and seize their territory, was the decision made in prior discussions. The Mad Shark gang controlled the shipping of the Xiang River, a veritable treasure trove that Tianxing could not afford to let slip away. Guihai Dao and Zhao Yun led the charge towards the stronghold of the Mad Shark gang, while the iron-bellied Divine Marquis and Wei Zhongxian returned to Yangyan City. After meeting with Tianxing, the iron-bellied Divine Marquis began his seclusion, eager to hasten his ascension. The Mad Shark gang had emptied their ranks, leaving only a few to guard their lair, which Zhao Yun easily captured. Over the years, the Mad Shark gang had monopolized the waterways, amassing considerable wealth, all of which now belong to Tianxing. Your Highness, we currently possess ample resources and territory, allowing us to recruit soldiers once again, Zhao Yun requested. As Tianxing's domain expanded, the existing force of 20,000 had become somewhat stretched. Let us expand the Yanyun army to 50,000. Tianxing, now brimming with confidence, could fully support such a force. For the matter of the Xiang Yu River, the Yu family could be of assistance. They would likely be more than willing. Although the Yu family had no direct dealings in shipping, their commercial acumen would ensure the waterways returned to normalcy upon their takeover of the Xiang Yu River. Zhao Yun was his chief general, and Gue Hai Dao and others had their own pressing matters. They could not afford to waste time on the Xiang Yu River. The news of the Mad Shark Gang's demise once again sent shockwaves through Yuezhou, akin to a great earthquake, igniting tremendous uproar. How could the Mad Shark Gang be destroyed by the Hulong Mountain Manor? How powerful is Hulong Mountain Manor to annihilate two major forces in succession? The sheer strength of Hulong Mountain Manor left many in disbelief, inciting fear and caution among all. In Xingyun County, at the Liu family estate, the 5 elders and the family head gathered to discuss the implications of Hulong Mountain Manor's actions. Head. The Hulong Mountain Manor has successively eradicated the Iron Sword sect and the Mad Shark Gang. Their strength is undeniable and should not be underestimated. The elders spoke with great concern, recognizing the enigmatic origins of Hulong Mountain Manor, yet aware of its formidable power, which caused him considerable anxiety. The Grand Elder harbored considerable discontent towards the family head, Liu Tianyun. The Liu family, with its unparalleled strength in Yuezhou and an army of 100,000, had long possessed the capability to unify the region and declare independence. Yet, Liu Tianyun remained stagnant, content to guard only Xingyun County and Hanyuan County, thus missing a golden opportunity. I have dispatched individuals to investigate the origins of the Longhu Mountain Villa. Do not engage in conflict with them during this period. Liu Tianyun instructed casually. He was well aware of the sentiments held by the Grand Elder and others, yet he remained indifferent. The Liu family indeed possessed the power to unify Yuezhou, but what would come of such unification? The land was barren. It would merely burden the Liu family and render them targets of scorn. The forces capable of occupying a province were all well established, with deep-rooted legacies and formidable experts in the Yinyang realm. The Liu family lacked such powerful figures. Any attempt to forcibly unify Yuezhou would place them in a precarious position, with the potential for catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, upon receiving news from the Longhu Mountain Villa, the Yu family descended into a fervor of celebration. Haha! Partnering with the Longhu Mountain Villa was indeed the wisest decision, the 3rd elder exclaimed excitedly. The Longhu Mountain Villa had entrusted the Yu family with the management of the Guangsha Gang's water transport operations, a domain previously monopolized by the gangs, which the Yu family had not dared to infiltrate. Now, with the water transport affairs handed over for their exclusive management, the Yu family was astounded by this windfall, solidifying their resolve to align with the Longhu Mountain Villa. We must execute this task flawlessly and never disappoint the Longhu Mountain Villa. The Yu family promptly commenced their efforts, enlisting a multitude of sailors. With the Guangsha gang possessing numerous docks and vessels, they merely required an adequate number of sailors to restore operations. These sailors were easily recruited, as many locals lived near the Xiang Yu River. Having grown up with an affinity for the water, with minimal training, they could readily serve as sailors. Shortly after the Yu family assumed control of the Xiang Yu River, Zhao Yun also gathered an army of 50,000, fervently engaged in training. Simultaneously, news of Gu Tianxing's whereabouts was revealed, and the association between the Longhu Mountain Villa and Gu Tianxing's faction quickly spread throughout Yuezhou, even reaching the ears of nearby provinces. How infuriating! The Longhu Mountain Villa is indeed under the command of the Crown Prince of Deqian. We have all been deceived. Who said the Crown Prince was without allies? Such rumors are utterly false. We shall not permit the court to meddle in the affairs of Yuezhou. We must unite to eliminate the Crown Prince of Deqian. Upon learning of Gu Tianxing's existence, numerous factions in Yuezhou were incensed, seeking to combine forces against him. They planned to approach Xingyun County, requesting the Liu family to take charge. With 2 of the 4 major factions in Yuezhou already diminished, and the Blood Slaughter sect merely a group of assassins, the remaining factions could only rely on the Liu family. Countless individuals advanced towards the Liu family, imploring them to step forward and lead the Yuezhou forces against Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing had already occupied 3 counties, though he had yet to exert complete control. Boom! Within the county governor's estate, a colossal aura surged skyward, shaking the very foundations of the building. What is happening? Such a terrifying presence. Could an enemy be approaching? The inhabitants of the county governor's estate were filled with trepidation, anxious about the potential arrival of a formidable foe. This aura arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. After a prolonged period of seclusion, the iron-willed god Marquis gradually emerges from his retreat, having recently attained a breakthrough. His aura is impossible to conceal. He is unmistakably at the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm. Within the Great Qian Dynasty, those at the Yin-Yang realm represent the pinnacle of strength. Yet a practitioner at the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm possesses sufficient power to roam freely throughout the Great Qian, provided that no Yin-Yang realm expert intervenes, allowing him to command the winds and clouds. With the iron-willed God Marquis's breakthrough to the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm, Tianxing finally possesses his greatest support. Even if he returns to the imperial city now, the emperor and his brothers would find it difficult to contend with him. The emperor's desire to depose him would be an impossibility. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, while the emperor appears to be the ultimate authority. Wielding the power of life and death, absolute strength can indeed compel the imperial authority to submit. Chapter 13. The Eastern Aristocracy. A cultivator at the late stage of the law manifestation realm cannot act with impunity within the Qian Empire. For the royal family is not lacking in cultivators of that caliber, supported as they are by those of the Yin-Yang realm, without which their reign would be unstable. However, Gu Xinghai has, over the years, indulged in pleasures, allowing significant power to slip from his grasp. The members of the royal family have long harbored dissatisfaction towards him. He can command only a few at the law manifestation realm. Should he attempt to issue commands to someone at the late stage of the law manifestation realm, he would find it impossible. If the royal family were to learn that Tianxing had a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the law manifestation realm under his command, they would never permit the emperor to strip Tianxing of his position as the crown prince. Those of the Yin-Yang realm seldom intervene. Yet a late-stage law manifestation cultivator possesses the power to intimidate an entire region. The royal family, considering the influence of this cultivator, would not allow the emperor to make erroneous decisions. Upon arriving in the Xiantian continent, Tianxing felt as though he were walking on thin ice, filled with unease. Now that the iron-blooded Marquis has made a breakthrough, he can finally breathe easy, no longer fearing the instability of his position. 3 days after the iron-blooded Marquis's advancement, Wei Zhongxian also ascended to the law manifestation realm, and news from Duan Tianya in the imperial capital indicated that he had also recently achieved a breakthrough. Thus, Tianxing now commands a late-stage law manifestation cultivator, a mid-stage law manifestation cultivator, and 4 at the early stage. Such a force is not to be underestimated. In high spirits, Tianxing welcomed the arrival of a new month and promptly initiated a summoning. Ding. Summon character, Sun Simiao, early master, earth-level alchemist. An ethereal elder appeared before Tianxing. I pay my respects to your highness, Sun Simiao said, offering a slight bow. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed apothecary. Please, take a seat, Tianxing replied, his excitement difficult to contain upon summoning Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao's cultivation is not particularly high, his significance to Tianxing is paramount. The most powerful alchemist within the Qian Empire is only of mid-level earth grade, far inferior to Sun Simiao. Esteemed apothecary, would you be able to concoct pills that accelerate the cultivation of ordinary individuals? Tianxing inquired. Despite commanding an army of 50,000, the soldiers are largely commoners. Even if they obtain cultivation techniques, their progress would not be instantaneous. This is his first army, and Tianxing holds great expectations for the Yangyan army, wishing to elevate its strength. With Sun Simiao's arrival, he now has the opportunity to implement his plans. Your Highness, as long as I have the formulas, I should be able to concoct the pills, Sun Simiao responded with humility, adding, however, these will merely be pills to enhance the cultivation speed of ordinary individuals, which I can develop myself. Upon hearing this, Tianxing was overjoyed. The apothecary had indeed lived up to his reputation, not disappointing him. Then I shall trouble you. Esteemed apothecary, Tianxing instructed his aides to guide Sun Simiao to the army's location to begin crafting the pills. He then tasked the Yu family with diligently gathering various pill recipes and rare materials. With the aid of earth-level pills, the soldiers' cultivation would yield remarkable results. Once in the military camp, Sun Simiao quickly produced a batch of pills. General Zhao, dissolve these pills in water and have the soldiers consume them. It will significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Thank you, esteemed apothecary, Zhao Yun replied, elated as he accepted the pills. With this assistance, he felt confident that the Yangyan army would experience a remarkable transformation in a short time. Under the command of Tianxing, the strength of his faction has been evolving rapidly, consistently on the rise. In the turbulent region of Yuzhou, the Lu family has stepped forth. raising their arms in a clarion call for all forces within Yuzhou to unite against the imperial court. The Lu family is amenable to the existence of external powers. However, they cannot permit the court to encroach upon Yuzhou, jeopardizing their interests. Within the Lu clan's territory, Lu Tianyin seeks an audience with the esteemed elder Lu Daofeng. Uncle. The crown prince of the imperial court has entered Yuzhou, annihilating the Iron Sword sect and the Mad Shark gang, occupying 3 prefectures, posing a grave threat to our family. I implore you to take action and eliminate the crown prince of Deqian. Lu Daofeng, a formidable figure and the Lu family's greatest reliance, is a late-stage practitioner of the law manifestation realm. For years, he has remained detached from worldly affairs, delving into the mysteries of yin and yang, aspiring to transcend into the realm of yin-yang. To have summoned me, this crown prince must be formidable indeed. Lu Daofeng muses, somewhat taken aback. Were it not for an urgent matter, Lu Tianyun would not have disturbed him. Uncle, the crown prince himself is not to be feared. It is merely the formidable strength of his Dragon Guard villa that gives me pause, and I lack sufficient confidence to contend with them. Lu Tianyun has always been cautious. Despite the presence of 5 elders in the law manifestation realm within the Lu family, and his own mid-stage prowess, he refrains from acting recklessly. The Mad Shark gang's Xia Yunqi, also a mid-stage practitioner, met a tragic end at the hands of Dragon Guard Villa, instilling in him a profound apprehension that compelled him to seek Lu Daofeng's assistance. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, I shall act. While Lu Daofeng may be indifferent to worldly matters, he understands that the influence of the imperial court cannot be allowed to persist in Yuzhou. Yes, I take my leave. Uncle. With his purpose fulfilled, Lu Tianyun respectfully withdraws. Subsequently, the Lu family embarks on a grand campaign to rally allies, as numerous factions converge upon Xingyan County, united under the Lu family's banner to vanquish Tianxing. In Yunzhou, the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Ding, wears a grim expression. After laboriously amassing enough weaponry to arm tens of thousands, he finds that it has been seized, igniting his fury. Patriarch. Reports indicate that the weapons were taken by Dragon Guard Villa, a faction under the Crown Prince. The Dongfang family has managed to ascertain the whereabouts of the stolen arms. No one dares to pilfer from the Dongfang family, not even the emperor, let alone a mere crown prince. Dongfang Ding's gaze is as frosty as winter's chill. He holds the emperor in disdain, much less Tianxing. Send someone to Yuzhou, demanding that the Gu family return the Dongfang family's weapons and prepare a substantial gift of apology. Dongfang Ding is confident that Tianxing will not dare to refuse his demands. Although the Dongfang family occupies only a single province, even the royal family treads carefully around them. If Tianxing possesses any sense of propriety, he will know how to respond. Understood. A law manifestation elder sets out for Yuzhou, intent on reclaiming the Dongfang family's weapons. Under the leadership of the Lu family, the forces in Yuzhou march forth with great fanfare, brimming with murderous intent toward Yangyan County. They advance swiftly, and it will not be long before they strike deep into the heart of the enemy, reaching Yangyan City. Your Highness, the newly established Yangyan army may not be a match for the Xingyan army. Zhao Yun's brow is furrowed, despite the aid of medicinal pills from Sun Simiao. Many soldiers have begun to break through to the refinement realm. However, the time is rather limited, and our numbers do not confer an advantage. Engaging the Lu family's formidable army of 100,000 is fraught with peril. Furthermore, there are numerous factions within the Jianghu of Yuezhou, collectively numbering in the thousands, each possessing formidable skills. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for Tianxing. General Zilong, we need not confront the Lu family in a decisive battle by merely securing Yangyan Pass. We can compel the Lu family to retreat in recognition of their difficulties. During this period, Tianxing has not merely indulged in pleasures. He has diligently pursued his training while simultaneously attuning himself to the surrounding circumstances. Yangyan Pass is a natural fortress. The Lu army cannot penetrate Yuezhou without circumventing it. As long as we hold the pass, Yangyan City shall remain safe and sound. Chapter 14. Offense and defense as long as a brief period of delay is maintained. Tianxing would be able to summon reinforcements, marking the moment for a counteroffensive. Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall lead our forces to Yangyan Pass, replied the general. Zhao Yun deemed Tianxing's strategy feasible, for Yangyan Pass is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. The Lu army would only find themselves battered and bloodied. Your Highness, to prevent the forces from Yuezhou from becoming desperate, it would be prudent for you to leave the governor's residence and temporarily conceal yourself, suggested Wei Zhongxian. Once the Huizhou coalition struggled to advance at Xiang Yu Pass, they might resort to other means to breach it, possibly even resorting to assassination attempts on Gu Tianxing. When the battle commences, the iron-blooded Marquis and others would undoubtedly converge upon Xiang Yu Pass, thereby diminishing the protective forces around Gu Tianxing, thus granting the Huizhou faction a window of opportunity. Indeed, what Lord Wei states is of utmost importance. Your Highness's safety surpasses all else, and we must not be negligent. Concurred the iron-blooded Marquis and others, acknowledging Wei Zhongshan's comprehensive considerations. Had it not been for Wei Zhongshan's warning, they might have overlooked this matter. In light of this, I shall temporarily depart from Yangyan City with Lord Wei and seek refuge elsewhere, declared the prince. Gu Tianxing held his life in the highest regard, a sentiment that could be aptly described as an aversion to death. Having painstakingly cultivated his current influence and possessing a summoning system, the promise of better days lay ahead. Should he fall to an assassin's blade, he would never be able to forgive himself. Following their discussions, the group commenced their actions. Zhao Yun, the iron-blooded Marquis, Cheng Shifei, Gui Haidao, and others led the troops to fortify Yangyan Pass. The Yu family received orders from the iron-blooded Marquis to deliver substantial supplies to Yangyan Pass. Currently, the Yu family found themselves in a precarious situation, unable to retreat. Even if they severed ties with Gu Tianxing, the Huizhou forces would not spare them. Let us be on our way. After donning disguises, Gu Tianxing and Wei Zhongshan departed from Yangyan City. 7 days later, the Huizhou coalition arrived at Yangyan Pass. Upon witnessing the heavily armored troops prepared for battle, the expressions of the gathered leaders darkened. This confrontation would not be easily won. Curse it. Yangyan Pass is under the control of the court. Yangyan Pass is easy to defend but challenging to attack. Breaching it would require an exorbitant cost. We are in a predicament. The group continuously surveyed Yangyan Pass, their brows knitted in concern. The surrounding mountains were steep and treacherous, teeming with ferocious beasts, venomous creatures, and miasma, rendering passage nearly impossible. Esteemed colleagues, Yangyan Pass is already occupied by the court. Do any of you possess strategies to overcome our foes? In the main tent, the influential leaders of Huizhou gathered, with Lu Tianyan seated at the head, soliciting their opinions. Lord Lu, Gu Tianxing commands only the Hulong Mountain Manor, and his army is newly formed. How much combat capability can such a fresh force possess? We can certainly launch a strong offensive against Yangyan Pass and breach the gates head-on. Everyone understood that Gu Tianxing's troops had been assembled in Huizhou and had undergone insufficient training, lacking considerable battle prowess. The Lu family Xingyan army was seasoned from countless battles. A vigorous assault would surely dismantle the defenders at the pass. Lu Tianyan nodded thoughtfully. In agreement with the sentiments expressed, he held unwavering confidence in the Xingyan army. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums reverberated across the battlefield. A palpable aura of impending violence suffused the air, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. As the drums of war resonated, the Nebula army advanced in an orderly formation towards Yangyan Pass. Attention, the enemy approaches. Remain calm. Wait for their advance. Fear not, for we hold the advantageous terrain, and they shall not breach our defenses. The Yangyan army, seasoned by the trials of battle, exhibited no signs of panic. Several commanders roamed the battlements, rallying the troop spirits. The army positioned all their powerful bows and crossbows at the pass, alongside an abundance of boulders and siege weaponry. Attack! As the Nebula army neared the pass, their momentum surged, and they charged forth. Release the arrows. Quickly, fell them. Do not allow them to approach the walls. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the enemy. Thud! Ah! Whoosh! As the arrows descended, the Nebula army suffered catastrophic losses, with thousands of soldiers perishing before they could even close the distance. Slay them. True to their elite status, the Nebula soldiers were undeterred by the death of their comrades. Instead, they surged forward towards the walls. Those in the realm of the second heaven could now project their vital energy outward, deflecting some of the arrows as they wielded siege weapons in their approach. Where did the court acquire such a multitude of arrows? The many factions pondered, perplexed by the vast arsenal that Gu Tianxing had somehow procured. Release the arrows, suppress them. The Nebula army, not lacking in archers, began to retaliate, their arrows raining down upon the Yangyan army, providing cover for their siege. Quickly, take cover beneath the walls. The Yangyan soldiers huddled in the corners, evading the arrows. The enemy is assaulting the walls. Slay them. Under the cover of arrows, the Nebula army closed in on the walls and began their ascent. Some Yangyan soldiers raised their shields to block the arrows. while others seized stones and logs to repel the attackers and thwart their siege. Zhao Yun stood tall at the pass, confronting the storm of arrows. Those arrows shattered before they could reach him, dispersed by his protective vital energy. The Yangyan soldiers gazed upon Zhao Yun's figure, their blood surging with fervor, oblivious to fear. They valiantly charged at the enemy. After a day of battle, the Nebula army left behind thousands of corpses, yet they could not breach Yangyun Pass in the slightest. Under Zhao Yun's command, the Yangyun army fought with precision, thwarting the Nebula army's offensive efforts. Retreat. Lu Tianyun, resigned, ordered a withdrawal. After a day of testing the waters, he understood the combat prowess of the Yangyun army. Though newly formed, their strength was formidable. Even if they could not match the Nebula army, their absolute advantage of terrain allowed them to firmly hold the pass, making it nearly impossible for the Nebula army to penetrate. In just one day, thousands had perished, with tens of thousands injured. These were the invaluable resources of the Lu family, and Lu Tianyun felt a pang of heartache. Ha ha ha, the enemy retreats. Nothing more than that. To breach Yangyun Pass is but a fool's dream. As the Nebula army withdrew, a thunderous cheer erupted at the pass, invigorating the spirits of the defenders. Let us not be complacent. We must arrange for vigilant surveillance of the Yuezhou coalition's every movement during the night, Zhao Yun commanded, reminding his troops to remain vigilant. After the retreat, Lu Tianyun once again convened a council in the main tent to deliberate on further strategies. Esteemed colleagues, you have witnessed the current state of battle. The Yangyun Pass is easily defensible, yet challenging to assault, rendering the Xingyun army unable to breach it head-on. We must devise alternative strategies. In truth, if the Xingyun army were to fight to the last breath, disregarding all costs, they might still have a considerable chance of capturing the Yangyun Pass. However, such a course would result in devastating losses, which Lu Tianyun is unlikely to accept. The fortifications of Yangyun Pass pose a significant threat to soldiers. Yet they are not fatal to us, the wanderers of the martial world. Tomorrow, we could initiate the assault, creating a breach, with the Xingyun army following closely behind to storm the Yangyun Pass. Everyone is genuinely intent on eliminating Tianxing, and at this juncture, they are unperturbed by the prospect of sacrifice, resolved to lead the charge. Chapter 15. The Fierce Assault at the Break of Dawn. The coalition forces of Yuezhou were imbued with fervor as thousands of martial artists seized their weapons, determined to conquer Yangyun Pass. Each of these individuals possessed innate abilities, with numerous masters among them. Brothers, charge! Bellowed a formidable master, propelling himself towards Yangyun Pass like a shooting star. Kill! The chorus of voices erupted, shaking the very clouds and causing the earth to tremble. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the Yangyun army, who felt as if they were facing a raging tempest. Be cautious, the martial artists are upon us. We must not underestimate them. Zhao Yun remained unflinching, his composure unwavering amidst the chaos. The initially panicked soldiers, witnessing their general's calm demeanor, found solace, dispelling their fears. Swish, swish, swish. The Yangyun army unleashed a barrage of arrows, yet failed to replicate the previous day's success. The martial artists exhibited remarkable agility, fortified by their inner energy, rendering the arrows largely ineffective. Only a handful sustained superficial injuries, trivial to these battle-hardened warriors. Alas, poison arrows. Before long, pandemonium ensued. While the arrows posed little immediate threat, they were coated with a potent toxin that, although not lethal at once, significantly diminished their combat effectiveness. This insidious poison, crafted by Sun Simio, the revered medicine king, was child's play compared to his other concoctions. Despicable. The court is utterly vile. Must they resort to such lowly tactics? Be vigilant, avoid the arrows. As anguished cries echoed around them, the remaining combatants were gripped by trepidations, no longer daring to charge recklessly. Let us ascend the walls and avenge our fallen comrades. Under the leadership of several masters, the crowd swiftly approached the fortifications. They leapt, aiming to breach the walls and create an opening for their comrades to follow. Boom. Before they could set foot on the ramparts, the iron-bellied god Marquis struck. A formidable and sinister force attempted to draw them towards the walls. It's the iron-bellied god Marquis. Seal your vital energy and essence. Do not let him siphon it away. Aware of the Marquis's prowess, they had come prepared. With the knowledge of his star-sucking technique, they fortified their vital energies, making it difficult for him to absorb them. A stalemate ensued, with neither side able to gain ground. Swish. Observing the unfolding chaos, Guo Haidao drew his legendary blade, unleashing a fierce and commanding wave of sword energy. The onlookers could only watch in horror as the lethal force approached. Impudent. Lu Tianyun, who had been surveying the battlefield, seized the moment and plunged into the fray. With a thunderous punch, he obliterated the incoming sword energy. Guihai Yidao unleashed his blade once more, the ferocity of his attack pressing upon them, summoning all his inner strength. Lu Tianyin countered with a palm strike, shattering the overwhelming blade's might. After the clash, Lu Tianyin's expression darkened, his right hand trembling slightly. He had endured the overwhelming force of the returning sea blade and was not unscathed. Once more, the extreme confrontation unfolded, one a majestic lion, the other a ferocious leopard. Only one could emerge victorious. In this life-and-death battle, Lu Tianyin seized the initiative, launching a venomous palm strike. The returning sea blade narrowed his brow, exuding unparalleled confidence. His movements as steady as a mountain, refusing to yield despite the disparity in their cultivation levels. In a swift turn, his treasured blade swept through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The blade hovered, spinning in midair, releasing a torrent of sharp blade energy that compelled Lu Tianyin to retreat. Confronting such a swordsman head-on was the height of folly. As the battle raged, Lu Tianyin's mind raced, seeking a flaw in the returning sea blade's technique. The returning sea blade executed each move with fluid grace, exuding an unmatched aura, undisturbed by external distractions, rendering Lu Tianyin unable to find even the slightest opening. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of masters, 3 early-stage masters were the first to falter, devoured by the iron-willed God Marquis. This is bad. We must act swiftly. The 3 elders of the Lu family surged forward, rushing to confront the iron-willed God Marquis. Suddenly, a golden streak of light flashed, and Xiang Shifei appeared before the 3, blocking their path. Stand aside. With dozens of masters in peril, the 3 were frantic, unwilling to engage with Xiang Shifei. You shall not pass. Instead of yielding, Xiang Shifei initiated an attack. Kill him. The 3 elders, filled with murderous intent, aimed for a swift resolution to eliminate Xiang Shifei and assist their fellow masters. The eldest elder brandished his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy toward Xiang Shifei, closing the distance rapidly. Facing the onslaught of razor-sharp sword energy, Xiang Shifei stood firm, allowing the energy to strike him. Seeking death. Arrogant. Walking to one's doom. Xiang Shifei's actions infuriated the 3 elders, who deemed him suicidal. Clang. In the next moment, the crowd gasped in disbelief as the sword energy collided with Xiang Shifei, akin to striking a solid metal surface, even sparking a shower of embers. How is this possible? The 3 were incredulous. This scene exceeded their comprehension. Even a late-stage manifestation realm expert could not withstand the elders' sword energy unscathed. This was sheer fantasy. Ignoring their astonishment, Xiang Shifei advanced rapidly toward them. He delivered a powerful punch at the eldest elder, who raised his sword defensively to block the blow. Crack. The punch landed, shattering the sword into 2, the force driving into the elder's chest, causing a deep indentation accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Puff. The eldest elder was sent flying, while the 3rd and 4th elders immediately flanked Xiang Shifei, determined to prevent further harm to their leader. The eldest elder steadied himself. Blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror, even a burgeoning fear of Xiang Shifei. He hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. For the 2 elders could evidently not endure much longer. He needed to swiftly recover from his injuries to rejoin the fray. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder, unable to wait for the full effects of the healing elixir, dragged his wounded body into the battlefield, where the 3 of them struggled to contend with Xiang Shifei. The indestructible Vajra technique, having been systematically enhanced, could sustain itself for an extended duration. As long as Xiang Shifei's true essence was not depleted, he could continuously wield it. High above, a pair of piercing eyes scrutinized the battlefield below. Upon witnessing Xiang Shifei executing the indestructible Vajra technique, the observer's pupils constricted in alarm. What a fearsome mastery of body refinement, reminiscent of the Buddha's eternal golden body. Lu Daofeng had been closely monitoring the battlefield. Both the iron-blooded Marquis' star-sucking technique and Xiang Shifei's indestructible Vajra technique had opened his eyes to new realms of power. Chapter 16 Confrontation. Should he acquire these unparalleled skills, it would undoubtedly lay the foundation for the Lu family for generations to come. Lu Daofeng's heart surged with fervor. He longed to immediately seize the star absorption technique and the indestructible Vajra skill. Just as Lu Daofeng prepared to act, a flash of silver light appeared before him in an instant. Humph! With a cold grunt, Lu Daofeng struck down with his palm, shattering the silver glow. Zhao Yun, wielding a long spear, approached Lu Daofeng slowly. Even before he arrived, the fierce aura of his spear swept across the heavens and earth, bringing immense pressure. Lu Daofeng's expression turned grave as he realized that this was a formidable opponent capable of matching his prowess, leaving no room for complacency. With a sharp sword in hand, Lu Daofeng moved swiftly, reappearing before Zhao Yun. A sweeping strike aimed directly at Zhao Yun's neck followed. Zhao Yun retreated to evade. Yet Lu Daofeng's blade surged forth with lethal intent, each thrust targeting Zhao Yun's vital points. Step back. After several exchanges, Zhao Yun unleashed a dragon-like thrust with his spear, forcing Lu Daofeng to retreat. As he fell back, Lu Daofeng unleashed a series of dazzling rapid sword strikes. The edges of his blade sharp enough to overpower Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, however, remained calm in the face of the assault, though he momentarily faced setbacks. He was far from peril. Then, with a shift in his spear technique, the momentum of his strikes transformed. The spear fell like a torrential downpour, sweeping forth like falling meteors, each thrust more powerful than the last, reminiscent of an enraged dragon breaking free, unstoppable in its advance. Clang! A spear struck against the edge of the sword, and Lu Daofeng struggled to withstand the overwhelming force, his body involuntarily retreating. After an intense exchange, the two stood at a distance, neither daring to strike again. Lu Daofeng was profoundly shaken. Zhao Yun was merely at the mid-stage of the Dharma aspect realm, and he believed he held a significant advantage in cultivation, expecting to easily crush Zhao Yun and swiftly conclude the battle. However, Zhao Yun's strength was unexpectedly formidable. His spear technique unfathomable, and his martial intent awe-inspiring. Not only did Lu Daofeng fail to gain any advantage, but he also found himself subtly at a disadvantage. The two were now locked in a stalemate, unable to influence the other battles unfolding around them. The battlefield echoed with heart-wrenching cries, sending chills down the spines of the forces from Yuezhou. The iron-bellied Marquis had already consumed 9 masters, and the remaining warriors, paralyzed by fear, dared not continue fighting and fled in disarray. The iron-bellied Marquis did not pursue them. A multitude of martial artists and the Xingyan army were already surging up the city walls. Even with hundreds of spies from the Hulong mountain villa joining the defense, they could not withstand the onslaught of these martial artists. He needed to act decisively to turn the tide. Quickly, retreat. The entire army withdraws. Upon sensing the dire situation, the Lu family promptly ordered a retreat. Lu Tianyun pushed back Gui Hai with a single palm and departed swiftly. The Grand Elder and his companions unleashed a powerful strike before hastily fleeing the battlefield. The 3 were gravely injured. If they continued to fight, their lives would be at stake. The pace of the pursuers was too slow. Even if they attempted to chase, they could not catch up to the 3, merely watching them escape. Swish! Lu Daofeng dared not linger. Should he be surrounded by the iron-bellied Marquis and others, his fate would be grim. After feigning a strike, he quickly departed the battlefield. Below, the army retreated like a receding tide, leaving the thousands of martial artists who had ascended the city walls in dire straits. After a hard-fought ascent to the city walls, the vanguard, led by their fierce determination, found themselves abruptly ordered to retreat by the Starry Cloud army, leaving them abandoned atop the fortifications, relegated to the role of rear guard. Do not retreat, we cannot retreat. Damn it, you are cursed, they cried, rallying to fight. Thousands seethed with rage, harboring a profound loathing for Lu's command to withdraw. The retreat order plunged them into peril. Boom! The iron-willed Marquis and his comrades surged onto the battlefield, showing no mercy, unleashing a massacre. No, please, I surrender, spare my life. Some, witnessing their escape routes severed, cast aside their dignity and knelt in desperate supplication. Yet, the iron-willed Marquis offered no quarter, executing them all without hesitation. Following this battle, over half of the thousands of martial artists perished, and dozens of masters were so terrified they dared not continue fighting. Since the onset of conflict, nearly 10,000 from the Starry Cloud army had met their demise. The situation was equally dire for the Yangyun County forces, with 2,000 soldiers slain and hundreds of spies suffering a third of their number lost. Were it not for the elixirs concocted by Sun Ximiao, their losses would have been even more catastrophic. War is a game of mutual attrition. Without overwhelming strength, both sides suffer grievously. Morale in Yuezhou plummeted, and many martial artists expressed their discontent with the Lu family's decisions. Had the Lu family not been so powerful, they would have long demanded an explanation. Alas, we cannot breach the Yangyun Pass. It is best to withdraw, they lamented, realizing that attacking the pass only compounded their casualties. We shall no longer interfere with the affairs of Yangyun Pass. Disheartened, a faction of the Yuezhou coalition departed, having initially come with grand aspirations to establish their renown in the martial world. Reality struck them hard. War is no trivial matter. And its ruthless flames were too much for them to bear. Just days prior, they had shared laughter with friends and mentors. Now, they stood separated by death. Face to face with the brutality of conflict. Within the main tent, only a few members of the Lu family remained. "Uncle, shall we continue our assault on Yangyan Pass?" Lu Tianyun inquired, his spirit waning after consecutive setbacks that had sapped his confidence. The defensive forces at the pass were formidable, and with their current strength, a breach seemed implausible. A long-term strategy was essential. Lu Daofeng too had not anticipated the number of strong warriors under Gu Tianxing's command. Realizing that even the full might of the Lu family could not prevail against them. These warriors are all loyal to Gu Tianxing. Once he falls, they will scatter like leaves in the wind. If we can restrain the forces at Yangyan Pass, we can have the Bloodslaughter sect assassinate Gu Tianxing. This is the optimal solution. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daofeng devised a plan to eliminate Gu Tianxing. "Uncle, this scheme is most astute." Lu Tianyun's face twisted into a cruel smile. For once Gu Tianxing was dead, Weizhou would surely revert to its rightful course. But has the Bloodslaughter sect not remained passive? Do they dare to assassinate Gu Tianxing? The Grand Elder voiced his concerns, recalling their earlier reluctance to engage in battle. Clearly preferring to remain aloof, casting doubt on the likelihood of their involvement in the assassination. As long as the benefits are substantial, the Bloodslaughter sect will take action. Since ancient times, wealth has captivated the human heart. If the price is sufficiently high, the Bloodslaughter sect will undoubtedly take risks. Moreover, the location of their stronghold remains a mystery to all, allowing them to conceal themselves after a successful endeavor, free from the fear of retaliation from the Dragon Guard Manor. Time is of the essence. One must promptly reach out to the Bloodslaughter sect. Once a decision was made, the Lu family swiftly commenced their actions, contacting the members of the Bloodslaughter sect. Little did they know, their scheme would amount to naught, akin to drawing water with a basket. Subsequently, the Lu family forces stationed themselves outside Yangyan Pass, facing off against Zhao Yun and his companions, neither advancing to battle nor retreating. Zhao Yun and his allies also refrained from initiating an attack, as the longer the stalemate persisted, the more advantageous it became for them. Chapter 17, Confrontation in the Imperial Court. The standoff between the two factions swiftly extended over half a month, during which the Lu family awaited news from the Bloodslaughter sect, yet no word arrived. What could be the cause of this silence? Why did they delay their actions? The Lu family grew increasingly dissatisfied with the Bloodslaughter sect. A fortnight had passed without any developments. Were it not for the sect's fervent assurances of their imminent involvement, they might have suspected they were being deceived. Meanwhile, the Bloodslaughter sect found themselves in a predicament. They had been tirelessly seeking opportunities at the governor's residence, but had yet to catch a glimpse of Gu Tianxing. Even after daring to infiltrate the governor's stronghold, they found no trace of him. Without locating their target, how could they possibly execute their assassination plan? Fearing to act prematurely might alert Gu Tianxing and force him into hiding. At that very moment, Gu Tianxing was ensconced in a small county, remaining indoors, devoted to his cultivation and the study of diverse texts to deepen his understanding of the Xiantian continent. In the imperial city, the court was embroiled in heated debate over Gu Tianxing's actions. Having seized 3 prefectures in Yuezhou, he had opened the floodgates, and various factions sought to claim the fruits of victory. "Your Majesty, I implore you to allow me to lead troops to support the Crown Prince and quell the rebellion," declared the first prince, his words imbued with sincerity as though he genuinely cared for Gu Tianxing's well-being, projecting an image of brotherly affection. In truth, he coveted entry into Yuezhou, seeking to annex it for himself. The princes engaged in both overt and covert competition, none having yet secured a province. Should he capture Yuezhou, it would grant him both offensive and defensive capabilities, placing him in an invulnerable position. Even if he failed to ascend to the throne, he could retreat to Yuezhou, becoming a powerful regional lord. "I am willing to alleviate your Majesty's burdens by leading forces to aid the Crown Prince." The third prince followed suit, expressing his intentions with equal fervor. The remaining princes, unwilling to appear weak, also vied for attention, having previously regarded Yuezhou with trepidation, now boldly stepping forth to contend for it. "Your Majesty, Yuezhou has been independent for many years. It is time to reclaim it and restore it under the rule of the Great Qian Dynasty." Suddenly, the usually reticent Chancellor Zhao Yun interjected, drawing the attention of all present. Zhao Yun wielded immense political influence. At times, his commands held more weight than the emperor's edicts. The Great Qian Dynasty commanded an army of over 700,000, with the most elite 20,000 border troops firmly under Zhao's control. Furthermore, Jingzhou, the Zhao family stronghold, had been fortified to an impenetrable state, with taxes being intercepted entirely by them. In the eyes of the Jingzhou populace, Zhao's orders were the true decrees, regarded as the ultimate authority, rendering the emperor's commands mere scraps of paper. Zhao Yunji's power was profound, with his disciples and former officials entrenched throughout the Great Qian, deeply rooted in the fabric of governance. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the assembly. Even the previously vociferous princes fell silent, clearly unwilling to offend him. Indeed, what you say is most astute, Minister Zhao, the emperor mused, uncertain of Zhao Yunji's ulterior motives. Even if he were aware, he would find himself powerless to intervene. Your Majesty, General Wei Yuan is a valiant commander, having rendered outstanding service to the court. The formidable Wei Yuan army, numbering 100,000, is stationed in Yangzhou, and it is proposed that they march into Yuezhou to assist the crown prince in seizing it. General Sun Yuanshan of Wei Yuan has secretly allied himself with the Zhao family, and Zhao Wuji intends to send him to conquer Yuezhou. Should this plan succeed, the Zhao family would gain dominion over 2 provinces. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell into a moment of silence. Though he has been oblivious in recent years, resulting in the erosion of his power, he was once a man of great vision and understood the implications of such actions. Even if Yuezhou were to fall into the hands of the Lu family, it must not be allowed to slip into the grasp of the Zhao family. At present, the various factions maintain a precarious balance, allowing the Qian to preserve an outward semblance of tranquility, with the royal family still regarded as the nominal rulers. Should the Zhao family gain control of both provinces, it would undoubtedly shatter this delicate equilibrium, provoking all other factions to act, leading to the imminent disintegration of the Qian. Even when the emperor initially sought to eliminate the Du family, he meticulously orchestrated their mutual destruction with the De Liang, ensuring that De Liang would not dare to invade for many years. Had it not been for this strategy, he would not have resorted to undermining his own defenses to facilitate the downfall of the Du family, which illustrates the depth of his cunning. Your Majesty, the Chancellor is seasoned in statecraft. I beseech you to grant him your favor. Your Majesty, the Chancellor is wholeheartedly devoted to the nation and is indeed the backbone of our realm. Your Majesty, the Chancellor speaks with reason. We must not let this opportunity slip away. As the emperor pondered how to rebuff Zhao Yuanshi, the sycophants of the Zhao family eagerly stepped forward to rally support for him. The emperor's countenance darkened, surveying the assembly. He noted that at least 1/3 of the civil and military officials were offering counsel. Enraged and humiliated, he cast a glance at the crown prince and his peers, hoping they would intervene. To his dismay, the crown prince and others lowered their heads, afraid to meet the emperor's gaze, remaining silent. Though they possessed some power, they dared not oppose the chancellor. If that is the case, let us proceed as the chancellor suggests. The emperor clenched his fists tightly and departed in fury. Zhao Yuanshi had achieved his objective, a slight smile playing on his lips. He sensed the emperor's wrath, yet what did it matter? The emperor would still have to yield to him. After the court session, everyone returned to their residences. The crown prince bore a heavy heart, having once again witnessed the chancellor's might, which both inspired admiration and trepidation within him. Even his father, the emperor, was forced to acquiesce should he ascend to the throne. He might prove even less capable than Gu Xinghai. Though Gu Xinghai has been feeble-minded in recent years, he was once a formidable sovereign, wielding considerable power, and still retains some military authority, with many in the royal family staunchly supporting him. The crown prince, apart from the backing of his maternal family, has no other factions to rely upon. Although the Wang family occupies a county, it pales in comparison to the Zhao family's influence. Come, let us proceed to the residence of the third prince. After careful consideration, the crown prince resolved to ally with the third prince, for only through such a partnership could he bolster his own strength to contend with the emperor and the chancellor. Within the chancellor's estate, a robust man was conversing respectfully with Zhao Yuanshi. The imperial decree will be issued tomorrow. You must capture Yuezhou, and I shall send aid to support you. The robust man is Sun Yuanshan, a commander of the Wei Yuan army and a formidable force in the later stages of the law manifestation realm. In theory, a formidable expert at the late stage of the Dharma realm need not show such reverence towards Zhao Yunji, even if he holds the esteemed position of Prime Minister of the Great Qian. However, Sun Yuanshan's respect was genuine. Zhao Yunji not only bestowed upon him the grace of recognition but was also a powerful figure in the Yinyang realm, which naturally commanded his utmost respect. I shall not disappoint the Prime Minister, he vowed. Zhao Yun remarked, "Your greatest adversary is the Lu family of Yuezhou. They have entrenched themselves there for many years and are not easily dealt with." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "The crown prince is supported by a mysterious force. Do not underestimate this. Strive to uncover the power behind the crown prince, and if the opportunity arises, let him sacrifice himself for the nation." Zhao Yun had not anticipated that Tianxing, having departed from the imperial city, could still rise to power. It was imperative to eliminate him swiftly, denying Tianxing the chance to grow. Understood. After imparting his instructions to Sun Yuanshan, Zhao Yun permitted him to take his leave. Chapter 18. The royal family. The following day, a decree was issued from the palace commanding the Wei Yuan army to march towards Wushou, while a eunuch was dispatched to convey the edict to Tianxing. Adjacent to the palace lay a cluster of grand palaces inhabited by the members of the royal family. Within the main hall, dozens of members of the Gu clan had gathered, each seated in silence, awaiting the arrival of the clan leader. Suddenly, a powerful presence surged into the hall as an elderly man with benevolent features strode in with purpose. "Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader." The collective voices resonated as all stood to pay their respects. "Please be seated." Clan leader Gu Yuan, the steadfast anchor of the royal family, not only held the highest lineage but was also the sole formidable master of yin and yang. Were it not for his presence, the royal family would have long been devoured by those with ulterior motives. Once seated, Gu Yuan addressed the assembly candidly. "I have summoned you to discuss the deposition of the emperor." The decision to have Gu Xinghai inherit the throne was a grave error. Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck with astonishment, unable to fathom that the clan leader would propose the emperor's removal. The clan leader is wise. Gu Xinghai's misrule has led to the erosion of power, public discontent, and the disintegration of several provinces that now act independently, disregarding the court. He is a traitor to the Gu clan. Clan leader, the time to depose the emperor is now. Clan leader, not only must Gu Xinghai be deposed, but he must also face justice. Many members had long been disillusioned with Gu Xinghai, acutely aware of the decline he had wrought upon the Great Qian Dynasty over the years. They had watched helplessly as he acted with impunity. Now, with the clan leader taking the initiative, the emperor's abdication seemed inevitable. Whom do you believe is capable of assuming this great responsibility and succeeding to the throne? Gu Yuan inquired, gazing at the assembly. While deposing the emperor was a straightforward task, identifying a worthy successor proved to be a daunting challenge. The next emperor must be chosen from Gu Xinghai's progeny, for they represented the true bloodline of the Gu clan. The performances of the numerous princes had been observed, and although commendable, none exhibited the qualities of true greatness. They could serve as caretakers in a prosperous era. But with the Great Qian Dynasty now on the brink of collapse, what was needed was a paragon of strength capable of reversing the tide and revitalizing the realm. It was evident that the princes lacked such prowess. Clan leader, the crown prince, is currently in Yuezhou quelling the rebellion, and we have received continuous reports of his victories. He may be able to undertake this significant responsibility. Gu Luyan was the first to voice his opinion, expressing his optimism for Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing had appeared vulnerable within the imperial city, but upon his departure, he revealed his true potential and garnered considerable achievements. Gu Luyan believed that Gu Tianxing had concealed his abilities while in the imperial city, and even under the oppression from the emperor and various factions. He had managed to discreetly amass a formidable strength, an ability far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Only he could lead the Great Qian Dynasty out of its predicament and restore its former glory. Indeed, Luyan speaks wisely. The crown prince possesses remarkable depth and is worthy of inheriting the throne. His capacity for restraint is truly commendable. Many shared the sentiment of Gu Luyan, believing that Gu Tianxing, with his profound and inscrutable demeanor, was the unequivocal choice for the next emperor. Gu Yuan nodded gently, as he too was cognizant of the current situation in the Dacian. The events that transpired in the court yesterday had been reported to him, prompting him to emerge from seclusion to oversee the grand scheme. The present emperor could not even maintain control over the court, while the chancellor's family wielded overwhelming power. If this continued, a change of dynasty was inevitable for Dacian. This matter should remain undisclosed for the time being, lest other factions target the crown prince. Although a decision had been reached, they could not reveal their intentions to prevent others from covertly harming Gu Tianxing. Luyun, Xinghuan, you two must immediately proceed to Yuezhou, heed the crown prince's commands, and ensure his safety. With Gu Tianxing confirmed as the next emperor, their responsibility was to safeguard him. Both Gu Luyun and Gu Xinghuan being late-stage cultivators of the law manifestation realm, were dispatched together to assist Gu Tianxing, reflecting Gu Yuan's high regard for him. Understood. The two promptly accepted their orders and set forth. One by one, the others departed, leaving only Gu Yuan behind. It seemed my prolonged seclusion allowed these individuals to forget that the Gu clan was the true master of Daqian. Gu Yuan's aura shifted dramatically, his previously benevolent visage transformed, exuding a chilling murderous intent akin to a sea of blood and demons. A day later, a fierce battle erupted at the Chancellor's residence, leaving the entire estate in ruins and the Chancellor himself injured. Subsequently, the Chancellor claimed he would be unable to attend court for a month to recuperate. Upon this news, the imperial city was engulfed in alarm, and all factions withdrew their minions, leading to a significant rise in the emperor's authority in the court, with few daring to oppose his decisions. Simultaneously, the governor's mansion in Yangon County was besieged by assassins from the Blood Slaughter sect, who ransacked the premises but ultimately failed to locate Gu Tianxing and departed in disappointment. The Blood Slaughter sect relayed the message to the Liu family, stating that despite their efforts, Gu Tianxing proved too cunning, eluding capture. Withdraw the troops. Gu Tianxing has concealed himself. This Daqian crown prince is far more shrewd than anticipated, likely having foreseen the assassination attempt and hidden himself away well in advance. After receiving the report from the Blood Slaughter sect, Liu Daofeng resolved to retreat. Unable to assassinate Gu Tianxing, they could not shake the morale of the troops at Yangyun Pass. Remaining there without the means to breach the pass would only lead to the depletion of resources, rendering their presence futile. Thus, the order to withdraw was given. The assembled forces were reluctant. Once they retreated, it would be nearly impossible to unite with the Yuezhou factions to attack Gu Tianxing again. There was even the risk of a reversal of fortunes, with Gu Tianxing solidifying his position and potentially launching a counteroffensive against the Liu family. The Liu army began to withdraw, and the once gathered martial heroes scattered. Ha ha ha, the enemy has retreated. The Liu family is nothing but a disappointment, having only met their downfall at Yangyun Pass. Wonderful, we have triumphed. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Liu army, jubilant cheers erupted at Yangyun Pass, with countless soldiers vociferously expressing their exhilaration. Zhao Yun and his companions remained vigilant, only relaxing once the Liu forces had retreated to Xingyun County. The Liu family has withdrawn from Xingyun County and contacted His Highness, allowing him to return to the prefectural governor's residence. With the conclusion of the conflict, everyone is to return to the governor's residence, leaving only Zhao Yun to continue training the troops. This battle has resulted in a significant loss of life among the Yangyun army, with many soldiers either fallen or severely injured, rendering them unfit for further service. Zhao Yun must swiftly recruit new soldiers to replenish the ranks. Cheng Shifei has arrived at the hiding place of Gu Tianxing and Wei Zhongxian to report the situation, and soon they have returned to the governor's residence. Although the governor's residence was attacked by the Blood Slaughter sect, their objective was Gu Tianxing, and they did not indiscriminately slay the residents of the governor's residence, as such actions would bear no significance nor yield any reward. Chapter 19. Demanding weapons upon returning to the prefect's residence, the indomitable General Tai Dan immediately sought counsel from Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, this battle has claimed the lives of over 20,000 soldiers, with nearly as many wounded. How shall we accommodate them? War, by its very nature, entails loss and sacrifice. An inevitable reality. Compensation must be dispensed to the families of the fallen, with the court providing for their children until they reach adulthood, and supporting their elderly until their demise. These individuals have laid down their lives for a cause, and Gu Tianxing must ensure that their families are well taken care of, preventing their suffering from turning into despair. This is merely the beginning. All soldiers who perish under Gu Tianxing's command shall receive similar treatment. Those severely injured, rendered incapable of earning a livelihood, will also be supported by the court until the end of their days, while those with lesser injuries will be provided with employment opportunities, enabling them to sustain their families independently. All lands within the 3 counties shall be reclaimed, granting each soldier 10 acres of prime land. Gu Tianxing believes that with generous rewards, valor will surely follow, by treating his soldiers with such kindness and alleviating their concerns. He is confident they will fight valiantly for him. As for the reclamation of all land, Gu Tianxing remains unconcerned about offending the local gentry and wealthy families of Yuezhou. These factions have already united against him, and he will not permit their survival under his command. Your Highness, such actions require substantial financial resources. Sustaining them may prove challenging. Despite the formidable financial backing from the Yu family, should Gu Tianxing proceed as he envisions, even they may struggle to maintain support for long. After all, The daily expenses of the Yang'an army are considerable, and the 3 counties are barren, with minimal tax revenue to sustain the treasury. No matter, we shall proceed as planned. You will personally oversee this matter. Should anyone dare to embezzle the soldiers' compensation, they shall face execution without mercy. Gu Tianxing has his own strategy. The Songyue River is a veritable treasure trove, and with proper development, you will not lack for wealth. Once the government announcement was made, it stirred a tempest of excitement, igniting fervor throughout the 3 counties. Is this truly so? Ha ha ha. His Highness the Crown Prince has not forgotten us. I shall enlist and serve His Highness. Oh, how wonderful. We, the orphans and widows, can survive. Countless souls wept tears of joy, profoundly grateful for the Emperor's benevolence, singing praises of Gu Tianxing. This sentiment was particularly strong among families who had lost husbands and sons, now bereft of support. They had previously despaired, knowing that under past regulations, the court would disregard their plight and offer no compensation, let alone land. Gu Tianxing's actions are indeed a groundbreaking initiative, allowing them to not only survive but thrive. Gu Tianxing's lavish expenditure to procure provisions yielded results beyond expectation, prompting a surge of enlistments, significantly easing Zhao Yun's recruitment efforts. Damn Gu Tianxing, that is my land. I will not rest until I see him dead. These affluent landowners and influential clans harbored an intense hatred for Gu Tianxing, vowing an everlasting blood feud. They not only lost their land, but were also pursued by the authorities, fleeing the 3 counties like stray dogs. The system summoned, as spring gave way to autumn. A month swiftly passed, and Gu Tianxing began the summoning. Ding! The summoning yielded 3,000 valiant cavalry. Gu Tianxing's heart trembled. These recent summons seemed remarkably fortuitous, as if the heavens were favoring him. Divine General, accompany me for a moment, Gu Tianxing called to the iron-bold Divine General. The 2 made their way to a deserted location. With a mere thought, 3,000 elite cavalry, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, materialized, riding upon white steeds. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Your Highness, we pay our respects. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The throng swiftly dismounted and bowed to Gu Tianxing. No need for formalities. The weakest among the 3,000 white horse cavalry possessed postnatal cultivation, while those at the innate stage constituted nearly half of their ranks. And there were 7 at the master level. Their steeds were not ordinary horses. Enhanced by the system, they bore traces of beastly bloodlines, remarkable beyond measure. Divine General, inform General Zhao to come, and have him arrange for the white horse cavalry while ensuring their existence remains concealed for the time being. The 3,000 white horse cavalry were Gu Tianxing's trump card, which he intended to keep hidden for a surprising advantage. Upon returning to the governor's mansion, Shangguan Haidang approached to report that a member of the Dongfang family sought an audience. The Dongfang family had no ties with him. Why would they seek him out? Gu Tianxing pondered, having never interacted with the Dongfang family and uncertain of their intentions. Bring them in. He decided to meet the visitors. With the iron-bold Divine General and Wei Zhongxian by his side, he felt secure. Moments later, Dongfang Xiong arrived, led by Shangguan Haidang, exuding arrogance and an imposing demeanor. The iron-bold Divine General furrowed his brow and immediately released his imposing aura. Boom! Dongfang Xiong was struck by the pressure emanating from the late stage of the iron-bold Divine General's manifestation, staggering momentarily, nearly losing his footing. Feeling the overwhelming aura, he was shaken and swiftly retracted his earlier haughty demeanor. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed friends, Dongfang Xiong acknowledged, adapting his stance, slightly bowing to Gu Tianxing and the iron-bold Divine General. Observing Dongfang Xiong's timely humility, the iron-bold Divine General also withdrew his pressure, allowing Dongfang Xiong to breathe a sigh of relief. What brings you here to pay your respects? Gu Tianxing inquired directly. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Dongfang Xiong spoke softly. Your Highness, not long ago, a shipment of weapons belonging to the Dongfang family was transported by the Mad Shark Gang. The Mad Shark Gang offended Your Highness and was annihilated. They deserve their fate. I have come to retrieve the weapons that belong to the Dongfang family. He made no mention of offering lavish gifts to atone. Had he dared to suggest such a thing, he would not have exited the governor's mansion unscathed. Once he reclaimed the weapons and returned to the Dongfang family, he could address Gu Tianxing later. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Gu Tianxing's face as he exclaimed, What weapons? I eradicated the Mad Shark Gang and found no weapons with them. Smuggling weapons is a heinous crime that could annihilate entire clans. Has the Eastern family erred in their judgment? As he spoke, Gu Tianxing's gaze became piercing as it bore down on Dongfang Xiong, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Your Highness, there is no need to feign ignorance. Return the weapons to the Eastern family. We shall maintain our own boundaries, and I trust you do not wish to create another adversary. Dongfang Xiong, no longer shrouded in pretense, began to threaten Gu Tianxing. Impudent. The Eastern family is but a mere hound nurtured by the Gu clan. Do you dare to turn against your master? Gu Tianxing was incensed, his words striking a deep hurt within Dongfang Xiong. Indeed, Gu Tianxing spoke the truth. The Eastern family had once been subservient to the Gu clan, a fact they regarded as an everlasting disgrace. Chapter 20. The royal visitor. The expression on Dongfang Xiong's face was ashen, his eyes gleaming with a ferocity that suggested he wished to devour Gu Tianxing whole. In that case, I shall take my leave, he declared, stifling the tempest of rage within him as he turned to depart. Suddenly, before he could react, the iron-willed marquis struck him with a vicious palm. You dare to lay a hand on me? Dongfang Xiong exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Gu Tianxing would have the audacity to attack him. After all, he was a scion of the Dongfang family. Did Gu Tianxing not fear inciting their wrath and inviting retaliation? The iron-willed marquis unleashed his devouring technique, swiftly consuming Dongfang Xiong. Your Highness, we must remain vigilant against the Dongfang family's retribution. They are not a force to be trifled with, and their Yinyang realm cultivator is stationed here. Gu Tianxing currently cannot shake the Dongfang clan's influence. Fear not. The Dongfang family's Yinyang realm must guard Yunzhou and will not strike lightly, Gu Tianxing replied, undeterred by the prospect of retaliation. As long as the Yinyang realm refrained from intervening, he deemed himself safe from threats. 3 days later, an imperial decree arrived, commanding Gu Tianxing to fully cooperate with the Wei Yuan army in their conquest of Yuezhou. This decree disrupted Gu Tianxing's plans entirely, prompting him to summon the iron-willed marquis and others for a discussion. Your Highness, the Wei Yuan army's incursion into Yuezhou may prove beneficial for us, the iron-willed marquis suggested. Their formidable advance will inevitably instill fear among the forces of Yuezhou, alleviating some of your burden. You could observe from a distance as the Wei Yuan army and the Lu family engage in a fierce struggle, allowing you to reap the benefits. Sun Yuanshan is not a fool. He will not permit us to simply take advantage of the situation. It is highly likely he will compel us to contend with the Lu family, Gu Tianxing countered. The Wei Yuan army does not come with benevolent intentions. They will not risk their own fortunes to engage the Lu family and grant me the spoils. Your Highness, there is no need for us to act. By managing the 3 counties, the Lu family and the Wei Yuan army will inevitably clash, the iron-willed marquis asserted. The arrival of the Wei Yuan army will divert the attention of the Lu family and other forces in Yuezhou, granting you the perfect opportunity to recuperate and consolidate power. As for the imperial decree, it is said that a ruler's command may not be heeded from afar. You are the crown prince, while Sun Yuanshan is merely a subject. There lies a distinction between sovereign and vassal, and he would not dare to undermine your authority, the iron-willed marquis elaborated, his thoughts straightforward. He believed preventing the Wei Yuan army from entering the 3 counties was essential. If they sought merit, they must engage in battle with the Lu family. The decree mandating Gu Tianxing's cooperation with the Wei Yuan army would be rendered meaningless if he chose to disregard it. Your Highness, we can also circulate the rumor that the Wei Yuan army has arrived to assist us in eradicating the Yuezhou forces. Once the Wei Yuan army enters, we will join forces to assault the Lu family, Wei Zhongxian proposed. This strategy would instill unrest among the Yuezhou factions and the Lu family. If they wish to avoid being besieged from both sides, they would have no choice but to eliminate one of the competing powers. The Lu family had recently suffered defeat at Yangyan Pass and would not choose to attack it again. Their focus would likely shift towards the Wei Yuan army. After absorbing the analyses presented by the iron-willed marquis and Wei Zhongxian, Gu Tianxing felt a sense of clarity wash over him, his worries dissipating. News of the Wei Yuan army's impending entry into Yuezhou quickly reached the local forces, causing panic and prompting them to seek out the Lu family once more. The arrival of the Wei Yuan army instilled a sense of imminent danger within the Lu family. Should the Wei Yuan army ally with the crown prince, the Lu family would find themselves in peril. With the Wei Yuan army poised to descend upon Yuezhou, a strategic response was imperative. Lu Tianyun's countenance was grave. The Wei Yuan army was an elite force, capable of rivaling the Xingyun army. Sun Zhanyun's formidable reputation left the Lu family wary. It was crucial to prevent Gu Tianxing from uniting with the Wei Yuan army, for such a union would spell disaster for the Lu family. The Grand Elder's voice was charged with urgency, emphasizing the necessity to thwart the convergence of these 2 powers to avert calamity for the Lu clan. Patriarch. We cannot remain passive. We must concentrate our forces to deliver a decisive blow to one of the factions, suggested the second elder, echoing the sentiment that they could not afford to fight on two fronts. To enter Yuezhou from Yangzhou, the Wei Yuan army must traverse the Hongduan Mountains. We can ally with the Green Forest forces within the mountains to ambush them, proposed another. The Hongduan Mountains, vast and uncharted, were home to numerous bandit factions that even the might of the Great Qian Dynasty had struggled to eradicate. Their strength was undeniable, with the support of the Hongduan Mountains. The Wei Yuan army, even if not entirely vanquished, would surely suffer significant losses. Very well, we shall contact the Hongduan Mountains immediately. We are prepared to meet any terms they may set, the Lu family decisively resolved, dispatching envoys to the mountains. Boom. Within the prefectural governor's residence, a powerful surge of energy signified Xiang Shifei's breakthrough into the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm. Gu Tianxing was in high spirits, despite being in the mid-stage. Xiang Shifei's combat prowess was extraordinary, enabling him to contend with those in the late stage of the law manifestation realm. Zhao Yun was also in seclusion, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. 3 days later, the prefectural governor's residence welcomed 2 distinguished guests. Gu Tianxing, accompanied by the iron-blooded god Marquis, Xiang Shifei, and Wei Zhongxian, received them. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Luyun and Gu Xinghuan bowed respectfully. They had arrived in Yanyuan County earlier, but had refrained from making their presence known immediately, instead opting to discreetly gather intelligence on Gu Tianxing's actions in Yuezhou. Upon learning of Gu Tianxing's endeavors, their admiration for him grew, fostering a desire to lend their full support. There is no need for such formalities. You are my elders, Gu Tianxing interjected, preventing them from bowing further. Acknowledging their familial hierarchy. Your Highness, we come at the behest of the clan leader. After Gu Luyun detailed their purpose, Gu Tianxing and his companions understood the intentions and decisions of the Gu family. Upon hearing their words, Gu Tianxing remained composed, pondering whether the Gu clan intended to utilize him. Uncle, you have traveled far. Please rest at the prefectural governor's residence for now, Gu Tianxing instructed, allowing the two to retire. Once they departed, he turned to the iron-blooded god Marquis and the others, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" The iron-blooded god Marquis replied, "Your Highness, the royal family must recognize that the emperor and other princes are ill-equipped for leadership. They wish to support your ascension, which is advantageous for you." The others concurred with the god Marquis, noting that with the support of the Gu family, Gu Tianxing would conserve considerable effort and gain many capable individuals at his disposal. Gu Tianxing harbored no faith in the royal family. Instead, he inquired about the Bloodslaughter sect. Have they located the lair of the Bloodslaughter sect? During this period, the spies from the Dragon Protecting Manor have been tirelessly seeking out the stronghold of the Bloodslaughter sect, intent on capturing them all in one fell swoop. The Bloodslaughter sect conceals itself with remarkable cunning, and their hideout remains undiscovered. Having roamed the realms of Yuezhou for many years, if their stronghold were so easily found, it would have long since been eradicated by rival factions. Your Highness, it would be prudent to visit the Fengyun Pavilion in Yuzhou, for they are likely to possess information regarding the Bloodslaughter sect. The Fengyun Pavilion, as mentioned by Wei Zhongxian, is a transcendent force that existed even before the establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty, renowned for trading in various rare treasures, divine weapons, elixirs, and an array of intelligence, earning fame throughout the land. Chapter 21. A fortuitous opportunity as long as one is willing to pay a sufficient price. One can procure whatever one desires from the Fengyun Pavilion. Wei Gonggong, proceed immediately to the Fengyun Pavilion and acquire information regarding the stronghold of the Bloodslaughter sect. Also, purchase several alchemical formulas and rare materials. The Bloodslaughter sect lurks like a venomous serpent in the shadows until it is eradicated. Gu Tianxing will always feel a prickling unease. He is prepared to expend any considerable cost to ensure its demise. Gu Tianxing instructed Wei Zhongxian to acquire some alchemical formulas. For Sun Simiao is a top-tier alchemist of the earth class. With the formulas in hand and the necessary materials, he can concoct elixirs to bolster the strength of his allies. As you command, Wei Zhongxian set off for Fengyun Pavilion without delay. Your Highness, with the assistance of the royal family, we can alter our previous strategy and wipe out the Lu family in one fell swoop, seizing control of Yuezhou. Now, the Gu clan is fully supporting Gu Tianxing, and both Gu Xinghuan and Gu Luyun have reached the late stages of the Dharma manifestation realm. This formidable power can sweep away all opposition and secure Yuezhou. Once General Zhao emerges from his retreat, they will strike against the Lu family. With royal backing, Gu Tianxing aims to conclude the conflict in Yuezhou swiftly. This will serve two purposes. First, to demonstrate his strength to the royal family, securing their unwavering support. Second, to ascend to the pinnacle of power, allowing him to restore order with great haste. Meanwhile, the Wei Yuan army and the Lu family forces are locked in fierce combat against the marauders of the Hongduan Mountains. Stay orderly. Defensive formation. Block their advance. Follow me into battle. The Wei Yuan army, renowned as the elite of the court, boasts soldiers whose cultivation is at least at the body refinement realm. They work in unison, forming a military array to withstand the relentless assaults of the enemy. How infuriating! When did the Wei Yuan army become this powerful? The Lu family finds themselves cornered. The Wei Yuan army, previously on par with the Xingyan army, has undergone a transformation since Sun Yuanshan allied with the Zhao family, receiving substantial support from them. Everyone, attack together. At this point, the arrow is knocked. It must be released. The Lu family has no retreat left. They must fight with all their might. Lu Tianyun and the three elders, including Lu Daofeng, charge onto the battlefield, aiming to confront Sun Yuanshan. Seeking death, Sun Yuanshan's gaze turned cold as he swung his halberd to engage. His two lieutenants swiftly joined the fray, attacking Lu Tianyun and the others. Bang! Lu Daofeng clashed with Sun Yuanshan, their weapons sparking as they met, the sounds of their combat ringing in the air. Two figures weaving in and out of each other's reach, lost in the throes of battle. The two opponents exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, neither willing to yield. Kill. 5 practitioners of the Dharma manifestation realm from the Hongduan Mountains entered the battlefield, plunging the Wei Yuan army into dire straits. Curse be it. Hidden among the army, Zhao Zhan and Zhao Shanhai were compelled to act. Zhao Shanhai, a late-stage Dharma manifestation expert, and Zhao Zhan, at the mid-stage, were sent by Zhao Yun to assist Sun Yuanshan in subduing Yuezhou. However, they were ambushed by the Lu family and the marauders of the Hongduan Mountains before they could enter Yuezhou. Once they joined the battle, they managed to stabilize the situation. But their endurance would not last long. Among the 5 Dharma manifestation experts from the Hongduan Mountains, one was also a late-stage powerhouse. Embroiled in a fierce duel with Zhao Shanhai, Sun Yuanshan was acutely aware of the unfavorable situation, yet he could not issue the order to retreat. Once the order to retreat is given, the formation of the army will inevitably show vulnerabilities, leaving it susceptible to being torn apart by the enemy. Hold firm. Reinforcements shall arrive shortly. When Sun Yuanshan found himself ambushed, he promptly dispatched a messenger to Yangyun County to seek assistance from Gu Tianxing, armed with an imperial decree. He was confident that Gu Tianxing would not dare to defy it and would surely send help. As soon as Gu Tianxing's support arrived, the Wei Yuan army would transform peril into safety. Gu Tianxing was taken aback upon receiving Sun Yuanshan's plea for aid, questioning whether he was somehow favored by fate. As fortune seemed to smile upon him. First, he received unwavering support from the royal family, and now, as the Lu family and the Wei Yuan army fought desperately, an opportunity presented itself for him to annihilate them all. Your Highness, this is a divinely bestowed opportunity that must not be missed, said the iron-blooded Marquis, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of eradicating both the Lu family and the Wei Yuan army. Indeed, it seemed that Providence was on his side. Recognizing the urgency, Gu Tianxing swiftly initiated his plans. Marquis, you, Gu Xinghuan, and Gu Luyun must proceed to the battlefield at once. Neither the Lu family nor Sun Yuanshan's forces can be allowed to escape. Gu Tianxing, not one to show mercy, spoke with a chilling tone. His intent was not only to eliminate 2 significant threats, but also to seize the opportunity to bring the Xingyun army and the Wei Yuan army under his command. Understood. The 3 of them quickly departed from the county office, hastening towards the battlefield. A day later, they arrived to find a fierce clash underway, with both armies having already suffered over 20,000 casualties. Sun Yuanshan and his men were wounded, as were the Lu family and the forces from the Hongduan Mountains. Gentlemen, let us take action. The trio plunged into the fray, causing a stir among the combatants. Oh no, it's the iron-blooded Marquis. Curse it. The court's reinforcements have arrived. We must retreat. Panic ensued, and the forces from the Hongduan Mountains, sensing the formidable presence of the 3 at the late stage of the law manifestation realm, hastily abandoned the Lu family to flee back to the mountains. Although they had gained significant benefits from the Lu family, such rewards paled in comparison to the threat of death. Hurry. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Daofeng and his companions attempted to escape. stop them. Sun Yuanshan would not allow their departure. If he let the Lu family members escape, there would be no force left in Yuezhou to hinder the Wei Yuan army, allowing them to sweep through the region unopposed. The iron-blooded Marquis charged towards Lu Daofeng while Gu Luyan engaged in another part of the battlefield. The arrival of these three late-stage law manifestation experts turned the tide of battle, shifting the situation dramatically. With a powerful strike, the iron-blooded Marquis unleashed a palm attack, while Lu Daofeng retaliated with a punch. At the moment of impact, a formidable suction force emerged, consuming Lu Daofeng's true essence and vitality. Panic-stricken, Lu Daofeng desperately attempted to stabilize his energy, but he could not halt the flow of his life force and true essence. Lu Daofeng manifested his true form, forcefully pushing the iron-blooded Marquis back. Die! In a fit of rage, Sun Yuanshan's halberd struck Lu Daofeng's manifestation with tremendous force, nearly shattering it. With a muffled sound, as the manifestation was assaulted, Lu Daofeng felt the repercussions and coughed up a mouthful of blood, connected as he was to his manifestation. The skilled cooperation between the iron-bellied god and Sun Yuanshan forced Lu Daofeng into a dire predicament. Lu Daofeng, like a cornered beast, struggled valiantly against overwhelming odds. Alas, the Grand Elder fell victim to Gu Xinghuan's strike, his skull shattered, and after a final, anguished cry, his body succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground. Kill! Zhao Shanhai and his companion unleashed their full might as Lu Tianyun and his companions faced imminent death, the underworld drawing near. After a fierce struggle, Zhao Shanhai delivered a devastating blow to Lu Tianyun's chest, shattering his heart. Zhao Zhan then crushed the third elder's skull with a single palm strike, extinguishing his life. Chapter 22. The fisherman profits. As the two warriors vanquished their foes, a moment of complacency ensued, leading to unforeseen calamity. Thud! Without warning, a crushing blow from Gu Xinghuan struck both of them, leaving them grievously wounded. You fiends! Before they could catch their breath, Gu Xinghuan and his companion unleashed their most formidable techniques, advancing upon them with lethal intent. Sun Yuanshan was also ambushed by the iron-willed god general, suffering grievous injuries and on the brink of death. The iron-willed god general seized Sun Yuanshan, disregarding his cries of agony, and activated the star-absorbing technique to its fullest extent, swiftly consuming him. Upon devouring Sun Yuanshan, the iron-willed god general experienced a marked enhancement in his power. Lu Daofeng, stripped of any will to resist, felt an icy dread surge through him, as if he were plunged into an abyss of frost, trembling uncontrollably. The iron-willed god general, having spared Lu Daofeng, turned his attention to the battlefield where Gu Xinghuan and his ally fought, intent on subduing Zhao Shanha and his companion first. With the grand technique of spatial manipulation unleashed once more, the gravely injured Zhao Shanha found himself irresistibly drawn toward the iron-willed god general. A terrifying force enveloped him, and the agony he endured was beyond description, prompting him to emit a wretched scream. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Gu Xinghuan and his companion felt a profound dread, instinctively wary of the iron-willed god general. Moments later, Zhao Shanha perished, his essence extinguished, followed by the devouring of Zhao Zhan, the two vice-generals, Lu Daofeng, and others by the iron-willed god general. The star-absorbing technique, having undergone systematic refinement, was flawless, devoid of any concerns regarding chaotic energy, allowing the iron-willed god general to consume others with impunity. His aura surged progressively, soon reaching the zenith of the Dharma manifestation realm, mere moments from the Yin-Yang realm. What a terrifying demonic art! Could it be the legendary sky-devouring technique of the celestial demon sect? A wave of foreboding washed over Gu Xinghuan and his companion as they speculated that the iron-willed god general practiced the infamous sky-devouring technique that instilled fear in all. The celestial demon sect was abhorred throughout the Xiantian continent. If Gu Tianxing were connected to them, it would spell disaster for the Great Qian. General Sun fought valiantly against the enemy, achieving martyrdom for his nation. Now, the Wei Yuan army is under the command of His Highness the Crown Prince. Follow me to pay your respects to him. The iron-willed god general soared above the Wei Yuan army, his voice resonating like thunder, instantly sweeping across the ranks, reaching the ears of every soldier. What? The general has fallen in battle? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could the general possibly die? What nonsense about the Crown Prince? I heed only the general's commands. The soldiers struggled to accept Sun Yuanshan's demise, their voices rising in furious disbelief. Some of Sun Yuanshan's loyalists seized the opportunity to incite discord, attempting to seize control of the Wei Yuan army. Thud. Ah. Bang. A dozen commanders were ruthlessly slain by the iron-willed god general, instantly silencing the crowd. Dare to disrespect His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you wish to rebel? Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Wei Yuan soldiers turned pale, filled with trepidation. They had never even contemplated rebellion. Their families lived in the Great Qian. And should the heinous crime of rebellion befall them, their entire clans would be implicated. We harbor no rebellious intentions. We implore you, General, to discern the truth. I have remained steadfastly loyal, never harboring treasonous thoughts. How unjust. The crowd immediately knelt, crying out in protest. Come with me to Yu Prefecture at once, or face accusations of rebellion. At that moment, none dared to resist. They all followed the indomitable Iron Valor Marquis back to Yu Prefecture. The Xingyun army had already fled in disarray, and the Iron Valor Marquis paid them no heed. In this battle, the Wei Yuan army suffered over 30,000 casualties, while the Xingyun army lost more than half of its forces, resulting in mutual devastation. Boom. As the Iron Valor Marquis led the Wei Yuan army towards Yu Prefecture, General Zhao Yun successfully broke through his seclusion and emerged from his retreat. General Zhao, you are to immediately lead the White Horse Yisong and the Yangyun army to seize Xingyun County. Upon Zhao Yun's emergence, Tianxing commanded him to attack Xingyun County. As you command. Zhao Yun, alongside the fierce warrior One Blade, promptly set forth on the expedition. Brother One Blade, you lead the Yangyun army to follow closely behind. I and the White Horse Yisong shall advance first. Time waits for no one. Zhao Yun resolved to divide his forces, charging into Xingyun County with the White Horse Yisong, while instructing the Yangyun army to catch up. General Zhao, proceed with utmost caution. After splitting their forces, the White Horse Yisong advanced at full speed, their hooves thundering upon the earth, raising clouds of dust, shaking the very ground as if an earthquake had struck. The White Horse Yisong, the elite of the elite, could march tirelessly through the night. They swiftly arrived at Xingyun County and launched an immediate assault. Boom, boom. The citizens within the city felt the ground tremble, rousing a multitude of alarmed townsfolk. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? They exclaimed. Everyone, be cautious. Quickly exit your homes. The populace, believing an earthquake had occurred, hurriedly fled their houses to avoid being crushed. No, wait, there are enemies. Look, cavalry, a multitude of cavalry. They shouted. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The soldiers atop the city walls, witnessing the swirling dust and the advancing cavalry, shouted, close the city gates. Terrified, yet quick in their actions, the soldiers hurriedly secured the gates. Boom, boom. The White Horse Yisong did not relent. Zhao Yun, leading the charge, approached the city walls and unleashed a strike. Roar. A dragon-shaped spear energy surged forth, crashing violently against the city gates. Crack. The gates, struck with Zhao Yun's full might, began to fissure. Bang. Boom. Crack. Zhao Yun's second assault followed swiftly, with masters from the White Horse Yisong joining forces to attack the gates. Bang. The gates shattered with a resounding crash, and the White Horse Yisong swiftly surged into the city. Thud. Ah. Flash. The soldiers within the city were swiftly decimated, leaving only a handful to flee in panic. Zhao Yun paid no heed to these lesser soldiers, leading the White Horse Yisong straight to the heart of the Lu family stronghold. Make way. Quickly, take cover. The citizens, though unaware of the unfolding chaos, dared not inquire, cowering in their rooms, too fearful to step outside. This is dire. This is dire. The enemy has breached the city. The imperial army has descended upon us. We must flee for our lives. The court will undoubtedly show us no mercy. We must hasten our departure from Xingyun City. The news of the imperial forces breaching the city soon reached various factions, prompting the aristocratic families and sects to swiftly abandon Xingyun City. Having frequently opposed Tianxing, they were acutely aware that should the city fall, he would have no qualms about exacting vengeance upon them. Time was of the essence. They had to escape. For remaining meant certain death. Old 5, lead our kin to safety while I buy you some time. Upon learning that the White Horse Yizong was advancing towards them, the Lu family devised a response. The fifth elder took a portion of the clan to flee, while the second elder stayed behind to delay the inevitable. Chapter 23. The fall of the Lu family. The fifth elder's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he understood that time was of the essence. With a heavy heart, he hastily led his kin away. For the family, follow me in battle. After the clan's departure, the second elder, consumed by madness, charged alongside his brethren towards the White Horse Brigade with a fearless resolve. The brigade surged forward, trampling the earth, and after a single charge, countless members of the Lu family lay dead or wounded. With a decisive thrust, the second elder was sent flying by Zhao Yun's spear, collapsing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Zhao Yun swiftly passed him by, piercing his skull with another blow, leaving his lifeless body to succumb in a pool of blood. The Lu family fought valiantly, undeterred by death, desperately stalling the White Horse Brigade's advance to buy precious time for their fleeing kin. When did the court acquire such an elite cavalry? A fearsome force, capable of crushing its foes. Alas, the Lu family was doomed. After the annihilation of the Lu family, the White Horse Brigade took control of Xingyun City. 3 days later, the Xiang Yu army arrived, and the city fell entirely into Gu Tianxing's grasp. Subsequently, Zhao Yun issued a proclamation. Any soldiers of the Xingyun army who returned to Xingyun City would be pardoned for their past transgressions by His Highness the Crown Prince. This announcement stirred excitement among the hesitant Xingyun soldiers whose families awaited them in Xingyun County. If they could return, no one would need to hide away in fear, shunning the light of day. Could this be true? The court would not deceive us, would it? Regardless, my wife and children remain in Xingyun County. I must return. I have had enough of this life. Death is a small price to pay. Most of the Xingyun soldiers chose to return to Xingyun County, while some, still apprehensive, decided to wait and see. After half a month, the majority of the Xingyun army, numbering around 50,000 elite soldiers, returned. Zhao Yun did not disband the army but reported the situation to Gu Tianxing. The Wei Yuan army also entered Yang'an County, with over 70,000 troops, all incorporated under Gu Tianxing's command. He divided the Yang'an army, merging part of it with the Wei Yuan army to bolster its ranks to 100,000. While the remainder was absorbed into the Xingyun army, Gu Tianxing urged General Zhao to swiftly recruit troops to replenish the Xingyun army to a full strength of 100,000. With 2 formidable armies under his command, Gu Tianxing was in high spirits. Now equipped with elite forces and the White Horse Brigade, he felt invincible, leaving all his adversaries in the dust. My lord, the immediate priority is to swiftly conquer the remaining 3 counties and unify Yuezhou. The iron-blooded Marquis suggested a thunderous campaign to seize complete control of Yuezhou. Marquis, you and General Zhao shall act separately. Those who refuse to surrender shall be dealt with mercilessly. Gu Tianxing was determined to seize Yuezhou with utmost speed. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would meet their demise. The iron-blooded Marquis and Zhao Yun split their forces to assault the remaining 3 counties. The tide of fortune had turned, beyond the reach of human effort. Surrender now. Those who resist shall find only a path to death. Present your surrender documents and welcome the Imperial Army into the city. The Lu family has been vanquished, and the forces of Yuezhou no longer dare to resist. Fully aware of their reality, wherever the Grand Army marches, they surrender in fear. Meanwhile, the commendable news of Gu Tianxing reaches the Imperial Court, stirring fervent debates among officials. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has achieved an unprecedented feat and deserves substantial rewards. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is a prodigious talent, a blessing for the Great Qian. The Crown Prince truly embodies the qualities of a national heir, possessing remarkable abilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Some officials, advocating for Gu Tianxing's accolades, have remained unaffiliated with any faction, solely loyal to the Great Qian. Gu Tianxing's astonishing performance has captivated them, leading them to pledge their allegiance to him. At this juncture, the Prime Minister interjects, Your Majesty, General Wei Yuan has fought valiantly throughout his life. In light of his unfortunate demise for the nation, he should be honored with a grand burial, and his family rewarded. Gu Tianxing's report also mentions the valiant deaths of Sun Yuanshan and numerous commanders of the Wei Yuan army on the battlefield, with Sun Yuanshan and his confidant slain. The extraordinary circumstances of their demise are evident, yet with all evidence lost, in the Wei Yuan army far from Yuezhou, any intervention would be futile. Zhao Yiqing makes a valid point. A lavish burial for Sun Yuanshan and rewards for his family are hardly contentious. The emperor would not refuse. Your Majesty, given that the Lu family has been eradicated and the submission of Yuezhou is merely a matter of time, the Wei Yuan army is no longer required to remain in Yuezhou. I implore Your Majesty to command their return to Yangzhou. The Wei Yuan army is a formidable force cultivated with great effort by the Prime Minister. Even in Sun Yuanshan's death, he must retain control over this army. The sacrifice of General Wei Yuan for the nation means the army cannot be without a commander for even a single day. Which of you esteemed ministers believes can assume command of the Wei Yuan army? The emperor surveys the assembly, their fervor palpable. especially amongst several princes who have begun to scheme on how to secure the Wei Yuan army for themselves. Father, General Wang has fought for our nation for decades and has made significant contributions. He is the unequivocal choice for the commander of the Wei Yuan army. The first prince is the first to voice his opinion, noting that General Wang is a mid-stage practitioner of the law realm and has pledged allegiance to him long ago. Father, General Zhang is a seasoned warrior, undefeated in battle, and fully capable of leading the Wei Yuan army, the ninth prince asserts, unwilling to yield. Your Majesty, General Sun has led troops for years and possesses extensive military experience. He should rightly be appointed as the commander of the Wei Yuan army. At this moment, Zhao Yun also speaks, advocating for Sun Xian Mountain, a relative of Sun Yuanshan and a loyalist of Zhao Yun, to take command. This time, the first prince does not back down, supported wholeheartedly by the third prince, while the ninth prince is equally reluctant to relinquish the formidable Wei Yuan army, resulting in a heated debate among the three factions. The officials backing them rally in support, while the emperor's countenance darkens, clearly disregarded by the assembly. Silence. What kind of decorum is this? The emperor bellows, demanding quiet. The decision is made. General Sun will command the Wei Yuan army, while Generals Zhang and Wang will serve as his deputies. The emperor aims to prevent any single faction from dominating, intending for the three parties to continue their subtle rivalries within the Wei Yuan army. The Grand Prince wished to articulate further thoughts. Yet upon meeting the gaze of the third prince, he found himself compelled to withdraw. Securing a position as a deputy general was already a commendable achievement, even united. They could not contend with the chancellor. As the court assembly concluded, the attendees gradually departed. News of Gu Tianxing's resounding victory in Weizhou spread throughout the bustling streets and alleys of Daqian, inciting fervent jubilation among the populace. For a millennium, the imperial lineage had firmly entrenched itself in the hearts of the people, many of whom had grown accustomed to their rule. With the arrival of the crown prince's commendable tidings, the citizenry felt a shared sense of honor, and the entire nation rejoiced. Aha! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is both wise and formidable. He shall surely be the harbinger of Daqian's resurgence. With His Royal Highness as our heir, the realm is destined for renewal. With the Crown Prince among us, hope rekindles for the nation and for us all. Thus, Gu Tianxing's reputation began to subtly permeate the hearts of the citizens, who lauded him as the beacon of Daqian's future prosperity. Chapter 24. The pacification of Weizhou. Gu Tianxing remained unaware of his rapidly ascending prestige within the realm. He was currently engaged in discussions with the iron-blooded god Marquis and others regarding the eradication of the blood-slaughter sect. Wei Zhongxian had returned from Yuzhou, bringing with him intelligence concerning the hideout of the blood-slaughter sect, along with several medicinal formulas. These formulas were promptly delivered to the Medicine King, and it would not be long before they could concoct the necessary elixirs. The audacity of the blood-slaughter sect was astonishing, as they had chosen to conceal themselves within a seemingly inconspicuous village. According to information provided by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the stronghold of the blood-slaughter sect was indeed an unremarkable settlement. Troops were immediately dispatched to besiege them, with the imperative to annihilate them entirely. The iron-blooded god Marquis and Gue Hai Dao led an army of 10,000 Wei Yuan soldiers to obliterate the blood-slaughter sect, accompanied by Gu Xinghuan and Gu Luyan. It would be foolish to disregard such formidable forces, and Gu Tianxing was far from simple-minded. The grand army swiftly arrived at the village where the blood-slaughter sect was located, encircling it completely. Alarm! The imperial forces are upon us. Damn it! We have been discovered. We must flee at once. Follow me as we break through. Upon realizing the imminent arrival of the imperial troops, over 2,000 assassins of the blood-slaughter sect resolutely chose to break through the encirclement. Loose the arrows, strike them down. As soon as they emerged, they were met with a torrential downpour of arrows. Countless projectiles rained down from the sky, and many assassins were swiftly injured. The arrows were laced with poison, rendering those struck incapable of resistance in an instant. The arrows are poisoned. The assassins became increasingly cautious, wary of being hit. The training of these assassins was brutal. Akin to nurturing venomous insects, those who managed to survive and become assassins were far from ordinary. The arrows posed no significant threat to them, and a portion of the assassins was about to reach the ranks of the Grand Army. Bang! A powerful wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving dozens of the foremost assassins in two, resulting in immediate death. Kill! The assassins had long cultivated hearts of stone. Even witnessing their comrades perish before their eyes did not sway them, as they resolutely pressed on to breakthrough. Let us engage. Gu Xinghuan and his companions plunged into the battlefield, tolling the death knell for the blood slaughter sect and commencing their downfall. Some assassins managed to evade the slaughter by the iron-blooded god Marquis and his associates, yet they were relentlessly cornered and ultimately overwhelmed by the Wei Yuan army. After several hours of combat, the blood slaughter sect suffered catastrophic losses, with even 2 of their powerful assassins failing to escape, devoured by the iron-blooded god Marquis. Burn the village. The iron-blooded god Marquis commanded that a great fire be set to the entire village, reducing it to ashes, thereby eradicating the blood slaughter sect from existence. Upon their return to the prefectural governor's office, the iron-blooded god Marquis and his comrades reported to Gu Tianxing. With the obliteration of the blood slaughter sect, the 4 great powers that once dominated Yuezhou faded into obscurity, and Yuezhou was unified under Gu Tianxing's command. Having secured Yuezhou, Gu Tianxing wielded his sword with great decisiveness, leading to the downfall of countless local gentry, wealthy households, and influential clans. Their amassed wealth was seized by Gu Tianxing, and their lands were granted to his loyal soldiers. Simultaneously, Gu Tianxing abolished various onerous taxes, allowing the populace to swiftly regain their vitality. The 2 grand armies were replenished, and under Zhao Yun's leadership, vigorous training commenced. Your Highness, this is the boundary-breaking elixir that I have concocted. The apothecary king approached Gu Tianxing, having successfully concocted the mid-tier earth-grade breaking-through pill. The formula was procured from the Fengyan Pavilion, a place renowned for its willingness to sell such rare recipes, albeit at reasonable prices, as they could profit from repeated sales. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the esteemed apothecary king. Gu Tianxing was overjoyed. With the apothecary king as support, he would no longer fret over a lack of medicinal pills. After presenting 5 pills to Gu Tianxing, the apothecary king departed. After some contemplation, Gu Tianxing decided to bestow 2 pills upon the Yu family, who had tirelessly supported him during this period, alleviating his concerns regarding resources and contributing significantly to his endeavors. Furthermore, the Yu family managed the Canyue River on his behalf, necessitating a certain level of strength. The remaining 3 pills were entrusted to Shangguan Haiyang, whose cultivation was still too feeble compared to the likes of Gue Haidao. She needed to advance swiftly. Upon receiving the pills, the Yu family erupted in jubilant celebration. Initially, they believed it would take considerable time for Yu Lushu to break through to the law manifestation realm, but to their astonishment, just a few months had passed, and they had received 2 breaking through pills. Such mid-tier earth-grade pills were in high demand and nearly impossible to acquire, even if one were to exhaust their fortune. Gu Tianxing's generosity in gifting 2 pills left the Yu family profoundly grateful and even more steadfast in their allegiance. With such a princely favor bestowed upon them, they vowed to follow Gu Tianxing unconditionally, ready to brave any peril. Gu Tianxing had already established control over Yuezhou, surrounded by talented individuals and commanding 3 elite armies. His future was undeniably bright. Even if he were to fail in the pursuit of the throne, he could carve out his own dominion in Yuezhou. And the Yu family was eager to remain closely allied with this towering figure. News from the eastern families of Yunzhou continued to flow into Yuezhou, igniting a fury within Dongfangding. Cursed be it, I shall dismantle the Gu family scion piece by piece to alleviate my burning hatred. Dongfangding longed to rend Gu Tianxing asunder, to consume him alive. In the past, he would have led the eastern family into Yuezhou to eliminate Gu Tianxing. However, with Gu Tianxing now a formidable force, even the Lu family had fallen before him. To eliminate Gu Tianxing, one would require the intervention of the Yinyang realm for assured success, yet such beings were the keystones of every power and seldom acted without due cause. Should an unforeseen event befall a Yinyang practitioner, it would spell disaster for their respective factions. The winds of turmoil swept through Daqian. Yet no one dared to rise up and challenge the Gu clan's dominion. It was not that they lacked the desire, but rather the courage. As long as Gu Yuan remained, none would dare act recklessly. Any challenger would face certain doom at his hands. Should their own Yinyang realm be caught in a mutual destruction with Gu Yuan, all their efforts would merely serve to benefit others. No one would act so selflessly. Gu Yuan was acutely aware of his significance to the Gu clan, remaining hidden within the imperial city, fearful of being ambushed by the Yinyang practitioners of rival factions. Similarly, the Eastern family's Yinyang practitioners were bound to remain vigilant, ensuring their stronghold was secure to prevent any opportunistic incursions by their enemies. Neither did I dare to leave the Eastern family lightly, lest I fall prey to treachery. This matter will not be resolved without consequence. Dongfangding's gaze was chilling and sinister. He intended to make Gu Tianxing pay dearly. The situation in Yuzhou gradually stabilized under the formidable military might of Gu Tianxing, who quelled the anger of the martial world, compelling them to comply wholeheartedly. Those who dared to defy would find themselves deprived of even a chance to rest in peace. Gu Tianxing was reluctant to return to the imperial city so soon, for he held reservations about the royal family and wished to amass sufficient strength in Yuzhou before making his return. Chapter 25. Defy the imperial decree. Gu Tianxing aspired to establish Yuanzhou as his stronghold, ensuring his invincibility. A few days later, Sun Xianyun, Wang Tianyang, and Zhang Lianfeng entered Yuanzhou, brandishing the imperial edict as they made their way directly to the Wei Yuan army, intent on usurping control from Gu Tianxing. They were acutely aware that Gu Tianxing would not readily relinquish command, so they aimed to act decisively and secure authority over the Wei Yuan forces. United in purpose, the three did not hinder one another. As they approached the military camp, they were promptly intercepted by soldiers of the Wei Yuan army. This is a restricted area. Retreat at once. The camp resonated with the thunderous sounds of battle cries, and the patrolling soldiers exuded an aura of iron and blood. Unmistakably elite warriors forged by countless battles. The trio's hearts surged with fervor, already envisioning themselves at the helm of the Wei Yuan army. We have come on imperial command to take over the Wei Yuan army. Summon all commanders to greet us at once. They emanated an aura of the law manifestation realm, brandishing the edict, their voices echoing throughout the camp. I shall report to General Zhao. Please wait here, a soldier responded, not daring to delay. Zhao Yun had already sensed their presence the moment they unleashed their law manifestation aura. He did not wait for the soldier's report but instead soared to stand before them. Though Zhao Yun concealed his cultivation and aura, Sun Xianyun and his companions still felt the depth of his power, their hearts sinking. It appeared that their attempt to commandeer the Wei Yuan army would not unfold smoothly. Sun Xianyun stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. General, we have come on imperial decree to take command of the Wei Yuan army. Here's the edict. We kindly ask you to hand over the forces to us. Unable to gauge Zhao Yun's true strength, they opted to employ courtesy before coercion. Armed with the edict, they felt confident that Zhao Yun would not dare to oppose them. Where's the edict? Zhao Yun inquired. At his words, Sun Xianyun presented the document. Zhao Yun accepted it, perusing its contents, which indeed confirmed their authority to assume command of the Wei Yuan army. He returned the edict to Sun Xianyun, his tone resolute. The Wei Yuan army currently falls under the command of His Highness the Crown Prince. To take over, you must first obtain His Highness's consent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Xianyun and his companions soured considerably. Their intention was to bypass Gu Tianxing entirely. They had no intention of consulting him. The Emperor's decree is here. Do you dare to defy it, General? Sun Xuanyun's voice grew stern as the trio unleashed their imposing aura, pressing towards Zhao Yun. Unfazed, Zhao Yun's aura surged explosively, breaking through their pressure in an instant. The trio's pupils constricted in shock, and they hastily withdrew their aura. Recognizing that further confrontation would only lead to humiliation, their expressions were a tapestry of astonishment, disbelief, and disappointment. They had never anticipated that Gu Tianxing would possess a formidable general at the peak of the law manifestation realm, thwarting their plans. Very well. We shall pay a visit to the Crown Prince, they conceded, realizing they had no alternative but to confront Gu Tianxing. Upon arriving at the governor's mansion, they were swiftly escorted to meet Gu Tianxing. As they entered, Gu Tianxing presided over the assembly, flanked by the iron-bowled God Marquis and Wei Zhongxian on either side. Sun Xianyun pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Tianyang pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Lianfeng paid a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince. The three men bowed respectfully to Gu Tianxing. After surveying the trio with a discerning gaze, Gu Tianxing commanded, "At ease. Thank you, Your Highness." He did not invite them to take a seat, but instead lifted his teacup, savoring the tea with a calm demeanor. The atmosphere grew rather uncomfortable. Sun Xianshan produced an imperial edict and announced, "Your Highness, we are here under orders to take command of the Wei Yuan army. This is the decree." Setting his teacup down, Gu Tianxing replied nonchalantly, "I am aware. You may return." The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had misheard him. Sun Xianshan sought confirmation. "Your Highness, we are here under imperial command to take charge of the Wei Yuan army. We request your cooperation." Gu Tianxing replied coolly, "A general in the field is not bound by the Emperor's command. I have my own arrangements for the Wei Yuan army, and there is no need for your concern." They exchanged glances, realizing Gu Tianxing intended to defy the edict. They had anticipated various tactics to thwart their command of the army. Yet they were astonished by the Crown Prince's audacity to openly resist the decree. Did the Crown Prince truly wish to defy the Emperor's orders? Sun Xianshan's group adopted a hostile tone, pressing forward. Such insolence! There is a distinction between sovereign and subjects. Your Highness is the heir of the Great Qian. Do you comprehend the grave sin you invite by acting against the Emperor? With a thunderous reprimand, the iron-willed Marquis unleashed his formidable aura, filling the hall with an overwhelming presence. Sun Xianshan and his companions felt as though they were but a fragile boat tossed upon tumultuous seas, at the mercy of impending waves. We harbor no intention of offending your Highness. We are merely executing our orders, Sun Xianshan retorted loudly. Armed with the authority of the imperial edict, regardless of the crown princess' intentions, the emperor still reigned. And the fate of the Great Qian did not rest solely in the crown prince's hands. Alas, how regrettable that General Sun and his companions journeyed so far to Lizhou, only to be met with the assassination by the blood-slaughter sect. It truly gives me pause, Gu Tianxing lamented before turning to depart. The trio remained momentarily stunned by his words, and by the time they regained their senses, Gu Tianxing had already exited the hall. Now on high alert, they drew upon their inner strength, never anticipating Gu Tianxing's audacity to such an extent, not only defying the edict but also daring to attack them. With a resounding crash, the iron-willed Marquis unleashed a devastating palm strike towards Sun Xianshan, his formidable energy sealing off their surroundings. Sun Xianshan, with no avenue for evasion, summoned all his strength to counter. The clash echoed through the hall, but Sun Xianshan struggled under the overwhelming force, spewing forth blood as he staggered backward. The iron-willed Marquis seized the retreating Sun Xianshan, employing his suction technique to forcibly draw out Sun Xianshan's vitality and essence. Sun Xianshan found himself immobilized, powerless to escape the Marquis' grasp despite exerting all his might. Sensing his life force rapidly depleting, panic surged within him as he called out for salvation from Wang Tianong and the others. Help me, please. Without hesitation, Wang Tianong and his companion charged towards the iron-willed Marquis, aware that should Sun Xianshan fall, they would be next. They were now bound together in this perilous struggle. With a swift motion, Wei Zhangxian intercepted them, preventing any interference with the iron-willed Marquis. The ensuing chaos echoed with the sounds of their conflict. In a fierce confrontation, several individuals clashed, their violent exchange resulting in the destruction of the Grand Hall and the collapse of the surrounding structures, leading them outside. Moments later, upon witnessing the demise of Sun Xianshan, Wang Tianyong and his companion dared not linger any longer. After feigning a move, they hastily turned to flee. Suddenly, a formidable wave of blade energy surged from the heavens, forcing the two back. With a swift motion, the iron-blooded Marquis drew them closer, rendering them immobile as they helplessly observed their vitality and cultivation being siphoned away. Following two anguished cries at the brink of death, they soon joined Sun Xianshan in the afterlife. Chapter 26. The Taxation Crisis. The Emperor, under the mistaken belief that Gu Tianxing remained the same as before, assumed that a single imperial decree would compel him to comply. Little did he realize that Gu Tianxing had transformed into a figure far removed from his former self. Was it not the crown prince who orchestrated the assassination? Gu Xinghuan sensed that Gu Tianxing's methods were exceedingly radical, and such actions might provoke a backlash. In tumultuous times, stringent measures must be employed. Only through decisive actions can the waning fortunes of Daqian be revitalized. Gu Luyan did not perceive Gu Tianxing's tactics as cruel. Indeed, without a ruthless approach, how could one secure the throne? Yuezhou had entered a rare period of peaceful development. Despite Gu Tianxing's lack of exceptional talents in governance, the region remained orderly and prosperous. The populace's desires were quite simple: sustenance during the day and comfort at night, allowing them to live their lives in tranquility. As long as the officials did not disturb the citizens, they could thrive. Gu Tianxing merely needed to manage the officials and the forces of the underworld, ensuring they did not interfere with the common people, thus effectively ruling Yuezhou. The common folk were indifferent to who the emperor was or whose dominion it was. Such matters were of no concern to them. Even if Daqian were to fall, the mountains and rivers of its territory would endure, merely under a different sovereign. Soon after, news of the deaths of Sun Xianshan and his companions in Yuezhou, who failed to seize control of the Wei Yuan army, reached the court, causing a considerable uproar. Your Majesty, General Sun and his men have fought valiantly for the nation, dedicating their lives to martial exploits. To perish so inexplicably in Yuezhou, We beseech you to take action on their behalf." Zhao Yun expressed his grief and indignation, as though he had lost a beloved son. The court officials, seasoned in their cunning, were acutely aware that the crown prince was behind these events. The crown prince, who commanded the Wei Yuan army, had orchestrated the power grab in Yuezhou, and the suspicious deaths of Sun Xianshan and his companions were plainly the result of his treachery. Your Majesty, the deaths of General Sun and his companions cannot be overlooked. The crown prince must bear responsibility. We implore you to hold him accountable. Your Majesty, the circumstances surrounding their demise are far from simple and are inextricably linked to the crown prince. Your Majesty, witnesses have reported seeing General Sun and his companions enter the governor's residence, never to emerge again. It is evident that the crown prince has plotted their demise. The factions aligned with the chancellor rose in solidarity, seeking to implicate Gu Tianxing in the deaths of Sun Xianshan and his companions, though they were not entirely unjustified in doing so. Aside from the chancellor's faction, the rest remained passive. The first prince and the ninth prince, increasingly uncertain of the crown prince's character, chose to observe the unfolding events in silence. Convey the decree. The crown prince is to return to the imperial city immediately. Faced with pressure from the chancellor's faction, the emperor had no choice but to command Gu Tianxing's return. He also viewed this as an opportunity to regain control over Gu Tianxing, who he felt was slipping from his grasp. A shadow loomed over the emperor's heart. Should Gu Tianxing discover that it was he who had orchestrated the death of his mother, the consequence would be dire. When the imperial envoy arrived in Yuezhou, they were unable to even catch a glimpse of Gu Tianxing. The crown prince is unwell and requires solitude. No one is to disturb him. The iron-blooded god general received the envoy, providing a pretext to prevent them from meeting Gu Tianxing. Although the imperial envoy was a trusted confidant of the emperor, he was acutely aware that circumstances often dictated actions. He dared not act recklessly in Weizhou, otherwise he would be following the unfortunate examples set by Sun Xianshan and others. Given that the crown prince was unwell, the envoy humbly refrained from intruding, as this was the emperor's command, which he respectfully requested to be conveyed to the crown prince. The envoy, exhibiting a demeanor of cordiality, handed the imperial edict to the iron-willed marquis. It was imperative to maintain amicability. Offending the crown prince would render him unable to exit Weizhou unscathed. Your efforts are appreciated, esteemed envoy, the iron-willed marquis said with a smile as he accepted the edict. Once the edict was delivered to the crown prince, the envoy hastily departed from Yuezhou, as if it were a place fraught with peril that warranted no lingering. The iron-willed marquis did not hinder his departure, allowing him to leave in peace. Gu Tianxing perused the edict and, as anticipated, found himself reprimanded by the emperor, who ordered him to return to the imperial city immediately. After reading the edict, Gu Tianxing was unfazed and set it aside. He decided to publicly announce that he was beset by health issues and required seclusion for recuperation. Gu Tianxing intended to use his alleged illness as a pretext to decline returning to the imperial city. Until he possessed strength capable of contending with the forces of the Yinyang realm, he would not return, despite the royal family's assurances of unwavering support, which he did not trust. Only those summoned by the system could earn his faith, as they were unlikely to betray him. Gu Tianxing's refusal to return incited the emperor's wrath. This ungrateful son! I should have shown no mercy and spared his life, the emperor fumed, his anger boiling over at Gu Tianxing's defiance, which threatened to undermine his authority as both ruler and father. I shall strip him of his title as crown prince, the emperor declared ominously, determined to ensure Gu Tianxing faced consequences. At that moment, an envoy from the royal family arrived, requesting the emperor's presence at the Gu clan's domain. The emperor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, could not afford to dismiss their summons. Though he was the emperor, he understood that the Daqian belonged to the royal lineage, of which he was a part, and the royal family possessed the power to depose him. Shortly thereafter, the emperor left the royal estate, his spirit crushed after receiving a severe reprimand from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan admonished him to maintain a low profile, or else he would be compelled to abdicate in favor of another. The chilling words of Gu Yuan left the emperor in a state of trepidation, fully aware that he could not resist the royal family's will. While the prospect of being deposed might entail some complications, the prospect of being eliminated in secret would be effortless. Should he provoke the royal family, they could orchestrate his demise at any moment, selecting a new sovereign in his stead. In that instant, the emperor's thoughts shifted entirely away from Gu Tianxing, consumed by an overwhelming dread. The court was abuzz with the ramifications of Gu Tianxing's defiance. The prime minister's faction seized the opportunity to condemn Gu Tianxing, propagating the narrative that he had disregarded the court and the emperor, amassing power with the intention of rebellion. Soon thereafter, a momentous event rocked Dian, effectively overshadowing Gu Tianxing's affair. The greedy wolf mercenary corps audaciously absconded with the tax revenues from the 3 provinces of Dian. How could they dare to act so brazenly? The greedy wolf mercenary corps had committed heinous atrocities in Dian, leaving behind a trail of unspeakable carnage that could not go unpunished. The court has yet to dispatch troops to eradicate them. What further delay is acceptable? As this news spread throughout the grand empire of Dian, countless citizens were filled with righteous indignation. The greedy wolf mercenary corps consists of individuals who disregard the rule of law and spill blood with abandon, having once slaughtered an entire city of over 100,000 souls, leaving the realm in shock. For years, Dian has been in pursuit of the greedy wolf mercenary corps, yet they move like the wind, and with the foundation of Dian crumbling, the hunt has yielded no results. With the mercenary group striking once more, they have committed an extraordinary crime, seizing the tax revenues of 3 provinces, compelling Dian to respond decisively. Chapter 27. The mercenary corps in the vast territories of the Great Qian. Taxes are collected every 5 years. Currently, most of the major states are fragmented, controlled by various factions that pay lip service while defying authority, resulting in a meager tax revenue. The tax revenue from the 3 states is crucial for the Great Qian, whose treasury is nearly empty and desperately needs this influx of funds. With the recent plundering by the greedy wolf mercenary corps, how could the Great Qian simply turn a blind eye? Immediate and decisive action must be taken to annihilate the greedy wolf mercenary corps. Otherwise, it would only serve to expose the weakness of the Great Qian to other factions. Should they band together to attack, the very foundation of the Great Qian could crumble. The question arises, how will the royal family respond? If they mishandle the situation, the Great Qian could face disintegration. Does the current Great Qian possess the capability to eradicate the greedy wolf mercenary corps? Various factions are watching the unfolding drama. Should the Great Qian appear weak, they would not hesitate to strike first, seeking to overturn the realm. Within the royal hall, nearly 100 members of the Gu clan have gathered, all at the level of. The atmosphere is stifling, and the air seems thick with tension. Once everyone is assembled, Gu Yuan speaks. The greedy wolf mercenary corps has returned, seizing the tax revenue from the 3 states. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Great Qian, and they must be eradicated with overwhelming force. Otherwise, our nation's stability will be jeopardized. Everyone understands the ramifications of this event for the Great Qian. The tax revenue is secondary. Elder, this may be a calculated provocation by those with ulterior motives. They might have further schemes in play, warns Gu Xiaodian, his expression grave. He believes this is a conspiracy against the royal family, possibly involving collusion between factions within the Great Qian and the greedy wolf mercenary corps aimed at undermining the royals. Even if we know it is a trap, we must take action. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen for us. What if it is indeed the enemy's conspiracy? They will only plunge further into chaos. If we cannot resolve the greedy wolf mercenary corps issue, other factions will see our vulnerability and converge upon us, putting the Great Qian in peril. Elder, your safety is paramount to the survival of the Great Qian. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Allow us to confront the greedy wolf mercenary corps, Gu Xiaotian insists, volunteering for the task. Gu Yuan is the pillar of the royal family, and his safety cannot be compromised. Should anything happen to Gu Yuan, other factions would act without hesitation. The 3 leaders of the greedy wolf mercenary corps are all late-stage experts, accompanied by numerous formidable fighters, each a ruthless killer. If Gu Yuan does not intervene, it will be no easy feat for the others to eliminate them. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. Gu Yuan understands the heavy responsibility he bears and cannot afford to take unnecessary risks himself, delegating the task to others within the royal family. These princes have their own backing. They can join the fray. As direct descendants of the royal line, it is their duty to act. The first prince and his kin possess certain factions that can provide support. With their assistance, the royal family's burden will be alleviated significantly. Let it be so. Gu Yuan consents to the proposal. The implications of the tax revenue theft are too significant, even drawing the attention of Gu Tianxing. Your Highness, the Great Qian is in danger. If we do not resolve this matter swiftly, it may very well lead to our downfall. The iron-blooded Marquis is also acutely aware of the precarious situation. The Great Qian hangs by a thread, teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon learning of the situation, Gu Xinghuan and his companion bid farewell to Gu Tianxing and return to the royal family. Both are formidable warriors at the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm, indispensable assets to the royal lineage. It is imperative that we possess our own yin-yang realm experts. Only with such formidable individuals can we truly be considered a top-tier force. Tianxing is in urgent need of powerful cultivators from the yin-yang realm. The Iron-Boned God Marquis is the most promising candidate under Tianxing's command to break through to the yin-yang realm in the near future. The enhanced star-sucking technique not only allows him to absorb the true essence and vitality of others, but also enables him to devour all things. During this time, the Medicine King has concocted numerous earth-grade elixirs, all of which have been consumed by the Iron-Boned God Marquis to elevate his cultivation. Tianxing is preparing for multiple summoning attempts, believing that a single summoning may not suffice to call forth a yin-yang realm expert. In Yuzhou, Huayang City is a scene of carnage. Corpses litter the ground and rivers of blood flow as hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens lie slain, with not a soul surviving. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. This massacre truly intoxicates the senses. Time is of the essence. We must condense this flesh and blood into blood pearls. The Huayang City has been assaulted by the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, resulting in the death of over 100,000 citizens. Within the county office, the three leaders of the Greedy Wolf mercenary group are deliberating their next course of action. Eldest brother, the royal family has departed the imperial city. We can make our move now. The forces of Qian are colluding with the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, providing them with intelligence. The news of the royal family's departure reached them promptly. Let us transport these supplies away. The royal family poses no real threat. The chief leader's gaze is filled with disdain, a cruel smile gracing his lips. In the past, he would have held some trepidation towards the royal family. But having recently broken through to the yin-yang realm, he now fears them no more. His only concern is Gu Yuan. Yet Gu Yuan is unlikely to leave the imperial city. Moreover, he has reached an understanding with other factions. Should Gu Yuan dare to leave the city, the yin-yang realm experts from various forces would join forces to eliminate him. The Greedy Wolf mercenary group remains entrenched in Huayang City, where the blood of tens of thousands has already been spilled. Gu Xiaoyun's chest heaves with fury, burning with rage as he longs to eradicate the Greedy Wolf mercenary group without delay. He mobilizes the Windling army to Huayang City to encircle and annihilate the mercenaries. Although they are enraged, they refrain from acting rashly. The Greedy Wolf mercenary group numbers in the thousands and includes over a dozen experts in the Dharma manifestation realm. To decisively obliterate the Greedy Wolf mercenary group, they require military support. The Windling army is one of the two major forces under the Emperor's command, strictly adhering to the Emperor's orders. Soon, the Windling army receives the Emperor's command and swiftly heads towards Huayang City, with other royal members also hastening to the scene. 7 days later, 31 experts in the Dharma manifestation realm from the royal family gather, with Gu Luyun and Gu Xingwen arriving to partake in this battle. Truly, the royal family is impressive, possessing profound foundational strength. With such formidable forces deployed, can they vanquish the Greedy Wolf mercenary group? Ha ha ha, let the battle commence. May they suffer mutual destruction. Countless factions have descended upon Huayang City, eager to witness this grand conflict. With a commanding shout from General Huang Tianzhu of the Windling army, the forces surged forth to besiege the city. Kill! Gu Xiaodian and his comrades soared over the city walls, the first to breach the defenses. Ha ha ha, splendid arrival. The second and third leaders, alongside 15 members of the Greedy Wolf mercenary corps, confronted the imperial faction, igniting a fierce battle. Charge in! The Windling army relentlessly battered the city walls, while the Greedy Wolf mercenary corps astonishingly chose to relinquish their hold on the fortifications, allowing the main force to invade the city. The feast of slaughter has commenced. Let us indulge in a day of carnage. Keek, come forth, come forth. Chapter 28. The Du family. The clash between the two factions erupted violently, the sounds of battle reverberating disturbingly, shattering the clouds above. Gu Xingwen and his companions engaged fiercely with the enemy, their murderous intent palpable. The Wolf mercenary group was no match for the royal family. Why did the Wolf mercenary group remain in Huayang City, granting the royal family the opportunity to encircle them? There was something peculiar about the mercenaries. Why had their leader not yet made an appearance? Spectators were baffled. The Wolf mercenary group could have fled Huayang City long ago, yet they chose to stay, seemingly luring the royals into their trap. Many believed they were prepared for a direct confrontation, but after some time in battle, the wolf mercenary group found themselves at a disadvantage. The situation in the battlefield of the Dharma realm was particularly precarious, with defeat looming. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Windling army had lost over 20,000 men, while the wolf mercenary group suffered thousands of casualties as well. Gu Xiaodian and his allies had effectively suppressed the mercenaries in the Dharma realm, with their second-in-command and others desperately defending, the outcome becoming increasingly clear. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in the ears of all present, causing their hearts to shudder, sensing an impending threat. In an instant, Gu Xiaodian was sent flying by a single palm strike. His body exploded mid-air, scattering blood across the sky. Xiaodian, Gu Xinghuan and the others' eyes widened in horror as they gazed upon the formidable leader who had appeared on the battlefield. Oh no, it's the Yinyang realm. The wolf mercenaries have broken through. Everyone flee. We have fallen into their trap. Split up. Gu Xinghuan and his companions felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, shivers running down their spines. Faced with the power of the Yinyang realm, they were akin to ants, utterly powerless. Each chose a different direction to escape, for it was their only chance of survival. How Navi? A mocking expression appeared on the leader's face. Without entering the Yinyang realm, one could never grasp its true might. Boom. The leader's oppressive aura emanated from the Yinyang realm, shaking the very earth, enveloping the battlefield and subduing all within it. Gu Xinghuan and his companions felt as though they were trapped in quicksand, unable to move. The leader unleashed several streams of true energy, instantly obliterating several members of the royal family, leaving no trace behind. Was this the power of the Yinyang realm? It was utterly terrifying. No wonder forces led by those of the Yinyang realm were feared and respected, instilling a sense of despair. So formidable. The Dharma realm had no means of resistance against such power. Onlookers were left speechless, their souls trembling, as they witnessed the unparalleled terror of the Yinyang realm for the first time. They finally comprehended why only those with representatives of the Yinyang realm could dominate a region. Standing as steadfast as a mountain. The chilling cries of despair echoed continuously, sending shivers down spines. The royal family's over 30 Dharma realm practitioners were annihilated, with none escaping. Boom. The leader's palm descended, manifesting a colossal hand that loomed over the Windling army, ready to strike. Puffed. Hiss. Before the hand could land, some soldiers of the Windling army could not withstand the pressure and were crushed. Bang. A colossal hand descended heavily, raising the surroundings to the ground and creating a vast pit in the shape of a palm, where over 2,000 soldiers perished under its weight. Kill. The second leader and his comrades surged onto the battlefield. With no one from the law manifestation realm to impede them, they swept through like tigers among sheep, unleashing a tempest of slaughter. It was over. The royal family suffered grievously, their vitality severely diminished. Who could have anticipated that the greedy wolf would breach the Yinyang realm? The royal family's defeat was indeed justified. As the battle concluded, spectators dispersed, and as they spread the news, a tremendous storm soon erupted within the Great Qian. The royal family had lost dozens of law manifestation realm warriors, and they would surely not let this transgression go unavenged. A desperate confrontation with the greedy wolf mercenary group was inevitable. The fact that the greedy wolf mercenary group possessed a member in the Yinyang realm was far from auspicious. How would the royal family respond? All factions turned their gaze towards the royal family, anticipating a decisive battle against the greedy wolf mercenary group. Within the royal palace, a somber atmosphere enveloped the hall, each individual feeling a weight akin to Mount Tai pressing upon their hearts. Gu Yuan appeared considerably aged, his spirit and vitality almost entirely drained. This loss had left the royal family severely wounded, particularly the deaths of Gu Xiaodian, Gu Xinghuan, and Gu Luyan. They were not only late-stage law manifestation realm warriors, the backbone of the royal family, but also held a glimmer of hope for breaking into the Yinyang realm. With their demise in this single battle, the royal family was left in profound anguish, their very spine shattered. Gu Yuan, summoning his strength to maintain order, realized that Great Qian had reached a critical juncture for survival. All eyes were upon him, and he could not falter. Seek out the whereabouts of the greedy wolf mercenary group, and report back to me immediately upon discovery, he stated with a calm demeanor. Yet everyone discerned the overwhelming murderous intent beneath his words. One by one, the members of the royal family departed, each embarking on their own missions. Following the battle in Huayang City, the greedy wolf mercenary group vanished, concealing themselves. To hide tens of thousands was no trivial task. Yet the greedy wolf mercenary group accomplished it with ease, undoubtedly aided by the protective cover of Great Qian's influences. Word reached Weizhou, and Gu Tianxing's expression turned grave. The situation grew increasingly dire for the royal family, and it posed a threat to him as well. He was still in the process of accumulating power, and the royal family could not afford to falter at this juncture. Otherwise, he, as the royal prince, would also face retribution. "Your Highness, we have located the Du family," reported Shangguan Haidang, who informed him that members of the Du family had arrived in Yueshou and sought to meet Gu Tianxing through the covert agents of the Hulong Mountain Villa. "Bring them to me." Gu Tianxing no longer felt the fervent urgency he once had in seeking the Du family. Perhaps it was merely an obsession from his predecessor. However, now occupying the body of his former self, he had no qualms about ensuring the Du family's well-being, allowing them a comfortable life. Shangguan Haidang soon returned, accompanied by a robust man. Upon seeing the imposing figure, Gu Tianxing's heart raced, and his eyes glistened with moisture. This was likely the influence of his predecessor. The visitor was his uncle, who had showered him with affection since childhood. Gu Tianxing quickly rose to greet him, his voice quivering with emotion. "It's wonderful to see you, uncle. You are still alive." Seeing Gu Tianxing once more, Zhao Yun was equally moved. "I never expected to have the chance to see His Highness the Prince again." Gu Tianxing grasped Zhao Yun's hand as they entered the hall, and their emotions gradually settled. "Uncle, where have you been all these years? Why did you not reach out to me?" Gu Tianxing voiced his confusion. Zhao Yun elucidated. "We were persecuted by the emperor and had no choice but to hide in a remote mountain forest, remaining in the shadows. The emperor's hostility towards the Du family inevitably meant that he would assign individuals to surveil His Highness the Crown Prince. Thus we dared not initiate contact." Gu Tianxing nodded gently. The Du family's ability to support Gu Xinghai in seizing the throne indicated that they were not merely individuals of valor without strategy. Their decision to refrain from contacting Gu Tianxing was indeed prudent. Chapter 29. The trap. Zhao Yun continued. "Not long ago, we were profoundly shaken by the news regarding His Highness the Crown Prince in Yueshou, prompting my family to send me here to establish contact." Gu Tianxing inquired, "Uncle, what is your current situation?" "Yueshou is now under my control," Gu Tianxing replied. "There is no need for you to hide anymore. You can live openly in Yueshou." Gu Tianxing had acquired the capability to protect the Du family, no longer fearing the emperor. Zhao Yun felt a surge of relief. The child who once playfully clung to him could now shelter them from the storm. His younger sister, resting in the depths of the underworld, could finally find peace. "Your Highness, we have lived in isolation for many years. My father's condition has deteriorated significantly, and upon hearing of your presence in Yueshou, he wishes to see you one last time." Zhao Yun revealed his purpose for coming. His father, Du Feng, was nearing the end of his days, longing to see his cherished grandson before departing. "Uncle, I shall send Ye Wang and Cheng Shifei with you to bring grandfather and the others to Yueshou," Gu Tianxing declared. Unwilling to leave Yueshou himself, but capable of sending others to fetch the Du family, Yao Wang could preserve Du Feng's life, while Cheng Shifei would serve as their protector. "Very well, we shall also make our way to Yueshou," Zhao Yun agreed, as the Du family had already resolved to align themselves with Gu Tianxing. Cheng Shifei and his companions swiftly led 1,000 cavalrymen to ensure the Du family's safe passage to Yueshou. 3 days later, Shangguan Haidang returned to report to Gu Tianxing. "Your Highness, the Yu family has sent word that some water bandits have emerged on the Xiang Yu River, jeopardizing the safety of our waterways. Among these bandits are those of the law manifestation realm, which the Yu family finds difficult to contend with. We request your assistance in dispatching troops." The Yu family had recently received the boundary-breaking pill as a reward from Gu Tianxing, enabling Yu Lishu and Elder San to successfully break through to the law manifestation realm. However, the situation was beyond their capabilities, and Gu Tianxing could not afford to be negligent. He ordered General Zhao to eliminate the water bandits, ensuring the waterways remained undisturbed, as they were his primary source of wealth. Over half a month later, Cheng Shifei and his party returned to Yueshou, bringing with them over 100 members of the Du family. Zhao Yun and Du Feng promptly arrived at the county governor's office, where Gu Tianxing personally welcomed them. Du Feng had once been a formidable figure. Otherwise, the Du family could not have commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and supported Gu Xinghai's ascent to power. In the past, during the battle against Daliang, Du Feng and the Daliang forces had both suffered grievous losses. Now, he was nearing the end of his strength. Cough, cough, cough. Du Feng coughed incessantly, as if that was the only way to find some relief. Gu Tianxing felt a pang of sorrow and turned to Sun Simiao, asking, "Yao Wang, is my grandfather's condition treatable?" Sun Simiao had already tended to Du Feng, Otherwise, he would not have survived the arduous journey to Yuezhou. Your Highness, General Du's injuries can be healed, but it will require some time, he replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun and Du Feng were filled with unbridled joy. Utterly astonished that the Yao Wang could indeed heal Du Feng, Tianxing also felt a sense of happiness. Saving Du Feng would allow him to fulfill a lingering desire from his past life. From today onward, the Medicine King shall devote himself entirely to treating my grandfather, striving to cure him as swiftly as possible. Tianxing never doubted the medical prowess of Sun Simiao, firmly believing that if healing was possible, it would be achieved. Your Highness, I require some rare celestial herbs and treasures that are not found within the treasury. The treasury was fully open to Sun Simiao, allowing him to take whatever he needed. Yet some specific herbs required for Du Feng's treatment were absent and would need Tianxing's ingenuity to procure. Do not hesitate to specify the herbs you need. I shall arrange for them to be obtained. Sun Simiao nodded, promptly writing down his requirements and handing the list to Tianxing. After a glance, Tianxing passed it to Wei Zhongxian, instructing, Master Wei, please visit the Fengyun Pavilion and procure these celestial herbs and treasures. Tianxing was disinclined to search for them himself, delegating the task to Wei Zhongxian for acquisition. Your command shall be obeyed. Subsequently, Tianxing arranged for the Du family and the Medicine King commenced the restoration of Du Feng's health. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed in the Great Qian, with various factions stirring restlessly. The royal family was engaged in a relentless pursuit of the whereabouts of the greedy wolf mercenary group, and it appeared that other powers had discerned the royal family's vulnerabilities, sharpening their blades and preparing to strike. In Yunzhou, the Eastern aristocracy was engaged in dialogue with the venerable Dongfang Lei of the Eastern clan. The royal family had been driven to a desperate corner, leaving them vulnerable to a decisive blow. A glimmer of ambition sparked in Dongfang Lei's eyes. The plan to seize the tax revenues from the three provinces was a direct assault on the royal family. Not only the Eastern clan, but also the Zhao clan. The Huanyuan sect and other factions were complicit in this scheme. Remember your promises. To incentivize the greedy wolf mercenary group's involvement, several factions have pledged substantial rewards. Without such assurances, they would not exert themselves so fervently. Fear not, once Guyuan falls, the entire Great Qian shall be ours. And we shall not lack for your benefits, Dongfang Lei assured fervently, though in his heart, he resolved to eliminate the greedy wolf mercenary group alongside their enemies. The greedy wolf mercenary group, known for their brutality and lack of control, posed the greatest threat. And the most prudent course was to eradicate them entirely to prevent future repercussions. Half a month later, the royal family finally traced the greedy wolf mercenary group's location. They were concealed at the border between Yunzhou and Jingzhou, and the news swiftly reached Guyuan. Upon receiving the intelligence, Guyuan fell into contemplation, suspecting it might be a ruse to draw him into a trap. It was even possible that the greedy wolf mercenary group had colluded with other factions within Great Qian, laying a grave for him. Clan leader, this is evidently the enemy's scheme aimed directly at you. Do not fall into their trap. Clan leader, you must not take such risks. Clan leader, let us go. The royal family urged Guyuan to remain in the capital. The royal authority had withstood the test of time in Great Qian for millennia, possessing certain means that could threaten even the realm of Yinyang. And they could fight to the death. Guyuan must not jeopardize himself. There is no need for further discussion. This battle is inevitable. Should I fail to return, you must immediately proceed to Yuezhou and support the crown prince in ascending the throne there. I will leave behind a contingency to deal with the emperor. Guyuan had no choice but to proceed, fully aware that he was venturing into a perilous den. Yet he also understood the gravity of his mission and made careful arrangements. The news of Guyuan's departure from the imperial city swiftly stirred countless factions, all of whom cast their gaze upon the location of the greedy wolf mercenary corps. Within the prime minister's residence, the lights blazed brightly as Zhao Yun commanded. Prepare the troops to be ready to enter the imperial city at any moment. Various forces sharpened their blades, poised to strike. Once the confirmation of Guyuan's demise was received, they would immediately march into the imperial city, seizing the initiative. The crown prince and his allies found themselves unable to eat or sleep in peace, for if Guyuan were to fall in battle, they would face reckoning at the hands of other factions. Inside the palace, the emperor was virtually under house arrest by the royal family. The moment news of Guyuan's death arrived, it would signal the end of his reign. The emperor was restless, feeling a constant prickling unease. He was compelled to inscribe a decree of succession, designating Tianxing as his heir. He understood that with Gu Yuan's demise, his own fate would inevitably follow, leaving him in a state of profound trepidation. Chapter 30. Playing into the trap, hoping that the royal family could endure a little longer. Gu Tianxing received news of Gu Yuan's solitary journey to the greedy wolf mercenary corps. He wished for Gu Yuan's safe return to the imperial city. 3 months had passed since the iron-bellied god general entered seclusion, and while there were occasional fluctuations emanating from the place of his retreat, a breakthrough still required time. Having accumulated 3 months' worth of summoning opportunities, Gu Tianxing planned to continue amassing these chances, though the likelihood of summoning a powerful being from the Yinyang realm thrice was slim. Under the treatment of the herbal king, Du Feng was gradually recovering. Should he fully regain his strength, he would return to the level of the Yinyang realm. Gu Tianxing now lacked only a bit of time, hoping the royal family could secure this crucial period for him. After Gu Yuan departed from the imperial city, he quickly vanished, his whereabouts becoming a mystery. Infuriatingly, Gu Yuan had seemingly disappeared. His target was the greedy wolf mercenary corps. He would undoubtedly appear there. Gu Yuan, being cunning and resourceful, was not easily dealt with. The loss of Gu Yuan's trail sent many factions into a state of tension, fearing that their plans might be thwarted. Numerous powers congregated at the greedy wolf mercenary corps. Dongfang Lei, Zhao Tianyuan from the Zhao family, and Li Jianshan from the Huang Yuan sect, all concealed within the mercenary group, waiting for Gu Yuan's arrival. As half a month passed without Gu Yuan making an appearance, various suspicions arose. Instead of heading to the greedy wolf mercenary corps, Gu Yuan had arrived at the Dongfang family. With a thunderous boom, Gu Yuan no longer concealed his aura. The oppressive force of the Yinyang realm descended like divine wrath, enveloping the Dongfang family. This is bad. A powerful being from the Yinyang realm is here. Quick, prepare to face him. Damn it, it's Gu Yuan. The Dongfang family was gripped by terror, unable to fathom that Gu Yuan, who was supposed to be heading to the greedy wolf mercenary corps, would appear before them instead. Dongfang Ding, with great trepidation, approached Gu Yuan and respectfully said, "Senior Gu, your esteemed presence is a great honor. The Dongfang family has failed to offer you a proper welcome, and we seek your forgiveness." At that moment, Dongfang Ding's mind was in turmoil. It was clear that Gu Yuan had come with ill intentions, and he needed to stabilize the situation as much as possible. Gu Yuan paid no heed to Dongfang Ding, his gaze sweeping over the Dongfang family estate, failing to detect Dongfang Lei's presence, further confirming his suspicion that the Dongfang family was among the instigators. With Dongfang Lei absent from the Dongfang family, he could only be at the greedy wolf mercenary corps, preparing to ambush him. Had the former servants turned to bite their master? Gu Yuan's eyes brimmed with disdain. To him, the Dongfang family had always been mere subservience. Today, they would learn that subordinates forever remain so, and should they wish to devour their master, they must pay the price. As Gu Yuan's voice faded, he grasped Dongfang Ding with an iron grip. Dongfang Ding found it impossible to resist, crushed by Gu Yuan's grip, his essence obliterated. Boom. Gu Yuan exuded a chilling aura, his presence overwhelming, transforming into a harbinger of death, descending upon the world in a wave of slaughter. Run. Flee. The calamity had descended upon the Dongfang family, countless members perishing, and no one could halt Gu Yuan's rampage. This was the reason why beings of the Yinyang realm seldom ventured far from their strongholds. Once an opening was exploited, it could lead to utter devastation. This is a blatant massacre. The Eastern family was nearly razed to the ground, with only a fortunate few managing to escape with their lives. After the annihilation of the Eastern family, Gu Yuan vanished without a trace once more. The news of Gu Yuan's devastation of the Eastern family swiftly spread, reaching numerous factions. What? Gu Yuan has actually obliterated the Eastern family. This is the realm of Yin and Yang, where one person can dismantle an entire clan. Gu Yuan deftly evaded the traps set by various powers, taking advantage of their vulnerabilities to annihilate the Eastern family, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Everyone was left in shock. Gu Yuan's actions astonished many factions. Gu Yuan, I shall kill you. I shall slay you. Upon learning of the Eastern family's destruction, Dongfang Lei hurriedly returned, only to be met with the sight of countless fallen kin and a landscape of ruins, driving him into a frenzy. He shouted enraged amidst the remnants of the Eastern family, akin to a madman. Though he still drew breath, the Eastern family had crumbled. With only a handful of members managing to flee, the once exalted Eastern family had plummeted from grace. The Zhao family and the royal Yuan sect, entrenched in the realm of Yin and Yang, could no longer afford to pursue Gu Yuan and hastily retreated to their stronghold. Gu Yuan was now relentless. The blood-soaked example of the Eastern family lay before them, and they dared not repeat the same folly. No one anticipated that a plot against Gu Yuan would unravel in such a manner. Those factions, once eager to act, quickly withdrew, fearing that Gu Yuan might come for them next. After departing from the Eastern family, Gu Yuan arrived at the Wolf Mercenary Corps. At this moment, the mercenaries were acutely aware of having angered Gu Yuan and dared not linger within the Great Qian territory, hastily making their escape. Boom. Gu Yuan descended upon the Wolf Mercenary Corps, leaving them no opportunity to flee. Damn it, Gu Yuan has come. I will hold him off. You all retreat quickly. The wolf charged towards Gu Yuan, buying time for the others to escape. The Wolf Mercenary Corps was the culmination of his life's efforts. It could not be tarnished by Gu Yuan. As the wolf charged in, Gu Yuan's gaze crackled with an unprecedented murderous intent. Numerous law manifestations from the royal family had perished at the hands of the wolf, and he sought vengeance for them. A divine sword materialized in Gu Yuan's hand. This was the personal blade of the founding ancestor of the Great Qian, a low-grade heavenly weapon. This represented the profound heritage of the Great Qian Dynasty, rarely wielded unless in dire circumstances, had it not been for the peril of this venture. Gu Yuan would not have carried it with him. The blade gleamed with an ethereal cold light, quivering slightly, as a fierce and unparalleled sword energy intertwined, weaving a lethal net of sword chi. Whoosh! Gu Yuan swung the divine sword, unleashing an unstoppable wave of sword energy that surged forth in an instant, reaching the wolf in the blink of an eye. The wolf, realizing the imminent danger, hastily evaded, but the sword chi was too swift, grazing his shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. Whoosh! Gu Yuan closed in on the wolf, the divine sword in hand, its sharp radiance capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. The wolf dared not confront him, only able to dodge incessantly. Having just recently broken through to the realm of Yin and Yang, the wolf was no match for Gu Yuan, who had been entrenched in this realm for years. Especially with the divine sword aiding him, the wolf soon found himself defenseless, accumulating numerous wounds across his body. These injuries, inflicted by the sword chi, were not life-threatening, but certainly excruciating. Heaven slash! Layers of sword nets descended upon the greedy wolf like an overwhelming tide. Gu Yuan gripped his sword firmly, raising the divine blade high above, as a celestial sword aura surged skyward. Boom! With a powerful swing, the massive sword energy cleaved through the stars, locking onto the greedy wolf. The sword energy was vast and boundless, creating a domain of sword aura that sealed off the battlefield, leaving the greedy wolf with no avenue for escape. With a furious roar, the greedy wolf summoned all his vital essence, enveloping himself in an energy shield to withstand the oncoming sword energy. Bang! The sword energy struck down, and the energy shield of the greedy wolf barely held for a moment before shattering. Seizing the opportunity, he sidestepped, but was still struck in the chest by the sword energy, leaving a wound so deep that the bone was visible, almost cleaving him in two. Chapter 31. Dominance. Bang! The voracious wolf, despite his grievous injuries, unleashed all his strength in a desperate strike and promptly fled. With the celestial weapon in Gu Yuan's possession, he knew he stood no chance. To continue the fight would risk his own demise. Although the other members of the voracious Wolf Mercenary Corps remained ensnared in peril, he could not afford to dwell on their fate. His own life took precedence above all else. As fellow practitioners of the Yin-Yang realm, the voracious wolf was intent on escape, and Gu Yuan found it challenging to pursue. He relinquished the chase and directed his assault towards the remaining members of the Mercenary Corps. His sights were first set on the second leader, and he swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a piercing surge of sword energy. Alas, the second leader, caught off guard, was unable to withstand the onslaught and could only evade with utmost speed. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, one of his arms was severed. Before he could recover from the agonizing pain, a second wave of sword energy sliced through the air, beheading him in an instant. The voracious Wolf Mercenary Corps was finished. As long as Gu Yuan lived, the royal family would endure. Such was the formidable power of the Yin-Yang realm. The royal house could still cling to existence. Surrounding spectators were left in awe, murmuring in admiration as Gu Yuan single-handedly upheld the crumbling Great Qian, defying the heavens. In a brutal spree, he decimated the voracious Wolf Mercenary Corps, leaving countless casualties in his wake. He ruthlessly eliminated the second and third leaders, sparing none among the elite, while mere foot soldiers managed to flee with their lives. After the carnage, Gu Yuan vanished once more, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. His actions had disrupted the plans of numerous factions. The downfall of the Eastern family served as a cautionary tale, instilling fear among the forces that the Yinyang realm should not venture lightly, lest they share the same fate. What a masterstroke! The royal family's capability to govern the Great Qian for millennia is not without merit. Upon receiving the news, Gu Tianxing could not help but express admiration. Gu Yuan, the pillar of Great Qian, had not only evaded the traps set by various factions, but had instead forcefully altered the dynamics, establishing the Eastern family's legacy and deterring others from rash actions. The royal family held significant advantages over competing forces. The imperial city was steeped in centuries of heritage, and once this foundation was engaged, it could annihilate any threats from the Yinyang realm. Years ago, an attempt to exploit a weakness and assault the imperial city to obliterate the royal lineage was met with a counteroffensive from this very heritage, resulting in the immediate destruction of the ambushing Yinyang practitioners, shocking all factions. It was precisely this heritage that instilled fear, allowing Gu Yuan to remain hidden within the imperial city while other forces refrained from encroaching upon him. In the wake of the Eastern family's calamity, even Dongfang Lei dared not penetrate the imperial city, adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan returned to the imperial city, and many factions breathed a sigh of relief. The threat posed by a Gu Yuan trapped within the city was far less daunting than that of a Gu Yuan lurking in the shadows. Gu Yuan recognized the importance of knowing when to retreat. Should he become overly ambitious, the other factions would not hesitate to unite and eliminate him at any cost. Content to maintain the current equilibrium, Gu Yuan was satisfied. The royal family could endure for a while longer. Although he had dealt a severe blow to the Eastern family and the voracious wolf mercenary corps, the presence of Dongfang Lei and the voracious wolf, both still in the Yinyang realm, remained a significant concern for the royal family. The taxes from the 3 states have been seized by the greedy wolf mercenary corps, and the loss of these revenues will render the operations of the Great Qian even more arduous in the days to come. As anticipated, the Ministry of Revenue has begun to voice its grievances in the court. The northern border camp, housing 200,000 troops, requires military salaries and various supplies. The drought in Liangzhou has left the populace unable to sustain themselves, prompting them to flee in search of sustenance. The court must expedite assistance for these refugees. Furthermore, the officials of the court also require their stipends, with demands for funds echoing across the realm. The treasury is depleted, leaving no resources to dispense, and the situation is far from optimistic. For the time being, these matters do not directly affect Gu Tianxing. Under his governance, Yuezhou is gradually regaining vitality. The people are settling peacefully and thriving, filled with exuberance. One day, Shangguan Haidang arrived to report that the Iron Yuan sect wishes to engage Yuezhou for the transportation of a batch of supplies, offering an exorbitant price. Your Highness, many factions have set their sights on this shipment from the Iron Yuan sect, and even those at the Yinyang realm may take action. How should we proceed? The Iron Yuan sect, renowned for its weapon forging capabilities, is capable of crafting earth-grade divine weapons and has established a formidable reputation in the vicinity. This time, they seek to transport a batch of rare mineral veins, which, if fashioned into weapons, could sufficiently arm hundreds of thousands of troops. As the turmoil escalates, weaponry becomes crucial for various factions, and numerous powers have taken an interest in these mineral veins. The Iron Yuan sect cannot manage to transport these mineral deposits, located thousands of miles away, to their sect without assistance. Thus they are willing to pay any price for Yuezhou's help. When will their supplies arrive in Yuezhou? Gu Tianxing furrowed his brow. This is a hot potato they have no choice but to accept. Refusing this lucrative deal would lead to exorbitant losses. But the greatest detriment would be the impact on Yuezhou's water transport. If they hesitate to accept incoming business, it may raise suspicions among other factions, thereby hindering the development of water transport. Water transport is Gu Tianxing's golden goose, providing him the leverage to implement sweeping reforms in Yuezhou and sustain 3 armies, all of which require substantial financial backing, most of which is derived from water transport. The supplies are expected to arrive in Yuezhou in about half a month. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing felt a sense of relief. In a fortnight, he would have an additional opportunity for summoning. The iron-blooded god Marquis would soon emerge from seclusion, and Du Feng's injuries are nearing recovery. Even if a Yinyang realm expert were to intervene, he would be able to manage it. He agreed to the Iron Yuan sect's proposal. Understood. Shangguan Haidang left the governor's residence to respond to the Iron Yuan sect and discuss the details of the transport. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Gu Tianxing began the summoning. Ding! Summoning successful. The character Xiang Ba Mid-Yinyang Mirror has been acquired. Immediately, a proud and domineering figure appeared before Gu Tianxing. Salutations, Your Highness, Xiang Ba greeted respectfully. No need for such formalities, Gu Tianxing replied, unable to conceal his delight. With the summoning of Xiang Ba, he felt a newfound sense of security in the Great Qian Dynasty. After settling Xiang Ba, Gu Tianxing began to contemplate his next course of action. It was time to return to the royal city. He planned to wait until Du Feng had fully healed and the iron-blooded god Marquis had achieved a breakthrough before returning to the capital. Upon his return to the imperial capital, he not only aspired to ascend to the lofty position of the sovereign, but also sought to hold the emperor accountable for his actions. At the border of Yuezhou, a formidable procession was gradually making its way forward. Cheng Shifei and Gue Hai Dao led an army of 10,000 Wei Yuan troops. Having awaited this moment for an extended period, at last, they had arrived in Yuezhou. Once they stepped onto the territory of Yuezhou, everyone from the Zhenyuan escort agency breathed a sigh of relief, their previously taut nerves finally unwinding. Having endured numerous attacks while escorting this vital shipment for the Iron Yuan sect, they had suffered considerable losses in manpower and traversed their journey with trepidation, as if treading on thin ice. As soon as they delivered the supplies into the hands of Yuezhou, their mission would be deemed complete, and from that point onward, these provisions would no longer be their concern. Chapter 32. The Assault in the Moment of Complacency at the Zhenyuan Escort Agency. Chaos erupted as a resounding battle cry filled the air, with a multitude of adversaries charging forth. Damn it, prepare to engage. Despite their surprise, the Zhenyuan Escort Agency remained composed, swiftly protecting their supplies and readying themselves for confrontation. Let us also strike. The supplies had already entered Yuezhou. Cheng Shifei and his allies understood that they could not allow the enemy to seize them. Thus they chose to act decisively. Charge! The elite soldiers of the Wei Yuan army, numbering 10,000, shouted in unison, their battle cry reverberating like a drawn sword or a ferocious tiger unleashed, as a dark torrent surged toward the foe. Cursed be it! The Yuezhou army has intervened. We must retreat. As the forces of Yuezhou advanced, they quickly withdrew, realizing the folly of engaging in battle on Yuezhou's territory. The assailants targeting the Zhenyuan Escort Agency were taken aback by Yuezhou's involvement and hastily retreated without hesitation. Once the enemy had retreated, Lu, the head of the Zhenyuan Escort Agency, approached Cheng Shifei and the others to express his gratitude. Thank you for your timely assistance. The Zhenyuan Escort Agency is immensely grateful. He sincerely thanked them, acknowledging that had it not been for Cheng Shifei and his companions, their situation would have been dire. There's no need for such formalities. Let us allow Tai Yuanzong to inspect the supplies. While the group conversed, Tai Yuanzong's personnel began examining the materials, ensuring nothing was missing before handing them over to Yuezhou. Should you ever require the services of the Zhenyuan Escort Agency in the future, we will not hesitate to assist. After the transfer of supplies was completed, the Zhenyuan Escort Agency departed from Yuezhou, bidding farewell to Cheng Shifei and his companions as they left. Quickly transport these supplies to the docks. The army provided escort, while the Yu family mobilized numerous personnel to convey the materials to the nearest port. Time passed, and amidst the ruins of the Dongfang family, new structures began to emerge. Gu Yuan had slaughtered many members of the Dongfang clan, yet a portion had managed to escape. Dongfang Lei summoned these surviving clan members, as well as those previously dispersed and stationed in various regions, to rapidly rebuild the Dongfang family. Consumed by rage, Dongfang Lei yearned for vengeance for his fallen kin, but hesitated to venture alone into the imperial city. Old ancestor, while we cannot invade the imperial city, Gu Tianxing is in Yuezhou, and many royal family members are scattered across Qian. We could first eliminate them to reclaim some interest. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lei's eyes sparkled with determination. Although he could not reach those hiding in the imperial city, he could first eradicate the royal family members across Qian to alleviate his grievances. Indeed, I shall head to Yuezhou and slay that young scion of the Gu family. Dongfang Lei's expression turned malevolent as he set off towards Yuezhou. Boom! From the secluded domain of the iron-boned Marquis, an immense aura surged forth, reaching the heavens, causing the entire county governor's estate to tremble, with many feeling a chill run down their spines. The Marquis had broken through. Upon sensing this powerful presence, Gu Tianxing was overjoyed and quickly made his way to the iron-boned Marquis' retreat. Gradually, the overwhelming aura receded, and moments later, the iron-boned Marquis emerged from his seclusion, exuding an aura of yin and yang that enveloped him, emanating a formidable pressure. "Your Highness, I shall not disgrace my mission." The iron-willed god general respectfully saluted Tianxing, who promptly halted him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The god general has broken through to the yin-yang realm, and I feel as though a tiger has gained wings." Tianxing was in excellent spirits. With two formidable yin-yang realm experts at his command, the position of the ruler of Deqian was already within his grasp. The iron-willed god general also noticed Xiang Ba, both summoned by the system, and they sensed the faint connection between them. Aware that they were both called forth by Tianxing, their eyes met, and they exchanged subtle nods of acknowledgement. After the iron-willed god general's breakthrough, Xiang Ba discreetly took charge of the transport fleet, safeguarding the resources of the Iron Yuan sect, while the iron-willed god general remained at the county governor's office. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended unexpectedly upon the governor's office, enveloping it in an overwhelming shadow, intent on obliterating it. Dongfang Lei arrived at the governor's office and immediately sought to level it to the ground. Impudent! A thunderous roar resonated, and an aura from the yin-yang realm surged skyward. Boom! An extraordinarily powerful force of absorption emerged, drawing in the vast hand and gradually dismantling it. How is this possible? Dongfang Lei's pupils constricted, his heart racing with shock. How could there be a yin-yang realm expert in Yuezhou? If Tianxing had such a formidable ally, the royal family's situation would not be so precarious. While Dongfang Lei was still reeling, the iron-willed god general had already appeared before him, striking towards his face with a palm. Dongfang Lei quickly regained his composure, steadying his mind and preparing to engage the iron-willed god general with all his might. Although the iron-willed god general had just broken through to the yin-yang realm, his profound foundation and mastery of various unparalleled techniques allowed him to comprehensively dominate Dongfang Lei, a seasoned yin-yang expert. Dongfang Lei's expression grew grave. The longer he fought, the more alarmed he became. He realized the iron-willed god general was using him as a honing stone, growing stronger with each exchange, gathering his true essence. Dongfang Lei struck at the iron-willed god general. In a stunning maneuver, the iron-willed god general did not flinch or evade, allowing Dongfang Lei's palm to land. The great transfer of heaven and earth. The unparalleled technique manifested, and the heavy palm that fell upon the iron-willed god general vanished without a trace, reappearing to strike Dongfang Lei instead. Puff! Before Dongfang Lei even comprehended what had transpired, he found himself injured. What on earth is happening? Dongfang Lei's hair stood on end. Terror etched in his eyes. The iron-willed god general's enigmatic methods filled him with dread, sending chills down his spine. Boom! After unleashing several palm strikes towards the iron-willed god general, Dongfang Lei fled without looking back, unwilling to engage any further. The iron-willed god general drew in his right palm, absorbing Dongfang Lei's energy blasts. He pursued relentlessly, returning to the governor's office 3 days later. Dongfang Lei had narrowly escaped the iron-willed god general's pursuit, paying a heavy price to flee Yuezhou. The Dongfang family shall not escape retribution. Tianxing's killing intent surged. Had it not been for his own yin-yang realm expert, he might have been slain by the Dongfang family. Tianxing resolved to take action against them. The transport of the Iron Yuan sect's resources proceeded smoothly downstream without encountering any ambushes. Not every faction possesses the capability to engage in naval warfare, especially within the confines of Yuezhou, where no one dares to act recklessly. However, once beyond the borders of Yuezhou, circumstances shifted. Numerous vessels began to approach the Yuezhou fleet with malevolent intent. There was no time to waste. They pressed forward at full speed. The crew harbored no intention of pausing at the dock for rest, eager instead to expedite the delivery of their supplies and avoid any unnecessary complications. After 7 days, the fleet gradually neared the dock, where they were to unload their cargo. But something was amiss. As they approached, a wave of sanguine stench enveloped them. Chapter 33. Task Delivery. I descended to observe the scene. Gui Haidao leapt gracefully to the dock, where a grim sight unfolded before him. Shattered limbs and broken bodies littered the ground, with hundreds of souls lost to the chaos. A surge of thousands erupted, led by 7 formidable figures of the Dharma realm, charging towards Gui Haidao with lethal intent. Be cautious. Cheng Shifei, upon witnessing the unfolding carnage, plunged into the fray. With a resounding boom, he enveloped himself in divine light, employing the indestructible prowess of his technique. Positioning himself as a bulwark before Gui Haidao, With a swift motion, Gue Hai Dao unleashed a devastating blade of energy, shattering several incoming assaults. Cheng Shifei embodied his might, his fists annihilating 2 of the attacks, while the remnants rained down upon him. The resilience of his defense was nothing short of astonishing. He sustained only minor injuries despite enduring multiple strikes. Then came the onslaught of the 7 Dharma Realm warriors. Their intent clear, to extinguish the lives of the 2 men before them. Their relentless barrage left no room for respite. Among them, 2 were formidable late-stage Dharma Realm cultivators. While Cheng Shifei managed to withstand their might through his formidable defenses, Gue Hai Dao found himself in peril, his body adorned with numerous wounds. With a sudden thrust, Gue Hai Dao released a blade of energy, but before he could regain his composure, the adversaries seized the opportunity, landing a crushing blow that sent him hurtling away. As the rest of the assailants converged, intent on his demise, Gue Hai Dao found his body slipping from his control, observing the encroaching danger with steely determination. He summoned all his strength, unleashing another blade of energy. Alas, his attack was thwarted by the collective might of the assailants, failing to hinder their advance. In a moment of desperation, witnessing Gue Hai Dao's dire predicament, Cheng Shifei's heart raced, and he summoned forth a towering golden Dharma form, towering over the battlefield. With a thunderous punch, he repelled one of the late-stage attackers, followed by a swift kick that sent another sprawling. Transforming into a streak of golden lightning, Cheng Shifei rushed to Gue Hai Dao's side, shielding him amidst the chaos. Steadying himself, Gue Hai Dao hastily consumed a medicinal pill, its healing essence coursing through his veins, mending his wounds with remarkable speed. Yet, the 2 repelled adversaries surged forward once more, and under the relentless assault, cracks began to mar Cheng Shifei's golden form. Its brilliance dimming as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He knew that they could not continue this way, at the very least. Gue Hai Dao must escape. Resolute, he resolved to sacrifice himself for his companion's freedom. After all, he was a solitary figure with no ties. While Gue Hai Dao had the cherished Su Guan Hai Tang, he could not perish here. Just as Cheng Shifei prepared to stall the enemies, a sudden and overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The adversaries' assault crumbled instantaneously, their bodies trembling, crushed beneath an immense force that echoed through their bones, forcing them to bow in submission. With a resounding clash, a wave of palm energy surged forth, sweeping past Cheng Shifei and Gue Hai Dao, obliterating the 7 Dharma Realm warriors without mercy, their very souls scattered to the winds. The sky shook as a colossal hand descended, enveloping the multitude below in an all-consuming shadow. After a single strike, a colossal imprint was left in the ground, a deep pit where thousands perished without a single survivor. This undoubtedly indicated the presence of a formidable entity from the Yinyang realm. The fact that such a powerful being resided in Weizhou was utterly astonishing. Is this what it means to belong to the Yinyang realm? The disparity between the Dharma manifestation realm and such a being was akin to that between humans and mere insects. The members of the Iron Yuan sect were left utterly dumbfounded, enveloped in despair and hopelessness. To their astonishment, a twist of fate revealed the existence of a Yinyang realm expert in Weizhou, who, with a mere flick of their hand, annihilated the enemy completely. The one who struck was the hidden powerhouse, Xiongba, who had been silently following the fleet, remaining concealed throughout. Are you all right? Gue Hai Dao steadied the staggering Cheng Shifei, hastily administering a medicinal pill to him. After consuming the pill, a hint of color returned to Cheng Shifei's previously ashen face. That was a close call. He nearly met his demise here. Both were still shaken, as this was the closest they had come to death since being summoned. After a brief recovery, they directed the ship to dock and proceeded to unload all the supplies belonging to the Iron Yuan sect. A day later, upon the arrival of the Iron Yuan sect members to verify the supplies, the transaction was concluded. Once Cheng Shifei and the others returned to Weizhou, Tianxing convened a meeting with everyone to discuss their return to the imperial city. The prince's forces were now robust and powerful enough to secure the vast territory of Deqian, allowing the royal family to support the deposition of the emperor and pass the throne to him. Throughout history, those with might have ruled, and Tianxing, possessing the legitimacy of the royal lineage and the backing of the imperial family, had a rightful claim to the throne. What arrangements would be made for Weizhou upon our departure? Weizhou was the fruit of Tianxing's labor, and he intended to ensure its proper governance. Your Highness, we could leave the Xingyan army here and have the royal family dispatch a few experts from the Dharma manifestation realm to maintain order. The Wei Yuan army was the elite among elites, and Gu Tianxing had to take them along. The White Horse Righteousness and Gu Haidao, along with Shangguan Haidang and others, would accompany Gu Tianxing back to the imperial city. With the current stability in Yuezhou, as all rival factions had been eliminated by Gu Tianxing, the dispatch of a few Dharma manifestation realm experts by the royal family, in conjunction with the Xingyun army, would suffice to maintain order in Yuezhou. The current commander of the Xingyun army was Zhao Yun, who had recently broken through to the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm with the assistance of medicinal pills from the Medicine King, instilling confidence in Gu Tianxing regarding his leadership of the army. Very well, contact the royal family immediately and convey my requirements to them. The group sprang into action, with some members of the Yu family also preparing to accompany Gu Tianxing back to the imperial city. Though the Yu family was not particularly powerful, they possessed unique strengths in financial matters, making them indispensable to Gu Tianxing. After all, any undertaking requires both military and financial support. While Gu Tianxing had formidable warriors like the Iron Daring God Marquis, he needed the Yu family to fulfill the financial role. The royal family soon received the message from Gu Tianxing, prompting Gu Yuan to ponder thoughtfully. Previously reluctant to return to the imperial city, he now seemed intent on doing so, suggesting that some unforeseen changes had occurred in Yuezhou during this time. Gu Yuan speculated that Gu Tianxing must have some form of support, prompting the shift in his previous stance. However, this could be a fortuitous development. My health cannot endure much longer, and Qian is currently in disarray, with the emperor unable to manage the situation effectively. Let us allow Gu Tianxing to give it a try. I hope he does not let me down. Gu Yuan acquiesced to Gu Tianxing's request. As the Great Qian Dynasty stood at the brink of life and death, he could only place his hopes upon Gu Tianxing. The royal family commenced their actions, coercing the emperor to abdicate. No, I am the son of heaven. I shall never abdicate, the emperor vowed resolutely, determined not to relinquish his throne, especially not in favor of Gu Tianxing. Unfortunately, his desperate struggles proved futile, as he was swiftly subdued by the royal family. Rumors spread that an edict was soon pinned by the royal clan, leaving the emperor helplessly watching the unfolding events. Furthermore, there was a decree commanding Gu Tianxing to return to the imperial city with the Wei Yuan army. With this decree in hand, Gu Tianxing could return to the capital with complete legitimacy, unencumbered by any concerns. Chapter 34, The Yinyang Realm Assassin 7 days later. Gu Tianxing and his formidable Wei Yuan army departed from Yuezhou, traversing Yangzhou on their way back to the imperial capital. This bold maneuver sent ripples through various factions, exacerbating an already tumultuous situation. How dare he? Leading a grand army back to the imperial city, was he plotting rebellion? With Gu Tianxing's return, tranquility in the capital seemed utterly unattainable. What could the crown prince possibly be scheming? Every action of Gu Tianxing captivated the attention of numerous powers, each speculating on his intentions. Why would His Majesty permit the crown prince to return with troops? Was he not concerned that the crown prince might seize this opportunity to usurp authority? Some sought to advise the emperor, urging him to retract his orders. However, word soon arrived of the emperor's decree. He was gravely ill, unable to manage state affairs, and required peace and solitude, commanding all to refrain from disturbing him. This edict effectively sealed off the path for officials seeking to counsel him. Something was amiss. The emperor must be under duress. Though the emperor was often clouded in folly, he would never issue such a decree willingly. He was certainly being coerced. Cursed be it, this had to be the doing of the royal family. It did not take long for the people to perceive the unsettling shift. The emperor's orders starkly contrasted with his previous commands. He had undoubtedly been confined by the royal family and stripped of his power. Many yearned to storm the palace to rescue the imprisoned emperor. It was not out of unwavering loyalty to the emperor, but rather a desire to exploit him for their own ends. Yet, they dared not assault the palace. Now firmly in the hands of the royal family, with Gu Yuan stationed there, any attempt to breach the palace would lead to certain demise. Within the residence of the first prince, the third prince, and he deliberated on Gu Tianxing's imminent return to the capital. Brother, have the clan leaders chosen Gu Tianxing? Based on the royal family's numerous actions, it appeared they had indeed selected Gu Tianxing as the next emperor. Otherwise, they would not have imprisoned the emperor and paved the way for Gu Tianxing's ascendance. What have I done to fall short of Gu Tianxing? Why has the royal family favored him over me? Oh, heavens above, why do you forsake me? The first prince was utterly distraught, enraged by the royal family's lack of discernment and his own inferior lineage. Though he was the firstborn, being a product of a concubine barred him from the status of heir apparent. From birth, Gu Tianxing had the unwavering support of the Du family and the Empress, securing his position in the Eastern Palace. The first prince had long since resigned to this fate. However, with the downfall of the Du family and the passing of the Empress, he glimpsed a flicker of opportunity. For years, he had diligently strived to prove his worth, laboring earnestly, hoping to gain the royal family's recognition. Alas, his aspirations were but an illusion, as the royal family ultimately chose Gu Tianxing. Brother, we have not yet lost. Seventh brother has trained for many years at the Divine Sword sect, and is now a true disciple. Should seventh brother support you, you may yet contend for the throne. The third prince's words ignited a spark of hope in the first prince. The seventh prince, Gu Tianjian, was exceptionally gifted. Having entered the Divine Sword sect at a young age, and taken under the wing of an elder of the Yinyang realm, under the sect's guidance, he had become a true disciple, earning considerable esteem within the sect. With its vast influence, the Divine Sword sect overshadowed the entire Qian Dynasty, rendering the royal family mere puppets of the sect, a testament to the immense power wielded by the Divine Sword sect. If the seventh prince wholeheartedly supports the first prince, the royal family must also take into account the seventh prince's stance. The first prince is not without his chances. You speak wisely, I still have hope. For my seventh brother will undoubtedly stand by my side. The first prince's eyes gleamed with fervor. For the seventh prince is his full-blooded brother and will offer him unwavering support. He promptly dispatched someone to the Divine Sword sect, insisting that his seventh brother must return to the Great Qian. The first prince placed all his hopes upon the seventh prince, resolutely refusing to relinquish his claim to the throne. Within the prime minister's residence, Zhao Yun wore a stoic expression, lost in contemplation. The return of Gu Tianxing to the imperial city would undoubtedly bring forth numerous, unwarranted troubles. Can you survive the journey back to the imperial city? Zhao Yun's countenance hardened as he reached a decision. Gu Tianxing remained oblivious to the machinations of various factions. The army was on a long march, swiftly advancing toward the imperial city. System, summon. During the march, Gu Tianxing utilized the recall opportunities he had obtained. Ding. A character summoned, Ma Chao, mid-stage of the law manifestation realm. The gallant figure clad in silver armor, Ma Chao, appeared before Gu Tianxing. I pay my respects, Your Highness. Gu Tianxing assisted him to his feet, feeling elated to have gained another commanding general. 3 days later, an assassination attempt struck unexpectedly. Protect His Highness. Assassins. Protect His Highness. Escort. Escort. A multitude of soldiers from the Wei Yuan army surged toward Gu Tianxing's carriage to fend off the assassins. The assailants numbered in the hundreds, and their choice of location was cunningly strategic. A narrow passage where the army's might was rendered ineffective, enabling them to attempt the assassination of Gu Tianxing with relative ease. It seemed that someone was intent on preventing him from returning to the imperial city. However, Gu Tianxing remained unperturbed, with the presence of the formidable Ling Ba, the iron-blooded God Marquis, and Du Feng, who possessed mastery of the Yinyang realm, who could dare to assassinate him within the Great Qian. Bang, boom, thud, Ma Chao, Cheng Shifei, Wei Zhongxian, and Gue Haidao all sprang into action, blocking the assassins. Roar. Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor and wielding a spear, charged into the fray like a divine warrior, dispatching an assassin with each thrust, slaying gods and Buddha alike. Ma Chao, too, was undaunted, his spear striking down numerous assailants. Suddenly, a dozen or so law manifestation realm assassins materialized, locking onto several individuals. If they chose to strike, it would be with lethal precision. Humph. Observing the multitude of attackers, Zhao Yun's expression turned cold as he unleashed his law manifestation. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield, as Zhao Yun's manifestation took the form of a majestic silver dragon. He leapt onto the back of the silver dragon, which roared and surged forward, targeting the assassins. Ah. Pft. Swoosh. The dragon and Zhao Yun charged forth, and within moments, the assassins were thrown into disarray. 3 of them fell on the spot, while the remainder sustained injuries. Kill. Cheng Shifei and the others immediately launched a counterattack, forcing the assassins to flee in a state of utter panic. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, a subtle distortion appeared in the void, and a figure suddenly approached Gu Tianxing's carriage. Your Highness. At the moment when Iron-Blooded Duke and Du Feng realized the dire situation, it was already too late to intervene. A lethal sword energy descended upon Gu Tianxing's carriage. The other assassins had merely served as decoys. Everything was orchestrated for this ultimate strike. Iron-Blooded Duke and his companions could hardly fathom that an assassin of the Yinyang realm would dare to target Gu Tianxing. With a thunderous crash, the carriage shattered, splintered into countless pieces, and the horses perished instantly. Yet, amidst the wreckage, Gu Tianxing was nowhere to be found. As all gazes turned, they beheld Gu Tianxing standing above the heavens, flanked by Xiongba. Upon sensing the assassin's intent, Xiongba had propelled his wind god leg to its utmost limit, rescuing Gu Tianxing just before the sword energy struck. Chapter 35. Returned to the imperial city with a swift whoosh, the assassin from the Yinyang realm evaded capture, retreating 1,000 miles without hesitation. Fully aware of the art of escape and denying the iron-blooded god Marquis and his companions any opportunity to retaliate. We have failed in our duty to protect you. Your Highness, please punish us, the iron-blooded god Marquis implored Gu Tianxing, bowing his head in apology. Your contributions in safeguarding the prince are commendable. What wrongdoing is there? Gu Tianxing responded, refraining from blaming the iron-blooded god Marquis, instead reflecting upon his own overconfidence that led him to abandon his usual caution. With the presence of 3 formidable beings from the Yinyang realm, his perspective had shifted, causing him to underestimate the world around him. Today's events served as a stark reminder that he was not entitled to look down upon anyone. Had it not been for the swift reaction of Xiongba, he might have met a fatal end. Following the escape of the Yinyang assassin, the remaining assailants were swiftly annihilated by the enraged crowd. The army soon resumed their march. But the encounter left the iron-blooded god Marquis and his companions with lingering trepidation. Sharing a carriage with Gu Tianxing, the iron-blooded god Marquis remained vigilant, ensuring the prince's safety against any potential return of the assailants. After this assassination attempt, the journey ahead proceeded without further incident, and the army quickly approached the imperial city. Here he comes, the crown prince. The crown prince returned triumphantly from pacifying Weizhou, truly embodying the essence of the heir to the Diqian throne. Where's the crown prince? In stark contrast to his earlier departure, the citizens of the imperial city lined the streets, jubilantly welcoming him, eager to catch a glimpse of the prince who had subdued Weizhou. Upon entering the imperial city, Gu Tianxing rode a magnificent steed at the forefront, flanked by the valiant and striking Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, while the iron-blooded god Marquis and others remained concealed in the shadows. That is indeed the crown prince. He radiates exceptional valor. It must be said that Gu Tianxing possessed an impressive appearance, further accentuated by the aura of authority that surrounded him, rendering him quite captivating. Gu Tianxing's countenance remained inscrutable as he led the army toward the palace. Upon his return to the palace, he felt as though he had traversed through time. The civil and military officials awaited at the palace gates, prepared to receive him. Initially, they ought to have ventured outside the city to welcome the victorious army. But they chose to greet Gu Tianxing at the palace instead, intending to assert their dominance. The prime minister, in a display of arrogance, did not even bother to make an appearance, revealing his disdain for the crown prince. Your Highness, we congratulate you on your triumphant return. It is indeed a blessing for our Diqian, the 9th prince proclaimed, bowing to Gu Tianxing. We, your loyal subjects, celebrate your grand victory and glorious return. Several court officials began to pay their respects, demonstrating their allegiance to the Diqian. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Gu Tianxing, aware of the political landscape, understood that time was on his side. Those who sought to undermine him would eventually face their reckoning. An imperial decree has arrived. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, followed by the emperor's personal eunuch hastily approaching with the decree in hand. Upon reaching the crowd, the chief eunuch flashed a sycophantic smile at Gu Tianxing. Your Highness, please accept the decree. Gu Tianxing promptly dismounted and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. By the decree of the emperor, it is proclaimed, I, having received the mandate of heaven, preside over the realm and govern with diligence, day and night, without the slightest neglect. As spring and autumn gradually ascend, the vitality of the dragon body wanes, and I am deeply concerned about the heavy responsibility entrusted to me, contemplating the enduring welfare of the state. The crown prince, Gu Tianxing, possesses remarkable intelligence, a nature of benevolence and filial piety, virtue that resonates across the land, and talents that surpass all. I anticipate his diligence and prudence, aligning with the will of heaven above and ensuring peace for the common people below, which would indeed be a blessing for our ancestral temple and the hope of the populace. Thus, in reverence to the favor bestowed by the supreme heaven and in compliance with the sincere wishes of my subjects, on the 7th day of the 8th month in the 47th year of the Xianxing era, I hereby confer the throne upon the crown prince. He shall assume the imperial seat and perform the ancestral rites, ruling over the world. I shall retire as the grand emperor, nurturing the harmony of heaven. Let all civil and military officials unite in support of the new sovereign, striving together for prosperous governance, safeguarding our Great Qian Dynasty for eternity, and ensuring blessings for countless generations. Once the decree was read by the Grand Eunuch, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The civil and military officials were rendered speechless, their hearts racing with shock. They could scarcely fathom that the crown prince, having just returned to the imperial city, was now to inherit the throne. "I accept the decree," Gu Tianxing declared, taking the edict in hand, as the others gradually regained their composure. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a false decree." The crown prince's elder brother was unable to accept the edict, his face contorted with rage. He had been waiting for the seventh prince to return to bolster his claim to the throne against Gu Tianxing. Yet now, with the issuance of the decree, everything had been decided, rendering his efforts futile. "Elder brother, I am the crown prince. It is only right for me to inherit the throne. Have you lost your mind to speak such nonsense?" Gu Tianxing's cold gaze fell upon the elder prince, causing him to shudder as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, rendering him speechless. "Your Highness, the elder prince has recently fallen into madness due to his cultivation. Please forgive him this once for the sake of our blood relation," the third prince hastily interjected, seeking to defend the elder prince with the excuse of his madness, appealing to their familial bond. After such discourse, it would be unthinkable for Gu Tianxing to punish the elder prince in public, lest he be branded as ungrateful and devoid of moral principles. "Since my elder brother has succumbed to madness, let him remain in the residence to recuperate. Without my command, he shall not attend court or engage in state affairs." Gu Tianxing decisively revoked the elder prince's right to participate in governance. "Your Highness is wise," the third prince acquiesced, though his expression was grim. "Let everyone disperse. The court will convene as usual tomorrow," Gu Tianxing concluded before departing with his army. Although he had yet to ascend the throne, he was already exercising imperial authority. Zhao Yun and Ma Chao led the army to encamp at the imperial city, while Gu Tianxing, under the protection of Du Feng and the Iron-Willed Marquis, made his way towards the royal palace. Before he even arrived, he was informed, "Patriarch, the crown prince is approaching." Gu Yuan, having anticipated this, instructed, "Notify all members of the Dharma manifestation realm to gather and welcome the crown prince." As Gu Tianxing was the unanimously decided next emperor, they were determined to accord him due respect. When Gu Tianxing arrived, Gu Yuan had already gathered several dozen royal family members at the entrance, all of them awaiting his presence. "Your Royal Highness," they intoned in unison. Upon seeing Gu Tianxing, everyone bowed in deference, even Gu Yuan offering a slight nod. The emperor wielded considerable power. Despite Gu Xinghai's incompetence, the royal family found themselves powerless against him. Had it not been for Gu Yuan's assent, the royal family would never have been able to easily depose Gu Xinghai. Generally speaking, the emperor's authority is sufficient to rival that of the clan leader. As long as Gu Tianxing possesses exceptional talent and wisdom, the royal family could not hope to deal with him as they did with Gu Xinghai. "All of you are my elders and brothers. Please rise," Gu Tianxing urged, hastily preventing them from continuing their reverence, his sincerity evident and devoid of pretense. Chapter 36. Establishing authority in the court. As the group entered the grand hall, Gu Yuan meticulously observed the Iron-Willed God Marquis and Du Feng, though he refrained from speaking. Once they had settled into their seats, Gu Yuan inquired, "Your coronation ceremony is to be held in 10 days. What do you think?" Gu Tianxing replied without hesitation, "There is no objection. I wish to eliminate the Dongfang family before my ascension, celebrating my rise to the throne with the head of Dongfang Lei." His audacious words caused everyone to gasp, their gazes fixated on Gu Tianxing. Gu Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such boldness from Gu Tianxing, who intended to act against a formidable opponent in the Yinyang realm even before his coronation. However, he doubted Gu Tianxing's ability to achieve this feat, for the Yinyang realm was not easily vanquished. He recalled that even with a heavenly grade divine weapon in hand, he had struggled to retain the recently ascended Yinyang master, the greedy wolf, let alone Dongfang Lei, who had long surpassed that level. "Your Highness, this matter requires careful deliberation," Gu Yuan tactfully suggested, maintaining a semblance of respect. "Can Dongfang Lei truly withstand the full might of 3 Yinyang masters?" Upon Gu Tianxing's declaration, the Iron-Willed God Marquis and Du Feng ceased their pretense, their Yinyang aura enveloping the hall, leaving all in awe. The royal family members were rendered speechless, their hearts trembling at the revelation of 2 Yinyang masters standing beside Gu Tianxing, a sight almost too incredible to fathom. Gu Yuan was astounded. He had sensed something unusual about the iron-willed god Marquis and Du Feng, but never imagined they were masters of the Yinyang realm. How shall we proceed? Is it time to strike against Dongfang Lei? Dongfang Lei had dared to infiltrate the state and attempt to assassinate him. Gu Tianxing could not let him escape unscathed. As he was on the brink of ascending to the throne, it was fitting to use Dongfang Lei as a banner, instilling fear in other factions. Since His Highness has made a decision, I and the royal family shall fully cooperate. Gu Yuan's gaze towards Gu Tianxing transformed, his regard for him deepening. His own time was limited, and the future of the royal family rested upon Gu Tianxing's shoulders. If he could eliminate a significant adversary before his demise, he would depart without regret. Time is of the essence. Marquis, grandfather, you and the clan leader must set forth immediately. With changes on the horizon and uncertainty about other factions within the royal family, Gu Tianxing, wary of information leaking, instructed them to head to the Dongfang family without delay. Gu Yuan did not object, and with the divine sword in hand, the three departed at once. Afterward, Gu Tianxing exited the grand hall, returning to his eastern palace. His actions also served as a test to discern whether there were traitors within the royal family. If any existed, today's events would surely be divulged. With Gu Yuan and the two Yinyang masters absent from the royal city, should the news leak, rival factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate Gu Tianxing. The following morning, Gu Tianxing dressed meticulously and proceeded to the Qian Kuan Hall with Wei Zhangxian. Upon his arrival, he found that all civil and military officials had gathered. Even Zhao Yun, who had been absent the previous day, arrived promptly. Gu Tianxing strode into the grand hall with the poise of a dragon, exuding authority as he took his place upon the imperial throne. The sight of a new sovereign on the throne left the assembly momentarily unsettled. Long live the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The crowd bowed respectfully to Gu Tianxing, though many regarded him with disdain. Please rise. Gu Tianxing's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. The ninth prince and others cast envious glances at Gu Tianxing, seated upon the throne, while Zhao Yun and his cohorts displayed unabashed contempt, dismissing Gu Tianxing entirely. Where's Zhao Lingpu? Upon his inquiry, a figure clad in military garb stepped forward. This subordinate is present. Zhao Lingpu, with an air of arrogance, gazed at Gu Tianxing with unabashed audacity. As a member of the Zhao family commanding an army of 100,000, he felt invulnerable, convinced that Gu Tianxing would not dare to act against him. Seize him. At these words, the assembly gasped in astonishment. None expected Gu Tianxing to be so assertive, demanding action against a member of the Zhao family upon his arrival. As you command. Over 100 imperial guards swiftly charged into the great hall, intent on apprehending Zhao Lingpu. Boom. Zhao Lingpu's aura of the law manifestation realm surged, rendering the imperial guards unable to approach. Your Highness, what crime have I committed? Zhao Lingpu glared defiantly at Gu Tianxing, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Gu Tianxing remained silent as two figures swiftly advanced, one to the left and one to the right, attacking Zhao Lingpu. Thud. As a mid-level practitioner of the law manifestation realm, Zhao Lingpu could not withstand the full force of the simultaneous strikes from Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, and he was immediately gravely injured. Your Highness, the traitor Zhao Lingpu has been captured. Zhao Yun broke Zhao Lingpu's legs, forcing him to kneel. Zhao Lingpu's face twisted with rage as he struggled against his restraints, yet ultimately remained immobilized. At that moment, Zhao Yun, with a grim expression, spoke up. Your Highness, General Zhao has fought valiantly for the nation over many years, achieving remarkable feats. It is unwise for your Highness to slaughter a loyal servant. Who does not know that Zhao Lingpu belongs to the Zhao family? The prince's immediate inquiry into Zhao Lingpu's conduct is a direct affront, a demonstration of authority at the expense of the Zhao family. Gu Tianxing cast a glance at Zhao Yun, his presence commanding despite his calm demeanor. Zhao Lingpu was entrusted with escorting the taxes from the three prefectures, yet allowed the greedy wolf mercenary corps to seize all the taxes. Such a grave transgression. Should the chancellor excuse him merely because they share the same family name? At these words, the assembly fell into a hushed silence, each person casting fearful glances at Gu Tianxing. The third prince and others were similarly taken aback. They had not anticipated Gu Tianxing's audacity in confronting the chancellor so boldly. They were acutely aware of the Zhao family's formidable influence in many regions of the Great Qian. Only the chancellor's orders were acknowledged, disregarding imperial edicts. Should the Zhao family be provoked, chaos across the land would be imminent. Your Highness, the theft of taxes was beyond anyone's control. General Zhao's ability to protect the Iron Battle Army from the Greedy Wolf Mercenary Corps is already a significant achievement. Your Highness, General Zhao is not only innocent, but has also rendered great service to the realm. Your Highness must not commit an act that would chill the hearts of loyal subjects. The Chancellor's faction members clamored to plead for Zhao Lingpu, as if Gu Tianxing were an inept ruler, ruthlessly persecuting the loyal and virtuous. Do you not realize that the abandonment of the 3 provinces' tax revenues has resulted in countless commoners being displaced, with the land strewn with the dead? You feast and clothe yourselves in the spoils of the people, yet you audaciously dare to bark like curs before me. Truly, how outrageous. Gu Tianxing's words resonated with a thunderous intensity, brimming with murderous intent, sending a chill through the crowd. Summon the guards. Seize them all and cast them into the celestial prison. Immediately confiscate their assets. A contingent of elite soldiers swiftly surged into the grand hall. And though some attempted to resist, the numerous cultivators of the royal lineage swiftly intervened, subduing all. Foolish monarch, your tyranny brings suffering to the loyal and virtuous. The might of your regime, Great Qian, shall surely crumble beneath your hand. These officials were dragged from the Qiankuan Hall, their mouths spewing curses against Gu Tianxing. Chapter 37. Turmoil. As they watched more than a dozen ministers from the Chancellor's faction being dragged away, the onlookers grew increasingly apprehensive, trembling with fear. Everyone understood that this was a conflict between the Crown Prince and the Chancellor, and they dared not interfere. Zhao Yun's complexion turned ashen, his hands clenched tightly, filled with murderous intent towards Gu Tianxing. However, Gu Tianxing remained undaunted. Should Zhao Yun dare to act in the Qiankuan Hall, both the Zhao family and he would face dire consequences. As the shouts of abuse faded into the distance, Gu Tianxing spoke once more. Where is the Minister of Revenue? An elderly man, trembling slightly, stepped forward and bowed, addressing Gu Tianxing. Your Highness, I am here. Gu Tianxing's fierce gaze fell upon Wu Su, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. Minister Wu, due to the calamities in Liangzhou, countless lives are lost daily. I command you to gather half of the disaster relief funds within a day, and the entirety within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Wu Su immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Highness, the national treasury is nearly empty. I truly cannot procure the disaster relief funds. The treasury had been depleted for many years, and although he held the position of Minister of Revenue, a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. How could he possibly supply the necessary funds? Since you are the Minister of Revenue, it is your duty to resolve this matter. If you fail to fulfill my command on time, I shall not show you mercy. Gu Tianxing stated bluntly, not allowing Wu Su another chance to respond. Turning to Zhao Yun, Gu Tianxing smiled slightly, saying, Minister Zhao, the tax collection in Jingzhou has long been a troublesome issue. I entrust this matter to you. Surely, you will not disappoint me. At this, the crowd exchanged peculiar glances towards Zhao Yun. Jingzhou was the Zhao family's territory. If the tax revenue from Jingzhou remained uncollected, it would only mean the Zhao family was embezzling it. For the Crown Prince to assign Zhao Yun the task of collecting taxes was nothing short of absurd. Your Highness, I have been unwell of late. I fear I may have the intention but lack the strength for such a task. Zhao Yun declined without hesitation. Gu Tianxing feigned concern, saying, It pains me to see my minister laboring over state affairs to the point of illness. In that case, you need not attend court tomorrow. Focus on recuperating at home. By this, Gu Tianxing smoothly deprived Zhao Yun of his right to attend court. Zhao Yun was left with 2 choices, to accept the task of collecting the Jingzhou taxes or to forfeit his power to attend court. Suppressing the fury within him, Zhao Yun replied, I am grateful to your Highness. Though filled with murderous intent, Zhao Yun nearly succumbed to the urge to strike at Gu Tianxing. However, the knowledge that Gu Tianxing had returned safely to the capital despite previous assassination attempts made him wary. The assassins from the Yinyang realm had returned empty-handed, suggesting that Gu Tianxing was protected by formidable forces, and being in the imperial city, the royal family undoubtedly had their own hidden strengths. He dared not act recklessly. With his objectives achieved, Gu Tianxing fell silent, prompting Wei Zhongxian to call out loudly, If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, you may leave the court. The ministers respectfully bid farewell to your Highness. As they departed, the ministers were filled with a heavy heart, aware that they could no longer underestimate Gu Tianxing, whose methods were far too ruthless, incomparable to Gu Xinghai. They left the court, uncertain of when the Crown Prince might strike again. In the residence of Zhao Lingpu, a contingent of imperial guards arrived, startling the inhabitants of the Zhao household. Impudence! This is the estate of General Zhao. Do you dare to act so recklessly? The Zhao family, accustomed to their domineering ways, held the imperial guards in utter disdain. With a swift motion, one of the guards unsheathed his blade, severing the head of the one who dared to speak. The severed head soared high, its expression frozen in the final moment, as the headless body collapsed to the ground. A collective gasp echoed through the Zhao residence, many rendered paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Arrest them all. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy, commanded Xiang Yu in a thunderous voice. The imperial guards were the elite forces of the Great Qian Dynasty, tasked with safeguarding the imperial city, firmly under the control of the royal family and loyal solely to them. Numerous members of the royal lineage held significant positions within the guards, rendering any opposing force powerless against them. What has transpired? Why have so many imperial guards been deployed? It was the residence of Lord Wang that had been raided. The sheer number of arrests indicated a seismic shift within the Great Qian Dynasty. Dozens of court officials were taken into custody, their families imprisoned in the celestial dungeons, creating an immediate stir in the imperial city, leaving countless individuals in a state of dread. The wealth of these officials was confiscated and handed over to Tianxing. The following morning, Tianxing erupted with fury in the Qianquan Hall, summoned Wu Su and the Deputy Minister of Revenue, imprisoned them in the celestial dungeons, and deny anyone the right to visit. Wu Su had failed to procure the necessary funds and provisions for Tianxing, resulting in his immediate incarceration. While the two deputy ministers of revenue could not escape a similar fate, the remaining ministers were filled with trepidation. Tianxing wielded his power like a tyrant, poised to obliterate families at a mere whim. With the unwavering support of the royal family, any thoughts of rebellion were futile, for the imperial city remained the stronghold of the dynasty, leaving their influence severely limited. Even the third prince and his allies treaded cautiously, aware that their brother held no regard for familial bonds. Dismissed, Tianxing declared, ordering the court to adjourn. A wave of relief washed over the ministers, as if they had narrowly escaped death, for this assembly felt less like governance and more like a dance with mortality. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Tianxing fell into deep contemplation. Although it brought him satisfaction to imprison numerous officials, the functionality of the Great Qian Dynasty required new personnel to fill the ranks of the court. He appointed Yu Lushu to the Ministry of Revenue as deputy minister, entrusting him with the ministry's overarching affairs. The immediate priority was to restore normalcy to the Ministry of Revenue. As for the disaster relief supplies for Liangzhou, Tianxing had devised a plan. The Dongfang family had long occupied Yunzhou, similarly withholding its tax revenues as the Zhao family did. If the Dongfang clan could be vanquished, the supplies necessary for aiding Liangzhou would be secured. Tianxing had already sent orders to the Xingyun army to advance to Yunzhou. Once Dongfang Lei was eliminated, they could seize control of the region. Though Zhao Yun could not attend court, he was far from idle, commanding the Zhao faction to incite unrest. The Zhao family's former students and officials were scattered throughout the Great Qian Dynasty, some serving as county magistrates, others as prefects, creating chaos and unrest. With petitions flooding in from all directions, orders were dispatched to the imperial guards to fully cooperate with the actions of the court. Zhao Yun's attempt to confront Tianxing was indeed overly naive. Tianxing promptly dismissed the officials from the tumultuous regions, appointing new ones to take their places. The imperial guards were mobilized to assist the new officials in quelling the unrest. Ambitious individuals seeking to rise to power flocked to take up official positions, eager to govern their respective territories. Tianxing did not require them to possess extraordinary talents. Their primary duty was merely to stabilize the situation into Qian temporarily. Once he had eliminated the Zhao family's treacherous elements, he would gradually restore order to the realm. Within the eastern aristocracy, several palaces were reconstructed, no longer resembling the desolate ruins of the past. The scattered members of the eastern aristocracy returned, imbued with vibrant vitality. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy descended from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that caused some structures to collapse under the strain. Impudence. A thunderous roar erupted from the eastern aristocracy as a figure swiftly emerged, shattering the incoming energy with a single punch. With a whoosh, a multitude of razor-sharp sword energies followed in the wake of the energy attack. Dongfang Lei's expression darkened like a stormy sea as he conjured a barrier to shield against the deluge of sword energies. Chapter 38. The Fall of Dongfang Lei Bang. Following the surge of sword energy, a resplendent beam of sword light cleaved through the firmament, slicing through the very fabric of reality. Gu Yuan, you seek your own demise. After exchanging several blows, Dongfang Lei discerned that his adversary was Gu Yuan. When enemies meet, animosity ignites, old grievances and new resentments surge within Dongfang Lei, fueling his wrath to a fervent blaze as he vowed to engage Gu Yuan in a desperate struggle. Bang! After a powerful clash, Dongfang Lei found himself involuntarily retreating. Although his prowess was comparable to Gu Yuan's, the latter wielded a heavenly-grade divine weapon, placing Dongfang Lei at a disadvantage with a single strike. Gu Yuan closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy that left Dongfang Lei in disarray, struggling to retaliate. The heavenly-grade divine weapon was extraordinary. Dongfang Lei dared not confront its brilliance directly and was forced to evade incessantly. How infuriating! Dongfang Lei seethed with rage, his family's nemesis within reach. Yet he found himself powerless to avenge his kin. Heavenly slash. With his divine sword raised skyward, an ultimate sword energy surged from the blade into the heavens, coalescing into a colossal beam of light that sealed the world and obliterated all existence in its path. Targeted by the sword light, Dongfang Lei hastily evaded while channeling all his true essence. Bang! The sword light descended, sending Dongfang Lei hurtling away. In a critical moment, he managed to escape to the periphery of the sword's illumination, suffering only minor injuries. Pale and breathless, he fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the battlefield, striking towards Dongfang Lei with a powerful fist. Having just endured Gu Yuan's supreme sword strike, Dongfang Lei found his energy nearly depleted, and he could only muster a feeble defense against the unexpected assault. Bang! The force of the punch sent Dongfang Lei flying. He was drained, struggling to regain his breath. The great transfer of the universe. A terrifying force enveloped Dongfang Lei, rendering his body uncontrollable as he was drawn inexorably towards the iron-bowled god marquee. Faced with the meticulously prepared death trap, Dongfang Lei felt a surge of urgency and, at great cost to himself, exerted all his strength to break free from the iron-bowled god marquee's grasp. Gu Yuan advanced with his sword, piercing Dongfang Lei's chest. Bang! Before he could react, Du Feng's heavy fist struck him, causing his body to sway, his footing unsteady, teetering on the brink of disaster. The iron-bowled god marquee closed in, delivering a palm strike that unleashed a terrifying devouring force, forcibly siphoning his true essence and vitality. Get away! Dongfang Lei summoned every ounce of strength to resist. But Gu Yuan and Du Feng's relentless strikes bore down upon him, firmly restraining him and aiding the iron-bowled god marquee in his consumption. Dongfang Lei let out a cry of despair, utterly powerless against the combined might of the three, his fate sealed. Ancestor! Quickly, save the ancestor! I will fight to the last breath. As the situation unfolded, the other members of the Dongfang family, undeterred by the insurmountable gap in power, recklessly charged towards the trio in a desperate bid to rescue Dongfang Lei. Unaware of their impending doom, the three remained resolute, their true energy erupting, instantaneously obliterating those who dared to approach. Do not worry about me, flee swiftly, Dongfang Lei shouted with all his strength, urging his kin to escape, desperate to preserve even a fragment of their bloodline. Do not be foolishly ambitious, scatter and flee. Survival is the key to a resurgence, an opportunity for vengeance and retribution. I share an irreconcilable enmity with the imperial family. As members of the Eastern aristocracy regained their composure, they swiftly fled, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and a deep-seated hatred for the imperial family. Should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the imperial lineage. A cataclysmic battle erupted within the Eastern aristocracy, incited by an unknown assailant. The terrifying energy fluctuations indicated a clash of yin and yang realms. Hurry, we must investigate immediately. The battle reverberated throughout other factions, hastening their arrival at the Eastern family estate. Upon their arrival, they beheld an unforgettable scene. Eastern Lei, his essence and vitality drained, lay lifeless, a mere husk on the verge of death. With a resounding crash, the iron-blooded marquis hurled the corpse into the air, obliterating it with a surge of true energy. This was dire news. The patriarch of the Eastern family had been slain. It was the imperial family. Everyone flee. Quickly! The sight of Eastern Lei, a master of the yin and yang realm, falling before them left all present in stunned silence, gasping in horror. As they regained their senses, panic ensued, and they fled in disarray. Those who resided in Yunzhou were predominantly under the Eastern family's banner. With the downfall of the Eastern family and the death of Eastern Lei in battle, their fate was all but sealed. Kill. The iron-blooded Marquis and his two companions charged at the crowd, each choosing a direction to unleash a bloody massacre. On that day, Yunzhou endured a catastrophic calamity, as countless factions were uprooted, leaving a landscape of sorrow. General Du, you shall remain in Yunzhou to oversee matters and assist the Xingyun army in securing the territory. I, along with Chief Gu, shall return to the imperial capital first. After securing Yuzhou, the iron-blooded Marquis and Gu Yuan promptly made their way back to the capital, leaving Du Feng to manage the situation in Yunzhou. News of the Eastern family's annihilation and the imperial family's reclamation of Yunzhou spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through countless factions and stirring a tempest within the realm of Diqian. The complete destruction of the Eastern family and the slaying of their patriarch, a master of the Yin and Yang realm, seemed unfathomable. Rumors attributed this calamity to the imperial family. Did they truly possess such formidable power? The situation grew increasingly intricate, prompting caution in choosing sides. Upon learning that the imperial family had obliterated the Eastern family and slain Eastern Lei, many factions were incredulous. If the imperial family wielded such might, how could they have remained passive while the structure of Diqian teetered on the brink? Yet, after multiple confirmations, they were compelled to accept this grim reality. It was indeed the Diqian imperial family that had decimated the Eastern family, with not only Gu Yuan but also two other masters of the Yin and Yang realm participating in the assault. This news rapidly spread across Diqian, akin to a seismic upheaval for all. This battle stabilized the precarious situation of Diqian, silencing ambitious individuals who dared not show their faces, forcing them to act in the empire's interest. With three masters of the Yin and Yang realm stationed, the imperial family was secure in its dominion. The iron-blooded Marquis and Gu Yuan soon returned to the imperial capital, where the court officials now displayed an unwavering deference akin to docile sheep, fearing to oppose any command from Gu Tianxing, lest they invite their own demise. Marquis, keep a vigilant watch over the Prime Minister's residence. Do not allow Zhao Yun to escape. After resolving the matter with the Eastern family, Gu Tianxing's next target was Zhao Yun. Once this formidable adversary was eliminated, the stability of the Great Qian Dynasty would be assured. In compliance with the command, the iron-blooded Marquis immediately set forth. Zhao Yun would not escape under his vigilant watch. Within the Prime Minister's residence, Zhao Yun no longer exuded the previous vigor and confidence. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had begun to sense the encroaching danger, knowing that Gu Tianxing would inevitably turn his attention toward him. The old man could not remain passive. He must hasten his return to Jingzhou. Jingzhou was the stronghold of the Zhao family, fortified into an impenetrable bastion, and another practitioner of the Yinyang realm was also present there. As long as he returned to Jingzhou, the imperial family would find it exceedingly difficult to harm him. Before departing, however, he resolved to execute one final plan. Even if Zhao Yun left the imperial city, he would ensure that Gu Tianxing would not have an easy time. Chapter 39. Ascendance within the imperial chamber. A young eunuch engaged in hushed discourse with Zhao Yun. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is aware of your confinement and has allied with numerous ministers to orchestrate your rescue. Upon hearing these words, Gu Xinghai, engulfed in despair, felt a flicker of hope illuminate his eyes. He recognized the formidable strength of Zhao Yun and the Zhao family, understanding that they truly held the potential to extricate him from his dire predicament. During this tumultuous period, he had been plagued by anxiety, abandoned by the royal family, and pursued relentlessly by Gu Tianxing. Now, with a glimmer of survival, he resolved to seize this chance. Though he was acutely aware of Zhao Yun's ulterior motives, perhaps intending to manipulate him as a mere puppet, he reasoned that the royal family's lack of compassion left him no choice. He could not permit Gu Tianxing to ascend to the throne, even if it meant becoming a puppet emperor himself. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister requires a decree from you. With this decree, he can rightfully unite the officials to liberate you. Without hesitation, Gu Xinghai consented, tearing a piece from his royal robe, biting his finger to draw blood, and inscribing a blood decree. Upon completing the document, he handed it over to the eunuch, filled with hope. At that moment, footsteps echoed ominously, causing both the eunuch and Gu Xinghai to panic. The eunuch swiftly concealed the blood decree as they feigned nonchalance. Gu Tianxing, accompanied by Wei Zhongxian, approached the emperor, his gaze keenly scrutinizing the monarch. Unfilial son, I am your sovereign father, the emperor thundered, rage igniting within him at Gu Tianxing's demeanor, his eyes ablaze with a desire to tear him asunder. Upon learning of your grave illness, I have come to express my concern. It appears the rumors were true. You are indeed at death's door, lingering on the brink of demise. The only reason you have not yet passed is that you await my ascension to the throne before departing this world." With these words, the emperor felt a wave of dread wash over him, recognizing the veiled threat in Gu Tianxing's tone, a plan to eliminate him once he assumed the throne. "Unfilial son, I am your father. Do you dare to commit the heinous act of patricide?" The emperor, his fury now overshadowing his fear, unleashed a torrent of invective at Gu Tianxing. "I should never have shown you mercy, allowing you to live," Gu Tianxing retorted with a sardonic smile. "Father, do you truly believe your familial affection spared me?" The emperor had refrained from eliminating Gu Tianxing not out of paternal love, but rather because, after disposing of the empress and the Du family, he believed Gu Tianxing no longer posed a threat. To kill him now would only tarnish his reputation. "Rest assured, father, the manner of my mother's departure will be the same as yours. As your son, this shall suffice as my filial duty." At that moment, the emperor's face drained of color, rendering him speechless with rage. Suddenly, without warning, Wei Zhongxian struck the little eunuch beside the emperor. Before either the emperor or the eunuch could react, the eunuch collapsed. Wei Zhongxian rifled through the eunuch's belongings, retrieving the blood decree and presenting it to Gu Tianxing. After perusing the decree, a subtle smile graced Gu Tianxing's lips. By delivering the blood decree to the royal family, he need not utter a word. They would implore him to eliminate the emperor. With a sense of fulfillment, Gu Tianxing departed the imperial chamber, leaving behind a despondent and defeated emperor. The grand ceremony of ascension has arrived smoothly, surrounded by the imperial guards and members of the royal family. Gu Yuan and the iron-blooded god Marquis emanate an aura of yin and yang, instilling fear in the hearts of the malevolent. The coronation must not suffer even the slightest error. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, "I, in my humble self, humbly accept the mandate of heaven. My virtues harmonizing with the universe, my achievements illuminating the sun and moon, nurturing the world, and bestowing grace upon all living beings. Acknowledging the immense weight of this sacred artifact, I remain resolute, vigilant day and night. How could I not revere the celestial laws and honor our ancestors, govern diligently, and love my people? On this first day of the first month of the first year of the divine martial era, I solemnly pay homage to heaven and earth, the ancestral temple, and the state, thus ascending to the imperial throne. The era shall be renamed Divine Martial, heralding a new dawn for the people." Gu Tianxing officially claims the title of emperor, ascending to the revered position. "Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" The officials immediately bow to Gu Tianxing, acknowledging his imperial status. As the coronation ceremony concludes, countless envoys depart from the imperial city, announcing the ascension of the new emperor across the vast territories of Deqian. 3 days after Gu Tianxing's ascension, news of the former emperor's assassination by the chancellor reverberates throughout the imperial city. The emperor, filled with wrath, dispatches the imperial guards to besiege the chancellor's residence. And a fierce battle is on the verge of erupting. Break through, protect the chancellor, and escape the imperial city. We shall fight to the end. Within the chancellor's residence, hundreds stand in confrontation with the imperial guards, striving to breach the blockade and ensure the chancellor's escape. "Zhao Yun, your crimes are heinous. Surrender at once." Gu Yuan calls out to Zhao Yun. "Ha ha ha, what a scheme. But do you truly believe you can deceive the world and silence the voices of the people?" Zhao Yun is taken aback by Gu Tianxing's swift and ruthless actions. Upon his ascension, he has executed Gu Xinghai, placing the blame of Gu Xinghai's demise upon himself. Stubborn and obstinate, kill. The iron-blooded god Marquis strikes first, summoning the bodies of dozens from the chancellor's residence to hurl toward Zhao Yun uncontrollably. Zhao Yun unleashes his vital energy, and the bodies of the chancellor's men are instantly reduced to mere fragments. With his divine weapon in hand, Gu Yuan moves with the swiftness of a shooting star, entering the battlefield. Faced with their combined assault, Zhao Yun soon finds himself at a disadvantage. As he battles the two, he contemplates a means of escape. The fierce conflict rapidly levels the chancellor's residence, with countless casualties among its defenders. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The imperial guards and royal family members hastily withdraw, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Yun unleashes his most powerful strike, repelling both adversaries and fleeing without a backward glance. Pursue him. The iron-blooded god Marquis and Gu Yuan swiftly follow, determined to eliminate the threat. If left alive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. The trio soon exits the imperial city, but Zhao Yun, exerting all his strength to escape, proves elusive to the two pursuers. Suddenly, a colossal wave of palm energy descends from the heavens like a cataclysm. Zhao Yun hastily defends himself. Bang! The unparalleled force of the palm strikes Zhao Yun, injuring him and severing his escape route. Gasp! Zhao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart trembling with fear. Ignoring his injuries, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Until this moment, he remained unaware of the identity of his assailant. The strength of the blow that had wounded him was extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary person. The one who struck was Xiang Ba, yet he remained shrouded in secrecy, concealed in the shadows. He was Gu Tianxing's most formidable trump card, and Gu Tianxing was reluctant to reveal him to the world just yet. Having been dealt a fatal blow by Xiang Ba, Zhao Yun found himself pursued by Tai Dan Shun Ho and Gu Yuan, who wasted no time in launching an attack against him. Zhao Yun was already no match for the two, having paid a hefty price to escape the imperial city. Now, wounded by the mysterious powerhouse, he found himself plunged into a dire predicament, with no chance of fleeing. Chapter 40. The Seventh Prince. The grand battle attracted numerous spectators, who gazed upon the beleaguered Zhao Yun with a mixture of sympathy and disdain. Zhao Yun truly brought this upon himself as a practitioner of the Yinyang realm. To remain within the imperial city was nothing short of courting disaster. Onlookers deemed Zhao Yun's predicament a self-imposed demise. Which other forces within the Yinyang realm would dare remain in such perilous proximity to the imperial family? With 3 Yinyang realm masters firmly stationed, the royal clan had quelled the tide of despair, casting a shadow over the future. Indeed, fate seemed to favor the Gu clan. The Zhao family was not an adversary to be trifled with. Should Zhao Yun perish at the hands of the imperial family, they would certainly seek retribution. As the crowd engaged in conversation, Zhao Yun sustained further injuries, his condition becoming increasingly precarious. After a day of relentless combat, he found himself utterly depleted, teetering on the brink of death. With a swift strike, Gu Yuan severed his throat, the sharpness of the blade piercing through flesh. Zhao Yun clutched his wound desperately, attempting to stem the flow of his life force. Suddenly, the iron-bellied Marquis descended beside him, invoking the star-absorbing technique, swiftly consuming Zhao Yun entirely. Zhao Yun was dead. The sight of a Yinyang realm powerhouse falling before their eyes left the onlookers in profound shock. Following the conclusion of the battle, the iron-bellied Marquis and Gu Yuan turned back toward the imperial city. News of Zhao Yun's demise spread rapidly throughout the Great Qian, reaching various factions. Gu Tianxing, royal family, I vow to shred you into pieces. Upon learning of Zhao Yun's death, the Zhao family erupted in fury, their wrath palpable. They immediately contacted the Huangyuan sect and the Ouyang family, intent on making the royal family pay dearly. Zhao Tianyuan's expression twisted with rage. The loss of a Yinyang realm member struck the Zhao family to the core. Regret washed over him. He should have sent Zhao Yun back to Jingzhou. For had he done so, this ambush by the imperial family might have been avoided. Meanwhile, Yunzhou suffered under the iron grip of the Xingyun army. Where death lay strewn across the land, rivers ran red with blood. Countless factions faced annihilation, prompting a mass exodus from Yunzhou. Resources were hastily transported to Liangzhou. Most of the wealth confiscated in Yunzhou was conveyed by the Xingyun army to Liangzhou to assist the afflicted populace. Simultaneously, the chancellor's residence and numerous ministers were raided, yielding a substantial fortune, which Gu Tianxing utilized to aid the disaster-stricken in Liangzhou. Within the estate of the first prince, the seventh prince, who had been training at the Divine Sword sect, returned, eliciting great joy from the first prince, who fancied that with his brother's support, he could turn the tides. What is your current cultivation level, brother? I cannot even discern it, the first prince remarked, feeling immense pressure emanating from the seventh prince, akin to the piercing edge of a masterfully crafted sword. Royal brother, I recently broke through to the mid-phase of the Dharma aspect realm. The seventh prince spoke candidly, revealing that his innate talent was exceptional, and with the guidance of a Yinyang realm master and ample resources for cultivation, his progress was swift. The first prince, taken aback, realized that despite his own considerable talents, he remained mired in the transcendence realm, yet his brother had already achieved mid-phase Dharma aspect. The disparity between them as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. After the initial shock, the crown prince was overwhelmed with joy. His younger brother had already reached the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm, which would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Divine Sword sect. With his support, the Crown Prince's chances of seizing the throne would significantly increase. Brother, I have summoned you back for a matter of great importance. The cause of Father's death remains a mystery, and it is highly probable that Gu Tianxing is involved. The Crown Prince relayed all the events that had transpired in the Great Qian over the years to the seventh prince, sharing his suspicions that the emperor had been murdered by Gu Tianxing. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the seventh prince furrowed his brow. While he dismissed other concerns, he could not overlook the fact that Gu Tianxing had indeed slain Gu Xinghai. As for the Crown Prince's ambition to ascend the throne, he firmly rejected it. Brother, in this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. The imperial authority can only submit to absolute power. You should focus your energies on your own cultivation. True strength lies within oneself. The seventh prince earnestly advised the Crown Prince, making it clear that he would not assist him in his quest for the throne. Having trained in the Divine Sword sect for many years, his perspective far surpassed that of the Crown Prince and his peers. Imperial power was but a fleeting illusion. Only one's own strength held true significance. The Great Qian Dynasty may contend with the Great Qian Dynasty, yet it remained under the control of the Divine Sword sect. Their royal family mere pawns in the eyes of the sect's disciples. After becoming a true disciple of the Divine Sword sect, he had also come to learn of certain undisclosed matters. The sect was poised to make significant moves, preparing to reclaim all forces in the western region of the Eastern Emperor domain. Countries such as Great Qian, Great Liang, and Great Yin were among those involved. And once the Divine Sword sect acted, Great Qian would bear the brunt. Brother, the future of Great Qian is fraught with peril. Ascending to the throne would not benefit you. The thought of the terrifying power of the Divine Sword sect filled the seventh prince with trepidation for Great Qian's future. As a member of the royal family, he naturally did not wish to see Great Qian become the next Great Liang, burdened by an additional master. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. Even if he were to break through to the Yinyang realm, he could not alter the decisions of the Divine Sword sect. Over the years of cultivation within the sect, he had developed a profound affection for it, and if the sect were to act against Great Qian, he was uncertain how he would reconcile that reality. Brother, what do you mean? Are you truly unwilling to assist me? The Crown Prince's tone shifted, unable to believe that his own brother would not support him. Elder brother, the throne is already determined. You should enjoy a stable life as a prince. I can assure you that the emperor will not trouble you. This was not the response the Crown Prince desired. His face flushed with anger. The seventh prince, undeterred by the Crown Prince's fury, replied, Brother, I must see the emperor. Take care of yourself. With that, the seventh prince departed from the Crown Prince's residence. Bang! Just as the seventh prince left, the sound of the Crown Prince's frustration echoed as he smashed objects in anger. The seventh prince shook his head slightly, reflecting on how his elder brother's aspirations exceeded his capacity for understanding. He failed to grasp his own limitations. If the fate of Great Qian were entrusted to the Crown Prince, it would not be long before the nation met its demise. Your Majesty, the seventh prince has come to seek an audience. Hearing Wei Zhongxin's report, Gu Tianxing was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of the seventh prince's training at the Sacred Sword sect, yet he did not anticipate that this royal brother would return to the Great Qian at this moment. Gu Tianxing resolved to meet the seventh prince. Moments later, the seventh prince arrived at the Wujidian, accompanied by Wei Zhongxin. I pay my respects to my royal brother. The seventh prince greeted Gu Tianxing with a slight bow, forgoing the formalities of sovereign and subject in favor of the camaraderie of brothers. It has been many years since my brother has trained at the Sacred Sword sect. We have not seen each other in quite some time. Gu Tianxing's relationship with the seventh prince had been rather ordinary, and after the seventh prince departed from the Great Qian to pursue his studies, they had lost contact for many years. It has been a long time since we last met. My royal brother has ascended to the throne, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations. It is merely the esteem of our kin, a duty bestowed upon me in times of peril. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, akin to that of any ordinary brothers. Chapter 41. A new crisis. After conversing for a while, the seventh prince inquired, Elder brother, how did father meet his demise at the hands of Zhao Yun? The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense, and the seventh prince fixed his gaze intently on Gu Tianxing. Unflustered and composed, Gu Tianxing replied, The two conspired to overthrow the royal family. The dynasty could no longer accommodate our father, nor can I tolerate him. Disclosing such information is merely to preserve the dignity of the royal lineage. The seventh prince was taken aback by Gu Tianxing's candor, revealing no hint of concealment. With a sigh, he appeared to accept this grim reality. Gu Xinghai was selfish, and the seventh prince harbored no affection for him. He merely sought to understand the reason behind his father's death. Elder brother, the Divine Sword sect has begun preparations to unify the Eastern Emperor domain, with Diqian as their primary target. You must prepare early. The seventh prince conveyed the information he had acquired to Tianxing, for he, after all, was of royal blood and could not bear to witness the annihilation of the imperial family or their subjugation to the Divine Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Tianxing felt a jolt of urgency. The Divine Sword sect had once sought to conquer the Qian Dynasty by force, but the illustrious Gu clan had thwarted their advances. Now, as the Divine Sword sect raised its hand once more, the future of Qian appeared bleak. As my royal brother is now a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, should conflict arise between them and Qian, on which side will you stand? Tianxing's question plunged the seventh prince into deep contemplation, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he responded, I am of the royal family, and I can never be an enemy to my own kin. Tianxing refrained from commenting on the seventh prince's answer. However, the intelligence he provided was of paramount importance. Elder brother, I humbly request that you allow the first prince to depart for the fiefdom, the seventh prince proposed, wishing to extricate the first prince from the turmoil of the imperial city and grant him a life of leisure as a lord. Since you have made such a petition, I shall issue an edict tomorrow, Tianxing conceded, viewing the first prince as a mere jester incapable of causing significant upheaval. As the seventh prince had made a request, Tianxing agreed, considering it a token of gratitude for the information he had shared. Elder brother, you toil over state affairs, burdened with countless responsibilities. I would not dare to delay your time, so I shall take my leave. With his objective accomplished, the seventh prince prepared to depart. Feel free to visit the palace when you have the time. Thank you, elder brother. I take my leave. After the seventh prince exited, Tianxing turned to Wei Zhongxian and asked, have we been able to uncover the identities of the assassins who attempted to take my life? Tianxing had narrowly escaped death upon returning to the imperial city, and the search for these assailants had been ongoing. Your Majesty, it is highly probable that these assassins originate from the Blood Organization, Wei Zhongxian replied. The Blood Organization was a vast and unscrupulous group of killers. As long as the price was right, there was no task they would shy away from. They would not hesitate to assassinate a prince of the Qian Dynasty, nor even an emperor of a divine dynasty. Tianxing yearned for vengeance, but immediate retribution was not feasible. We must expeditiously cleanse the palace. Old servant shall comply with your command. Tianxing could only temporarily set aside the matters of bloodshed. He instructed Wei Zhongxian to cleanse the imperial palace thoroughly, ensnaring all spies from rival factions. Tianxing had no desire for his every move to be under scrutiny. The following day, during the court assembly, he decreed that the crown prince should leave the imperial city to govern a fief. Although the crown prince was reluctant, he was forcibly taken away by the seventh prince. Alas, the crown prince is now safe. With his departure from the treacherous imperial city, he no longer needs to live in fear. It remains uncertain whether the rest of us will escape the capital alive. The other princes gazed enviously at the crown prince's departure. His ability to exit the imperial city unscathed signified that the emperor would not seek retribution later, ensuring his safety. For many of the princes, the past days had been filled with unrest and anxiety, uncertain of how to protect themselves. If Tianxing could ruthlessly eliminate Xinghai, what chance today, his brothers, stand? They were all under house arrest, perpetually at risk of falling victim to Tianxing's blade. As time swiftly passed, over a month had elapsed since Tianxing ascended the throne. Many prominent officials were purged, while numerous newcomers gained favor with Tianxing, gradually stabilizing the court. At that moment, however, the Zhao family of Jingzhou, the Ouyang clan of Yuzhou, and the Huanyuan sect of Yuanzhou simultaneously raised their banners in open rebellion. The joint forces of the three factions steadily advanced toward Yunzhou, intent on annihilating the Xingyan army. An edict was dispatched for Zhao Yun to immediately lead the White Horse Brigade to reinforce Yunzhou, followed closely by Ma Chao commanding the Weiyuan army. Tianxing swiftly made arrangements. The White Horse Brigade moved like the wind, soon reaching the battlefield. Just days prior, Ma Chao had broken through to the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm, perfectly positioning him to lead the Weiyuan army to Yunzhou. Subsequently, Tianxing visited the royal family, and shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan and a dozen members of the royal clan at the Dharma manifestation realm departed the imperial city to provide support to Yunzhou. At the borders of Yunzhou, the 20,000 troops from Jingzhou bore down, their morale soaring, a formidable presence like a tiger ready to pounce. Zhao Tianyuan approached with fierce determination, his fury ablaze. When did that old fox Du Feng become so cowardly? Zhao Tianyuan and Ouyang Hui, both masters of the Yinyang realm, planned to join forces against Du Feng. If they could slay Du Feng or inflict serious injury upon him, they would gain the upper hand. However, Du Feng, ever cunning, hit at the first sign of their invasion, and the Xingyun army did not attempt to obstruct them. Instead, they dispersed and concealed themselves, leaving Zhao Tianyuan and Ouyang Hui's strikes landing upon empty air. After facing death once, Du Feng was no longer the man he used to be. They could not rely on their past understandings of him. Ouyang Hui sensed the situation growing dire. Failing to eliminate the Xingyun army and Du Feng would mean losing their advantage. Should they resort to slaughtering the city to force the Xingyun army and Du Feng into the open? Zhao Tianyuan, brimming with murderous intent, uttered cold words. Ouyang Hui was taken aback and quickly interjected, "Absolutely not. If we massacre the city, we would be playing into the emperor's hands and inciting public outrage." Ouyang Hui, trembling with fear, remembered that their banner proclaimed the emperor's tyranny and the slaughter of loyal subjects. They were meant to act in the name of justice. Should they choose to decimate the city, it would not only nullify all their previous efforts but also invite collective vengeance upon them. Zhao Tianyuan, in a moment of frustration induced by Du Feng, spoke hastily. He lacked the fortitude to enact a massacre upon a city. It was decided that the army should continue its advance, first seizing several cities in Yunzhou. With no superior strategy at hand, they resolved to capture these cities as a preparatory measure for the impending grand conflict. The progression of the army necessitated both time and a systematic approach. Even if the Xingyun forces were to relinquish their defenses, the Jingzhou army would still find their pace of conquest rather sluggish. 5 days later, the White Horse Brigade arrived in Yunzhou and established contact with Du Feng and his companions. The assembly convened to deliberate on the current state of Yunzhou and devise strategies to vanquish their foes. The Jingzhou forces were now divided into 3 substantial contingents. Having occupied a significant number of cities in Yunzhou, and we could systematically dismantle them one by one. Although Du Feng and his allies were retreating at every turn, they remained acutely aware of the movements of the Jingzhou army. Chapter 42. Encirclement. We can first annihilate the vast army of tens of thousands at Crescent City, or even besiege them, luring in other forces for aid, and then eliminate these reinforcements as well. Zhao Yun had long contemplated the strategy. Given the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Jingzhou army, it was prudent to first weaken their strength before engaging them in a decisive battle. His confidence stemmed from the arrival of the White Horse Song, which provided him with ample assurance. Very well, let us act immediately. The Xingyun army swiftly assembled, and as they approached the vicinity of Crescent City, they were quickly detected. The Imperial army has arrived. Prepare to meet the enemy. Hurry, relay the message to General Zhao. Engage. Engage. The Jingzhou army, renowned for their elite status, stood resolute in the face of the sudden incursion by the Xingyun forces. Charge. The Xingyun army surged forward like a relentless tide toward the city walls. Fire arrows. Slay them. A deluge of arrows filled the sky, intent on decimating the Xingyun forces. Boom. At that moment, a figure soared into the air, arms outstretched, creating a barrier of true energy that spread outward, blocking the rain of arrows. Damn it. It's a being of Yinyang realm. This is bad. A powerful Yinyang expert. Curse it. What now? Du Feng struck, and the morale of the Jingzhou army plummeted. A single expert of the Yinyang realm could decisively sway the battle. Boom. Suddenly, a presence of Yinyang energy charged toward Du Feng from within the city, and a figure rapidly advanced toward him. It was the long-absent Tan Lang. Tan Lang had been recuperating at the Zhao residence, and once healed, he joined forces with the Zhao family to avenge the greedy wolf mercenary corps. Initially concealed in the shadows, preparing for a surprise attack on Du Feng, he was now forced to reveal himself prematurely due to Du Feng's actions. Boom. The two figures clashed midair, entangled in combat, each unable to intervene in the battlefield below. Gu Yuan refrained from immediate action, instead concealing his presence, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike against Tan Lang. Kill. Zhao Yun led the charge, along with 7 members of the royal family of the Dharma realm, as they stormed into the city. Block them. 5 experts from the Jingzhou army surged forth to engage Zhao Yun and his companions in fierce combat. Zhao Tianyuan soon received news from Crescent City, and instead of alarm, he felt elation. Ha ha ha, the Xingyun army is assaulting Crescent City. Brother Ouyang, we must provide immediate support. He had been troubled by the difficulty in locating the Xingyan forces, but they had now revealed themselves, a development he welcomed with open arms. He harbored no concerns for Crescent City's resilience, with Tianxing within its walls. Even if Du Feng intervened, they would remain steadfast. The two set off without delay, intent on encircling Du Feng. With his demise, the Xingyan army would struggle to pose a significant threat. By the time they rushed to Crescent City, it was already on the brink of collapse. The Xingyan forces having breached its walls. Roar! The furious dragon bellowed as Zhao Yun charged forth, unstoppable, wielding a silver spear clad in white armor. His path littered with fallen foes. An expert of the Dharma realm attempted to withstand Zhao Yun's advance, but was repelled by a single thrust, collapsing to the ground. Struggling to rise. Boom! Zhao Yun struck the city gate with a single thrust, allowing the White Horse Yizhong and Xingyan army to surge into the city. Hold your ground. Everyone, hold firm. General Zhao will arrive shortly. Stay resolute and drive them out. The commanders of the Jingzhou army shouted hoarsely, striving to stabilize the situation. Alas, their defeat was as inevitable as a mountain collapsing. No matter how valiantly they fought, the tide could not be turned, particularly the White Horse Yizhong. Akin to the harbingers of death, rendered the Jingzhou forces utterly defenseless before them, mercilessly reaping lives. Tianxing observed the battlefield below, yet remained unfazed. His sole focus on stalling Du Feng, awaiting the arrival of Zhao Tianyuan. That moment would herald Du Feng's demise. Suddenly, a familiar flash of sword light descended. Tianxing's pupils constricted instinctively as he prepared to evade. Boom! Du Feng would not allow him to escape so easily. With a fierce strike, he launched an assault against Tianxing. Tianxing countered with a formidable maneuver to deflect Du Feng's attack, swiftly dodging the sword light and narrowly avoiding disaster. Puff! Though Tianxing evaded the sword light, he could not escape Gu Yuan, who pierced his arm with a blade, leaving a wound. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, Tianxing felt a surge of murderous intent mixed with a tinge of fear, his mind racing as he contemplated whether to flee immediately. At present, his escape would be unimpeded, but should he engage in a desperate battle, he would find it impossible to retreat. He was reluctant to put himself in peril, yet harbored a desire for vengeance, hoping to delay time until Zhao Tianyuan and his companions arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Without granting him a moment's thought, Gu Yuan unleashed a flurry of sword energy, joining forces with Du Feng to attack. After half an hour of intense combat, Tianxing bore additional wounds. No longer daring to continue the fight, his resolve to retreat solidifying. Tianxing, we have arrived. Zhao Tianyuan and his companions charged onto the battlefield, eager to engage Gu Yuan and Du Feng. Tianxing rejoiced at this unexpected reinforcement and immediately retaliated. Zhao Tianyuan, Ouyang Hui, and Li Jianshan entered the fray, causing a dramatic shift in the situation. Du Feng and his companion remained unperturbed, transitioning from offense to defense. They were not to be underestimated, wielding celestial-grade weapons. And even facing 4 attackers did not pose a threat to their lives. Retreat. Zhao Yun and Du Zhanyun commanded their troops to withdraw, as the once mighty forces of Xinyue City had been drastically diminished. Zhao Tianyuan and his companions could afford to disregard the dwindling army below. As long as they could detain Gu Yuan and Du Feng, they would not hesitate to sacrifice tens of thousands of soldiers if necessary. Gu Yuan and his ally did not attempt a full breakout. Instead, they exerted all their efforts to hold Zhao Tianyuan and his 3 companions at bay. Buying precious time for their army's retreat, they intended to shift the battlefield, battling in the opposite direction of the fleeing troops. Neither had anticipated Tianxing's presence at Xinyue City, nor the audacity of Zhao Tianyuan and his companions in placing all their bets on Yunzhou. They had calculated that the court would dispatch reinforcements to Yunzhou, emboldening them to leave their stronghold with the intention of eliminating the court's Yinyang realm fighters. Once Gu Yuan and Du Feng were dispatched, the iron-blooded god Marquis would find himself isolated, and the situation would fall under their control. Swish, swish, swish. After prolonged combat, Gu Yuan hurled his divine sword into the air, causing it to spin and unleash a multitude of sharp sword energies. The 4 individuals hastily summoned their vital energy to erect a protective barrier against the onslaught of sword energy. The sword energy emitted by the celestial-grade divine weapon was not something anyone could afford to disregard. With a resounding crash, the resplendent sword light descended upon the mortal realm, delivering a cataclysmic strike that threatened to cleave the heavens asunder. United in their resolve, they braced themselves against the impending doom of that world-shattering blow. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, with a thunderous impact, the sword energy struck, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of confusion. As the dust settled, it became apparent that Gu Yuan and his companion had made their escape. Infuriatingly, they had eluded capture. The failure to detain Gu Yuan and his ally ignited a deep-seated rage within the four. With a celestial-grade divine weapon in his possession, Gu Yuan's departure was a feat beyond their capabilities. The imperial lineage of the Great Qian had endured for countless ages, its profound heritage unmatched by the likes of them. A single celestial-grade divine weapon rendered them nearly powerless to confront him. Chapter 43. The reminder they intend to hold them firmly in Yunzhou. Once Gu Tianxing meets his demise, everything will be settled. Zhao Tianyuan and others harbor their own schemes. The blood-colored assassins will attempt to assassinate Gu Tianxing once more. Even if they fail to eliminate Gu Yuan and his companion, they must ensure that their foes remain entrenched in Yunzhou, thereby providing the blood-colored assassins an opportunity to strike at Gu Tianxing. The conflagration in Yunzhou has attracted countless factions, instantly transforming it into a pivotal battleground of the Great Qian Dynasty. During this tumultuous period, Gu Tianxing finds himself overwhelmed. Not only preoccupied with the war in Yunzhou, but also distracted by the plight of the disaster-stricken citizens of Liaozhou. As the war commences, it demands a substantial expenditure of resources, and with the national treasury depleted, Yu Lishu has begun to voice his grievances to him. A decree was issued. A banquet shall be held in the palace today, and all princes are required to attend. Gu Tianxing conceived a solution and commanded that a family banquet be organized to host his brothers. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the princes were taken aback, each speculating on Gu Tianxing's intentions. The sovereign's banquet. Was this when hidden daggers would be revealed? Their fates would be determined this night. Alas, I fervently hope that His Majesty will spare my wife and children. With anxious hearts, the guests arrived for the banquet, each feeling as though their hearts were lodged in their throats, for tonight would seal their destinies. They all arrived early, sitting upright in their designated places, refraining from conversation. After a brief wait, the voice of Wei Zhongxian rang out. His Majesty has arrived. The assembly straightened their faces and stood in unison. As Gu Tianxing entered the banquet hall, they immediately bowed in respect. I pay my respects to your Majesty. I pay my respects to your Majesty. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Once seated, Gu Tianxing addressed them. Today is a family banquet. There are no distinctions between sovereign and subjects, only brothers. There is no need for formality. Despite Gu Tianxing's reassurances, the princes remained skeptical, their anxiety only intensifying. As the goblets were exchanged and the atmosphere began to ease, Gu Tianxing suddenly set down his chopsticks and sighed, drawing everyone's attention. The ninth prince inquired, Your Majesty, why the sigh? Though I may be unworthy, I am willing to share your Majesty's burdens and serve with all my might. As soon as he finished speaking, the other princes quickly expressed their willingness to assist Gu Tianxing in any endeavor. Gu Tianxing, heartened by their sentiments, replied, Thank you, my brothers. The situation in Yunzhou is dire, and the suffering in Liangzhou weighs heavily upon me. I have been restless of late, pondering the weight of our empire. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince spoke again. Your Majesty possesses unparalleled wisdom and might, yet you must also take care of your health. I have heard of the empty treasury. I am willing to part with all my wealth to replenish it. At this moment, the ninth prince understood Gu Tianxing's true purpose for the gathering and was the first to pledge his loyalty. My dear brother, you are truly enlightened and principled. I shall ensure that a prosperous fief is bestowed upon you, allowing you to govern without delay. With the ninth prince's understanding, Gu Tianxing reciprocated his sentiments. Hearing that the ninth prince could safely govern, the other princes rejoiced with great anticipation, eager to voice their own commitments. Your Majesty, I am willing to donate my entire fortune to alleviate your concerns. Your Majesty, I am prepared to offer all my assets for the service of the nation. At this moment, the crowd, realizing the gravity of the situation, willingly spent their wealth to secure peace, ensuring their families could depart the imperial city unscathed. With the support of many brothers, the emperor felt a deep sense of relief. This gathering was filled with joy, and all guests left content, despite their substantial financial losses. After all, loss of wealth could avert disaster, and none would refuse such a trade. The following morning, the princes generously contributed their fortunes to the national treasury. Gu Tianxing, true to his word, promptly selected lands for them, allowing them to establish their fiefs swiftly. In the midst of turmoil across the Great Qian, sending these princes to their fiefs would enable them to exert their influence in quelling some of the insurrections. Each prince commanded significant power, more than capable of handling the rebellions with ease. Gu Tianxing predominantly chose regions rife with unrest, where their strength would ensure a swift suppression of dissent. The influx of wealth from the princes temporarily alleviated Gu Tianxing's pressing financial concerns. Taxes from several provinces were already en route to the imperial city once these funds arrived. The treasury would require little attention from Gu Tianxing, allowing Yu Lushu to manage affairs. On a peak of the Divine Sword sect, a sudden tremor erupted. A young man, clutching a letter, was engulfed in despair, his heart ablaze with fury. "Royal family, I shall tear you to shreds." Dongfang Lin received news from his clan that the Dongfang family had been annihilated by the royal family, leaving only a handful of survivors in hiding. What has transpired? Brother Dongfang? Some disciples of the Divine Sword sect, startled by Dongfang Lin's roar, approached with concern. As a true disciple of the Divine Sword sect, Dongfang Lin commanded the loyalty of many followers who were devoted to him. He did not conceal the grim news of his family's destruction, sharing it with his companions. Upon learning of the obliteration of Dongfang Lin's family, the disciples were consumed with righteous indignation. "Brother Dongfang, how dare the Great Qian act with such audacity? They must not be spared," they exclaimed, their voices rising in fervor. "How could a mere dynasty dare to defy us? They shall face retribution." With fervor, they clamored to accompany Dongfang Lin down the mountain to eradicate the Great Qian. They were disciples of the Divine Sword sect, their pride towering above. Dismissing the Great Qian Dynasty as insignificant, easily vanquished. "Thank you, my brothers. We shall descend and demand justice for the murderers," Dongfang Lin resolved, determined to avenge his kin. As a true disciple, he knew that only 21 true disciples existed within the vast Divine Sword sect, and he did not believe the Great Qian would dare to challenge him. A dozen or so swiftly departed the Divine Sword sect, making their way toward the Great Qian. Meanwhile, the seventh prince once again sought an audience with Gu Tianxing to bid farewell. "Royal brother, I intend to return to the Divine Sword sect and came to take my leave." The seventh prince, devoted to the path of the sword, would not have returned to the Great Qian were it not for the matters concerning the first prince. With those affairs resolved, he was eager to return to his training. The seventh prince contemplated the situation regarding Dongfang Lin of the Divine Sword sect and cautioned Gu Tianxing, "Your Highness, Dongfang Lin, a direct disciple of the Divine Sword sect, would undoubtedly react fiercely upon learning of the annihilation of the Dongfang family. Exercise caution in your dealings, dear brother." As a fellow direct disciple, the seventh prince was acutely aware of the esteem in which the Divine Sword sect held its elite disciples. Should Dongfang Lin leverage his esteemed status to confront the Great Qian, the royal family would find itself in a precarious position. "Thank you for your wise counsel, dear brother. Please take care on your journey," Gu Tianxing replied, etching the seventh prince's warning into his memory. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he had no desire to provoke the Divine Sword sect. He now recognized the formidable nature of the sect. With a dozen or more elders in the Yin-Yang realm and ancestral figures of the life and death realm overseeing it, an entity far beyond the current capabilities of the Great Qian. Chapter 44. A second assassination. The Zhao clan and the imperial court found themselves in a standoff in Yunzhou. While Ma Chao led the Wei Yuan army to rendezvous with Zhao Yun and his comrades, neither side daring to initiate an assault. Within the emperor's chambers, Gu Tianxing was diligently reviewing memorials, with Wei Zhongxian attending to him. The burdens of emperorship were indeed formidable, Gu Tianxing reflected. He had anticipated that with the system in place, ascension to the throne would grant him a life of indulgence and leisure. Alas, reality delivered a crushing blow. The incessant pile of memorials and myriad affairs drained him of all energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. He yearned to cast aside this mess, yet he found himself unable to do so. After ascending the throne, the system underwent a transformation. As the Great Qian grew stronger, so too did his own cultivation. And the characters summoned by the system became increasingly formidable. Both the system and his cultivation were inextricably linked to the fate of the Great Qian, leaving him with no alternative but to devote himself entirely to its advancement. In the brief time since his ascension, his cultivation had already surpassed the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level, compelling him to devote even greater attention to the governance of the Great Qian. "Your Majesty, be cautious," Wei Zhongxian suddenly shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Tianxing. In an instant, a blade pierced through Wei Zhongxian, who then propelled Gu Tianxing away. Escaping the reach of the assassin, the sword energy invaded Wei Zhongxian's body, wreaking havoc and causing him to lose consciousness, vitality swiftly ebbing away. The fatal strike. Thwarted by Wei Zhongxian, redirected the assassin's focus back to Gu Tianxing, who was now in peril. Seeking death, the iron-blooded marquis, stationed in the palace, swiftly arrived at Gu Tianxing's side, shielding him with his own body and forcing the assassin back with a powerful palm strike. At that moment, a second assassin emerged from another direction, intent on the Emperor's life. Boom! A sudden, formidable palm strike sent the second assassin reeling. Just then, the third assassin's attack descended, poised to land upon Gu Tianxing. Heaven Frost Fist. In a critical moment, the temperature around plummeted, a chill enveloping the air, freezing the sword energy aimed at Gu Tianxing. The iron-blooded marquis quickly reached Gu Tianxing's side, shattering the immobilized sword energy with a decisive blow. Whoosh! Realizing their assassination attempt had failed, the three assassins wasted no time in fleeing. The iron-blooded marquis and Xiang Ba refrained from pursuit, wary of a potential ambush that would draw them away from Gu Tianxing. Quickly summon the apothecary. Gu Tianxing immediately assessed Wei Zhongxuan's injuries. Had it not been for Wei Zhongxuan's selfless protection, he would now be lifeless. The iron-blooded marquis administered a pill to Wei Zhongxuan, channeling his vital energy into him to temporarily stabilize his condition. The apothecary soon arrived, promptly examining Wei Zhongxuan's state. The apothecary's expression darkened as he spoke. "Your Majesty, Master Wei's injuries are grave. Even if he can be saved, his meridians are shattered, and he will lose all his cultivation, rendered akin to a cripple." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned ashen. Gu Tianxing pressed for a remedy. "Is there a way to treat him?" The apothecary replied, "If we had a sacred heart pill, combined with my treatment, it could restore Master Wei." The sacred heart pill was a high-grade earth-level elixir, rivaling some low-grade heavenly elixirs, and each appearance incited fierce competition for possession. Let Gui Hai Dao and Shangwan Haitang proceed to Fengmen Pavilion to procure the recipe and necessary materials for the sacred heart pill, ensuring that the esteemed Wei Gonggong can be restored to his former self. Gu Tianxing made this decision, aware that it would further strain the already insufficient national treasury. Yet he prioritized healing Wei Zhongxuan above all else. Even if this decision resulted in the demise of more disaster-stricken citizens, he remained resolute. Understood. The iron-blooded god marshal promptly descended to inform Gui Hai Dao and his companion. Wei Zhongxuan was securely settled, under the vigilant care of the Medicine King, ensuring his safety. Xiang Ba and the iron-blooded god marshal approached Gu Tianxing. "Your Majesty, these assassins are certain to return. We must not be complacent." Despite the group's vigilance, they had narrowly escaped the assassin's grasp. These assassins were all at the Yinyang realm, having mastered techniques to conceal their presence, making it difficult for even the iron-blooded god marshal and Xiang Ba to detect them in advance. "Your Majesty, I intend to enter seclusion to break through to a higher realm." Xiang Ba was on the brink of advancing to the late stage of the Yinyang realm, and he needed to expedite his breakthrough to gain sufficient strength to confront the assassins. Should he succeed in transcending to the late stage, these assassins would find it impossible to infiltrate the palace undetected, nor would they escape unscathed. The iron-blooded god marshal hesitated, concerned that he alone would be unable to guarantee Gu Tianxing's safety during Xiang Ba's seclusion. "Very well, expedite your seclusion." Gu Tianxing did not impede Xiang Ba's retreat. Having faced consecutive assassination attempts, each perilous, he harbored intense fury and hoped for Xiang Ba's rapid breakthrough, eager for the assassins to face their reckoning. Thereafter, the iron-blooded god marshal and Gu Tianxing remained inseparable, steadfastly ensuring the latter's safety. Gu Tianxing possessed the ability to summon allies, yet he opted to accumulate his summoning opportunities, as only a summon from the Yinyang realm could provide meaningful support. Accumulating enough for such a summon required numerous attempts. Before long, half a month had elapsed. One day, a group of extraordinary youths entered the Great Qian realm. "Senior brother, shall we directly storm the imperial city?" This group comprised Dongfang Lin and his companions. "No, I must first visit my kin." Before seeking vengeance, Dongfang Lin prioritized reuniting with his remaining family. The Dongfang clan had been obliterated, and these relatives were his only surviving ties, which he cherished deeply. After ensuring their safety, he would exact retribution on the perpetrators of his family's destruction. Within the Daliang Palace, the Liang Emperor and the clan leader were engaged in conspiratorial discussions. "Your Majesty, the Divine Sword Sect is mobilizing troops, preparing to rally numerous factions. It is likely they will compel Daliang to take up arms." Zhu Qianshan's voice brimmed with animosity. The royal family harbored profound resentment towards the Divine Sword Sect. None wished to bow and scrape, allowing a new overlord to dictate their actions, especially the rulers of Daliang. The Divine Sword Mountain had treated them as mere servants, and the Daliang royal family had harbored their grievances, ever seeking an opportunity. After enduring humiliation for millennia, the time had come to upend the Divine Sword sect and demand retribution for their blood debts. The Liang Emperor's expression was fervent. To liberate themselves from the Divine Sword sect's dominion, the Daliang royal family had been plotting in secrecy for thousands of years, with multiple emperors having ascended the throne during this time. Other factions have begun to engage with one another, preparing to unite against the Divine Sword sect. We must make early preparations. The forces of the Eastern Emperor domain have become aware of the Divine Sword sect's intentions and are starting to band together to confront it. It is imperative to exercise utmost caution during this time, ensuring that the Divine Sword sect remains oblivious to any anomalies. The Great Liang has schemed for millennia and must not falter at the final moment. They must proceed with greater vigilance. The Eastern Emperor domain is rife with tension, the atmosphere thick with the sin of impending conflict. Numerous factions are gearing up for battle, while the Great Qian remains ensnared in civil strife, unable to extricate itself. Many factions are contemplating reaching out to the Great Qian to collectively resist the Divine Sword sect. Although the Great Qian has experienced a decline in recent years, it once flourished magnificently, having withstood the assaults of the Divine Sword sect single-handedly, undoubtedly possessing untapped resources worthy of many factions' allure. Chapter 45. Uproar in the Imperial City. Within the grand encampment of the Yunzhou and Jingzhou armies, Zhao Tianyuan and his companions gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. News from the blood-colored organization had arrived. The assassination attempt had failed. Not only was Gu Tianxing accompanied by the formidable iron-bellied god Marquis, but also by a mysterious and powerful protector, whose presence had thwarted their plans. The weight of this revelation hung heavily upon them. None had anticipated that Gu Tianxing would be safeguarded by a master of the Yinyang realm. The failure to eliminate Gu Tianxing had turned the tide unfavorably against them. According to the tenets of the blood-colored organization, they were compelled to make another attempt. Gu Tianxing was destined to perish. All were acutely aware of the organization's unwavering resolve. Once a contract for assassination was accepted, it would not be relinquished until the target met their demise. As the organization had undertaken the task of eliminating Gu Tianxing, they would not waver in their commitment. However, a caveat existed: should the target exceed expectations, the organization would demand an increase in the reward for the assassination. Upon Zhao Tianyuan's declaration for an elevated bounty, the countenances of the others darkened immediately. They had already expended considerable resources to enable the blood-colored organization to pursue Gu Tianxing. The prospect of increasing the reward was burdensome. I shall not partake in this folly any longer. Farewell. The greedy wolf declared vehemently, turning his back and departing. He had already depleted a substantial portion of the taxes from the 3 provinces and the rewards bestowed by the eastern families in his efforts against the Great Qian Dynasty. Given the current circumstances, his remaining resources were scant. The mercenary group he had painstakingly assembled had been obliterated, and the notion of further financial contributions was utterly ludicrous. Greedy wolf, do not act rashly. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Are you truly willing to squander all your efforts at this juncture? The others implored, desperate to prevent his departure, as losing Greedy Wolf would severely hinder their ability to confront Gu Yuan and his associates. I have no time to squander with you all. Step aside. Greedy Wolf paid their pleas no heed and swept away, acknowledging the truth in his own words. Prolonging this discourse was but a waste of precious time. He aimed to swiftly utilize his remaining resources to establish a new mercenary group. The 3 were powerless to halt Greedy Wolf's exit, their expressions darkened by uncertainty. Without Greedy Wolf's support, their task against Gu Tianxing would become increasingly arduous. What are your thoughts? Shall we continue to enlist the blood-colored organization's services? Zhao Tianyuan inquired of Ouyang Hui and the others, recognizing that further resources were necessary to sustain the assassination efforts. Regrettably, the Huangyuan sect lacks the ample resources that you possess, Li Jianshan interjected, shifting the burden back onto the 2 men. We cannot abandon the assassination of Gu Tianxing midway. Ultimately, Zhao Tianyuan and Ouyang Hui resolved to contribute additional resources to enable the blood-colored organization to persist in their pursuit of Gu Tianxing. In its prime, the eastern families boasted a lineage of thousands, yet now they were reduced to a mere handful, all of whom belonged to collateral branches. After encountering his kin, Dongfang Lin's fury intensified. Having secured their safety, he set forth towards the imperial city, brimming with murderous intent. Upon their arrival at the gates of the imperial city, the guards, noticing their unusual attire, swiftly obstructed their passage. "Halt! Who are you? From whence do you come?" Upon hearing the words, Dongfang Lin and his companions were filled with righteous fury. They had entered and exited the grand palace of Daliang without facing any opposition. Yet now they were obstructed by a mere insect, which brought them immense humiliation. Seeking vengeance, Zhang Gang struck out in anger, delivering a fatal blow to the questioning soldier, reducing him to nothing but a heap of bones. "Arrest them!" cried others among the soldiers stationed at the city gate, as they swiftly moved to encircle Dongfang Lin and his group. "Kill them all!" Dongfang Lin had come solely for revenge, and he showed no mercy. In mere moments, the soldiers met their demise. Amongst them, the weakest possessed mastery at the Grandmaster level, with 3 at the law manifestation stage. How could these soldiers possibly stand against them? The scene descended into chaos, with shouts of alarm echoing. "They are killing people. Run!" Under the blazing sun. Such audacity to slaughter city guards. Did they not fear the extinction of their entire clan? The surrounding populace scattered in a frenzy, hastily fleeing the scene of turmoil. After slaying over 100 city guards, Dongfang Lin and his entourage brazenly advanced into the imperial city. News of the incident at the city gates swiftly reached various factions, with some shadowing their every move. Who were these individuals, daring to act with such impunity within the imperial city? They had killed city guards and remained unrepentant. Were they truly so fearless? A spectacle was about to unfold. In no time, several hundred imperial guards arrived, confronting Dongfang Lin and his company. "Seize them," commanded the leader of the guards, who wasted no time in attempting to detain them for questioning. "Kill!" Hundreds of guards charged at Dongfang Lin, and the outcome was inevitable. They fell in an instant. Among them was Zhang Gang, revealing his prowess at the law manifestation stage, leaving the onlookers in shock. But what of the law manifestation? This was the imperial city, beneath the sovereign's feet. Such power had no place here to act with arrogance. The court's formidable figures would soon arrive, leaving these audacious miscreants with no escape. As they made their way toward the palace, Dongfang Lin and his companions were undeterred by the might of the imperial family. Would they dare to confront them? The guards and royal strongmen swiftly approached to block their path, joined by Cheng Fei and Duan Tianya. "Apprehend them all." Several members of the royal family at the law manifestation stage charged forth intending to bring Dongfang Lin and his companions to justice. "How dare you? We are disciples of the Divine Sword sect. You shall not act with such impudence." Zhang Gang bellowed, asserting their identity as disciples of the esteemed sect. "What? They are disciples of the Divine Sword sect?" Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Such a lineage commanded respect even from the royal family. No wonder they acted with such bravado. They hailed from the Divine Sword sect. The atmosphere became electric as the reputation of the Divine Sword sect resonated. Its influence over the Eastern Emperor domain well known. Few dared to offend their disciples, for the sect was fiercely protective. Whenever one of their own faced trouble, they would spare no effort to defend them, regardless of the circumstances. The members of the royal family halted their movements. Recognizing that Dongfang Lin and his companions were disciples of the Divine Sword sect, and thus refrained from acting hastily, they promptly reported to His Majesty. One individual from the Dermic realm detached from the group to seek counsel from Tianxing. Observing the hesitance in their demeanor, which even hinted at trepidation, Zhang Gang and the others felt a surge of pride and arrogance. "Your Majesty, disciples of the Divine Sword sect have entered the imperial city, slaying hundreds of imperial guards. They are currently en route to the palace. We await your decree." Upon hearing this, Tianxing's gaze turned icy. Suspecting that Dongfang Lin was indeed among them, a reminder from the 7th prince lingered in his mind. Regardless of who it may be, any individual daring to create turmoil in the imperial city would be captured without exception, and any resistance would be met with lethal force. Chapter 46. The decision of the Divine Sword sect. Tianxing had initially wished to avoid provoking the Divine Sword sect so soon. Yet the audacity of its disciples to cause a ruckus in the imperial city was intolerable to him. Upon receiving his edict, the royal family, unburdened by any trepidation, swiftly launched an assault on Dongfang Lin and his companions. They were to be apprehended, and those who resisted would be met with merciless retribution. The assembled crowd was already aflame with anger, and their strikes were lethal from the outset. "Dare you?" they shouted, boldly. "Do you not realize we are disciples of the Divine Sword sect? How foolish! Do you not fear the wrath of the Divine Sword sect?" Zhang Gang and others were taken aback. The identity of the Divine Sword sect disciples did not deter the royal family, who struck with even greater ferocity. "Brothers, Depart from the imperial city and report this matter to our sect. Dongfang Lin bellowed, ready to break free from the city. Meanwhile, he scoffed inwardly. For the royal family had indeed fallen into his trap. He had always understood that avenging his kin with his current strength was implausible. Thus he sought to provoke the royal family into action against them. Once the royal family moved against them, he could then inform the sect. And through the divine sword sect's protective nature, the royal family would ultimately find themselves ensnared, allowing him to strike from the shadows. Bang! As Dongfang Lin turned to flee, he was struck back by a powerful punch. He crashed to the ground, his breath uneven, and quickly glanced at his assailant. Xiang Shifei, radiant with divine brilliance, obstructed the path of the divine sword sect disciples. Bang! Xiang Shifei surged forward with blinding speed, and Dongfang Lin hurriedly unleashed his sword, directing a flurry of sword energy towards Xiang Shifei. Clang, clang, clang. Xiang Shifei disregarded the sword energy, allowing it to collide with him without the slightest alteration to his pace, swiftly closing the distance to Dongfang Lin. Dongfang Lin's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could there truly be someone who could disregard his razor-sharp sword energy? As Xiang Shifei's fist descended with lethal intent, he raised his sword in defense. With a crack, the sword shattered upon impact with Xiang Shifei's fist, the force of the blow striking Dongfang Lin in the chest. Puff! Dongfang Lin was sent flying like a severed kite, blood spilling into the open air. Two law enforcement figures from the royal family immediately captured him alive, sealing his cultivation. Take them all away. The other disciples of the divine sword sect were similarly subdued, with 3 of the most defiant already slain, instilling fear in the rest. The royal family exhibited an audacity that was truly fearless, even daring to slay disciples of the divine sword sect. Did they not fear the impending wrath of the sect? Ha ha ha, the royal family is blissfully unaware of their hubris, courting their own demise. It appears they intend to upend the heavens, and calamity is imminent. Some factions were filled with trepidation, concerned that the wrath of the divine sword sect might ensnare them as well. Others, however, rejoiced, hoping that the divine sword sect would obliterate the royal family, allowing them to partake in the spoils. News of the events in the imperial city spread rapidly. Upon receiving the reports, Zhao Tianyuan and others were elated. Ha ha ha, we need not lift a finger. The royal family is undoubtedly doomed. There is no need for us to clash with them. We merely await the arrival of the divine sword sect, and the royal family will be vanquished. Once the royal family is gone, the realm of Daqian will be within our grasp. The people do not believe that the imperial family can withstand the sword sect. Despite the glorious achievements of the Great Qian in repelling the sword sect in the past, the situation has drastically changed, and the once mighty royal family, which had united all forces of the Great Qian to face the sword sect, is now diminished. The various factions within Great Qian have fragmented and are embroiled in internal strife, leaving them incapable of resisting the sword sect. Zhao Tianyuan and his companions have ceased their offensive to avoid unnecessary casualties, instead choosing to await the arrival of the sword sect members, anticipating their own advantage. Alas, the emperor is blinded by confusion. The royal family is in grave peril. How shall they navigate this dilemma? Upon learning of the developments, the royal family members scattered across Great Qian are consumed with anxiety and unrest, as they know that the sword sect's wrath could easily engulf them as well. Tianxing has chosen to ignore the turmoil outside. He and his companions, Gui Hai Dao and Shangwan Haidang, have returned with the formula and materials for the Sacred Heart Pill. The apothecary immediately commences the preparation of the Sacred Heart Pill to treat Wei Zhangxian. The complexity of crafting the Sacred Heart Pill surpasses that of some heavenly grade elixirs. Should the apothecary succeed, he would ascend to the rank of a heavenly grade alchemist. The Ironbold Marquis and Tianxing are filled with anticipation. Even the sword sect would treat a heavenly grade alchemist with the utmost respect. The revelation of a heavenly grade alchemist within Great Qian would incite surrounding factions and attract numerous individuals. How should the emperor and Dongfang Lin address the situation? Currently, Dongfang Lin and his companions are imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, their powers sealed. The Ironbold Marquis inquires about their fate. For now, let them remain confined. Tianxing has yet to devise a course of action, but their fate is already sealed. 9 days later, the apothecary successfully concocts 3 Sacred Heart Pills. After consuming one, Wei Zhangxuan's injuries begin to mend, and his shattered meridians gradually heal. Fortuitously, under the immense potency of the Sacred Heart Pill, he breaks through to the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm. Meanwhile, news of Dongfang Lin and others' plight reaches the sword sect, igniting a fierce outrage among countless disciples. They demand the annihilation of Great Qian, ensuring that the consequences of offending the sword sect are unmistakably clear. The audacity of Great Qian to slay disciples of the sword sect has sealed their fate. They must pay the price, total extermination, leaving no trace behind. The disciples of the sword sect clamored fervently, eager to march upon Great Qian and uproot the imperial family. Within the main hall of the sect master Zhao Yun and numerous elders convened to deliberate over the matter concerning Dongfang Lin and his companions. Sect master, how dare Great Qian lay hands upon our disciples? Such behavior cannot be tolerated. We must eradicate them with overwhelming force to serve as a warning to others, declared the seventh elder, brimming with murderous intent, advocating for the destruction of Great Qian. The other elders resonate with the seventh elder's sentiments, particularly since Dongfang Lin is his most cherished disciple. While the royal family deserves to be eradicated, our current plans are at a critical juncture, and we cannot allow Great Qian to derail them. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the other elders nod in agreement. The sword sect's meticulous planning over the years should not be jeopardized at this moment. Indeed, it remains uncertain whether the royal family's foundation still stands. Should this situation disrupt the overall strategy, it would be an unworthy sacrifice. The second elder also opposed taking action against the Qian at this moment, as the depths of the Qian's foundation instilled considerable apprehension within them. Zhao Yun made a decisive resolution, stating that the Qian should be allowed to survive for a while longer. Only after the sect's grand plans were accomplished would they eradicate them completely. Although the seventh elder harbored lingering thoughts, he too had to comply with the sect's arrangements. They restrained the disciples of the sect, ensuring that none would disrupt the sect's grand agenda at this critical juncture. Zhao Yun issued another command. Subsequently, the indignant disciples were subdued and forbidden from entering Qian. Any violator would face expulsion from the sect. Why? Why did the sect issue such a decree? I refuse to accept this. How could this be? Many disciples found it difficult to comprehend the sect's decision, their hearts seething with anger, yet they dared not defy the sect's orders. And no one dared to incite turmoil within Qian. Chapter 47. The Demon Spear. Under the meticulous care of the Medicine King, Wei Zhongxian swiftly regained his former vigor, surpassing his previous state. Accompanied by the iron-blooded Duke and Wei Zhongxian, Tianxing ventured into the very heart of the royal family. In the desolate Grand Hall, a long spear was enshrined, its surface marred by rust, yet emanating an astonishing power. This was the royal family's greatest treasure, an ominous weapon. Tianxing dared not approach the spear, as it was the weapon left behind by the founding ancestor of the Great Qian Dynasty, a last resort of the imperial lineage. The royal family remained unaware of the spear's true rank, yet it possessed an inscrutable nature that instilled dread in the hearts of many. According to royal records, wielding the spear allowed one to unleash attacks of the Yin-Yang realm while in the Dharma image realm. However, such formidable power came at a grave cost. Each use exacted a toll of blood. A practitioner in the Dharma image realm could only unleash a single strike before being completely drained of their cultivation and vitality, leading to their demise. Conversely, those in the Yin-Yang realm could manage a few more strikes, yet would also be consumed by the spear's insatiable hunger. Nevertheless, when wielded by a Yin-Yang master, the spear's destructive force was unfathomable. It was said that a royal Yin-Yang expert once sacrificed himself, using the spear to slay 2 Yin-Yang masters of the sword sect, driving them back. Your Majesty, I am willing to give it a try, the iron-blooded Duke declared, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Having cultivated the star-absorbing technique, he believed he could wield the spear for an extended period. Do not be reckless, Tianxing cautioned as he and Wei Zhongxian stepped back. The iron-blooded Duke approached the spear and grasped it firmly. Noticing no immediate change, he began to channel his true essence into the weapon. Boom! As the spear absorbed the iron-blooded Duke's essence, it awakened like a slumbering beast. A wave of destructive energy permeating the hall. Under its influence, the onlookers felt an overwhelming bloodlust surge within them. The Duke attempted to relinquish his hold on the spear, ceasing the flow of his vital energy, but an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The spear, seemingly sentient, forcefully continued to draw upon his essence and vitality. Humph! The Duke scoffed, unleashing the full force of his star-absorbing technique to counteract the spear's voracious pull. Bang! Moments later, he managed to break free from the spear's grip, which returned to its dormant state, unchanged from before. Approaching Tianxing, the iron-blooded Duke reported, Your Majesty, I can wield the spear, but each use will deplete a considerable amount of my true essence and vitality. After the confrontation with the spear, he felt confident in his ability to control it, though he knew that each activation would demand a heavy toll. The iron-blooded duke was never short of vitality or true essence, even if the spear drained him. He could replenish himself by absorbing others. Then it shall be the duke who wields the spear from now on, Gu Tianxing decided, recognizing the enhancement of the duke's strength. Thank you, your majesty, the iron-blooded duke replied, securing the spear at his side, eager to thoroughly comprehend its intricacies. Should he master the spear completely, the combination of his star-absorbing technique and the spear's formidable consuming power would reach an extraordinary level, a sight to behold. After receiving the long spear, Gu Tianxing commanded, "Gather all the rare treasures of heaven and earth with utmost effort, so that the Medicine King may refine them into elixirs to aid everyone in swiftly transcending their realms." The Medicine King, now a celestial great alchemist, could produce elixirs of immense benefit, enabling rapid enhancement of one's cultivation. Gu Tianxing harbored a desire for the iron-blooded god Marquis to take the long spear to Yunzhou and eliminate Zhao Tianyuan and others, thus bringing an end to the conflict in Yuzhou. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Nothing was more paramount than his own safety. With Xiangbon's seclusion, the iron-blooded god Marquis could not stray far from his side. "Your Majesty, envoys from the Dian Empire have come seeking an audience," reported Wei Zhongxian 3 days later. "Bring them in." Gu Tianxing's thoughts whirled as he speculated on the intentions of the Dian Empire. Both Dian and Dacian were imperial powers within the Eastern Emperor domain, historically keeping to themselves with little intersection. Rumors spoke of a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Yinyang realm within the Dian Empire, who had been contemplating the realm of life and death. Should they succeed in their breakthrough, the Dian Empire would have the potential to ascend to the status of the Dian Empire. Under Wei Zhongxian's guidance, a man exuding the aura of a military leader entered the Wujidian. "I am Sima Xianfeng, here to pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Dacian." Sima Xianfeng bowed to Gu Tianxing. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat." Once seated, Sima Xianfeng addressed the matter directly. "Your Majesty, I come on behalf of the Dian Empire to propose an alliance with Dacian to jointly resist the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect is about to strike against various factions, and the Dian Empire is likely their first target. The Sword Sect will never permit any nearby forces to reach the realm of life and death, as it would threaten their own standing. In truth, Dacian was not particularly worthy of the Dian Empire's alliance. Yet Dacian possessed hidden strengths that could bolster the Dian Empire's endeavors. What does Dian seek from this alliance? Gu Tianxing inquired. Once the Sword Sect makes its move, Dacian will find it difficult to remain uninvolved, especially since Dacian has already slain disciples of the Sword Sect, and Dongfang Lin and others remain imprisoned in the celestial dungeons, with no possibility of resolving the enmity between them and the Sword Sect. An alliance with the Dian Empire would also alleviate some of Dacian's pressure. Your Majesty, Dian and Dacian can form a clandestine alliance. Should either side come under attack from the Sword Sect, the other must render full support. Sima Xianfeng revealed that the Dian Empire had already decided on this secret alliance before arriving. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianxing replied, "Very well. Dacian is willing to ally with Dian. This alliance posed no detriment to Dacian. Indeed, it could harness Dian's strength to quell internal strife." Sima Xianfeng conversed with Gu Tianxing for some time before departing the palace, eager to relay Gu Tianxing's stipulations back to Dian. Soon, a month passed, during which the place of Xiongba's seclusion occasionally emanated astonishing fluctuations. Gue Haido, Duan Tianya, and Shangwan Haidang all experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. Gue Haido and Duan Tianya ascended to the mid-stage of the law-form realm, while Cheng Shifei began seclusion to challenge the late stage of the law-form realm. The rapid advancement of everyone could be attributed to the invaluable elixirs crafted by the Medicine King. Meanwhile, the natural disasters in Liangzhou gradually subsided, and under the court's arrangements, the displaced populace returned orderly to their homes. Many princes have nearly quelled the turmoil in their fiefs. As long as the Zhao family, the Huang Yuan sect, and the Ouyang clan are eradicated, the flames of war in Deqian will be extinguished. Half a month later, Gu Tianxing received another summoning opportunity. System, summon, Ding. The summoning resulted in the appearance of Ding Peng, a figure at the initial stage of Yinyang realm. Immediately, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes materialized before Gu Tianxing. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Ding Peng struck a demeanor that, while seemingly aloof, still bowed respectfully to Gu Tianxing. There is no need for excessive formalities. These summoned individuals bore no inclination to betray Gu Tianxing, and he had no use for such empty gestures. With Ding Peng's arrival, a cold glimmer flickered in Gu Tianxing's eyes. It was time to decisively eliminate the Zhao family and the Ouyang clan. Chapter 48: The Assistance of Great Yin. With a thunderous roar, 3 days later, a terrifying aura surged into the heavens, radiating outwards, only to halt just before it could escape the confines of the imperial palace, gradually retracting. Moments later, Xiongba emerged from his secluded meditation, where Gu Tianxing and others had been awaiting him. Ha ha ha! Splendid, truly splendid! Xiongba exclaimed, reveling in his newfound strength as he had successfully broken through to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Gu Tianxing, buoyed by this development, declared, Divine Marquis, we may commence our endeavors. With Xiongba's emergence from seclusion, Gu Tianxing felt no further trepidation and could now resolve the Zhao family issue once and for all. As you command, he replied. The iron-willed Divine Marquis and Ding Peng discreetly departed the imperial city, heading towards Yunzhou. Simultaneously, 3 figures hastened towards Yunzhou. During their journey, General Chen Haifeng of the Great Qian Dynasty remarked, it is astonishing that Great Qian possesses the sacred heart pill, a testament to its profound heritage. Truly worthy of its near-imperial status. Gu Tianxing had bartered a sacred heart pill in exchange for the aid of 2 Yin-Yang realm experts from Great Yin, who readily agreed without hesitation. Having already formed an alliance with Great Qian, they would have lent their support regardless, especially with the presence of the sacred heart pill. As long as life remained, the sacred heart pill could preserve one's existence. It was indeed a miraculous healing elixir that Great Yin could not refuse. The Great Qian imperial family boasted a wealth of talents, with several formidable leaders emerging, yet fate had not favored them, leading to their downfall at the hands of the Divine Sword sect. Ximen Chui Xue of the Great Yin royal family subsequently remarked, the current plight of Great Yin mirrors that of Great Qian in the past. For years, we have been relentlessly oppressed by the Divine Sword sect and its minions, losing 1/3 of our territory, and countless royal members have perished under mysterious circumstances, clearly the work of the Divine Sword sect. Especially concerning was their ancestor in the late Yin-Yang realm, who had faced multiple assassination attempts, the motives of which were all too apparent. With the millennium mark approaching, the restrictions of the life and death realm would soon be lifted, leaving us with little time. The expressions of the gathered individuals grew somber as they recalled the cataclysmic war that had ravaged the Xiantian continent, resulting in immense suffering and the deaths of many strong warriors. Subsequently, numerous top-tier factions united to suppress the continent, prohibiting any intervention from those above the life and death realm for a millennium, allowing the Xiantian continent to recuperate. Were it not for this constraint, both Great Qian and Great Yin would have long been obliterated by the Divine Sword sect's life and death realm. As the millennium approached, if Great Yin could not secure a foothold in the life and death realm during this final stretch, the consequences would be dire. We must do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. We cannot force it, they concluded. Achieving a breakthrough into the life and death realm was no simple feat. Even the illustrious founder of Great Qian, who had rejected joining the Divine Sword sect, had failed to transcend to the life and death realm, illustrating the difficulty of such an endeavor. While they journeyed, the iron-willed Divine Marquis and his companion had already reunited with Gu Yuan and others. Divine Marquis, what brings you to Yunzhou? And who might this esteemed friend be? Gu Yuan inquired, surprised by the arrival of the iron-willed Divine Marquis, casting a glance at Ding Peng. The iron-willed Divine Marquis replied, this is Ding Peng, a trustworthy ally. We come at the behest of His Majesty to eliminate Zhao Tianyuan and his associates, thereby eradicating future threats. He elaborated on their purpose, emphasizing Gu Tianxing's intention to swiftly conclude the conflict and consolidate the power of Great Qian in preparation for the impending war. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan and his companion were taken aback, realizing that another formidable Yin-Yang realm master had emerged under Gu Tianxing's command. They were astonished by Gu Tianxing's audacity to seek the demise of Zhao Tianyuan and his companions. Zhao Tianyuan and his associates were not to be trifled with. It was likely beyond their capabilities to vanquish them with merely the 4 of them. Gu Yuan harbored doubts about their ability to eliminate Zhao Tianyuan, Ouyang Hui, and Li Jianshan, for in a direct confrontation, they could easily overpower the 4. The notion of slaying them was akin to a fool's errand. His Majesty had evidently prepared for this, instructing him to bring the royal spear to the battlefield. As soon as the words left his lips, the iron-blooded Marquis produced the spear. Upon seeing it, Gu Yuan was filled with dread. Marquis, Those who wield the spear are doomed. You mustn't, he exclaimed, his expression betraying his fear. The iron-blooded Marquis was Gu Tianxing's right-hand man, a pillar of the Great Qian. Should he fall, it would spell disaster for the realm. Trading the life of the iron-blooded Marquis for the likes of Zhao Tianyuan was the epitome of folly. The Marquis reassured him, "Do not worry, my friend. I can wield the spear and shall not lose my life." Hearing this calmed Gu Yuan's apprehensions. His own distress had clouded his judgment. Even if Gu Tianxing wished to eliminate Zhao Tianyuan, he would never sacrifice the iron-blooded Marquis. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan remained slightly uneasy and cautioned, "Marquis, the spear is treacherous. You must exercise great caution and not be careless." "Thank you for your counsel. I shall be vigilant," replied the Marquis. The group then began strategizing on how to defeat Zhao Tianyuan and his companions. With the spear in hand, their chances of success were significantly enhanced. 2 days later, Sima Chongfeng and others arrived in Yunzhou, meeting with the iron-blooded Marquis and his companions. "Friends, we hope we are not too late." Upon seeing the iron-blooded Marquis, Ding Peng, Gu Yuan, and Du Feng, a wave of astonishment washed over them. The Great Qian Dynasty's strength was palpable, displaying its formidable foundation even at this juncture. "You have arrived just in time," the Marquis responded, although he had previously informed Gu Yuan and the others that the Great Yin would send aid. Witnessing Sima Chongfeng and his comrades in person deepened their understanding of Gu Tianxing's inscrutable strategies. "Friends, time is of the essence. Let us strike decisively." With their forces assembled, the iron-blooded Marquis was eager to act without delay. The others shared his sentiment, and they swiftly advanced toward the encampment of the Jingzhou army. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, war drums resonated as the Xingyun army and Weiyuan army gathered, charging toward the Jingzhou forces under the command of Zhao Yun and others. The iron-blooded Marquis and his companions arrived first at the Jingzhou encampment, revealing their presence without concealment, startling the Jingzhou soldiers. Boom. The combined might of 6 Yinyang realm masters surged forth like an overwhelming tide, shaking the very foundations of the Jingzhou camp. How is this possible? Zhao Tianyuan and his companions felt the overwhelming aura of 6 Yinyang masters, their minds swirling in disbelief. Attack. Without further ado, Gu Yuan unleashed his divine sword, sending forth a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that forced Zhao Tianyuan and his allies to reveal themselves. The three could no longer hide, rushing forth with expressions of panic still etched on their faces. Where was the wolf of greed? The crowd, oblivious to the presence of the cunning wolf, felt emboldened in their intent to slay Zhao Tianyuan and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched their assault. Cursed fate. The three, sensing the imminent threat of death, chose not to flee, for such an action would only lead to their individual demise at the hands of Gu Yuan and his allies. United in their resolve, they believed they had a substantial chance of survival. With a swift motion, Ding Peng wielded his crescent-shaped blade, a weapon rivaling the might of heavenly-grade divine arms. As he struck, the force unleashed was cataclysmic, surpassing even that of Gu Yuan. Zhao Tianyuan, summoning all his strength, attempted to parry the onslaught of Ding Peng's blade energy. Although he managed to deflect it, he was nonetheless forced to retreat, blood seeping from his palms, his hands trembling uncontrollably, already numb from the impact. In that singular exchange, he was grievously wounded, and his gaze toward Ding Peng was filled with palpable dread. Chapter 49. The demonic blade and the divine sword. The clash of blades echoed, a harmonious yet ominous symphony, as Zhao Tianyuan and his companions found themselves perilously teetering under the relentless onslaught of the divine sword and the demonic blade. Such fearsome weapons were undoubtedly of celestial grade, a rarity so profound that even the Great Yin Dynasty possessed but a single artifact of such caliber. Kill. With renewed determination, Sima Chongfeng and his companion redirected their focus and unleashed their full might. After a protracted struggle, Zhao Tianyuan and his allies bore the brunt of their injuries, their predicament far beyond their expectations. Ding Peng was overwhelmingly powerful, and they suspected he had reached the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm. Whoosh! Ding Peng swung his blade, sending Zhao Tianyuan hurtling through the air. Gasp! At that moment, the iron-bowled Marquis, who had remained dormant until now, finally made his move. With a thrust of his spear, empowered by the star-absorbing technique, he unleashed an insatiable force that drained Zhao Tianyuan's vitality, leaving him gasping for breath. Zhao Tianyuan cried out in agony, his struggles proving futile as he felt his life force diminishing at an alarming rate. As the spear siphoned his essence, a portion surged back into the iron-bowled Marquis, replenishing his own strength and even augmenting his vitality. Flee. Ouyang Hui and his companion, witnessing Zhao Tianyuan's dire fate, felt their hearts shatter, desperate to break free. You shall not escape. Gu Yuan and his 5 companions barred their path, with Ding Ping and Gu Yuan at the forefront. Even if Ouyang Hui and his ally fought with reckless abandon, they found it nearly impossible to carve a path to safety. In a moment of desperation, chaos ensued as the two attempted to break through. Ding Peng seized the opportunity, delivering a devastating blow to Ouyang Hui. The strike nearly cleaved Ouyang Hui in two. The wound deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth as his breath quickened in distress. Thud. Gu Yuan followed closely, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed one of Ouyang Hui's arms. Having dispatched Zhao Tianyuan, the iron-bowled Marquis swiftly joined Ouyang Hui, ensnaring him and employing the star-absorbing technique to voraciously consume his essence. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and the others turned their attention to Li Jiashan, quickly overwhelming him and capturing him alive. Is he practicing the celestial demon sect's devouring technique? After the battle, Sima Changfeng and his companion whispered. Shaken by the iron-bowled Marquis' prowess and suspecting his allegiance to the dark arts of the celestial demon sect. Exercise caution. I sense an unsettling aura enveloping the Great Qian. Qin Haifeng muttered, filled with trepidation and vigilance. Charge forth. Leave no survivors. In this moment, ambitions for glory and titles lay on the horizon. The imperial army clashed with the Jingzhou forces, engaged in a fierce and desperate struggle. Boom. Gu Yuan and his companions plunged into the battlefield below, their strikes wreaking havoc among the Jingzhou troops, resulting in countless casualties. We cannot withstand this. Everyone, flee for your lives. We have lost. Retreat, quickly. As defeat loomed, the Jingzhou forces, overwhelmed, discarded their armor and scattered in panic. The imperial army pursued relentlessly, intent on eradicating them completely. Boom, rumble. The valiant cavalry of the White Horse trampled the earth, shattering mountains and rivers as they surged forth like an overwhelming tide, instantly submerging the troops of Jingzhou, leaving no survivors in their wake. The soldiers of Jingzhou, in a panic, sought refuge, yet how could they possibly escape the relentless pursuit of the White Horse cavalry? The ground lay strewn with corpses, rivers ran red with blood. This was a battleground where life and death were intertwined, and no one exhibited mercy. Gu Yuan and his comrades paid no heed to the disparity in numbers, ruthlessly eliminating the soldiers of Jingzhou. The fierce battle raged on for 3 days and nights, primarily consisting of the relentless pursuit of the remnants of the defeated troops of Jingzhou. After devouring Ouyang Hui and Li Jianshan, the iron-bellied Marquis experienced a significant surge in his cultivation, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the star-absorbing technique, which, under systematic enhancement, allowed for the unrestrained devouring of all things, elevating one's cultivation without any lingering concerns. The iron-bellied Marquis approached Sima Changfeng and his companions, presenting them with the Sacred Heart Pill. Upon receiving the Sacred Heart Pill, joy was evident on the faces of the three. This was a life-saving elixir, capable of exerting tremendous influence at a critical juncture. With the battle concluded, the trio took their leave, expressing their gratitude for the assistance rendered. They were the backbone of the Dian Dynasty and could not remain away for long. Thank you all for your support, and take care. Subsequently, Ma Chao, Zhao Yun, and Du Zhanyan divided their forces into 3 paths, swiftly advancing towards Jingzhou, Yuanzhou, and Yuzhou, aiming to capture these 3 states with utmost speed. Du Feng and Gu Yuan coordinated with the main army, while Ding Peng and the iron-bellied Marquis returned to the imperial city. The annihilation of the Jingzhou army and the death of Zhao Tianyuan and his companions sent shockwaves through the Great Qian, inciting an unparalleled tempest. How could this be? Those were 3 masters of the Yin-Yang realm. How could they all perish on the battlefield? Is the royal family truly this terrifying? How frightening indeed. Is this the extent of the royal family's power? Numerous factions were left utterly astounded and filled with dread, their fear of the royal family palpable. It was urgent to flee from the Great Qian immediately. Quick, gather resources and depart swiftly. The Great Qian had become uninhabitable. They needed to leave at once. Some factions opposing the court quickly realized the gravity of the situation and fled in haste. With the 3 major forces obliterated, the Great Qian was left without any power to contend against the court. Having clashed repeatedly with the court, they knew they would not be spared and had to escape the Great Qian before the imperial army arrived. Otherwise, they faced certain doom. The Hanyuan clan, the Zhao family, and the Ouyang lineage were the first to flee, scarcely able to gather most of their resources, hastening their exit from the Great Qian. The army advanced relentlessly, as those opposing the court had already vanished without a trace, and the territories of the three states fell into submission. The court secured the three states without bloodshed, marking the end of an era of fragmented power and restoring unity to the Great Qian. It was indeed an accomplishment achieved by Gu Tianxing. No wonder the royal family chose him to inherit the throne. Defeated by his hand, I cannot claim my loss was unjust. I shall dissolve the shadow guards and henceforth live as a leisurely prince. The third prince and the other princes, already granted their fiefs, learned of the reclamation of the three states and were utterly disheartened, no longer daring to engage in any further schemes. Some princes even disbanded their entire factions, signaling to Gu Tianxing their intent to become powerless lords. Over the course of 2 months, the three provinces were completely reclaimed by the court. Subsequently, a multitude of officials departed from the court, hastening to their posts in order to restore normalcy to the three provinces as swiftly as possible. Resources from the three provinces flowed continuously back to the imperial capital, and the national treasury began to swell. Within the Fengyun pavilion of Yuzhou, a young maiden perused intelligence regarding the Great Qian Dynasty. The emperor of Great Qian proved to be quite remarkable, managing to resurrect a waning empire with extraordinary skill. The maiden was aware of the precarious state of Great Qian, believing its disintegration was imminent. Yet, she was astonished that so little time had passed before the empire had not only revived but also reunified. However, with the divine sword sect poised to take action, could Great Qian endure the assault? The maiden found herself intrigued, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming developments of Great Qian. Chapter 50. The demonic cultivators. As the affairs of the Great Qian returned to normalcy, the frequent mobilization of the Great Liang army captured the attention of various factions. It was well known that the Great Liang served as the pawns of the Divine Sword sect, and with their movement, many forces immediately grew tense. Particularly, the Great Qian Dynasty stationed its troops along the border, standing in opposition to Great Liang. Your Majesty, the Great Liang is mobilizing troops. We must remain vigilant, reminded the Iron Bull Marquis de Gu Tianxing. The proximity of Great Liang to Great Qian posed a constant threat of imminent warfare. Dispatch the Xingyan army to Ningzhou. They must keep a close watch on the movements of Great Liang. Gu Tianxing made arrangements, for Great Qian had only recently reclaimed the three provinces, and the nation was in dire need of recuperation and restoration. He wished to avoid war at this juncture. However, warfare is not easily controlled, and he could only strive to keep the enemy at bay, preventing them from disturbing the common folk within the realm. Upon their return to the imperial city, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao began seclusion, armed with elixirs crafted by the Medicine King, aiming to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. The final sacred heart pill was entrusted to Gu Yuan, who, after consuming it, fully recovered from his injuries and commenced his own retreat, aspiring for a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm. At a time when tensions were at their peak in the Eastern Emperor domain, a faction of demonic cultivators seized the opportunity to infiltrate, unleashing a wave of carnage. Ximen City, home to several 100,000 souls, now lay drenched in blood, strewn with dismembered limbs. Ha ha ha, only through slaughter can my demonic arts reach fruition. It is only through bloodshed that one can swiftly elevate their power. The demonic cultivators, numbering in the thousands, decimated the lives of countless beings, employing their demise to cultivate demonic powers and forge sinister artifacts. With rapidity, the demonic cultivators advanced to the next city, commencing their brutal massacre. News of their rampage in the Eastern Emperor domain swiftly reached various factions. For no secret remains hidden forever. The demonic cultivators, infamous for their cruelty and formidable strength, instilled terror in the hearts of all. The western part of the Eastern Emperor domain is a territory inhabited by the Divine Sword sect, Great Qian, Great Yin, and numerous other factions. Although the demonic cultivators had yet to encroach upon the western regions, their mere presence had already sown seeds of anxiety and dread among all forces. Within the Divine Sword sect, numerous elders and the sect leader convened, deliberating the implications of the demonic cultivators' incursion. The entrance of demonic cultivators into the Eastern Emperor domain not only jeopardizes our plans, but could also lead to the upheaval of the entire region. The Grand Elder expressed with deep concern. The demonic cultivators acted with reckless abandon, driven solely by slaughter and destruction. Should the demonic realm launch a full-scale invasion, the Eastern Emperor domain would struggle to withstand it. Mobilize the Divine Sword army immediately to seal the borders and prevent the entry of demonic cultivators. The Divine Sword army. composed of the sect's elite disciples, numbered 10,000, each possessing a minimum cultivation of the acquired realm, led by 2 elders of the Yinyang realm, making them a formidable force. Sect leader, allow me to personally oversee the border. The Grand Elder volunteered, feeling uneasy about the Divine Sword army alone guarding the frontier. With his presence, they would certainly be secure. The Grand Elder's willingness to go reassured Zhao Yun, who yearned for such an opportunity. As a late-stage Yinyang realm expert, his oversight of the border brought a considerable sense of relief to all. The other elders also began to lead their disciples in patrolling the sect's territory, ensuring that no demonic cultivators could infiltrate. Zhao Yun then issued further commands. The Divine Sword sect boasts an extensive lineage and an impressive number of disciples, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with a territory that surpasses even the 5 Great Qian Dynasties. However, such vast expanses make it susceptible to the insidious incursions of demonic cultivators, compelling them to remain vigilant. In response, the Divine Sword sect has taken measures, prompting other factions to bolster their patrols, reflecting a widespread trepidation towards these malevolent forces. The Qian dynasty has also been apprised of the demonic cultivators' movements, leading Gu Tianxing to convene a council with the iron-blooded God Marquis and others. Your Majesty, the demonic cultivators are ruthlessly savage, unleashing devastation upon cities and nations alike. We must not underestimate them. Although Du Feng has yet to engage directly with the demonic cultivators, he is acutely aware of their terrifying nature, as they leave no survivors and employ exceedingly brutal tactics. The Weiyuan army is to be dispatched to Yu province, while the ironclad army is to be stationed in Ning province. The borders of the Qian dynasty are defined by Yu and Ning provinces. Securing these 2 fronts will ensure the dynasty's peace. Under Gu Tianxing's reorganization, the Qian military now comprises 100,000 imperial guards, 100,000 Weiyuan troops, 100,000 Xingyun soldiers, 100,000 ironclad forces, and 100,000 Ning province troops. The imperial guards are tasked with safeguarding the imperial city, while the Weiyuan army secures Yu province. The Ning province forces, Xingyun troops, and ironclad army are all deployed in Ning province, leaving Gu Tianxing without additional military resources. Grandfather, you shall lead 10 law-affined experts alongside Duan Tianya to Ning province to maintain order, Gu Tianxing commands, his foremost concern resting upon Ning province, which warrants the deployment of substantial forces and formidable experts. Understood. Following the arrangements, the council disperses as Gu Tianxing initiates a summoning. Ding. Summoning successful. Obtained Tiger Leopard Cavalry 10,000. Departing the Imperial Palace, Gu Tianxing, under the protection of Xiang Ba, arrives at the military camp in the Imperial City. Shortly thereafter, 10,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry appear within the camp. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Tianxing's pupils constrict in astonishment. The steeds before him are not horses, but tigers and leopards. Each of these majestic beasts possesses innate prowess, with every soldier being at least of innate realm strength, over half having transcended to the Transcendence realm, and boasting hundreds of masters, alongside 10 law-affined commanders. Your Majesty, the 1,000-strong battalion immediately bows in reverence. No need for formalities. Gu Tianxing is elated. The addition of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry is akin to a tiger sprouting wings. These cavalrymen, swift as the wind, are unparalleled, even amidst vast armies. Gu Tianxing regards the Tiger Leopard Cavalry as his trump card, allocating them within the Imperial City's military camp. Due to the incursions of demonic cultivators, all factions within the Eastern Emperor domain have been affected, leading to a thawing of relations between the Divine Sword sect and other forces, notably the Great Qian, temporarily averting large-scale conflict. A month later, demonic cultivators breached the western regions of the Eastern Emperor domain. Despite the Divine Sword sect's military presence, some demonic entities managed to penetrate the defenses and invade. This cannot continue. The demonic cultivators are merciless, and our defenses are too extensive to hold them all at bay. We must call upon other factions for reinforcements. After several assaults by the demonic cultivators, the Divine Sword sect suffers significant losses, causing their defenses to waver. Numerous factions soon receive news of the invasion, prompting the Divine Sword sect to request their military support. Swiftly reinforce the defenses, should they falter. We too shall face dire consequences. Proceed to the front lines and ensure the demonic cultivators remain outside our defenses. At this juncture, it is imperative to temporarily set aside grievances and unite in solidarity. Numerous factions are acutely aware of the current predicament. No one can afford to act in isolation. They must collaboratively strive to repel the demonic cultivators. The Divine Sword sect has also dispatched envoys to inform Dian, urging them to send reinforcements. Although Gu Tianxing possesses a resolute stance, he still convenes the assembly for discussion. Your Majesty, the minister asserts, I believe it is essential to reinforce our defenses. We must not allow the demonic cultivators to ravage our lands. The iron-willed Marquis is the first to voice his opinion, advocating for Dian to mobilize its forces. Chapter 51. The Battle of the Defense Line. It is imperative to keep the demonic cultivators at bay, should they breach the defense line and launch a large-scale invasion. The recently stabilized Dian will suffer immensely. Demonic cultivators are fundamentally different from other factions. Their modus operandi is one of slaughter and devastation. If they infiltrate Dian, it would spell disaster. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, sharing the sentiment that the breach of the defense line by demonic cultivators would be catastrophic. Your Majesty, I am willing to head to the defense line. The battlefield is the rightful domain of the iron-blooded Marquis. With the star absorption technique combined with the demon spear, as long as I can vanquish my foes, I shall grow in strength swiftly. Armed with the demon spear, I am assured of my safety. Provided the realm of life and death does not intervene, I can venture to the defense line with confidence. Marquis, Ding Peng, you two shall lead the ironclad army to support the defense line, Gu Tianxing commanded, ensuring that Ding Peng would accompany the iron-blooded Marquis for mutual protection. Understood. As you command. The two swiftly set off, eager to witness the feared demonic cultivators for themselves. As various factions hurried to reinforce the defense line, the onslaught of the demonic cultivators was momentarily subdued, yet no one dared to relax their vigilance. As the Divine Sword sect faced off against the demonic army at the defense line, a group of demonic cultivators stealthily infiltrated. The leader instructed, spread out and search diligently. We must locate the place of the seal. The assault on the Eastern Emperor domain was not without purpose. Their true objective was hidden, and the slaughter of cities and nations was merely a tactic to draw in numerous factions. By the time the iron-blooded Marquis and his companions arrived at the defense line, most factions had already assembled. The Dian army had arrived, and their recent resurgence raised questions about potential conflicts with the Divine Sword sect. Although Dian had seen better days, its profound heritage should not be underestimated. Dian was no nameless entity within the Eastern Emperor domain. It nearly ascended to imperial status. Even in its current diminished state, no one dared to treat it lightly. Particularly, Dian's audacity to execute disciples of the Divine Sword sect had taken many factions by surprise. Ha ha ha, Marquis, Ding Daoist, how delightful to see you both again. It had not been long since their last encounter, yet fate had brought them together once more. Sima Changfeng, aware of their prowess, recognized that Dian's arrival provided a formidable ally. After settling the troops, the iron-blooded Marquis engaged in conversation with Sima Changfeng and Chun Haifeng in the main tent. Sima Changfeng and his companions had arrived earlier and were well acquainted with the situation, promptly informing the iron-blooded Marquis of the current state of affairs. Marquis, the demonic cultivators are continuously augmenting their forces. There are now over a dozen in the Yinyang realm and 50,000 demonic cultivators. They are determined to seize the defense line. The outlook was grim, as demonic forces continued to pour forth from the demon domain, and everyone felt an immense pressure. The Divine Sword sect bore the banner, boasting 5 in the Yinyang realm and 30,000 proficient disciples as their absolute mainstay. Most notably, the Grand Elder. A late-stage Yinyang realm powerhouse stood as an indomitable pillar on the battlefield. Other factions had also mobilized considerable strength, particularly the major dynasties, each deploying no less than 100,000 troops and 2 in the Yinyang realm. The united forces now boasted over 20 Yinyang realm experts and more than 600,000 soldiers. Given our advantageous position, why not take the initiative? The iron-blooded Marquis inquired. At present, the Eastern Sovereign Domain holds an undeniable advantage, capable of utterly vanquishing the demonic cultivators and even detaining all 50,000 of them. Yet, there remains an unsettling silence. My lord, the God Marshal interjected, the situation is far from straightforward. Although various factions harbor a profound fear of demonic cultivators and feel compelled to mobilize their forces, none dare to confront them in a decisive manner. The allied forces may appear formidable, but in truth, they are merely a disjointed assemblage. Should the tide turn unfavorably, they would disintegrate in an instant. Each faction is preoccupied with its own interests, to the extent that even the Divine Sword sect cannot coordinate a unified front. If this continues, it will only ensnare us in our own webs. The iron-willed god marshal had not anticipated such short-sightedness among these individuals. If the demonic forces are allowed to bolster their ranks unchecked, a cataclysmic confrontation will inevitably ensue. It is not a lack of foresight that plagues the assembly, but rather a pervasive reluctance to confront the demonic cultivators directly, even if a counteroffensive were to be mounted. Who would willingly take on the mantle of the primary aggressor and bear the brunt of the demon's wrath? If the Great Qian were to assume that role, the iron-willed god marshal would certainly object. Such is human nature. All are aware that prolonging this impasse serves no one's interests, yet none are willing to step forward selflessly. The camps of Great Qian and Great Yin stand in close proximity, allowing for mutual support. As half a month swiftly elapsed, the demonic army swelled to over 100,000, with countless formidable adversaries concealed within their ranks, their identities unknown. Numerous factions, fraught with anxiety, could no longer remain idle. The Divine Sword sect summoned the leaders of all factions to convene, for inaction was no longer an option. Upon gathering, the Grand Elder spoke candidly, "Esteemed colleagues, the demonic cultivators are relentlessly augmenting their forces. We can no longer afford to remain passive. We must counterattack." His words resonated with many, and soon a chorus of agreement arose. Indeed, we cannot remain idle. The Grand Elder articulated a sound argument. We must seize the moment to inflict a significant blow upon the demonic forces, lest we face dire consequences. We can no longer stand by and watch the enemy bolster their ranks. At this juncture, all present recognized the gravity of the situation. Any further inaction would lead to their own demise. The iron-willed god marshal and Sima Changfeng voiced no dissent, agreeing that a counteroffensive was imperative. Since all concur with the notion of a counterattack, let us deliberate on the method of our response. Upon this declaration, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. The demonic cultivators employ heinous tactics, and their myriad of atrocious techniques renders no one eager to assume the role of primary aggressor. The Grand Elder had anticipated this reaction. Even the Divine Sword sect was loath to engage in a direct confrontation with the demons, let alone the other factions. Observing the silence that enveloped the gathering, the Grand Elder proclaimed, "In due course, the Divine Sword sect will take the lead, with Great Qian and Great Yin coordinating their efforts." The Divine Sword sect was compelled to shoulder this significant responsibility, yet they also sought to exploit this opportunity to diminish the strengths of the two great dynasties. The assembly turned their gazes toward the iron-willed god marshal and Sima Changfeng, fully aware of the Divine Sword sect's strategic intentions. The Divine Sword sect had assumed the role of the primary aggressor, and it was entirely reasonable for the two great dynasties to offer their support. Very well. The iron-willed god marshal responded, unfazed by the Divine Sword sect's plans. He was eager to engage the enemy and expedite his own ascension. Sima Changfeng's expression was grim, yet he ultimately acquiesced. With the Divine Sword sect and the two great dynasties at the forefront, a sense of relief washed over all factions. The following morning, as dawn broke, the allied camp resonated with the thunderous sound of war drums, heralding an atmosphere charged with the spirit of battle. The rhythmic sound of war drums echoed like raindrops, intensifying with each beat as various forces mobilized their armies in an orderly fashion, adhering to prior arrangements. Charge! The disciples of the Divine Sword sect surged forth in unison, akin to blades being drawn from their sheaths, shattering the heavens above. Countless streams of sword energy crisscrossed the air, their intent tearing through the vast expanse, advancing relentlessly toward the army of demonic cultivators. The Divine Sword sect is courting its own demise. The souls of the disciples are remarkably pure, making them exquisite materials for crafting demonic artifacts. Come forth, all of you. In the face of the formidable and bloodthirsty disciples of the Divine Sword sect, the demonic cultivators felt no fear. Instead, they were filled with excitement, gazing at the disciples as though they were a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 52. The Fierce Battle Boom. The thunderous sounds echoed as the armies of De Qian and De Yin surged forward, fully cooperating with the Divine Sword sect. At this moment, all three factions set aside their previous grievances, united in their resolve to eliminate the formidable threat posed by the demon cultivators. With a clash, the two forces collided like raging tides, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect, each possessing extraordinary talent, wielded their swordsmanship with lethal precision, yet, despite their prowess, they struggled to gain the upper hand. The demon cultivators employed every conceivable tactic, And even with the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Divine Sword sect and the two great empires, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Breathing heavily, a demon lord of the law manifestation realm brandished a pitch-black banner, sweeping it back and forth. Those of insufficient cultivation were rendered defenseless, their souls consumed by the banner. The sight of some demon cultivators mercilessly tearing their enemies apart and devouring them on the battlefield instilled terror in the hearts of many. Fear not. Follow me to slaughter. Advance, and those who retreat shall face death without mercy. Now, each faction had no choice but to risk everything, their forces converging for a decisive confrontation. Boom. The Grand Elder and 4 formidable cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm unleashed their aura, charging into the ranks of the demon army. It is time for us to strike. The iron-willed God Marquis and other Yin-Yang cultivators joined the fray, launching themselves at the demon forces. Excellent. From the demon ranks emerged over 20 figures, each radiating the aura of the Yin-Yang realm, nullifying the coalition's numerical superiority. Everyone, be cautious. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. This battle would be arduous, with many likely to perish. The iron-willed God Marquis focused on a particular demon cultivator, holding nothing back as he summoned the full power of his spear. Boom. A colossal and terrifying spear aura soared into the heavens, connecting the earth and sky, its grandeur and menace capturing the attention of all. Damn it! The demon cultivator, locked in the spear's trajectory, was thrown into a state of panic and disarray. The power of this strike already hinted at surpassing the limits of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he, a novice in this realm, withstand it? Fate had dealt him a cruel hand, facing the iron-willed God Marquis, who initiated the assault with a lethal strike. Instead of surrendering, the demon cultivator summoned all his true essence to block the impending deadly spear. The spear aura trembled the stars, cleaving through the heavens, leaving behind a dark fissure in the sky as it descended rapidly. Bang! The spear aura shattered the protective barrier of his opponent, cleaving the body in two. Just as his form was about to disintegrate, the spear unleashed a terrifying force of absorption, instantly consuming the bisected body. In a remarkable turn, the spear rejuvenated the iron-willed God Marquis, restoring the pallor of his face, replenishing his true essence, and even enhancing his cultivation. What a terrifying strike! Is this truly a blow that can be delivered by someone of the Yin-Yang realm? No wonder the Qian Empire is so formidable. With a single thrust, a cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm was slain, shocking everyone present and significantly boosting the morale of the Eastern Emperor Domain Coalition. The Grand Elder and his companions fixed their gaze on the demonic spear wielded by the iron-blooded God Marquis, the very weapon that thwarted their aspirations in the past. Kill. The death of a comrade did not deter the demon cultivators. Instead, they became even more frenzied in their assault. The Grand Elder engaged in a relentless battle with the formidable demon lord, Feng Quan. The Grand Elder's sword intent was sharp and unyielding, cleaving through any technique that opposed him. For a time, the two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. The iron-blooded God Marquis faced off against the mid-stage Yin-Yang realm demon cultivator Xiang Yu, their clash resembling a fierce struggle between dragon and tiger. With a resounding bang, as their palms met, Xiang Yu felt his true essence and vitality swiftly depleting, panic rising within him. He channeled all his strength into his palm, forcibly repelling the iron-blooded God Marquis. The Marquis, adept in various profound techniques, wielded his spear with consummate skill, soon gaining the upper hand against Xiang Yu. With each passing moment, Xiang Yu's countenance grew increasingly grim. It was a disgrace for a mid-stage Yin-Yang cultivator to be dominated by one in the early stage. A tale that would surely become a source of ridicule if it spread. Fueled by rage, Xiang Yu launched more aggressive and reckless attacks, losing some of his composure. The iron-blooded God Marquis remained calm, meticulously searching for weaknesses. Seizing an opportunity, Xiang Yu struck a palm against the iron-blooded God Marquis' heart, invoking the great spatial shift. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning, blood gushing from his mouth. In stark contrast, the iron-blooded God Marquis remained entirely unharmed, returning the full brunt of Xiang Yu's attack back upon him. Terror filled Xiang Yu's eyes as he hastily retreated, but the iron-blooded God Marquis denied him any respite. With a swift thrust, he pierced through Xiang Yu's chest, a relentless force consuming the very essence of life from him. A chilling cry echoed through the skies as Xiang Yu's body visibly shriveled, his breath waning. This heart-wrenching spectacle captivated all. rendering both the inhabitants of the Eastern Emperor domain and the demon cultivators momentarily paralyzed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Yun soon became a lifeless husk, unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. The other demon cultivators were struck with profound horror. The methods of the iron-blooded god Marquis resembled those of a true fiend. Be cautious. The demon cultivators braced themselves, filled with trepidation towards the iron-blooded god Marquis. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the battlefield, prompting everyone to look. They beheld a demon cultivator whose arm had been severed by Ding Peng, a gaping wound nearly cleaving him in two. Ding Peng seized the barely breathing demon and turned to exit the fray. With a sudden cough of blood, the iron-blooded god Marquis felt his vitality plummet, his complexion devoid of color as he hastily retreated from the battleground. Witnessing his state, the onlookers felt a collective sigh of relief. The Marquis had claimed 2 lives, yet it appeared he had also paid a heavy price. The battle did not cease with the departure of Ding Peng and the iron-blooded god Marquis. Rather, it intensified, raging like a wildfire. Once the iron-blooded god Marquis left, he swiftly rejoined Ding Peng, revealing no trace of his earlier injuries. His actions had been deliberate, aimed at deceiving the crowd into believing he bore vulnerabilities, thereby lowering their guard against him. Ding Daoyu, grant me your protection as I strive to transcend my current realm. At this moment, the iron-bellied divine Marquis is determined to forcefully elevate his, with the star-absorbing technique as his greatest asset. He seizes the gravely wounded demonic cultivator, activating the star-absorbing technique, and in an instant, he utterly devours the individual. His aura ascends steadily, quickly reaching a critical threshold. Ding Peng casts a cold gaze around, ensuring no one disrupts the iron-bellied divine Marquis. The location of the two is far removed from the battlefield, minimizing the likelihood of any interruptions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, who have been in seclusion within the imperial city for an extended period, successfully emerge from their retreat, adding 2 formidable figures of the Yinyang realm to Gu Tianxing's ranks. Moreover, Gu Yuan has advanced to the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm even before the two. The strength of Gu Tianxing's forces has greatly surged. The White Horse Yizong and Tiger and Leopard Cavalry have also witnessed numerous breakthroughs, prompting Gu Tianxing to commission the Medicine King to concoct a vast quantity of elixirs, nearly exhausting the national treasury, all devoted to nurturing his burgeoning power. Chapter 53. Coercion, Your Majesty. Unusual occurrences have been detected in Yangzhou, where several villages have fallen victim to a mysterious forces massacre. Wei Zhongxian reported this to Gu Tianxing. The local officials, wary of the situation, swiftly conveyed the news upwards, urging the Hulong Villa to investigate immediately. Gu Tianxing furrowed his brow, apprehensive that malevolent cultivators might have infiltrated, and thus commanded Hulong Villa to conduct an inquiry. Upon receiving Gu Tianxing's orders, Duan Tianya and his companions acted without delay, personally journeying to Yangzhou. After 5 days and nights of intense battle along the defensive line, both sides retreated, having engaged in a contest of equal strength where neither could claim victory. Exhausted, they temporarily withdrew. Following the cessation of hostilities, a somber atmosphere enveloped the assembly. Over half of the troops had perished, with dozens of those at the law manifestation stage lost, and 6 from the Yinyang stage fallen. The elder's countenance reflected profound sorrow at the loss of a Yinyang elder from the Divine Sword sect, a significant blow to their ranks. Each individual began to tally their respective losses, their spirits dampened. Boom. After 5 days, the iron-willed Marquis finally broke free from his constraints, advancing to mid-stage Yinyang. The battle had concluded. Let us return, he suggested. The two swiftly made their way back to the military camp to assess the casualties. Out of the 100,000 armored soldiers, over 30,000 had lost their lives, while the remainder bore injuries. This outcome had been anticipated by the iron-willed Marquis. 3 days later, the Divine Sword sect convened once more, summoning various factions to deliberate. Esteemed colleagues, the malevolent cultivators have begun to amass their forces again. How shall we respond? Their previous confrontation with the malevolent cultivators had left them battered, and the rapid reinforcement of their adversaries instilled a sense of dread among the assembly. What were the malevolent cultivators plotting? Did they truly intend to seize the Eastern Emperor domain? The last battle had left them all gravely weakened, and now, wounded and weary. How could they possibly contend with the reinvigorated enemy? The only course of action is to bolster our defenses, Duan Yin of Lingfeng Valley asserted, emphasizing their need for reinforcements. Lingfeng Valley was situated near the defensive line and would be unable to escape calamity should that line falter. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, followed by the oppressive presence of numerous Xiang stage malevolent cultivators bearing down upon them. Alarmed, the assembly's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastened from the tent. They beheld a formidable array of malevolent cultivators standing resolutely, their icy gazes piercing through the assembly. The atmosphere turned frigid. None had anticipated such swift support from the malevolent cultivators, who provided no respite whatsoever. Kill. Feng Quan and another malevolent cultivator of late Xiang stage charged toward the elder, with their comrades swiftly following suit. They aimed to annihilate the coalition entirely, catching them off guard. The defenses cannot hold. We must retreat. Ding Peng and the iron-willed Marquis surveyed the battlefield, recognizing the futility of their position, and without hesitation, chose to flee. The entire army executed a breakout. Upon receiving the command from the iron-willed Marquis, the armored soldiers began their withdrawal immediately. Let not a single one escape. Pursue them, annihilate them without mercy. Do not allow them to flee. The malevolent cultivators were outnumbered and could not effectively obstruct the escape of the hundreds of thousands in the coalition. The armored soldiers swiftly broke through the encirclement. To the forces below, the army presented little more than a distraction. Their true objective lay in capturing the numerous Xiang stage cultivators. As long as these Xiang realms remain intact, the western part of the Eastern Emperor domain will suffer greatly, making future invasions significantly easier. Ding Peng and Iron-Bold God Marquis have also caught the attention of 5 Xiang realm cultivators, who advance towards them with murderous intent. Even if they cannot slay them, they intend to detain them, preventing their escape. Aside from the Grand Elder, Iron-Bold God Marquis and Ding Peng are the most wanted targets of the demonic cultivators. Seeking death, remaining on the battlefield poses an increased danger. Iron-Bold God Marquis, with no time to waste, promptly brandishes his demonic spear. Everyone, be cautious. Withdraw quickly. Evade. As the spear is unleashed, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. A chaotic demonic wind ravaging the battlefield, causing trepidation among the 5. Boom. After breaking through, the Iron-Bold God Marquis is able to unleash even greater power from the spear, projecting a formidable spear aura towards the 5. Sensing the lethal threat emanating from the spear aura, they hastily join forces to defend themselves. Puff. Ugh. After a single thrust, all 5 sustain injuries, spitting blood. With the path cleared by the spear aura, Iron-Bold God Marquis and Ding Peng have already fled. The 5, their breaths uneven and still shaken, do not dare to pursue. Such a terrifying strike, its might surpassing that of the Xiang realm. They feel as though they have narrowly escaped death. Had Iron-Bold God Marquis and Ding Peng not been in haste to depart, the outcome for the 5 would have been dire. What manner of spear is this? So utterly fearsome? They engrave the memory of the demonic spear deep within, planning to report to the demonic domain after this battle. Forget about the 2 from the Great Qian. We must conclude this swiftly. After a brief recovery, the 5 charge back into the fray. Only after fleeing a considerable distance do Iron-Bold God Marquis and Ding Peng finally halt. The defensive line is on the verge of collapse, and the Eastern Emperor domain is about to face calamity. Once the line is breached, the demonic domain can advance unimpeded, leading to disaster for numerous factions. We must return to the Great Qian and report this to His Majesty. The 2 reunite with the ironclad army that has broken through and head back to the Great Qian. Cheng Shifei and his companions arrive in Yangzhou, quickly detecting the presence of demonic cultivators. These fiends are intent on slaughtering a village, but before they can act, they are surrounded by Cheng Shifei and his allies. Indeed, these are the work of demonic cultivators. Witnessing the merciless brutality of such vile beings, Duan Tianya and the others are filled with a fervent desire for vengeance. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Duan Tianya unleashes a flurry of sword light, charging towards the demonic cultivators. They scatter in a frantic escape. The leader of the demonic cultivators is a mid-stage manifestation realm cultivator, the first to flee. Humph. Duan Tianya snorts coldly and swiftly pursues. Kill. The Yangzhou city guards, in coordination with the spies from Hulong Mountain Manor, unleash their full might, quickly dispatching over 100 demonic cultivators, leaving only a few to interrogate. Shortly thereafter, Duan Tianya returns to the battlefield, holding the demonic leader in his grasp. We will take them all back for questioning. Under severe interrogation, Duan Tianya extracts the information he seeks. He promptly returns to the palace to report personally to Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, according to the testimony of the demonic cultivators, their entry into the Eastern Emperor domain is to locate a sealed site. The slaughter of innocents is merely incidental. A vast number of demonic cultivators infiltrating the Eastern Emperor domain is not aimed at instigating massacre. They have other objectives. Do you know the true purpose behind their quest for the sealed land? These individuals are solely fixated on locating the sealed land, remaining oblivious to all else. The demonic cultivators are merely executing the commands given to them, utterly ignorant of the information regarding the sealed land. They are to be publicly executed, subjected to the torturous death of slow slicing. Gu Tianxing understands that given the strength and status of these demonic cultivators, they cannot possess much information. Hence, he immediately decrees their execution by slow slicing. These demonic cultivators have massacred several villages, inciting the wrath of heaven and the indignation of the people. How could Gu Tianxing allow them to escape unpunished? As commanded, after the demonic cultivators are escorted to the imperial city, they are swiftly led to the execution platform, drawing countless citizens to witness the event. Who are these individuals? What crimes have they committed? To dare defy the laws of the kingdom leads to this grim fate. These individuals have slaughtered the common folk of Deqian. Thus, His Majesty the Emperor has decreed the death penalty. Chapter 54. Execution of the death penalty. The townsfolk, enlightened by the circumstances, quickly became a fervent crowd, their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger directed towards the soon-to-be executed demonic cultivators, wishing fervently to see them suffer 1,000 deaths. These wretched beings truly deserved no mercy. They must be punished in a manner befitting their heinous crimes. The slaughter of the citizens of Deqian by these demonic cultivators had ignited a profound fury amongst the populace. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, these demonic cultivators were subjected to a lingering death, a spectacle that brought immense satisfaction to the crowd. Soon, the iron-willed Marquis and Dingping returned to Deqian, relaying the details of their mission to Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, the defenses have been breached. The demonic cultivators are poised to launch a full-scale assault. We must prepare ourselves without delay. The iron-willed Marquis cautioned Gu Tianxing, aware that the forces of darkness were advancing upon Deqian. Our response shall be one of defiance. We shall meet them in battle. At present, Gu Tianxing commanded a formidable assembly of 6 masters at the Yinyang realm, including Xiongba, the iron-willed Marquis, Gu Yuan, Du Feng, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao. Xiongba, nearly unmatched in the Yinyang realm, and the iron-willed Marquis, wielding the demon spear. Both stood as significant bulwarks against their foes, coupled with the elite cavalry of the White Horse Yidong and the Tiger and Leopard Riders. Their forces were robust and ready to face any adversary. Your Majesty, I wish to enter seclusion to pursue a breakthrough, Ding Peng suddenly declared, eager to elevate his strength. Gu Tianxing, understanding his resolve, readily acquiesced. He made arrangements, stating, Marquis, you, along with clan leader Gu and General Ma Chao, shall proceed to Ningzhou to establish a stronghold. Should the demonic cultivators seek to invade Deqian, it is likely they will do so through Ningzhou. Thus, I shall deploy a significant military presence and numerous powerful individuals there. After the iron-willed Marquis and his companions departed, Yu Lushua came forth to seek an audience. I pay my respects to your Majesty, he said, bowing respectfully, his heart filled with emotion. Who could have foreseen that the prince, once on the brink of being deposed, would ascend to the throne? The Yu family, perilously close to ruin, had secured their safety by aligning with Gu Tianxing, and now found themselves in a position of great fortune. In the court, it was well known that he was the emperor's trusted confidant, receiving due deference from all. Yu Lushua had not disappointed the emperor's expectations. He diligently managed the Ministry of Revenue with great efficacy. What brings you here, Minister Yu? Gu Tianxing inquired directly once they were seated. Accustomed to the emperor's forthright manner, Yu Lushua replied, Your Majesty, the ministry has recently been vigorously supporting merchants, yielding commendable results. If this continues, it will undoubtedly alleviate the pressures on our finances. Listening attentively to Yu Lushua's report, Gu Tianxing nodded appreciatively. For Deqian's progress, robust military might and substantial financial resources were indispensable. Supporting merchants was his directive, and Yu Lushua had executed it well, with visible success. Your Majesty, the Kanglin sect has approached me, seeking to collaborate with Deqian. The Kanglin sect was a formidable entity, rivaling that of a dynasty, boasting numerous masters in the Yinyang realm. They dominated Zhangzhou and held a significant portion of the Zhangyue River, located upstream in Yuezhou. What manner of collaboration do they propose? Should the Kanglin sect bring benefits to Deqian, I would consider an accord with them, Gu Tianxing stated. They wish to join forces with us to eliminate the bandits plaguing the Cangzhou and Yuezhou waterways and to collectively manage the Xiangyue River. Yu Lushua articulated their intentions. The interests surrounding the Xiangyue River are immensely substantial, prompting numerous factions to intervene. Recently, there has been a surge of pirates plundering in the Xiangyue River area of Yuezhou. Although the Dai Qian has attempted to suppress them, these marauders persist unabated. The territory of the Kanglan sect is particularly besieged, with pirates audaciously raiding the vessels escorted by the sect. What are your thoughts? Gu Tianxing refrained from making a decision and instead turned to Yu Lushu for counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lushu replied, Your Majesty, should we forge an alliance with the Kanglan sect, the profits from water transport could triple, albeit at the cost of some risk in eradicating the river pirates. Yu Lushu responded candidly, You shall take full charge of this matter. I will ensure that the military provides unwavering support. Gu Tianxing consented to cooperate with the Kanglan sect, as the current revenue from water transport constitutes half of the national treasury. If it were to triple, the monetary issues faced by Gu Tianxing would be deftly resolved. This minister shall obey your command. Yu Lushu felt a surge of excitement and resolutely vowed to manage this affair with utmost diligence, not to betray Gu Tianxing's trust. The Yu family, being a commercial entity, could be engaged to partake in this venture. As anticipated, the defenses ultimately fell, and news of the demonic invasion spread throughout the Eastern Emperor domain. With the arrival of further tidings, various factions were engulfed in panic, unable to find peace. The Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect and 2 other elders perished defending the line, with only 7 Yinyang realm practitioners escaping the battlefield. Other territories within the Eastern Emperor domain also faced massive incursions from the demons, unable to safeguard themselves, let alone provide support to the west. The demons are approaching. What shall we do? The fall of the Eastern Emperor domain is imminent. We must flee. The Eastern Emperor domain will soon become a den of demons. Let us depart. The fear of the demon realm permeated deeply into the hearts of many factions, who dared not confront it directly, opting instead to painfully relinquish their foundational territories and escape the Eastern Emperor domain. How could we abandon our ancestral heritage? Even in death, I shall perish within the Eastern Emperor domain. Let us fight to the bitter end against the demons. At worst, we perish together. We shall engage the demons in a desperate battle. A portion of the valiant souls chose not to depart, instead preparing fervently for war, determined to confront the demons. Within the Divine Sword sect, the atmosphere was somber, with everyone feeling an extraordinary weight of despair. The battle at the defense line claimed the lives of 4 Yinyang realm warriors, including the Grand Elder, a late-stage practitioner, inflicting grievous harm upon the vitality of the Divine Sword sect. They summoned all disciples from afar to guard the territory of the Divine Sword sect. Zhao Yun was prepared to defend the sect to the last, while other factions could choose to leave the Eastern Emperor domain. They, however, had no such option. The foundation of the Divine Sword sect lay here. They could not abandon everything to flee. Even if they resolved to forsake their foundational land, there would be no refuge for them in other territories. The Divine Sword sect was a colossal entity, and no other faction would permit them entry into their domains. The Divine Sword sect also did not rally other factions to jointly resist the demons, as such actions would only deplete their strength. Various factions under the banner of the Divine Sword sect received orders to immediately enter the jurisdiction of the sect and await further instructions. The Daliang Dynasty, the Dian Dynasty, the Flame sect, and many others, upon receiving commands, did not dare to hesitate and promptly acted according to the directives of the Divine Sword sect. After breaching the defensive line of the demon realm, discussions ensued regarding the assault on the Eastern Sovereign domain. The Sword sect is fortified by formidable beings from the realm of life and death. Therefore, it is prudent for us to refrain from provoking them at this moment. Although the denizens of the demon realm may act with reckless abandon, they are not entirely oblivious to the dangers they face. The Sword sect possesses immense strength, bolstered by the presence of powerful figures from the realm of life and death, which deters any hasty offensives. Despite the millennial agreement in place, should they dare to challenge the dignity of the realm of life and death, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences, and no one would come to their defense. They would be wise to avoid inciting the Sword sect against the realm of life and death, lest they find themselves in peril. Moreover, with only 2 years remaining in the millennial period, it is assured that formidable warriors from the demon realm will rise to confront the ancient beings of the Sword sect when the time comes. Chapter 55. The invasion of the demon cultivators. Since there are no intentions to assault the divine sword sect, we shall divide our forces and swiftly conquer other factions. As long as we refrain from attacking the divine sword sect, the current strength of the demon realm is sufficient to sweep away the other powers. Their objective is to subjugate these factions as expeditiously as possible, then turn their attention to the divine sword sect. The search for the seal remains paramount and must not be overshadowed by lesser concerns. The primary aim of the group is still to locate the place of the seal. Yet they were taken aback by the East Emperor domain's fragility, easily bringing it under their control. The Great Qian Dynasty possesses a rather peculiar demonic weapon, which should not be underestimated, Feng Quan cautioned solemnly. What is there to fear from a mere dynasty? Allow me to obliterate them, Yang Tianxing scoffed, dismissing the potential upheaval a dynasty could unleash. Feng Quan chose not to respond further, given Yang Tianxing's arrogance. It would serve well to test the limits of the Great Qian. The struggles within the demon realm are far more brutal than those outside. Should Yang Tianxing perish in the Great Qian, all of his possessions would conveniently become Feng Quan's. Yang Tianxing, accompanied by 7 others at the Yin-Yang realm, marched with a grand display of 100,000 demon cultivators towards the Great Qian. Meanwhile, Ma Chao and his allies fortified a stronghold in Ningzhou to fend off the invasion from the demon realm. The tiger and leopard cavalry continuously patrolled the borders, remaining vigilant to the movements of the enemy. The demon realm launched assaults in all directions, with Lingfeng Valley abandoning its sect and retreating to Wushan, allying with its forces to resist the invaders. Wushan was not to be underestimated. Its 5 leaders were all at the Yin-Yang realm, and the rugged terrain within hindered the advance of the army. However, these obstacles posed no challenge to the demon realm as they set the mountain ablaze. Intent on incinerating the inhabitants of Wushan, the raging inferno quickly engulfed the surrounding mountains, transforming the area into a sea of flames. Ha ha ha, since you choose not to emerge, then may you never do so again. How delightful. Burn them alive, burn them all. The demon realm sealed off all escape routes, determined to reduce Wushan to ashes. How audacious, they dare to set fire to the mountains. This is troublesome, the leaders lamented. We must break through, we have no choice. Wushan had not anticipated such reckless cruelty from the demon realm, employing such inhumane tactics. Now, they found themselves in an exceedingly passive position, and breaking through seemed an arduous task. Escape was their only option, otherwise, they would be consumed by the flames. The chief of Wushan wore a grim expression. The ancestral legacy on the brink of destruction, and their chances of escape uncertain. Follow me, we shall fight our way out. The chief led the charge, rallying his followers to break free. Unfortunately, it was too late. The inferno spread relentlessly. Some adept cultivators might force their way through the flames, but for many, there was no escape. Brother, many cannot make it through. What shall we do now? The second leader, in a state of despair, turned to the chief for guidance. I have no solutions. Their survival now rests upon fortune, the chief admitted helplessly, unable to even ensure his own safety. While he could traverse the flames, the demon cultivators loomed at the periphery, eagerly awaiting their downfall. Kill. The furious denizens of 5 Tiger Mountain and Spirit Wind Valley surged forth from the raging inferno. Yet before they could catch their breath, the denizens of the demon realm, who had been waiting eagerly, launched their assault. Ha ha. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The forces of the demon realm unleashed a relentless barrage of lethal strikes, intent on annihilating every last one of them. Countless lives were lost among the 5 Tiger Mountain, with only a handful managing to escape, and ultimately, only the Grand Leader survived. The demon realm made no effort to contain the flames, allowing them to spread unchecked. Report. The demon army has been spotted several dozen miles away. At Ningen Pass, soldiers of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry approached to inform Ma Chao and others that the demon army was advancing, mere miles from their position. Divine Marquis, Clan Leader Gu. We can seize this opportunity to strike and weaken the demon realm's forces. Ma Chao's eyes sparkled with fervor, his martial spirit ignited. Eager to lead the Tiger Leopard Cavalry into battle against the demon army. That is unwise. We are unaware of the demon realm's full strength and must not act recklessly. Counter the iron-willed Divine Marquis. Ma Chao's plan was deemed too perilous, as a single misstep could plunge the Tiger Leopard Cavalry into jeopardy. Immediately relay this news to His Majesty. The iron-willed Divine Marquis sought to adopt a cautious approach, determined to defend Ningen Pass. Daoist Yang, we are now within the borders of the Great Qian. How shall we proceed with our assault? Su Xuanzhan inquired of Yang Tianxing for his counsel. Why complicate matters? We shall charge straight in and strike at the heart. Yang Tianxing had never regarded the Great Qian Dynasty with any reverence, planning a direct onslaught. As the demon army approached Ning'an Pass, they showed no signs of hesitation and launched their attack without pause. Charge in and take what we desire. The demon army, with malevolent grins, advanced rapidly towards the fortifications. The Great Qian forces remained composed in the face of danger. The elite troops of Ningzhou, Ironclad, and Starlit armies initiated their counteroffensive. Boom! Yang Tianxing's aura of the Yinyang realm erupted, condensing a colossal hand from the heavens to overshadow Ning'an Pass. Boom! A spear's energy soared into the sky, piercing through the descending hand with a thunderous crash. Yang Tianxing mused, his gaze sharpening. This strike imparted a profound sense of threat, compelling him to discard any dismissive notions regarding the Great Qian. The iron-willed divine marquis soared into the fray, confronting Yang Tianxing from a distance. His garments billowing in the wind, eyes fixed intently upon him. State your name. Yang Tianxing inquired solemnly. Iron-willed divine marquis of the Great Qian. The marquis's voice thundered across the battlefield. Boom! Su Xuanzhan and his 7 companions of the Yinyang realm erupted into action, joining Yang Tianxing's side. Ma Chao and Gu Yuan's expression shifted, and they promptly moved to stand beside the iron-willed divine marquis, the atmosphere thick with tension. Kill! With a resounding cry, Yang Tianxing surged forward, and Su Xuanzhan's 7 companions swiftly coordinated their efforts. Roar! The iron-willed divine marquis unleashed a spear strike, a dragon-shaped energy roaring forth. Bang! Boom! Crack! Yang Tianxing and his allies united in a counterattack, shattering the dragon-shaped energy as they advanced towards the opposing force. Be cautious. The iron-willed divine marquis warned Gu Yuan and Ma Chao. Facing 8 adversaries with only 3 of them put them at a distinct disadvantage. The iron-willed divine marquis summoned the magic spear, dark energy swirling around him, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. Yang Tianxing and his companions fixated intently on the demonic spear wielded by the iron-blooded marquis, their emotions entwined with both trepidation and avarice. It was evident that the spear was a weapon of the dark arts. Should they manage to claim it for themselves, their power would undoubtedly be augmented, akin to a tiger gaining wings. With a flourish, the iron-blooded marquis brandished his spear, targeting Yang Tianxing, Su Xian, and another adept of the Yinyang realm. He intended to confront 3 foes alone, striving to alleviate the pressure on Gu Yuan and Ma Chao. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless and foolhardy. Seething with fury, the trio could scarcely contain their indignation. How dare the iron-blooded marquis, merely at the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm, presume to challenge them single-handedly, as if they were inconsequential? Yet, it was not mere arrogance that motivated him. He was left with no alternative. If he did not restrain the 3, the fates of Ma Chao and Gu Yuan would be dire indeed. Chapter 56, Repulsion Bang. Boom. Clash. In the celestial expanse, 3 figures flitted like phantoms, intertwining with an ethereal grace. The iron-willed Godho gripped his demonic spear, its tip rending the heavens as it carved ominous fissures in the sky. Infused with his true essence, the spear emanated a chilling demonic glow. The iron-willed Godho raised the spear high, preparing to strike down upon Su Xuanzhan with tremendous force. Perceiving the impending danger, Su Xuanzhan channeled his demonic essence into his treasured blade, which became enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, accompanied by a chilling breeze, ready to intercept the spear. Clang! In the instant of contact between spear and sword, the surrounding demonic aura was wholly consumed by the spear, while the divine energy of the blade was devoured by the formidable weapon. With a resounding crack, the treasured blade shattered, and the spear continued its descent. Be careful! Yang Tianxing and his companions' pupils narrowed as they swiftly launched an assault on the iron-willed Godho in an attempt to thwart his attack on Su Xuanzhan. The great transfer of the universe. Yet, the iron-willed Godho did not relent in his onslaught. The technique redirected their strikes elsewhere. Thud! The spear descended, inflicting a grievous wound upon Su Xuanzhan's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Furthermore, in that fleeting moment, the spear siphoned away a significant portion of his life force. Kill! Yang Tianxing and another practitioner of the Yinyang realm charged at the iron-willed Godho from opposite sides, launching a tempestuous barrage of attacks, determined to deny him any further opportunity to strike at Su Xuanzhan. Having severely injured Su Xuanzhan with the spear, The iron-willed Godho himself was not without fatigue, having expended a considerable amount of true essence. However, the glorious outcome, a portion of Su Xuanzhan's life force replenishing his own, altered the tide of battle. As Su Xuanzhan retreated from the battlefield, another combatant from the demon domain joined the fray against the iron-willed Godho, significantly alleviating the pressure on Ma Chao and Gu Yuan. The iron-willed Godho, now more cautious, learned from Su Xuanzhan's misstep. Yang Tianshan and his allies adopted a careful approach, their movements synchronized to deny the iron-willed Godho any advantage. Though outnumbered, Gu Yuan and Ma Chao were the aggressors, launching a fierce offensive. Gu Yuan's mid-stage cultivation in the Yinyang realm, coupled with his divine sword, rendered him invincible against any foe. Even though Ma Chao had only just broken through to the Yinyang realm, his solid foundation and unparalleled combat prowess rendered him a force to be reckoned with, striking with a ferocity that even the most reckless of demonic cultivators found daunting. The battlefield of the Yinyang realm remained in a stalemate, while a fierce battle raged below. The defenders of the pass were elite soldiers of the Great Qian, undeterred by the ferocity of the demon cultivators. Do not panic. Hold them off. They are flesh and blood. What is there to fear? Slay them, achieve glory, secure wealth and status, and pave the way for my grand ascent. Following Gu Tianxing's military reforms, the army of the Great Qian had transformed into a formidable force, unafraid to confront any adversary. With the promise of accolades and riches, they were willing to risk their lives for triumph. Should they fall, their families would be cared for by the court, leaving them without lingering concerns. These soldiers possess a tenacious spirit that is infuriating. The invasion by the demonic cultivators met with a resounding defeat. Regardless of their relentless assaults, the valiant forces of Deqian stood resolute, unwavering in their defense, rendering the tranquility of a Ning Pass unassailable. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if a great earthquake had occurred. What is that? The onlookers gazed in astonishment as dust billowed and smoke filled the air, a tempest approaching the demonic army. Cavalry. It is cavalry. The tiger and leopard cavalry were closing in on the demonic forces, leaving them in a state of sheer disbelief. How could they possibly employ beasts as mounts? Such fearsome cavalry. Quickly, we must halt their advance. Each soldier of the tiger and leopard cavalry possessed at least innate strength, and their mounts were equally formidable. The synergy between rider and steed was unparalleled, allowing one paired unit to contend with multiple foes. The demonic cultivators were thrown into disarray, desperately attempting to counter the onslaught of the cavalry, yet none formed a cohesive front to impede their charge. The demonic forces acted on impulse, lacking any sense of discipline. Selfish and self-serving, they prioritized their own safety above all else, disregarding their comrades. With a resounding crash, the tiger and leopard cavalry surged into the heart of the demonic army, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Their initial impact causing chaos among the 100,000-strong demonic ranks. Some were directly trampled to death, while the ferocious beasts feasted upon their fallen foes, reveling in the bloodshed. The flesh of these demonic cultivators was a rare delicacy for the tigers and leopards, hastening their growth. Curse it, flee, with their ranks shattered. The only thought that occupied the demonic cultivators was the urgent need to escape, devoid of any intention to resist. After several waves of assault from the tiger and leopard cavalry, they had suffered catastrophic losses, with the remnants fleeing in disarray, signifying the utter failure of their invasion. Chase them down. The speed of the demonic cultivators was no match for the tigers and leopards, as they were relentlessly pursued by 10 commanders of the Dharma manifestation realm, harvesting lives with grim efficiency. Retreat. Yang Tianshan, recognizing the inevitable tide of defeat, realized they could not contend with the iron-blooded God Marquis and issued the order to withdraw. With a thunderous roar, Yang Tianshan and his companions unleashed a decisive strike that forced the iron-blooded God Marquis and his allies to retreat, turning their backs on the battlefield. The trio of the iron-blooded God Marquis watched their adversaries depart, harboring no desire to pursue. Having successfully withstood Yang Tianshan's onslaught had drained their strength, and any further pursuit would only invite disaster. They returned to the pass to survey the battlefield and tally their losses. After consuming restorative elixirs, they reflected on the arduous battle they had just endured. They must remain in peak condition, ready to confront the potential resurgence of the demonic cultivators. Upon leaving in Ning Pass, Yang Tianshan and his companions were filled with an unquenchable fury, their frustration seeking an outlet. It was infuriating. Had it not been for that demonic spear, the iron-blooded God Marquis would not have dared to act so brazenly. Yang Tianxing seethed with rage. Feeling deeply humiliated that the three of them could not overcome a mid-stage cultivator of the Yinyang realm, a blow to his pride. The shame of this defeat would undoubtedly spread, inviting mockery from countless onlookers. Our forces have been thoroughly vanquished. What shall we do now? Only a mere 20 to 30,000 of the 100,000 demonic cultivators managed to escape, while the remainder were ruthlessly slaughtered by the formidable tiger and leopard cavalry. The notion that these remaining remnants could breach the Ning'an Pass is nothing short of a delusion. It is imperative to relay this information back, urging them to send reinforcements. Yang Tianxing currently lacks viable strategies. Not only are figures like the Iron Bull Divine Marquis formidable adversaries, but the army of Deqian is also composed of seasoned and ruthless elites. The tiger and leopard cavalry, who were instrumental in decimating the demonic forces, inspire awe even amongst their own ranks. This fearsome cavalry possesses the ability to sway the outcome of battles. Without neutralizing them, breaching the Ning'an Pass remains an impossibility. The news of the fierce conflict at Ning'an Pass swiftly reached Gu Tianxing, enabling him to stay continually informed about the situation there. Chapter 57. The expulsion of refugees. An edict was issued to Zhao Yun and Du Feng, commanding them to swiftly assist Ning'an Pass with their White Horse loyalists. In response, Gu Tianxing concentrated nearly all available forces at Ning'an Pass. Upon receiving Gu Tianxing's decree, Zhao Yun and Du Feng set out immediately to reinforce the besieged stronghold. Simultaneously, the entire Eastern Emperor domain descended into chaos due to the invasion from the demon realm, spiraling into utter disarray. Various factions waged their own battles, falling one by one to the onslaught of the demon realm. Only the Divine Sword sect remained aloof, daring not to be attacked by the invaders. Within the imperial palace of the Great Qian, the royal family wore expressions of deep concern, as the demon armies had breached the borders and were advancing towards the imperial city. The demon realm approached with ferocity, and the situation for the Great Qian appeared dire. Some members of the royal lineage were sent away, while they prepared to fight with all their might. The strongest of the Great Qian, Xiang Yu, who had reached the late stage of the Yinyang realm, made arrangements for the impending conflict. He understood that there was a risk of his own demise in this battle, which could potentially lead to the annihilation of the Great Qian. Even with the knowledge that staying behind could lead to a near-certain death, the royal family chose not to abandon their homeland. They were noble by blood, filled with pride, and could not forsake their people or the land forged by their ancestors. The Eastern Emperor domain had become a perilous place. Where could they be sent? The land was engulfed in flames of war, and aside from the Divine Sword sect, there was nowhere safe to take refuge. The Great Qian harbored deep-seated grievances against the Divine Sword sect. Sending their kin under its dominion would be akin to leading sheep into the jaws of a tiger. Send them away from the Eastern Emperor domain. Changfeng, you shall leave with them, Sima Xingyun decisively instructed, believing that having a Yinyang realm expert with them would significantly increase the chances of survival for his kin. Grandfather, I refuse to leave. I will remain here and fight to the bitter end with the enemy, Sima Changfeng insisted, expressing his determination. Chen Haifeng had sacrificed himself to ensure his escape, and now he would not flee again. Nonsense. You must protect our people and await the opportune moment. The future of the Sima clan rests upon your shoulders. You bear a heavy responsibility and must not act impulsively, Sima Xingyun admonished. Those who chose to stay and confront the demon realm bore a different kind of burden. Those who left must uphold the legacy of the Sima family. Very well. Sima Changfeng finally acquiesced, hastily departing with his kin from the Great Qian. Troops were mobilized, and the royal family rallied, with all 6 Yinyang realm experts heading to the battlefield to confront the demon realm in a desperate fight to the death. The Divine Sword sect had been closely monitoring the situation within the Eastern Emperor domain, their spirits growing increasingly heavy. Though the demon realm had not directly attacked the sect, the territories of its affiliated forces were being invaded en masse. The armies and experts of the Great Liang were summoned to the Divine Sword sect. Yet no one was left to oversee the overall situation. Without military leaders or formidable warriors to withstand the demon realm, the enemy advanced relentlessly, slaughtering cities and plunging the citizens of Great Liang into despair. What has happened to our armies? Where is the Divine Sword sect? Damn it! Has the Divine Sword sect abandoned Great Liang? Great Liang is beyond salvation. Let us all flee for our lives. The common folk of Great Liang, who knew only the Divine Sword sect, instinctively turned to them in their time of need. Upon realizing that the sect had forsaken them, their hearts turned to ashes. And without hesitation, they chose to escape, a multitude fleeing towards the Great Qian for refuge. The royal family of Daong turned a blind eye to the situation. Although Daong was ostensibly the realm of the Zhu family, in reality, they were mere puppets of the Divine Sword sect. The common folk of Daong adhered solely to the decrees of the Divine Sword sect, disregarding the royal lineage, and the Zhu family showed no concern for their lives. A month passed, and instead of the anticipated resurgence of the demon domain, a massive influx of Daong citizens descended upon Ningzhou, seeking refuge in Daiqian. Over 1 million citizens arrived. How should we handle this? The Iron Courage Marquis and his companions convened to deliberate, as the growing number of refugees left them at a loss for arrangements. With the numbers swelling, failure to address this issue promptly would lead to significant troubles. They reported to the emperor, beseeching him for a resolution. The assembly resolved to petition Gu Tianxing for a decisive judgment. When Gu Tianxing received the news from the Iron Courage Marquis, Ding Ping had just emerged from seclusion, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm. Gu Tianxing dispatched Ding Peng to Ning'an Pass for support, along with his imperial edict. Upon his arrival at Ning'an Pass, Ding Ping found that the number of refugees from Daong had already surpassed 2 million and was rapidly increasing. The emperor's decree was to expel these Daong citizens, forbidding their entry into Daiqian. Ding Peng conveyed Gu Tianxing's orders. Daiqian was in a phase of rejuvenation, and the influx of these citizens would disrupt the realm. Most crucially, they hailed from Daong, a nation effectively controlled by the Divine Sword sect. The animosity between Daiqian and the Divine Sword sect was well known. Gu Tianxing would never permit these citizens to enter Daiqian and create unnecessary complications. Among the Daong refugees, countless souls were filled with trepidation, uncertain if Daiqian would accept them. Would Daiqian embrace us? Presently, Daiqian was our sole hope for temporary refuge. The Divine Sword sect truly deserved condemnation, just as the crowd was engulfed in anxiety. A figure soared above the refugees. Boom. The Iron Courage Marquis unleashed a terrifying aura of the Yinyang realm, instilling fear in all. You must leave the borders of Daiqian immediately, or else. As he spoke, he struck the ground beside him with a palm. Bang. The impact caused the earth to tremble, creating a deep pit several miles long. For those who do not depart, this shall be their fate. The Daong citizens were paralyzed with terror, swallowing hard and trembling uncontrollably. Everyone hurry. Daiqian is unwilling to accept us. We must seek other paths. They lamented. While we still have some strength, let us depart. Witnessing the Iron Courage Marquis' cataclysmic power, the refugees were thoroughly intimidated, refraining from any reckless actions. Those who had intended to force their way into Daiqian quickly lowered their flags and departed obediently. Departing now offered a glimmer of hope. To force entry into Daiqian would lead only to death. The news of Daiqian expelling the Daong citizens spread swiftly, and soon after, no more citizens approached the borders of Daiqian, tarnishing the realm's reputation to its nadir. Some citizens were even unwilling to accept this. Daiqian was indeed disheartening. It was no wonder that the attempt to challenge the empire had failed. If such a dynasty could ever become an empire, it would truly defy cosmic justice. The Great Qian Dynasty has exhibited an alarming degree of cruelty. Numerous factions have publicly denounced the Great Qian, their words laden with scorn. However, they find themselves in a precarious position, unable to spare any attention for the Great Qian as they grapple with their own survival. As 2 months swiftly pass, the Great Qian remains untouched by the influence of the demon realm, quickly revitalizing its lands, which now flourish with vibrant life. Many factions have met their demise, while the forces of the demon realm continue to amass troops, casting a shadow over the Eastern Emperor domain. The vast majority of the Great Liang has succumbed. Yet the demon forces have refrained from launching an offensive against Qian. Instead, they are fully focused on besieging the Great Yin, intending to eliminate it before consolidating their strength to confront Qian. Chapter 58. Taking the initiative at Ning'an Pass. Taidan Shenhe and his companions convened to discuss the current situation. The Great Liang had already fallen, and the Great Yin could not withstand much longer. Once the Great Yin perished, we would be the first to suffer. Du Feng's expression was grave. Although the Great Qian had significantly changed, they still found themselves inadequate against the forces of the demon realm. With the attention of the demon realm now focused on the Great Yin, why not seize the opportunity to strike, eradicate the demon cultivators within the Great Liang, and weaken their power? Ma Chao insisted that they could not remain passively awaiting the demon cultivators' assault, but should take the offensive. His suggestion brightened the eyes of the assembly. as it was indeed a feasible plan. Indeed, we can lead the tiger and leopard cavalry and the white horse Yidong into the Great Liang. The tiger and leopard cavalry and the white horse Yidong moved like the wind, swiftly departing after the carnage. Everyone agreed that taking the initiative was the right course of action. Subsequently, Ma Chao, Ding Peng, Du Feng, and Zhao Yun led the two cavalry units away from Ning'an Pass, opting to circumvent it to enter the Great Liang undetected. After securing the Great Liang, the demon cultivators had dispatched the bulk of their forces to the Great Qian, leaving only a few thousand to guard the imperial city. During this period, the demon cultivators were on a rampage, completely unaware that anyone would dare to launch an offensive against them. When the tiger and leopard cavalry and the white horse Yidong struck, the demon cultivators were in disbelief. Danger! We have enemies. Quickly, prepare for battle. The chaos ensued as they hastily closed the city gates. Boom! Ma Chao unleashed a spear strike that shattered the gates, allowing the cavalry to surge into the imperial city. The once formidable demon cultivators found themselves utterly vulnerable before the onslaught of the two cavalry units. This was no longer a war, but a one-sided massacre. For the first time, the bloodthirsty demon cultivators experienced the terror of being hunted. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Baoxiang, a demon cultivator of the Yinyang realm, attempted to flee secretly but was detected by Ding Ping, who unleashed a blade of energy upon him. Damn it! Zhang Baoxiang cursed, pushing himself to his limits. Too afraid to confront Ding Peng directly. Alone and in the early stages of the Yinyang realm, he was no match for Ding Peng and his companions. Roaring like an enraged dragon, Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor, blocked Zhang Baoxiang's escape route. Ma Chao and Du Feng closed in, effectively cornering him. My fate is sealed. With no path to heaven and no door to earth, Zhang Baoxiang, despondent, realized his demise was imminent. I will fight you to the end. Even a cornered beast would resist. How much more a demon cultivator of the Yinyang realm? Zhang Baoxiang was determined to make a desperate stand. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! The four did not entertain any thoughts of one-on-one combat. They each launched an assault on Zhang Baoxiang. A chilling scream echoed as Zhang Baoxiang, drenched in blood, found his breath fading, the underworld drawing near. Seize him! Zhao Yun's spear pierced his body, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to oblivion. Zhao Yun did not slay him. Instead, he intended to bring him back to Ning'an Pass for the iron-bellied God Marquis to devour, leaving no trace behind. A few individuals charged into the battlefield below, swiftly concluding the combat and annihilating all the demonic cultivators. After the battle, the group returned to Ning'an Pass. This single encounter eradicated 50,000 demonic cultivators, including one in the Yinyang realm and over a dozen in the Dharma manifestation realm, marking a resounding victory. Truly a worthy endeavor. Ah, the Great Qian Dynasty, I shall bring about your demise. Curse be the Great Qian Dynasty, they deserve utter annihilation. To obliterate the Great Qian Dynasty, leaving not a single soul behind. Upon receiving the news of the annihilation of the demonic cultivators in the capital of the Great Liang Dynasty, those attacking the Great Qian Dynasty were consumed by wrath. Their fury uncontrollable. They clamored incessantly, wishing to abandon their siege on the Great Qian and redirect their forces against the Great Qian Dynasty. The assault on the Great Qian had reached a critical juncture, and they could not afford to be distracted. They had besieged the Great Qian for some time, and it was on the brink of collapse. They could not allow their efforts to be in vain at this moment. Sima Xingyun was unfathomable. Even though he bore numerous wounds, we could not afford to be careless and must summon other allies for support. Their ranks comprised several in the Yinyang realm and hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators, yet they struggled to conclude the conflict. Primarily due to the formidable strength of Sima Chanfeng. He had begun to comprehend the realm of life and death, rendering even late-stage Yinyang cultivators inadequate foes. There was concern that he might retaliate at his final breath, leading to mutual destruction. Thus they held back their full might, allowing the Great Qian to endure to this day. The demonic cultivators momentarily set aside their focus on the Great Qian. Yet their desire to see it utterly destroyed was palpable. Once the Great Qian had fallen, the Great Qian would be next. Within the Sword Cloud sect, numerous elders convened to deliberate on a grand strategy. With the main forces of the demonic cultivators gathered at the Great Qian Dynasty, it was time to strike and ensnare them all. Jian Yun's tone was grave, imbued with an inexorable intent to kill. The Grand Elder and several elders in the Yinyang realm had perished at the hands of the demonic cultivators, and the Sword Cloud sect was relentlessly seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Their previous retreat was a calculated move. preserving their strength while allowing the demonic cultivators and other factions to clash, thereby positioning themselves to reap the rewards. They planned to utilize the demonic cultivators to sweep away other forces, stepping in to tidy up the aftermath. They could infiltrate the Great Yin in secrecy. As soon as Ximen Chui fell, they would strike to eradicate the demonic cultivators without mercy. The Sword Cloud sect had long regarded Ximen Chui with trepidation. If the demonic cultivators could eliminate this formidable adversary, they would personally ensure the final journey of the demonic cultivators. Zhao Yun took the initiative, leading several elders in the Yinyang realm discreetly away without alarming others. Within a city of the Sword Cloud sect, Zhu Qianshan and others were also scheming in the shadows. The invasion of the demonic cultivators had disrupted their plans, preventing them from entering the secret realm. Should they leave the Eastern Emperor domain and await a more opportune moment? The Zhu family had long devised a means to access the secret realm, initially intending to enhance their cultivation and allow Zhu Qianshan to break through to the realm of life and death. Unfortunately, unforeseen changes arose. The invasion of the demonic cultivators shattered their plans. For now, they chose to remain inactive, as other major domains could not idly stand by while the demonic realm encroached. The demon domain stands as a formidable adversary to numerous factions, and the other realms will not idly observe as the demon domain acts with impunity. Should they decide to deploy their forces, it is inevitable that the demon practitioners will be driven back to their infernal domain. The situation in the Eastern Emperor domain is intricately convoluted, with all parties calculating their gains and losses. It is both a calamity and an opportunity. Upon returning to Ning'an Pass, the Iron-Bold God Marquis and his companions heightened their defenses, refraining from launching another offensive. The longer the stalemate persists, the more advantageous it becomes for them. In the Black Sky domain, within the halls of the dominant Sky sect, the sect leader, Xiang Yu, pored over a missive. Lost in contemplation, Sword Cloud seeks assistance, aiming to unite the nearby realms to eradicate the invading demon practitioners, thereby delivering a substantial blow to the morale of the demon domain. Xiang Yu murmured to himself, deliberating on whether it was necessary to mobilize their forces. Chapter 59. The Divine Sword Formation. This scene unfolded amidst the great sects near the Eastern Emperor domain, where many sect leaders received invitations from Sword Cloud, intending to eradicate the demonic cultivators invading their realm. Some factions chose to mobilize their forces to assist, while others remained indifferent, opting to observe the conflict from the sidelines. 2 months later, at the end of the treacherous Dian Mountain, only the battered Sima Xingyun stood alone, as all others had perished. 18 demonic cultivators of the Yinyang realm surrounded the weary Sima Xingyun, intent on eliminating him there. Observing Sima Xingyun, who looked precarious and struggled to stand, the demonic cultivators hesitated, fearing to act rashly. They were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, having already lost 3 of their own in their attempts to bring him down. Now, cornered like a wounded beast, Sima Xingyun was determined to drag others down with him, which made them even more cautious. He was devoid of any means to resist. They should all strike together. With a thunderous shout, Feng Quan, along with Yang Tianshan and Wang Dingfang, 3 late-stage Yinyang cultivators, charged forth, followed closely by the others. Even with death looming ahead, Sima Xingyun maintained an upright posture, his gaze as piercing as ice directed at the crowd. As his cold eyes swept over them, fear gripped the demonic cultivators, sending chills through their spines. Kill. Undeterred by the pressure, the 3 pressed on until they reached Sima Xingyun, launching their strikes. Bang! Boom! Crack! Their combined attack struck Sima Xingyun squarely. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. After enduring their blows, Sima Xingyun seized Yang Tianshan. The road to the underworld is cold. Let us accompany each other, he stated with chilling calmness that sent shivers down Yang Tianshan's spine. Bang! Yang Tianshan struggled fiercely, relentlessly attacking Sima Xingyun. Are you not going to intervene? He shouted in terror, sensing his vitality rapidly waning. Panic overwhelmed him. Kill. Seeing this, Feng Quan and the others unleashed their strongest strikes upon Sima Xingyun, but he stood resolute, allowing their attacks to rain down upon him without flinching. Despite the onslaught, he refused to release Yang Tianshan. Let me go? Let me go? Yang Tianshan continued to assault Sima Xingyun, yet his efforts proved futile, unable to break free. Puff! Sima Xingyun unleashed his final blow, causing Yang Tianshan's soul to shatter, his eyes glazing over as his hands fell limply. Both Yang Tianshan and Sima Xingyun met their demise together, descending into the underworld in their final moments. Witnessing the bodies of the two, the demonic cultivators descended into madness, turning against each other in a frenzied scramble for the corpses. The remains of late-stage Yinyang cultivators held immense power, potentially providing an additional ally of that realm. Damn it! That is mine. How dare you contest my claim to the corpse? Die! It's mine, all mine. Feng Quan and Wang Dingfang also joined the fray. And those who had once fought side by side now turned their blades against one another, engaging in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the heavens lost their hue as billowing clouds surged. Countless sword energies pierced through the air, catching the demon cultivators off guard. An ominous realization struck. It was the disciples of the sword god sect. No time to hesitate. They were under siege. The previously quarreling crowd promptly ceased their bickering, uniting to fend off the onslaught of sword energies. Boom, clang, buzz, as the sword energies carved a path. 15 sword cultivators from the Yinyang realm descended under the command of Jian Yun. Upon seeing the members of the sword god sect, the faces of the demon cultivators darkened. They had not anticipated such an assault at this moment. Yet, they were undeterred. The numbers were nearly equal, and despite their prior battles, they felt capable of confronting the sword god sect head-on. Huh, you cowardly turtles dare to show yourselves before us. Are you seeking death? Shouldn't you hide within your sect, fearing you may not return? Laughter erupted from the demon ranks, mocking the sword god sect for daring to venture out. In the face of this provocation, the members of the sword god sect remained impassive. A cruel smile graced Jian Yun's lips. Sword formation. With a command, the 15 elders swiftly arranged themselves, and in an instant, a great sword formation enveloped the demon cultivators, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energies to obliterate them. Humph. The demon cultivators dismissed the threat, launching their attacks against the formation. Boom. Hiss. The relentless sword energies ravaged all in their path, annihilating the assaults from the demon cultivators. A sense of dread permeated the ranks of the demons. They recognized the formidable nature of the formation. Boom. Within the formation, countless sword energies coalesced into a magnificent sword light, descending like a celestial blade upon the stars. The brilliance was overwhelming, trapping the demons within the formation, leaving them no means of escape. Ugh. In the aftermath of the radiant sword light, 3 demon cultivators from the Yinyang realm were reduced to mere dust, their essence and spirit extinguished, while the remaining demons were grievously injured. Kill. Jian Yun and the elders of the sword god sect surged into the fray. Bolstered by the power of the formation, their sword intent surging, amplifying their might. Conversely, the demon cultivators, already wounded and far from their peak strength, found themselves suppressed by the formation, facing an unending barrage of sword energies from all directions. The balance of power shifted perilously, their situation growing increasingly dire. With the sword of the sect in hand, Jian Yun unleashed a fearsome technique, sword descending mountains and rivers. The mid-grade heavenly weapon enhanced his strike, and when he swung his sword, the very fabric of space began to warp. The sword light obliterated everything, carving a dark fissure across the sky, swiftly arriving before Feng Quan. Unable to evade, Feng Quan summoned all his demonic essence to erect a protective barrier against the descending sword energy. Boom! The sword energy struck the barrier, causing it to fracture but not shatter completely. The force of the impact pushed Feng Quan backward relentlessly. Crack, crack, crack. The sword energy closed in, and the shattering of the barrier loomed ominously before him. Simultaneously, the sword cloud surged forth with great speed. Feng Quan, exercising decisive judgment, witnessed a corpse materialize out of thin air, positioning itself before him to uphold the barrier and thwart the onslaught of sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Quan retreated, evading the reach of the sword's radiance. With a sudden gasp, the moment he distanced himself, the corpse endured for a brief moment before being shattered by the sword energy, which simultaneously dissipated. A pang of anguish gripped Feng Quan's heart. This was a puppet he had painstakingly crafted, possessing the combat prowess of the Yinyang realm, serving as his ultimate trump card. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Feng Quan could fully lament his loss, the sword cloud was already upon him. Infuriatingly, he had suffered the loss of a precious puppet. Rage boiled within him, yet he dared not confront the sword cloud head-on, opting instead to evade continuously. Enveloped by the sword formation, escape was futile, and he found himself entangled in a relentless duel with the sword cloud. Empowered by the Grand Formation and wielding a mid-grade divine weapon of celestial quality, even at his peak, Feng Quan would not have stood a chance, let alone in his current state. Chapter 60. Tremor under the relentless assault of the Divine Sword Sect, the forces of the demonic cultivators crumbled into disarray. A single demonic cultivator fell victim to the blade of a Divine Sword Sect elder, his body and soul obliterated by the fierce sword energy, leaving no trace behind. This death marked the onset of a cascade of demonic fatalities, with more and more of their ranks succumbing to defeat. Desperation enveloped Feng Quan and his companions. If they did not escape swiftly, their fates were all too clear. Feng Quan sought an opportunity to attack the sword formation. Yet his efforts were thwarted at every turn by the relentless pursuit of Jian Yun. After a day and night of battle, more than half of the demonic forces had perished, leaving only Feng Quan and 6 others to cling to survival. As they attempted to withdraw from the formation, Jian Yun issued a command, prompting all the elders of the Divine Sword Sect to retreat. Before Feng Quan and his companions could comprehend the situation, the formation erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The explosion reverberated like thunder, shaking the imperial city to its core, as if heralding the end of days. As the dust settled, only Feng Quan and Wang Dingfang remained alive, both battered and tattered, struggling to stay upright. Their resistance had waned, and after just a few exchanges, they were captured by the Divine Sword Sect. No demonic cultivators shall be spared, Jian Yun declared, his gaze as cold as frost. As he turned to lead the charge against the remaining forces below, they specifically targeted those at the Dharma Manifestation and Master Realms, recognizing that eliminating these formidable foes would yield the greatest advantage. The demonic army, in a state of panic, fled in all directions. Following the slaughter, the members of the Divine Sword Sect returned to their stronghold. The tale of this battle swiftly spread throughout the Eastern Emperor domain, igniting an unparalleled uproar, akin to a tempest sweeping across the land. Indeed, the Divine Sword Sect lives up to its reputation. When they strike, the heavens tremble. With this victory, the morale of the demonic cultivators was severely diminished. How could they continue their rampage? The chaos they wrought upon the world had earned them their just deserts, and they deserved to be eradicated entirely. Countless factions rejoiced, and the prestige of the Divine Sword Sect soared to unprecedented heights. At this pivotal moment, the Divine Sword Sect rallied its allies, calling upon the Eastern Emperor domain to eradicate the invading demonic cultivators. Having suffered greatly at the hands of the demons, the various forces, harboring deep-seated enmity, responded ardently to the Divine Sword Sect's summons. Leading the charge, the Divine Sword Sect commenced a campaign to purge the invading demons. With the loss of numerous Yin-Yang realm cultivators, the demonic forces stood no chance against the might of the Divine Sword Sect, retreating to hide or flee from the Eastern Emperor domain's western expanse. Yet, the demons would not relent. The strength of the demon domain far surpassed that of the Eastern Emperor domain, and they sought reinforcements, which would soon arrive. However, they remained wary, for many great domains were watching the demon domain closely. Should they dare to mobilize in force, they would undoubtedly face a united front from the various factions. Within the Divine Sword Sect, disciples erupted in thunderous cheers, their voices resonating throughout the entire sect. Feng Quan and Wang Dingfang were publicly executed, a solemn tribute to the spirits of the elders, igniting a fervor among the disciples that lingered long after. 3 months later, under the leadership of the Divine Sword Sect, the demonic cultivators in the western region of the Eastern Emperor domain were nearly eradicated, and tranquility seemed imminent. Suddenly, a harrowing piece of news emerged. The other 3 regions of the Eastern Emperor domain had succumbed entirely, and the renowned Divine Blade sect was breached by the demonic forces. With only a handful of disciples managing to escape, the revelation of this calamity sent shockwaves not only through the Eastern Emperor domain, but also through the surrounding territories. How could this be? The Divine Blade sect was guarded by formidable masters of the life and death realm. Their annihilation seemed inconceivable. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be mere rumor, a ploy by demonic cultivators to sow discord among our ranks. The fall of the Divine Blade sect was utterly absurd. Upon hearing the news of the Divine Blade sect's demise, the various factions initially reacted with disbelief. After all, it was the Divine Blade sect, fortified by masters of the life and death realm. How could they be extinguished? However, as the details of their downfall trickled out, these factions were reluctantly compelled to accept this grim reality. The venerable ancestor of the Divine Blade sect had clandestinely passed away, yet the sect had suppressed this information. leaving no one aware of their lack of protection from a life and death realm master. The secret of the Divine Blade sect was exposed due to a traitor among them. Years ago, a demonic cultivator infiltrated the Divine Blade sect, showcasing remarkable talent and gradually ascending to the position of elder. Even so, this individual remained oblivious to the secret of the ancestor's demise. This cunning traitor, however, deduced from subtle clues that the master of the Divine Blade sect had indeed perished and conspired with the invading demonic forces to probe their defenses. Upon confirming the truth, they launched a full-scale assault, leading to the obliteration of the Divine Blade sect. Cursed be the demonic cultivators, their infiltration was insidious, leaving no corner unexamined. And how many had suffered at their hands? Dealing with these demonic forces proved to be a formidable challenge. The various factions were engulfed in anxiety and lamentation over the tragic fate of the Divine Blade sect. With its fall, the Divine Sword sect could no longer shine in concert with the Divine Blade sect, while the other regions of the Eastern Emperor domain had already succumbed, leaving only the Western region, where the Divine Sword sect resided, vulnerable and isolated. The situation was dire. Without the Divine Blade sect to share the burden, the Divine Sword sect would be unable to withstand the full-scale onslaught of the demonic forces. Where do we go from here? The realization of their precarious situation dawned upon them. With the Divine Blade sect no longer restraining the demonic cultivators, there were no longer any concerns for the latter, allowing them to concentrate their efforts on attacking the western region of the Eastern Emperor domain. Although the Divine Sword sect was guarded by masters of the life and death realm, the time until the millennium mark was merely over a year away, at which point the demonic domain would also deploy its own masters of the life and death realm. The future of the Eastern Emperor domain was all too clear. In a moment, the winds of fate shifted dramatically, catching the Divine Sword sect off guard. Upon learning this news, Tianxing felt a pressing urgency. It was not solely due to the impending invasion by the demonic domain, but also because the millennium mark was nearing, at which point the constraints on those above the life and death realm would be lifted. Without a master of the life and death realm, how could the Great Qian withstand an assault from such beings? During this time, Tianxing had been accumulating summoning opportunities, hoping to call forth a master from the life and death realm when the moment arrived. Otherwise, the situation for the Great Qian would be dire. Boom. In a desolate and uninhabited mountainous region, a sudden rift appeared in the sky, from which a multitude of beings emerged. As the millennia draw to a close, an era of great contention is upon us, and this time, we shall not falter. The mere breath of the leading formidable figures could crush mountains and cause rivers to run dry. With the arrival of this long-awaited epoch, ancient powers continually resurface in the mortal realm, stepping onto the Xiantian continent. Among them, a sect known as the Xinyao sect has emerged in the eastern part of the Eastern Emperor domain. Upon its appearance, it has slaughtered countless demonic cultivators and seized the territory of the Divine Blade sect, inciting a frenzy among numerous factions. Chapter 61. The Azure Wave Palace within the stronghold of the Divine Blade sect, now overtaken by the Celestial Dawn sect. The demonic cultivators have been nearly annihilated. Master, will our actions provoke the demon realm? Inquired an elder with an ethereal demeanor, his brow furrowed with concern. The demon realm has long been a formidable adversary to numerous factions, and although the Celestial Dawn sect is powerful, it remains inferior in comparison to the demon realm. Do not worry. The demon realm is restrained by several forces. They dare not venture forth in large numbers, lest they attract the wrath of the world, reassured Suruoxu, the leader of the Celestial Dawn sect, unperturbed by the potential threat. The nearby demonic cultivators were swiftly eradicated. The resources of the Eastern Emperor domain are not insignificant, and this will serve as the foundation for the Celestial Dawn sect's future endeavors. With its abundant resources, the Celestial Dawn sect intends to claim this territory as its own. Subsequently, disciples of the Celestial Dawn sect began their assault, resulting in countless casualties among the demonic cultivators, drawing the attention of numerous factions. The emergence of the Celestial Dawn sect sent waves of exhilaration through the various powers of the Eastern Emperor domain. Upon witnessing the strength of the Celestial Dawn sect, many factions eagerly sought to ally themselves with it. However, the rise of the Celestial Dawn sect did not bring relief to the Divine Sword sect. Rather, it intensified their apprehension. As an ancient sect of undeniable prowess, the appearance of the Celestial Dawn sect in the Eastern Emperor domain foretold an inevitable confrontation with the Divine Sword sect. How dare the Celestial Dawn sect act with such audacity, treating us with disdain? We must eradicate them, making them aware of the consequences of opposing the demon realm. Let us ensure they never reincarnate. The demon realm suffered significant losses, with over 20 formidable figures from the Yinyang realm slain by the Celestial Dawn sect. Their desire to obliterate the Celestial Dawn sect was palpable, wishing to uproot them entirely. The emergence of the Celestial Dawn sect is fortuitous for the Great Qian, diverting the attention of the demon realm and the Divine Sword sect, thereby allowing Great Qian to develop in peace. Your Majesty, a faction named the Azure Wave Palace has appeared on the Xiang Yu River, demanding our withdrawal, reported Yu Lishu to Gu Tianxing. Similar to the Celestial Dawn sect, the Azure Wave Palace has emerged abruptly in the Xiantian continent, asserting its claim over the Xiang Yu River and dispatching envoys to compel Great Qian to retreat. Do you have knowledge of the origins of the Azure Wave Palace? Gu Tianxing's expression darkened. It is highly likely that the Azure Wave Palace, akin to the Celestial Dawn sect, is an ancient power, and he is reluctant to engage in conflict with them at this juncture. However, the waterway of the Xiang Yu River is vital to Great Qian, and he cannot afford to relinquish it. Your Majesty, according to intelligence from the Kanglan sect, the Azure Wave Palace is an affiliated force of the Celestial Dawn sect and once harbored a formidable figure at the life and death realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing's mood grew increasingly grave. Not only is it an ancient power, but it is also connected to the Celestial Dawn sect, complicating matters further. What is the stance of the Kanglan sect and other factions? Are they truly willing to cede the Xiang Yu River? The Xiang Yu River originates from the Nanying Glacier, traverses through the 7 prefectures, and flows into the Tianxing Sea, with many factions vying for a share of its bounty. These factions are no weaklings. It will not be an easy feat for the Azure Wave Palace to persuade them to relinquish their interests. Your Majesty, the Kanglan sect has made it clear that they will not yield. The positions of other factions remain uncertain for now. The Kanglan sect has explicitly stated they will not abandon the Xiang Yu River, while other factions have yet to take action. You are to promptly unite with the Kanglan sect and reach out to other factions, ideally forming an alliance to safeguard the interests of the Xiang Yu River. Gu Tianxing will not relinquish Xiang Yu River. He intends to collaborate with numerous factions to resist the Baitao Palace. Understood. Yu Lishu immediately commenced action. Upon learning of Deqian's plans, the Kanglan sect wasted no time and began to coordinate with Deqian. Yu Lishu and the Grand Elder of the Kanglan sect, Shui Wuyuan, arrived at the Tianshui sect. The strength of Tianshui sect is on par with that of Kanglan sect, with the 3 most powerful forces on the Xiang Yu River being Qian Dynasty, Kanglan sect, and Tianshui sect. If they can reach a consensus, they can jointly fend off the Baitao Palace. Guided by disciples of Tianshui sect, the two entered the Grand Hall, where numerous elders and the sect master awaited their arrival. They greeted the assembly with respectful gestures. The presence of the 2 esteemed guests truly enhances the prestige of Tianshui sect. Please take a seat. The members of Tianshui sect reciprocated the gesture. Once seated, Shui Wuyuan spoke. Esteemed friends, we have come seeking to unite with Tianshui sect against the aggressive Baitao Palace. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tianshui sect had anticipated their intent and had already reached a decision upon their arrival. The Baitao Palace has been excessively domineering, and Tianshui sect will not allow them to act with impunity, expressing their willingness to ally with the Qian and Kanglan sect to resist the enemy. Responded the Tianshui sect master Lu Songlong firmly. The income of Tianshui sect predominantly derives from the Xiang Yu River. Forsaking its interests would leave them no means of survival. Very well. In that case, we kindly request Tianshui sect to dispatch someone to contact other factions to join us in confronting the Baitao Palace. The decision made by Tianshui sect greatly pleased the 2. As long as the 3 parties resolved to unite against the Baitao Palace, other factions would undoubtedly align with them, for no one would abandon their own interests. This is only fitting. After deliberating on certain details, the 2 departed from Tianshui sect. Yu Lishu returned to Deqian, and it was now only necessary to send representatives to Kanglan sect and Tianshui sect to reach out to other factions, without requiring his direct involvement. None of the 3 parties mentioned whether the Baitao Palace possessed any strong figures from the life and death realm or whether the Xinshao sect would intervene. They understood that even if raised, it would not yield a resolution. The only option left was to gamble on the absence of life and death realm figures in the Baitao Palace and the Xinshao sect's lack of support for them. This was a significant gamble. Should the Baitao Palace possess such figures, or should the Xinshao sect come to their aid, their fate would be sealed. Following the efforts of the 3 factions, all other factions consented to join forces against the enemy. By the time this matter was resolved, 2 months had passed, and the 3-month deadline set by the Baitao Palace was fast approaching. With the deadline nearing, the Baitao Palace began deliberations on taking over the Xiang River. The 3-month deadline was imminent. It was time to pressure them into relinquishing the Xiang River, declared the sect master of Baitao Palace, Yun Feiyang, in a grave tone. They did not believe that the numerous factions would dare to resist. Considering the Baitao Palace had previously boasted figures of the life and death realm and had the Xinxiao sect as its backing, allowing them to act with impunity. What should be done if they refuse? As soon as the elders' words echoed through the grand hall, a cacophony erupted among the assembly. Should they dissent? They would be courting their own demise. How could the lesser factions dare to act recklessly? Should they refuse to acquiesce, their annihilation would be assured. The gathered crowd spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the obliteration of the Kanglan sect and its affiliates was of little consequence to them. With the 3-month deadline approaching, their very existence hinged upon the whims of numerous factions. The choices made by these powers would ultimately dictate their fates. While the Baitao Palace lay in wait, its formidable warriors poised to strike at any moment. Should these factions fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they would be met with overwhelming force and swift eradication. Chapter 62. Schemes. Meanwhile, Tianxing was mobilizing troops, summoning the Iron-Willed Marquis and Ma Chao to Yuezhou. Numerous factions were unwilling to yield, inevitably leading to a grand battle with the Baitao Palace. The Iron-Willed Marquis required the consumption of more formidable opponents to facilitate his breakthrough. As the deadline approached, various powers converged upon Yuezhou to deliberate on strategies to counter the Baitao Palace. 7 factions occupied the Xiang River, each dispatching 2 practitioners of the Yinyang realm. Lu Zonglong was the first to speak, urging the assembly to devise a prudent plan to confront the Baitao Palace rather than flounder about aimlessly. Shui Wuyuan remarked, "Since the Baitao Palace offers us no path to survival, let us not be remiss in our own actions." He then disclosed the plan devised by the Kanglan sect. Leaving the assembly in stunned silence, some gazing incredulously at Shui Wuyuan, astonished by their ruthless strategy. "Very well, let us proceed according to the Kanglan sect's plan." Despite its harshness, the assembly voiced no dissent. Success would significantly weaken the Baitao Palace and safeguard their own interests. The Kanglan sect promptly sent a message to the Baitao Palace, causing considerable alarm among its members. The missive from the Kanglan sect revealed that the Great Qian Dynasty and the Tian Shui sect had allied themselves, seeking to oppose them. And both factions were inviting the Kanglan sect to join their cause. As Yun Feiyang's words echoed in the hall, a surge of indignation erupted. What audacity from the oblivious Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect! Heaven shows mercy, and we intended to grant them a chance for survival. Yet they remained so egregiously unaware of their own insignificance. The Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect deserve nothing less than annihilation for their insolence in attempting to resist us. The Baitao Palace had granted numerous factions a respite, refraining from immediate aggression, thus offering them a chance to retreat. Yet, these factions, in their folly, sought to unite against them, courting their own destruction. Although the Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect were inherently weak, their alliance posed a formidable challenge. Despite their disdain, the Baitao Palace recognized the trouble that could arise should they join forces with other factions. The Kanglan sect expressed their willingness to collaborate in eliminating the Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect, yet they sought to retain their current gains. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Feiyang acquiesced to the Kanglan sect's demands, recognizing that they only occupied a fraction of the Xiang River. Judiciously assessing the situation, Yun Feiyang made a compromise, aiming to maximize the interests of the Baitao Palace. The Baitao Palace swiftly contacted the Kanglan sect to finalize their strategy. 5 days later, members of the Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect arrived at the Kanglan sect. The Iron-Willed Marquis, Ma Chao, Lu Zonglong, and Li Yunfeng, all practitioners of the Yinyang realm, made their entrance. "Esteemed friends, please come inside." Shui Wuyuan personally welcomed them, guiding them into the grand hall. Within, 10 practitioners of the Yinyang realm from the Baitao Palace lay in ambush, poised to strike down the members of the Great Qian Dynasty and Tian Shui sect. After the 4 individuals entered the grand hall, the inhabitants of the Baitao Palace no longer concealed their presence, swiftly encircling them. The expressions of the Iron Courage Divine Marquis and his companions shifted dramatically as they exclaimed in terror, "Shui Wuyuan, what is the meaning of this?" Just as Shui Wuyuan was about to respond, he was preempted by Wu Daoquan from the Baitao Palace, who coldly declared, "Fools unaware of their impending doom. Today marks your end. Kill." At this command, 10 practitioners from the Baitao Palace, all at the Yinyang realm, surged forward with lethal intent. unleashing their most formidable techniques without granting the four any chance of survival. Boom, bang, crack. The fierce battle erupted, with various forms of true energy intertwining and figures clashing in relentless combat. Iron Courage Divine Marquis and Lu Songlong, both mid-stage yin-yang realm cultivators, absorbed the majority of the damage, while Ma Chao and Li Yunfeng, mere novices in the yin-yang realm, found themselves in peril after only a brief skirmish. Wu Daoquan and his allies unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes, each aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Fellow Taoists, we have come to assist you. The four yin-yang realm cultivators from the Kanglan sect charged into the fray, exacerbating the already precarious situation for Iron Courage Divine Marquis and his companions. The Bai Tao Palace members were caught completely off guard, allowing Shui Wu Yuan and his comrades to easily approach their ranks. Wu Daoquan and his associates were entirely focused on the Iron Courage Divine Marquis and did not anticipate Shui Wu Yuan's sudden offensive against them. Thud. Bang. In an instant, Wu Daoquan and his three companions were severely injured, unable to comprehend the turn of events as they gazed at Shui Wu Yuan and his allies with disbelief. You wretched fiends! Wu Daoquan shouted, his eyes filled with rage and desperation. Kill them! Traitors, perish! Witnessing this scene, the remaining members of the Bai Tao Palace charged at Shui Wu Yuan and his companions, intent on tearing them apart. Boom! The Iron Courage Divine Marquis and his allies exerted their full strength, causing the tide of battle to shift dramatically. Kill. At that moment, the 8 concealed yin-yang realm cultivators from the Kanglan sect emerged, surrounding the members of the Bai Tao Palace. Severely injured and filled with both fear and fury, Wu Daoquan finally realized he had fallen victim to the cunning plot of the Kanglan sect and the Great Qian Dynasty. Kanglan sect, we shall uproot you completely, leaving no trace behind. Compared to the Great Qian Dynasty, Wu Daoquan harbored a deeper animosity towards the Kanglan sect. You'll have to survive to return. Shui Wu Yuan and his companions intensified their attacks, swiftly cornering the members of the Bai Tao Palace into a dire predicament. After a prolonged battle, Wu Daoquan and his companions noticed something amiss. Their true energy was sluggish, and their movements had slowed. It was you, Wu Daoquan exclaimed, panic and fury evident in his gaze as he directed his accusation at Shui Wu Yuan and his comrades. Without a response, Shui Wu Yuan and his allies unleashed their fierce techniques. From the moment Wu Daoquan and his companions entered the Grand Hall, they had inhaled the soul-breaking incense prepared by the Kanglan sect for them. This colorless, odorless poison would affect even those at the yin-yang realm if inhaled for an extended period. Under normal circumstances, the soul-breaking incense would have little effect, but now, as the fragrance permeated their bodies and their minds were consumed by the battle, they failed to notice the danger immediately. As they activated their true energy, the incense rapidly corroded their internal organs, proving to be a lethal threat. At the moment of distraction for Wu Daoquan, the iron-willed god marshal seized the opportunity and lunged forward with a spear aimed at him. Sensing imminent danger, Wu Daoquan hastily attempted to defend himself, but a flaw in his vital energy flow rendered him sluggish. In a fleeting instant of delay, fate was sealed. The spear pierced his heart, ravenously consuming his life essence. A cry of anguish escaped Wu Daoquan's lips as he struggled to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless. Moments later, he lay lifeless. I will fight to the end. Break through and report back to the sect. Let us meet our fate together. Wu Daoquan's demise ignited a fierce fury among the members of the Bai Tao Palace, compelling them all to fight with abandon. However, their struggles were in vain. Sadly, each was wounded, and the soul-dispersing incense had infiltrated their bodies. Even their desperate efforts were no match for their diminished strength. Chapter 63, the Xiang Yu Alliance. After dealing with Wu Daoquan, the iron-willed god Marquis immediately charged towards the others. Engaged in fierce combat for a considerable time, the iron-willed god Marquis devoured 2 more foes, significantly enhancing his prowess. The eyes of Shui Wuyan and the others were filled with trepidation as they regarded the iron-willed god Marquis. His methods were exceedingly terrifying. The others feared that the people of the Beitai Palace would fight desperately, dragging them down to mutual destruction, yet the iron-willed god Marquis harbored no such concerns, leading the charge at the forefront. Witnessing this scene, the group had no objections, and soon 2 more were consumed by the iron-willed god Marquis. In a single swoop, he had devoured 5 individuals of the yin-yang realm, including 2 mid-stage practitioners, nearly overwhelming him with the surging true essence within. He now required a place to swiftly refine the true essence within him and could no longer continue consuming others. Reluctant to abandon the remaining 5, The iron-willed god Marquis forcibly suppressed the tumultuous true essence within and pressed on with his assault. This time, he did not consume his enemies on the spot but instead captured them alive. The Beitai Palace will not let you go. As the last adversary was subdued, the battle came to a close. The Grand Hall had been ravaged by the conflict, reduced to mere ruins. Fortunately, the Kanglan sect had instructed its disciples to withdraw from the battlefield early, preventing any casualties among its members. Esteemed colleagues, the Beitai Palace has suffered a grievous blow and will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although they have lost 10 practitioners of the Yinyang realm, they still possess formidable strength. If they unleash their full might in retaliation, no faction, save for the Great Qian, can withstand their assault. To eradicate the root of the problem, we must strike at the Beitai Palace and obliterate them, thus preventing future troubles, Lu Songlong declared coldly, intent on seizing the opportunity to assault the Beitai Palace. That cannot be done. After all, the Beitai Palace has previously harbored formidable beings of the life and death realm. They must possess means left behind by such experts. And Yun Feiyang is a late-stage practitioner of the Yinyang realm, making him a formidable opponent, Shui Wuyuan cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his reasoning. What course of action shall we take now? Failing to eradicate the Beitai Palace ultimately poses a significant threat. They could strike at our sect at any moment. Esteemed colleagues, at this juncture, we must unite and form an alliance. Should any faction come under attack from other forces, the remaining factions must lend their utmost support, Shui Wuyuan proposed. Having already devised a plan to form an alliance, this strategy would compel the Beitai Palace to exercise caution while allowing them to leverage the collective strength of the alliance for greater gains. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered individuals brightened. An alliance would be beneficial for them, and they readily agreed. The Tianxing sect agrees to form an alliance. The Haiyuan sect is willing to form an alliance. The remaining factions consented to the alliance, leaving only the Great Qian Dynasty. All eyes turned to the iron-willed god Marquis and Ma Chao. With the anticipation of the crowd, the iron-willed god Marquis declared, "The Great Qian Dynasty is willing to form an alliance." Upon hearing that the Great Qian had also agreed to the alliance, the various factions breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Qian was an indispensable part of the alliance. Esteemed colleagues, we shall now make the formation of the alliance public. 3 days later, news of the establishment of the Xiang Yu alliance among the 7 factions spread rapidly, creating quite a stir in the nearby regions. The Xiang Yu alliance, was this an attempt to dominate the Xiang Yu River? This is an imposing entity that should not be underestimated and must not be offended lightly in the future. The shifts in the situation are truly unforeseen. The emergence of the Xiang Yu alliance has already affected the balance in the vicinity. The arrival of the Xiang Yu alliance has taken everyone by surprise and has far-reaching implications. The alliance occupies the Xiang Yu River, monopolizing all resources and waterways therein, causing significant impact to numerous factions. This is troublesome indeed. Henceforth, raiding vessels on the Xiang Yu River can no longer be an option. Alas, it is time to depart. Those marauders who have long plagued the Xiang Yu River, pillaging passing ships, now realize that their days of unchecked freedom have come to an end. Previously, various factions occupied portions of the waters, affording them the opportunity to thrive amidst chaos. Now, the Xiang Yu River is firmly under control, leaving no room for their survival. Upon returning to Yueshou, the iron-blooded Marquis immediately entered seclusion. The 5 captives of the Yinyang realm have fallen into his hands. He intends to break through to the later stage of the Yinyang realm. It has not been long since the iron-blooded Marquis achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Yinyang realm, and now he aims for the later stage. Should this become known, it would undoubtedly cause an immense stir. Within the Beitai Palace, a cloud of despondency looms heavily, the atmosphere thick with oppression. With 10 masters of the Yinyang realm lost in battle and the establishment of the Xiang Yu alliance, how could the Beitai Palace remain unaware that they have been outmaneuvered? The Beitai Pavilion, being vast and influential, has 15 masters of the Yinyang realm. To lose 10 at once is far more than a mere injury, it is a grievous blow. Yun Feiyang seethes with rage, wishing to recklessly charge toward the Xiang Yu River to eradicate the Xiang Yu alliance completely. Master, do not act impulsively. The pressing matter is your swift breakthrough to the life-death realm. The Grand Elder advises the furious Yun Feiyang. The Beitai Palace requires a master of the life-death realm. Yun Feiyang has comprehended the secrets of life and death and should now focus entirely on breaking through rather than risking his life. If Yun Feiyang were to fall at the hands of the Xiang Yu alliance, the Beitai Palace would truly face utter ruin. Xiang Yu alliance. I vow that you shall find no resting place in death. Yin Feiyang's fury remains unquenched, yet he relinquishes the thought of immediate action. Grand Elder, I entrust the matters of the sect to you. I shall devote myself entirely to seclusion. After delegating the sect's affairs to the Grand Elder, Yun Feiyang begins his intensive pursuit of the life-death realm. Found it. After a considerable time in the Eastern Emperor domain, the Demon Realm has finally located the site of the seal. Once the news reaches the Demon Realm, they will respond swiftly. They will enter the Eastern Emperor domain without mercy for any who dare obstruct them. The demon army marches with great momentum toward the Eastern Emperor domain, this time. It is not a minor skirmish. Many long-absent demon lords re-emerge, and there are even faint traces of the life-death realm's aura. What does the Demon Realm intend? With such a grand mobilization, are they planning to strike against the Divine Sword Sect and the Divine Xiao Zone? Immediate contact with other factions is imperative. We cannot allow the Demon Realm to run rampant. The grand maneuvers of the Demon Realm have alarmed various factions, causing a tremendous uproar. Within the Divine Sword Sect, Zhao Yun and others are furrowed with concern over the Demon Realm's large-scale invasion. Master, the Demon Realm approaches with great fanfare. The situation is far from optimistic. The formidable forces that have emerged from the Demon Domain instill trepidation in all factions, including the esteemed Sword Sect. As the millennium draws to a close, the boundary of life and death can be breached, rendering the Sword Sect's advantages utterly obsolete. Confronted with the malevolence of the demonic cultivators, they find themselves devoid of any assurance. Thus, they retract all forces and prepare for a rigorous defense. Zhao Yun has commanded the Sword Sect to consolidate its strengths and fortify its defenses. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Sword Sect, the once unassailable aura has dissipated. The stirring actions of the demonic cultivators have incited panic, and no faction on the Xiantian continent dares to underestimate the terror of the Demon Domain. Is the Demon Domain advancing towards us? The Celestial Sword Sect believes that the Demon Domain is indeed targeting them, leading to an unsettling sense of unrest. Chapter 64. The returning swallows. The Divine Celestial Sect remains vigilant to the movements of the Demon Domain, simultaneously seeking assistance from other factions. The Demon Domain stands as a formidable adversary to all powers, and no other forces would stand idly by while it threatens the Divine Celestial Sect. In the Buddhist realm, at the sacred site of the Bodhi Temple, a compassionate monk with gentle features and a heart full of empathy remarked, "The Demon Domain has recently stirred considerable unrest. We must send emissaries to remind them of the promises made long ago." Concurrently, the Dao Domain dispatched their own envoys to the Demon Domain. Other supreme sects from various regions also sent representatives to caution the Demon Domain against reckless actions. The Demon Domain's army advanced unimpeded toward the western territories of the Eastern Emperor Domain, instilling terror within the Sword Sect, which deployed numerous disciples to monitor the movements of the demon forces. Remarkably, the demon army paid little heed to the warnings from various factions, bypassing any skirmishes along their path and heading directly for the Great Qian Dynasty. As the demon forces marched, the iron-willed god Marquis successfully broke through, forcefully entering the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Sensing his newfound strength, the iron-willed god Marquis pondered the extent of his limits, even without relying on the demon spear. He found few challengers within the Yin-Yang realm. Following his breakthrough, Gu Tianxing promptly instructed him to take command in Ningzhou. With the demon army advancing toward the Great Liang, which shares a border with the Great Qian, Gu Tianxing felt a growing sense of unease. Upon entering the Great Liang Dynasty, the demon forces immediately initiated a blockade. Kill them all. Those who attempted to infiltrate the Great Liang for intelligence gathering were ruthlessly slain by the Demon Domain. Clearly, the Great Liang harbored secrets unknown to others. For the Demon Domain would not mobilize such forces without cause. What were their true intentions behind this blockade? All factions understood that the Demon Domain's incursion into the Great Liang Dynasty surely concealed ulterior motives, and they sought every means to penetrate the Great Liang for information. The arrival of the Demon Domain sent shockwaves through Zhu Qianshan and his allies. This is dire. The Demon Domain must have discovered the land of opportunity and intends to claim it for themselves. The Zhu family's greatest fear had materialized. The coveted land of fortune they had relied upon to alter their fates had been uncovered by the Demon Domain, exceeding their expectations. Could they merely watch as the Demon Domain seized their opportunity? The Zhu family, filled with resentment, had long considered this land of fortune as their own. It belonged to them. Even if they could not possess it, they would not allow the Demon Domain to benefit. Zhu Qianshan's eyes burned with a frenzied intensity. Now that the land of opportunity had fallen into the hands of the demon domain, reclaiming it seemed impossible. The Zhu family resolved to make the matter public. Inviting other factions to join the fray, they began spreading word of the land of opportunity, quickly igniting a frenzy of rumors. The demon domain's incursion into the Eastern Emperor domain was indeed to seize this coveted place. No wonder they mobilized such vast forces. It was all for the sake of contention over this extraordinary opportunity. As the news spread rapidly, countless factions stirred with anticipation. An opportunity of such significance, capable of drawing the attention of the demon domain, was indeed a rare find. No one could resist the allure. Immediately proceed to the Great Qian Dynasty. We must not allow the demon realm to monopolize opportunities. For the sake of supreme fortune, what does it matter to stand against the demon realm? Follow me to the Eastern Emperor domain. Numerous, unparalleled forces have caught wind of this and are making their way to the Eastern Emperor domain. Some factions are not motivated by the desire to seize the opportunities, but rather by concern that the demon realm harbors ulterior motives. They aim to thwart the demon realm's plans. The Buddhist and Taoist realms, which regard the welfare of all living beings as their responsibility, are among these factions, sending forth powerful beings from the realm of life and death to personally lead the charge. System, summon. The millennium period has elapsed, and Tianxing has accumulated multiple summoning opportunities. He promptly initiates the summon. Ding. The summoning results in the appearance of Yin Gui Ren, mid-stage of the realm of life and death, possessing divine strength. Immediately, Yin Gui Ren, resolute and exceptional, stands tall and imposing, wielding the sacred spear, Shentan, before Tianxing. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Yin Gui Ren's expression is devoid of emotion, his tone entirely frigid. No need for excessive formalities. Tianxing is elated within. The might of Yin Gui Ren is beyond imagination. He may not be the strongest adversary, yet he is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent to provoke. An indomitable warrior spirit, an unyielding physique, a will that inspires despair, and boundless divine power forge an invincible war god. After summoning Yin Gui Ren, Tianxing feels a weight lift from his shoulders, the previous sense of urgency dissipating. You shall immediately proceed to Ningzhou to take command. Tianxing assigns Yin Gui Ren to Ningzhou as a precaution against the demon realm's actions. As you command. Yin Gui Ren maintains an aloof demeanor, exuding an air of coldness that keeps others at bay, yet he will scrupulously execute Tianxing's orders. At this moment, the Great Liang Imperial City has become a haven for numerous nefarious leaders. To shatter the seal, a substantial amount of blood from living beings is required, and the collection must commence at once. A seemingly scholarly figure issues commands to the assembled leaders of darkness, standing out conspicuously among them. As you command. Understood. Acknowledged. The multitude of ruthless leaders, known for their mercilessness and instilling dread, bow before this scholar, ready to heed his orders. The demon realm begins to strike out, slaughtering countless beings to procure their blood. A formidable army from the demon realm approaches Ningzhou, given its proximity to the Great Liang and Great Qian. It has naturally become the target of the demon realm. The demon army is about to reach Ning'an Pass. Prepare for battle. As the demon army advances, Iron Courage God Marquis and others remain undaunted, gearing up for a fierce confrontation. Iron Courage God Marquis, Gu Yuan, Du Feng, Ding Peng, and Zhao Yun are stationed at Ning'an Pass, and Yin Gui Ren has also arrived, though he remains hidden. This is bad. The demon realm is upon us. The demon army launches widespread assaults, and the divine sword sect also faces attacks from the demon forces. Let the disciples of the sect descend with me to halt the demon realm. Zhao Yun, accompanied by the divine sword sect's divine weapons, leads 7 elders and 100,000 elite disciples down the mountain, simultaneously commanding allied forces to join the fray. Boom. Within the imperial palace, Cheng Shifei and the royal member Gu Xinghe successfully break through to the Yinyang realm. To facilitate their breakthroughs, the Medicine King has concocted several heavenly-grade elixirs for them. Upon their ascension, Tianxing immediately instructs them to proceed to Ningzhou. Tianxing has been closely monitoring the situation in Ningzhou, aware that a great battle is imminent. Without pausing to solidify the realms of his 2 companions, he urged them to provide swift assistance. He dispatched a decree to Ma Chao, instructing him to reach out to the Xiang alliance. Upon receiving Tianxing's command, Ma Chao promptly convened the inaugural alliance meeting of the Xiang Yu alliance. Is the convening of this alliance meeting by Qian indicative of significant events on the horizon? They hastily made their way to Yuezhou. What intentions does Qian harbor? As news spread, Various factions wasted no time in sending representatives to Yuezha. Chapter 65, The Transaction upon the arrival of the assembly. Inquiries immediately arose regarding the purpose of Ma Chao's convening of the alliance meeting. General Ma, has something significant occurred? Xue Wuyuan was the first to ask. According to the regulations of the alliance, a meeting could only be called in the event of a major incident. After surveying the crowd, Ma Chao declared, "The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a matter of great importance." As soon as these words left his lips, the audience leaned in, eager to listen. Ma Chao continued, "Qian wishes to engage in a transaction with you, offering inferior-grade heavenly elixirs in exchange for your assistance." Upon hearing the mention of inferior-grade heavenly elixirs, a tremor coursed through the crowd, and their breaths grew heavy. Even though they were all in the Yin-Yang realm, access to heavenly elixirs was a rare privilege. With a sense of urgency, Xue Wuyuan pressed, "General Ma, what does Qian require of us?" Ma Chao relayed the directive from Gu Tianxing. The demon domain was preparing to invade Qian, and should they be willing to assist in repelling the invasion at the borders, Qian would reward them with inferior-grade heavenly elixirs. The prospect of battling the demon domain doused the fervor of the assembly as if doused with cold water. If the request had been for anything else, they would have eagerly accepted. However, facing the demon cultivators, many were filled with trepidation. Who could be unaware of the ferocity of the demon cultivators? Engaging them was akin to courting death. Although the allure of the heavenly elixirs was enticing, the risk of losing one's life loomed larger. Ma Chao remained patient, awaiting their responses. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Wuyuan resolutely stated, "General Ma, I am willing to take action." He was prepared to embrace the peril for the sake of the heavenly elixirs. He was not one to adhere strictly to rules, nor one to cower in fear. Otherwise, he would not have previously devised a scheme against the Baitao Palace. "Count me in," added Duanmu Feihong of the Haiyuan sect. "I too shall participate," chimed in Mo Wuhong of the Tianshui sect. Aside from these three, no one else voiced their agreement. Ma Chao did not press them further. The willingness of 3 individuals surpassed his expectations. After all, it was only natural for others to hesitate when facing the merciless demon cultivators. "Esteemed colleagues, please follow me," Ma Chao instructed as he led the 3 away, while the others departed in their own directions. Upon reaching the state capital of Yuezhou, Ma Chao presented 3 sacred heart pills to the trio. "Esteemed friends, these are sacred heart pills, which can preserve your lives in dire moments." The 3 friends beamed with joy upon receiving the pills, astonished by Qian's generosity in providing them with such life-saving elixirs. With the sacred heart pills in their possession, their chances of survival on the battlefield significantly increased. After accepting the elixirs, Ma Chao introduced them to a mysterious figure from the Hulong Mountain Villa, who would guide them to Ningzhou. The 3 offered a slight nod to Duan Tianya, although he was only at the late stage of the Dharma aspect. They did not underestimate him. Under Duan Tianya's guidance, the trio set forth for Ningzhou, while Ma Chao remained in Yuezhou to oversee the situation, feeling a twinge of disappointment for not being able to join the battle in Ningzhou. Meanwhile, the great battle at Ning'an Pass erupted, with the forces of the demon domain launching a fierce assault. Reports indicated that Qian possessed a demonic spear, which they aimed to seize. 10 formidable experts from the realm of Yin and Yang have emerged from the demon domain, led by the late-stage Yin and Yang masters, Yang Wuyun and Qin Tianzhan. Their eyes are filled with avarice as they covet the demonic spear wielded by Qian, yearning to claim it as their own. In the face of the ruthless demonic cultivators, the soldiers of Qian display no sign of fear, engaging fiercely in combat without regard for their lives. Suddenly, the white horse Yitzong and the tiger leopard cavalry burst forth from the pass, trampling the earth and shattering mountains as they advance. After a period of training, the lowest cultivation level among them is at the Transcendence realm, with the majority being masters and dozens reaching the Dharma manifestation realm. The roar of the tiger and leopard reverberates across the battlefield, their cries stirring the winds and instilling dread in the hearts of the demonic cultivators. How could such terrifying cavalry exist? The demonic forces are shaken to their core, desperate to halt their advance. The cavalry, composed of transcendents and masters, wreaks havoc among the demonic ranks, cutting down their foes with ease. A single charge sends the demonic forces scattering, reducing their ranks to chaos. Kill them. The experts of the Dharma manifestation and master realms among the demonic forces rush to confront the cavalry. If allowed to continue their assault, these cavalry would soon decimate hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators. The forces of Qian, comprising their own Dharma manifestation and master realms, also enter the fray, leading to a brutal clash where both sides fight for survival. The tide quickly turns against the demonic cultivators. The overwhelming number of warriors from the White Horse Yizong and Tiger Leopard cavalry, alongside their mounts of equal prowess, leaves the demonic forces outmatched and in disarray. Such fearsome cavalry should not exist in this world. Yang Wuyun's expression hardens as he prepares to eliminate the two cavalry units. Just as they are poised to strike, the Iron Will God Marquis and his companions burst forth from the pass, their hawk-like gazes locking onto the assembly. The fierce gaze of the Iron Will God Marquis incites both anger and trepidation in Yang Wuyun and his allies, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. With a thunderous roar, the demonic spear is summoned, instantly transforming the battlefield as the surrounding space begins to distort, revealing cracks in the fabric of reality. Be cautious. Alarm bells ring in the minds of Yang Wuyun and his companions, feeling the immense pressure even before the Iron Will God Marquis makes his move. With a sweep of his spear, a dark energy cleaves through the sky, leaving a black streak as it hurtles towards Yang Wuyun. His countenance grows serious as he retaliates with a mighty punch, conjuring a colossal fist to meet the oncoming spear energy. The collision reverberates, the spear energy overpowering the fist, shattering it and leaving remnants that still advance toward Yang Wuyun. With a swift motion, Yang Wuyun extends his palm to block the lethal spear energy, his body propelled backward by the force. After repelling Yang Wuyun, the Iron Will God Marquis swiftly advances, his spear technique both grand and sweeping, enveloping both Qin Tianzhan and Yang Wuyun. Kill. Qin Tian and his companion did not feel anger at the Iron-willed God Marquis for facing two opponents alone. Rather, they engaged in battle with utmost fervor. Three figures interwove in a dazzling display, their speed so swift that it eluded the spectator's grasp, only revealing fleeting streaks of light as they clashed in the heavens. Whoosh, Ding Peng and Gu Yuan, along with others, were embroiled in fierce combat with the demonic cultivators. Although they were outnumbered, the presence of Gu Yuan and Ding Peng mitigated most of the pressure, causing the demonic cultivators to find themselves at a disadvantage. Both were mid-stage Yin-Yang realm practitioners, wielding celestial-grade divine weapons, exuding unmatched valor. After a prolonged struggle, the demonic forces faced a complete rout, their troops below crumbling under the onslaught of the Tiger Leopard cavalry and the White Horse chivalry. Yang Wuyun and his companion were likewise suppressed by the Iron-willed God Marquis, enduring great hardship. Chapter 66, The Heavenly Path Bureau Retreat. After a prolonged struggle, the situation grew increasingly dire, prompting Yang Wuyun and his companions to retreat after feigning an attack. Ma Chao and Du Feng were eager to pursue, but were halted by the Iron-willed God Marquis. One must not chase a desperate foe. They were unaware of potential ambushes within the demon domain and could not recklessly pursue. Given the gravity of their responsibilities, it was unwise to take unnecessary risks. The fierce battle concluded swiftly, with the Great Qian emerging victorious. Over half of the demon domain's forces perished, suffering immense casualties. Upon fleeing from Ning'an Pass, Yang Wuyun and his companions bore ashen faces, teetering on the brink of fury. They had not anticipated such formidable strength from the Great Qian, having severely underestimated them. Yang Wuyun, still shaken, realized that much of his true essence and vitality had been devoured by the Iron-willed God Marquis. Had this individual mastered the devouring demon technique? Qin Tianzhan harbored suspicions that the Iron-willed God Marquis had indeed cultivated the devouring demon technique. Otherwise, how could he so ruthlessly absorb their true essence and vitality? They must return and report their findings to the others. Having suffered a crushing defeat, they could do nothing against the Great Qian Dynasty and were compelled to return to the Great Liang to relay the events. As the demon domain rampaged, numerous factions arrived at the borders of Great Liang, eager to enter and seize opportunities. The demon domain had sealed off Great Liang, and upon their arrival, these factions hesitated to enter, instead waiting at the border. An increasing number of forces gathered, while the demon domain concentrated its main force at the border, neglecting to assault the Great Qian. They could not allow other factions into Great Liang, fully aware of their intentions. Failure to do so could ignite a catastrophic conflict. 2 months later, multitudes converged, with several formidable factions arriving in succession. Esteemed guests, since we are all gathered here, why not enter Great Liang together? Boomed the late-stage Yin-Yang realm expert, Lu Ming, from the Overlord Heavenly Sect. Though the demon domain was powerful, ultimately, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. With so many factions present, They could forcibly breach the borders of Great Liang and prevent the demon domain from monopolizing the opportunities. Indeed, we have come for the prospects. Should we miss this chance, it would all be in vain. If we wish to seize the opportunities, we must not cower in fear. Voices of agreement echoed, as these were formidable forces with life and death realm experts at the helm. Boom. Just as the assembly prepared to storm into the Great Qian Dynasty, the air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat. It was the people of the Heavenly Path Bureau. The Jiulong Ridge was clashing with the Heavenly Path Bureau. The Heavenly Path Bureau would not easily let go of Jiulong Ridge. The onlookers discerned the two parties engaged in battle. One was a dominator of the Dao domain, while the other was a notorious and powerful faction across the continent. "You dare to act so brazenly before us?" barked the ninth master of Jiulong Ridge, his raven hair and piercing gaze giving him the appearance of a man in his 30s, exuding vitality like a roaring furnace. Opposite him stood a youth of about 20, adorned in the distinctive garb of the Heavenly Path Bureau, tall and resolute, undeterred by external distractions. How naive to be so unaware of your own limitations at such a tender age. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of your elders," an elder from Jiulong Ridge coldly declared. The young man let out a silent laugh and remarked, "You have committed countless atrocities, and today, the Heavenly Dao Bureau shall eradicate your evils for the sake of the world." The Nine Dragons Ridge is a formidable force, notorious for its relentless pillaging and destruction. They have exploited countless citizens, driving them to toil unto death, and engaged in extensive human trafficking, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the populace. Yet, their immense power has silenced many, for few dare to voice their anger against them. Those who fearlessly oppose Nine Dragons Ridge are reluctant to provoke them, preferring to avoid conflict. "You are inexperienced in the ways of the world. If you leave now, I shall overlook this matter," he continued. Nine Dragons Ridge exercises some restraint, rarely provoking other major powers. The Heavenly Dao Bureau, as a preeminent sect, is not one they wish to offend unless absolutely necessary. The young man's expression remained unchanged. But the memory of a city he had passed, ravaged by slaughter, ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. With light steps, he advanced toward the leader of the Nine Dragons. Sensing the tension among the group, they exchanged glances, revealing their murderous intent, and one of them, a practitioner of the Yinyang realm, declared, "To kill him is our only option." Having already made concessions, they felt justified in retaliating against the Heavenly Dao Bureau's aggressiveness. The leader's face darkened, commanding, "Seal off the battlefield, do not let him escape. If we must act, let it be decisive, root out this threat entirely." He had initially considered sparing the young man. However, since the youth had left no avenue for retreat, they would not hesitate to act with cruelty. The group closed in on the young man. Although he was a practitioner of the Yinyang realm and a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Bureau, mastering one of the world's most superior techniques and undoubtedly formidable in combat, he was still but 1 against 5. With the late-stage practitioner among them, they felt confident in their ability to vanquish him. Boom, bang, block. The 5 unleashed their weapons simultaneously, launching a lethal assault that offered the young man no chance of survival. A disciple of the Yinyang realm, a true inheritor of the Heavenly Dao Bureau's teachings, how dare Nine Dragons Ridge challenge him? Observers gazed intently at the battlefield, witnessing once more the rampant disregard of Nine Dragons Ridge. If a true disciple of the Heavenly Dao Bureau were to perish at their hands, the repercussions for them would be dire. Yet, what alternative was there? They could not simply surrender and await their doom. Some sympathized with Nine Dragons Ridge. The Heavenly Dao Bureau's aggression left them little choice but to respond with force, lest they await a certain death. Boom. In the face of the combined assault from the 5 practitioners, the young man remained unperturbed. He swung his fist forward, unleashing a gale that stirred the remnants of clouds. His combat prowess was unmatched. The golden fist cleaved through the air, resembling a charging war chariot that trampled the heavens, causing the skies to tremble. A torrent of divine power surged forth, instilling fear in both the 5 adversaries and the onlookers. It was utterly terrifying. Bang! The 5's attacks collided with the golden fist, creating a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the silence, while arcs of lightning split the sky, echoing through the universe. This youth was exceedingly powerful. He must be eliminated. The leader of Nine Dragons Ridge felt a chill of trepidation. Their enmity had been established, and they must go to any lengths to eradicate this young man. Otherwise, given the youth's prodigious talent, he could soon ascend to the realm of life and death, posing an insurmountable threat to Nine Dragons Ridge. Red Lotus Annihilation. The ninth master unleashed a beam of crimson light, his hands forming intricate seals as he conjured forth 49 red lotuses, merging them with the radiant light, and charged towards the youth. Observing this, the other 4 also sprang into action, launching their assaults forward. The lotuses bloomed, their leaves transforming into a formidable blade capable of severing the divine and extinguishing the soul, hurtling towards the young man. This was a malevolent and terrifying arcane art, requiring the essence of countless souls to master fully. It could disregard protective barriers, tearing through the enemy's spirit, directly targeting their most vulnerable essence. Chapter 67. The Demon Abyss. The strike from the ninth master was one that the vast majority of those in the Yin-Yang realm would find nearly insurmountable, resulting in either death or grievous injury. Yet the youth exhibited not a trace of fear, exclaiming, "The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon." With deft movements of his hands, the winds howled and the heavens darkened, as an unparalleled aura of solemn majesty emanated from him. The ocean of principles was boundless. Behind him, an expansive ocean of azure waters surged, rising in towering waves. As he unleashed a punch, the vast sea responded, transforming into a cerulean dragon that arched across the sky, leaping forth in tandem with the boy's fist, charging ahead. This was an earth-shattering, extraordinary skill, possessing an unfathomable lethal force, the Azure Sea Ascending Dragon. The roar of the dragon reverberated across the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble in its wake. It was the Dao Si Limitless technique, a profound art from the Taoist Academy. To cultivate the Dao Si Limitless technique to such a degree was a feat achievable only by the limitless Dao Sun among the 3 esteemed disciples. This Dao Sun of the Taoist Academy was not to be trifled with. Even the renowned 9 Dragon Ridge would not dare to confront him, even if they were imbued with the essence of dragon liver and phoenix gall. As the Dao Si Limitless technique was unleashed, the atmosphere grew tense, and the surroundings erupted in fervor as the identity of the youth became apparent. The Taoist Academy selects the 3 most exceptional disciples among its ranks to become Dao Suns. One of these Dao Suns would ultimately be chosen as the next leader of the Academy, while the other 2, even in the event of failing to secure leadership, would be entrusted with significant responsibilities to assist the leader. Each Dao Sun was held in high regard by the Academy, which seldom tolerated any disrespect. In the past, the Demon Domain had slain a Dao Sun of the Academy, inciting a wrathful retaliation from the Academy that left the Demon Domain in devastation, shaking the continent to its core. If the Demon Domain was met with such a fate, one could only imagine the consequences for 9 Dragon Ridge. Bang! With a force that shattered the very essence of existence, the Red Lotus was instantly obliterated by the Azure Dragon, and the sharp blade was reduced to mere fragments, ground to powder. The ninth master was struck by backlash, blood erupting from his mouth, his face as pale as parchment, his breath diminishing rapidly. Run! Ignoring his own injuries, he turned to flee with the others. They were not only no match for the limitless Dao Sun, but even if they could overcome him, they would not dare to deliver a lethal blow, only able to retreat in defeat. Nowhere to escape. The limitless Dao Sun was relentless in his pursuit, charging forward. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood before one of the Yin-Yang realm practitioners. Boom. A punch was unleashed, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, stirring the winds and clouds. The practitioner, upon receiving the limitless Dao Sun's blow, felt his body crumble, disintegrating like a fleeting dream. This. Everyone was rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed a mid-tier Yin-Yang realm powerhouse being reduced to dust by a single punch. They trembled in fear, fully aware of the terrifying might of the Taoist Academy's martial arts. Seeing this scene, the ninth master and his companions were paralyzed with dread, their hearts racing as they fled with unprecedented speed. In a heartbeat, the limitless Dao Sun stepped forward, shrinking the distance to mere inches, appearing before another Yin-Yang realm practitioner. The latter, taken aback, raised his long blade in a desperate attempt to block the impending fatal strike. All is in vain. Under the might of Wuyong Daozi, the long blade shatters, and with a single punch, he obliterates the opponent's skull, blood and brain matter splattering forth. Wuyong Daozi continues his relentless pursuit, and soon the 2 combatants drift far from the battlefield. The reputation of Tianxing Daozi is indeed well-deserved. It is terrifying. Is this truly the ultimate skill of the Taoist sect? Tianxing, a power with an illustrious legacy spanning countless years, commands profound respect. Countless spectators remain agitated, their hearts restless. Tianxing has sent its members, Will they intervene? A tremor of hope courses through the crowd, yearning for Tiandifu to take action against the demon domain, thus alleviating their concerns. Shortly thereafter, Wuliang Dozi returns, leaving uncertainty about whether the ninth master and his companions have escaped. Amitba. Just then, a group of monks arrives, instantly captivating the attention of the assembly. Are these the monks from Tianfu Temple, the supreme sanctuary of Buddhism? The arrival of Tianfu Temple ignites a tremendous wave of excitement. Tianfu Temple, Bodhi Temple, and Mingwang Temple are the three paramount sacred sites of Buddhism, each a formidable force, rivaling even Tiandifu. As the compassionate monks make their entrance, the crowd is both exhilarated and apprehensive. Both Tianfu Temple and Tiandifu seldom intervene in the competition for opportunities, and the convergence of these two great powers signals the gravity of the situation. An elderly monk, with a gentle demeanor, steps forward and addresses the assembly, esteemed patrons. Within the boundaries of the Daliang realm lies an ancient seal, which contains countless malevolent spirits. The demon domain intends to breach this seal and unleash these fiends. Upon hearing this proclamation, gasps of shock ripple through the crowd, and the atmosphere shifts dramatically. What? This is not an opportunity. It is a den of demons. No wonder the demon domain has mobilized such forces. They seek to resolve the threat posed by these ancient evildoers. The thought of such terrifying entities, sealed since antiquity, chills the very marrow of those present. The assembly feels as though they have plunged into an ice cavern, a wave of dread surging through their spines. Hair standing on end, and heads tingling. The realization that they are in close proximity to this den of horrors sends shivers down their legs, each one yearning to flee this perilous abyss. Amitba, esteemed patrons, the master implores, should the demons break free, it would spell catastrophe for the continent. I beseech you all to show compassion for the suffering of the world and join forces to thwart the demon domain. Master Kangxing extends an invitation to the assembly. Strength lies in numbers, and together they have a greater chance of halting the demon domain's plans. Those who dare to vie for opportunities, attempting to seize them from the jaws of the demon domain, are not to be underestimated. Some among them even harbor the powers of life and death. If they unite, the demon domain will find itself in dire straits. What the master says is profoundly true. To vanquish evil and uphold justice is our sacred duty, others affirm. Master, time is of the essence. We must immediately march into Daliang and thwart the demon domain. For the sake of all living beings, we fear nothing. Many express their intentions without hesitation. Some, driven by a sense of chivalry, wish to prevent the onslaught of the demon domain. Others, recognizing that their sects are situated nearby, realize they will be the first to suffer should the seal be broken and the demons escape, compelling them to act. Amitba, your noble hearts, dear patrons, are indeed a blessing for all sentient beings. The master of emptiness bore a gentle smile, and the crowd was willing to take action, feeling a renewed sense of assurance. Although they had resolved to thwart the demon domain, numerous factions refrained from hastily intervening, instead awaiting the arrival of other powers. 7 days later, the entourage from the Celestial Path Bureau arrived, creating quite a stir. With the formidable presence of both the Celestial Path Bureau and the Celestial Buddha Temple, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped everyone. Even in the face of the demon domain, fear dissipated. This was the result of countless years of accumulated prestige from these two great powers, revered and respected, their influence extending far beyond mere martial prowess. Soon after, the Divine Sword Sect and the Divine Celestial Sect, accompanied by a multitude of disciples, graced the battlefield, their life and death realm directly on the front lines. The two esteemed sects were situated in the Eastern Emperor domain, and they were compelled to exert their utmost efforts. Otherwise, should the seal be breached, they would be the first to face catastrophe. Chapter 68. The offensive. As a multitude of factions converged, the atmosphere grew tense, signaling that a great battle was imminent. Within the imperial city of Daliang, numerous demonic leaders engaged in deliberations on the swiftest means to dismantle the seal. The monks of the Tianfu Temple and the self-righteous representatives of the Tiandao Bureau would soon take action. We must devise a countermeasure. Among the various powers, the entities most feared by the demon realm are undeniably the Tianfu Temple and the Tiandao Bureau. We must thwart their efforts at all costs, for we cannot allow them to derail our plans. The seal must be shattered, and we shall spare no expense to achieve this. Within the seal lie not only numerous titans of the demonic path, but also many treasured relics, all of which are indispensable to the demon realm. Otherwise, would the self-serving demon realm risk their lives to breach the seal? Hindered by various factions, we find ourselves unable to gather more blood. Why not engage them in battle? In doing so, we could acquire sufficient blood to dismantle the seal. The sinister lord of the life and death realm, Ximen Chui Xue, spoke with a calm demeanor. Since we cannot collect the required blood, let us turn the tables. The blood of these martial artists is not to be trifled with and is ample enough for our purpose. Given that conflict is unavoidable, we might as well make the most of it. Let us proceed with this plan. The other three lords of the life and death realm voiced no objections. 7 days later, a coalition of factions, led by the Tiandao Bureau and the Tianfui Temple, launched their offensive. Among the various forces, the Xinjian sect and the Xinxiao sect deployed the most formidable strength, nearly emptying their ranks. Amiba intoned Master Tianxing, leading 1,000 disciples of the Buddhist order into the fray. Buddhist ascetics, meet your demise. Slay these bald-headed monks. Cursed monks, perish before me. The denizens of the demon realm harbored profound disdain for the practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism. Whenever they clashed, it became a war of life and death. Kill. The Tiandao Bureau would not allow the Tianfui Temple to fight alone and swiftly joined the battlefield. The battle commenced. Zhao Yun and Ma Chao arrived to gather intelligence. Hastily retreating from the battlefield, with a swift motion, a figure darted into the fray. It was the iron-willed divine marquis. He had solidified his position in the late phase of the Yin-Yang realm, seeking to devour others during this great conflict to elevate his own cultivation. As long as the life and death lords remained uninvolved, the iron-willed divine marquis faced no peril. To ensure his safety, Yin Guiran had bestowed upon him a means of survival, allowing him to escape even if the life and death lords intervened. Great heavens paved the way. Sins of the Buddhist realm shall be atoned. Master Tianxing's aura shifted. The previously gentle and compassionate visage was replaced by that of a bloodthirsty demon, a harbinger of carnage. His form expanded to a height of 4 zhang, radiating a terrifying golden light, illuminating the battlefield with Buddhist brilliance. With a resounding crash, the Yin-Yang realm demonic cultivator was obliterated by his palm, blood splattering forth, while the surrounding Buddhist light repelled those who dared approach. Thousands of Buddhist disciples, each at least of the transcendence realm, unleashed their fury without mercy, appearing even more ferocious than the demonic cultivators themselves. Truly, the tides of time have shifted. When did the Buddhist order become so brazen in their slaughter? Observers felt a dissonance as they witnessed the Tianfui Temple's rampage, as if it were the demons themselves who were wreaking havoc. Before our Buddha, there is no forgiveness for evil. Tianfui Temple, occupying a prestigious position among the 3 great holy sites of Buddhism, is far from being a mere relic of the past. Though they take upon themselves the responsibility for the welfare of all sentient beings, even Buddha possesses a wrathful aspect, the Vajra, who shows no mercy to adversaries. These demonic cultivators are beyond redemption, unable to be salvaged. They must be delivered before the Buddha, for only he can absolve them of their myriad sins. The vast ocean of existence is boundless. The Tiandao Mansion, rivaling Tianfui Temple, boasts over 1,000 disciples wielding an array of unparalleled Taoist techniques, their lethal prowess unmatched. In particular, the infinite Daozi stands as a figure of unparalleled terror. When he unleashes the infinite Dao Si technique, it surges forth like a colossal tidal wave, unceasing and inexhaustible, resembling a fearsome beast of human form, leaving the demonic cultivators in utter despair. How infuriating! Were it not for our holy Sun's absence, such arrogance would not be tolerated. The denizens of the demon realm seethe with rage, for there exists a younger generation capable of contending with the infinite Daozi. However, these individuals are the future of the demon realm and dare not venture forth lightly, lest they attract the ire of numerous factions. The Tiandao Mansion's infinite Daozi spearheads the assault, penetrating the ranks of the demonic cultivators with devastating force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the Divine Sword sect cannot rival Tianfui Temple or Tiandao Mansion, their numbers are formidable, and they surpass the 2 great forces in slaying demonic cultivators. Kill. The Xinxiao sect is equally relentless, as countless elite disciples rush into battle. With each fallen warrior, new ones take their place, and soon the ground runs red with blood, strewn with corpses. A cry of agony pierces the chaos, swiftly drowned out by the tumult of battle. Amidst the fray, the iron-bold god Marquis moves like a venomous serpent in the shadows, seeking his prey. When he strikes, it is with lethal precision. In mere moments, he has devoured 2 demonic cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm. Despite being besieged by numerous factions, the demon realm fights with unwavering resolve. And this astonishing conflict draws the attention of countless powers. The intensity of the battle is truly remarkable. The tremors of war resonate even to Gu Yuan and others stationed at Ningen Pass. After 7 grueling days and nights of combat, the allied forces finally breached the defenses of the demon realm, storming into the territory of Dalian. Indeed, the battlefield is my true home. The iron-bold god Marquis feels elated. After 7 days, he has slain 3 more Yinyang realm demonic cultivators, advancing in power. The demon spear has also greatly benefited, becoming even more sinister. The iron-bold god Marquis senses that the spear, even without its devouring abilities, now surpasses both Gu Yuan's divine sword and Ding Peng's crescent moon blade, rivaling mid-tier heavenly weapons. Below, the battlefield rages fiercely, and in the vast sky, 9 figures stand in confrontation. The opposing forces clash, their auras stirring the winds, overwhelming the very fabric of the world, distorting and shattering space itself. 4 from the demon realm face off against 5 from the allied forces in the life and death realm, lacking superiority in both numbers and cultivation. The divine sword sects Lu Chun, the Shenshao sects Yun Tianhai, the Ba Tian god sects Hui Tian, Master Xian Ku of Tianfu Temple, and Taoist Qing Xian of Tiandao Mansion. None of them are to be trifled with. Amitba. As Master Xian Kong intones the sacred name, a colossal hand reaches forth, transforming into a magnificent Buddha palm aimed at the 4 from the demon realm. Humph. With a cold snort, Xie Tian shifts forward, unleashing the ghostly claw of the underworld. A ghostly claw, shrouded in an eerie aura and accompanied by chilling winds, surged towards the Buddha's palm. With a thunderous clash, the forces of Buddha and demon could not coexist. Their confrontation resembled the sharpest of blades meeting head-on. In that fleeting moment, golden and black radiances entwined in a mesmerizing dance, unleashing colossal waves that rippled outward in all directions. The brilliance of the Buddha illuminated the vast expanse. Master Xian Ku sat cross-legged in the void, fingers forming the Buddha's seal, as a majestic Buddhist figure materialized behind him, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Look. What is that? Retreat quickly. This is the battlefield of life and death. Take cover. Both the allied forces and the denizens of the demon realm hastily sought refuge, wary of approaching the fierce clash at the realm of life and death. Chapter 69. Ceasefire. Is this truly the battlefield of life and death? It is certainly not within my capacity to intervene at this moment. The iron-willed Marquis gazed intently at the battlefield of life and death, possessing a profound understanding of its formidable nature. The mere aftermath of the conflict revealed the immense power of this realm. Even if he were to unleash the full potential of his demonic spear, he would be unable to withstand even a fraction of its might. Retracting his thoughts, the iron-willed Marquis resolved to disregard the tumultuous battlefield. Armed with the star-absorbing technique, he realized that by devouring more adversaries, he would soon be able to challenge the realm of life and death, at which point he would naturally confront these formidable beings. With newfound determination, he set his sights on a mid-stage Yin-Yang realm demon cultivator. The battlefield below was ablaze with chaos, the heavens rumbled with thunder, and ominous energies emanated from the fray as numerous entities from the realm of life and death engaged in fierce combat. However, something was amiss. The blood was not being collected. The demonic forces soon discovered that their plan had encountered a significant obstacle. The blood soul orbs buried beneath the battlefield were failing to absorb the blood as intended. Collecting blood was their primary objective, and this unforeseen complication left them unprepared. In a state of panic, the demon cultivators scrambled to ascertain the cause. They found themselves unable to halt the coalition forces, and should they fail to gather blood, their efforts would culminate in utter failure. The demon's ambition to secretly collect the blood of battle was indeed folly. The boundless Taoist noticed the demon's distress, and a smile crept upon his face. Upon discovering their covert attempt to harvest blood from the ongoing conflict, he swiftly allied with the heavenly Buddha temple to thwart their plans. Who was this individual? Such terrifying prowess. The iron-willed Marquis unleashed a relentless slaughter, drawing the attention of the boundless Taoist. His technique bore a striking resemblance to the devouring demon art. Yet it was distinctly different. The boundless Taoist, with discerning insight, recognized that the iron-willed Marquis's star-absorbing technique was not the devouring demon art. Nevertheless, both techniques shared the terrifying ability to absorb and assimilate the power of others for oneself. In the midst of the battlefield, the boundless Taoist could not afford to focus on the iron-willed Marquis, but he had already taken note of him. Meanwhile, The demons soon uncovered the reason for their failure. A string of rosary beads and a sacred dust had evaporated the blood, thwarting the absorption by the blood-soul orbs. The demon cultivators, wielding the blood-soul orbs, an abominable artifact, found themselves countered by the sacred weapons of the heavenly Buddha temple and the celestial Tao mansion, rendering their plans futile. What a predicament! The demons found themselves at a loss, while the four life and death realm overlords engaged in fierce combat with Lu Qin and his allies. Unable to attend to their plight, the coalition forces, unburdened by such concerns, advanced with the momentum of a tidal wave, pushing the demons into a retreat. After a month of desperate resistance, the coalition forces approached the imperial city, having inflicted countless casualties upon the demons, who could no longer withstand the onslaught. The situation was untenable. It was time to withdraw. The malevolent forces, including the evil heavens and others, observed the disarray below and recognized the tide had turned. They could only abandon the seal. After all, the seal resided within the Great Qian Dynasty, allowing them to regroup at any time. Their grand display had attracted the attention of numerous factions, proving to be a miscalculation on the part of the demon realm. They could have operated in secrecy, and in the future, they would have more opportunities to disrupt the seal, rendering their current confrontation with multiple factions unnecessary. The entire army retreated. With a command from the malevolent deity, the four joined forces to unleash a formidable strike before swiftly retreating. They narrowly escaped, and Jianzhou along with Xian Ku and others ceased their pursuit. Withdraw, hasten our departure. Numerous demonic cultivators fled in disarray, relentlessly pursued by the allied forces. The fierce battle had concluded. It was time to depart. The Iron-Bold God Marquis wished to avoid further complications and made a swift exit. Master Xian Ku and his companions arrived at the site of the seal, observing the considerable damage inflicted by the demonic cultivators. Their brows were furrowed in concern. The seal had already been on the verge of collapse, and the recent ravages had rendered it almost beyond salvation. Xian Ku discerned the seal's precarious state after countless ages. Its power was nearly exhausted, further weakened by the demonic blood that had tainted it. We must join forces to reinforce the seal, and afterward confer with other factions to deliberate on our course of action. At a loss for immediate solutions, Daoist Qin Xian proposed fortifying the seal and discussing its fate with other powers. Boom, bang, hum. The five united their true essence, and after their combined efforts, the fissures in the sealing site finally ceased to widen. They paused, and Hu Tiandu remarked, "The demon domain will not abandon the seal. It requires vigilant guardianship. They could return at any moment, and if we fail to station protectors, all our efforts today will be in vain." A silence enveloped the group. The Tianfui Temple and Tiandao Mansion were too far from the seal to maintain a watch. The Badian Divine Sect, as a force of the Black Sky domain, had already extended their assistance to the fullest and could not spare anyone for guardianship. The responsibility of guarding the seal thus fell upon the Divine Sword Sect and the Divine Sky Sect, as they occupied the Eastern Emperor domain, making it their duty. Lu Qin and Yun Tianhai bore grim expressions. It was not that they were unwilling to guard the seal, but rather that they felt powerless. Should they remain to oversee the seal, they would be susceptible to attacks from the demon domain, which could infiltrate them unexpectedly. Watching over the seal placed them in a perilous position. Even the most adept could meet their demise. Moreover, they could not leave their sect for extended periods to oversee the seal. Please send someone to monitor the seal. We will hasten to devise a solution for it. Master Xian Ku acknowledged their concerns and did not press the issue, instead requesting them to arrange for some individuals to guard the seal. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." The two expressed their gratitude to Master Xian Ku with a bow. According to protocol, the Tianfui Temple could have mandated their guardianship. Yet Master Xian Ku refrained from doing so, which left them deeply appreciative. Alas, may the turmoil of the demon domain settle swiftly. The millennium has passed, and chaos looms over the world. Master Xian Ku sighed, shaking his head, recognizing that the unrest in the Xiantian continent was merely the beginning, leading to a calamity for all living beings. The Tianfui Temple wished to protect the populace, but their power was limited. They could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. After pursuing the demonic cultivators for a time, the various factions gradually departed. The Eastern Emperor domain, having suffered the invasion of the demon domain, lay desolate, with most of its structures in ruin, awaiting revival. Fortunately, the emergence of the Shenzhou sect has prevented the Eastern Emperor domain from descending into complete oblivion. With the cessation of hostilities, various factions have dispersed, and the entire realm of the Great Qian has collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The members of the Zhang Yue alliance, including Shui Wu Yuan, returned to their respective sections. Although they did not engage in the fray this time, Great Qian honored their agreement by bestowing upon them a low-grade heavenly elixir. The joy among them was palpable. Having undertaken merely a journey, they were rewarded with a sacred heart elixir, valued no less than a heavenly grade potion, along with a low-grade heavenly elixir. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. At last, they could enjoy a period of tranquility, allowing Great Qian to recuperate and revitalize. Tianxing felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, knowing that a spell of calmness now awaited Great Qian. Chapter 70. The onslaught of the Divine Sword sect. Tianxing commenced the implementation of new policies in the court, vigorously developing the nation's strength. Before long, 3 months had elapsed, and the Great Qian was flourishing, with all aspects moving towards a prosperous future. However, the iron-bold Marquis found himself at an impasse. Despite the Medicine King crafting numerous pills for him, he could not break through his constraints. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and his companions, aided by the elixirs, experienced rapid advancements, their cultivation steadily improving. In a palace near the Imperial Palace, countless citizens surged forth, surrounding the area to the point of congestion. What is the reason for such a gathering? Make way, let me through. Why are there so many people? Some citizens, bewildered and unaware of the situation, were drawn in by curiosity as they beheld the throngs of people. Do not push. The court is recruiting individuals with alchemical talent. Please remain calm and line up orderly. Before long, officials from the court arrived to restore order, transforming the chaotic scene into one of civility. What? They are actually recruiting alchemists with talent. This is wonderful. I must participate. My entire family must participate. Hurry, go call others. The news created a tremendous stir among the populace, igniting a frenzy. If they possessed alchemical talent and joined the court, they might become revered alchemists in the future. This was an opportunity to alter their fates. As the situation stabilized, Tianxing finally had time to focus on strengthening the nation. After discussions with the Medicine King, he decided to recruit individuals with alchemical aptitude from within the Great Qian to cultivate them as alchemists. Alchemy is a highly lucrative industry, albeit one requiring significant initial investment. Each alchemist is shaped through the accumulation of vast resources. Had it not been for the current peace and stability in the Great Qian, Tianxing would not have had the means to nurture alchemists. As word spread among the common folk, a multitude flocked to join the alchemical hall. Yet most lacked the requisite talent, leaving them disheartened and dejected. As the winds of change blew, numerous factions entered the Eastern Emperor domain, seizing their share of territory. The Eastern Emperor domain had been invaded by the demon realm, resulting in vacant lands, and upon the resurgence of ancient powers, many opted to enter this domain. All factions refrained from entering the Great Liang, fully aware of the existing seals. Within the Divine Sword sect, Zhao Yun and the elders were engaged in discussions about launching an assault on the Great Qian. It was truly remarkable that the Great Qian had managed to survive the invasion of the demon realm. All present could not help but marvel at the heavens' favor towards the Great Qian. Many powers even mightier than the Great Qian had been obliterated. Yet the Great Qian remained unscathed. This was indeed unexpected. Since the demon realm has not eradicated them, let us take action. After enduring a period of turmoil, the Divine Sword sect had gradually settled down. With their newfound stability, they resolved to annihilate the Great Qian, not only to avenge past grievances but also to obtain the resources of the Great Qian. Having suffered losses in their ranks and expended substantial resources in previous battles, the Divine Sword sect saw the eradication of the Great Qian as a timely solution to their pressing needs. Master, the Great Qian possesses considerable depth. We must exert our full strength and leave them no chance of resurgence. The Divine Sword sect aims to annihilate the Great Qian without leaving even the slightest opportunity. With my direct involvement, the Great Qian will find it exceedingly difficult to stir up any turbulence. Zhao Yun has resolved to take action personally. Wielding formidable mastery at the late stage of the Yinyang realm, complemented by a mid-grade heavenly weapon, ensuring a swift victory. Having made this determination, Zhao Yun, accompanied by 7 elders of the Yinyang realm and tens of thousands of disciples, advances toward the Great Qian. The deployment of such overwhelming forces underscores the Divine Sword sect's serious regard for the Great Qian Dynasty. Within the palace of the sect's true disciples, Yu Tianjin frantically assaults the barrier set by his master, Elder Jiu, yet he finds himself unable to breach it. Bang! Yu Tianjin, already at the late stage of the Dharma aspect realm, strikes the barrier with his sword, only to see it ripple momentarily before returning to its original state. Master, let me out. Gu Tianjian cries out in desperation. You shall remain here. I will release you after a month. Elder Zhao's voice resonates within the hall. As a member of the Great Qian royal family, Gu Tianjian's confinement serves to both prevent him from alerting the Great Qian and to protect him. In their master-disciple bond, Elder Zhao resolves to wait a month before allowing Gu Tianjian to leave, believing that by then, circumstances will have settled, rendering Gu Tianjian's influence negligible. Outside the palace, an elderly man wears a troubled expression, shaking his head with a sigh. He has treated Gu Tianjian as if he were his own son, imparting his lifelong knowledge without reservation. Gu Tianjian has not disappointed his expectations, having achieved remarkable prowess at such a young age. Regrettably, fate is cruel. The Great Qian is on the brink of destruction at the hands of the Divine Sword sect, and Gu Tianjian, being of royal blood, will inevitably find himself at odds with the sect. Zhao Yun has subtly indicated the need to eliminate Gu Tianjian, yet Elder Zhao remains hesitant. Gu Tianjian ceases his struggles, recognizing that his current strength is insufficient to breach Elder Zhao's barrier. Concerned for the royal family, his gaze shifts resolutely as he makes a decision. He produces a broken sword from his bosom, its blade rusted yet brimming with dark energy. It is a desperate gamble. With steely resolve, Gu Tianjian plunges the broken sword into his abdomen. In an instant, an inhuman agony courses through him, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. He stifles a cry, his body convulsing in pain, his spirit wavering, and consciousness blurring. No, I cannot lose consciousness. Gu Tianjian clings to his tenacious willpower, aware that succumbing to unconsciousness would mean death, leaving everything to be consumed by the broken sword. After a moment, the pain begins to subside, and his aura surges, rapidly ascending to the limits of the Dharma aspect realm, poised to break into the Yin-Yang realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Tianjian channels all his true essence toward the shackles. Simultaneously, the Divine Sword sect marches boldly toward the Great Qian, making no effort to conceal their approach, flaunting their might without fear of the Great Qian's response. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are rendered futile. The might of the Divine Sword sect is more than sufficient to crush the Great Qian. Soon, the Great Qian receives word of the impending assault from the Divine Sword sect, prompting an immediate report to Gu Tianjian. With Iron-Blooded God General and others convening at the Wudi Hall for deliberation. As the crowd gathered, Gu Tianxing spoke. The forces of the Divine Sword sect are pressing upon us. How do you propose we address this situation? No sooner had Gu Tianxing finished his words than Ma Chao interjected. Your Majesty, since the Divine Sword sect seeks its own demise, let us grant them their wish, ensuring they have no return. Ma Chao's martial spirit surged, eagerly anticipating a grand confrontation with the Divine Sword sect. The current forces of Deqian are robust and formidable, boasting numerous strong warriors, not to mention the presence of Yin Gui around to oversee matters. There is no reason to fear the Divine Sword sect. Were it not for Deqian's desire for recuperation and Gu Tianxing's concern that revealing their true strength might draw the attention of other powers, he would have already taken action against the Divine Sword sect. Your Majesty, I request to take the field, Zhao Yun declared as he stepped forward, for as a general, it is his duty to gallop onto the battlefield. Chapter 71. The outbreak of war. The fervor for battle surged among the crowd. The Qian Dynasty no longer needed to retreat in the face of the Divine Sword sect. Since the sect desired war, they would be met with it. Gu Tianxing spoke with a grave tone, declaring that this conflict would exact a bloody toll from the Divine Sword sect. Consequently, the troops were mobilized, aside from Yen Guiran, who remained stationed at the Imperial Palace. All others prepared for combat. The Divine Sword sect drew ever closer to the borders of Deqian, capturing the attention of numerous factions. The sect was poised to strike against Deqian. The demon domain could resurge at any moment, and the Divine Sword sect's declaration of war was undeniably foolish. Deqian could not withstand the might of the Divine Sword sect and would ultimately face its demise. No one held hope for Deqian. As long as the Divine Sword sect was willing to pay a certain price, they could uproot the entire Qian dynasty. Boom. Within the main hall of the Divine Sword sect, Gu Tianjian had finally broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. Bang. With a single stroke, he shattered the barrier set by Elder Zhao and swiftly departed the sect, heading toward Deqian. How could this be possible? Everything unfolded too rapidly for Elder Zhao to react. Gu Tianjian had just recently advanced to the late stage of the Dharma aspect realm, and now he had astonishingly broken into the Yin-Yang realm, leaving him incredulous. Alas, even if you hurry now, what difference will it make? Once he regained his composure, Elder Jiu shook his head slightly. The great battle may have already ignited, leaving Gu Tianjin no time to intervene. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword sect stormed toward Ning'an Pass, exuding a murderous aura, their sword energies soaring into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds, shaking the very heavens and earth. Kill! With a command from Zhao Yun, the sacred swords on their bodies emitted a chorus of sword cries, akin to cranes calling out in the nine heavens. Thousands of disciples surged toward Ning'an Pass like a tide, a torrent of sword energy threatening to engulf the stronghold. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of beasts shattered the clouds, resonating throughout the cosmos. In response, the tiger leopard cavalry and the white horse Isong charged forth from within the pass. Charge! Over 50 leaders at the Dharma aspect realm spearheaded the assault, forming a cavalry charge. The atmosphere thickened with the stench of blood and the clangor of weapons, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation. The echoing roars of beasts sent chills down spines, leaving all who heard them shaken to the core. How could the Qian possess such terrifying cavalry? Was this the true foundation of the Great Qian Dynasty? The spectators stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in horror as they beheld the two charging cavalry units, shattering their previous perceptions. Such formidable cavalry was beyond what any dynasty or empire could muster. Kill! The Divine Sword sect was not without its own merit. They soon steadied their resolve and advanced to confront the two cavalry units. Bang! Thud! As the clash ensued, the tide of battle tilted heavily in one direction. Although the disciples of the Divine Sword sect were not weak, their individualistic combat style hindered coordination, rendering them ill-equipped to face the two well-trained, formation-oriented cavalry units. Do not panic. Unite to resist. Follow my lead and kill. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect fought desperately, attempting to reverse the tide, but alas, their efforts proved futile. Even if they are fearless and willing to perish alongside their adversaries, such resolve is merely one-sided. The two cavalry units of the Divine Sword sect pierced through the enemy ranks, dividing them and eliminating them one by one. This is dire. We must act swiftly. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Zhao Yun and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed towards the battlefield below to rescue their sect's disciples. These tens of thousands of disciples represented the elite of the Divine Sword sect. Should they fall in this conflict, the sect would face a grim future, and they could not allow such a fate to befall them. Boom! The iron-blooded Marquis, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Gu Yuan, Du Feng, Cheng Shifei, Gu Xinghai, Ding Peng, and Xiong Ba unleashed their formidable Yinyang realm auras, swiftly rushing towards Zhao Yun and his companions. The combined presence of the nine resonated through the heavens, stirring the winds and shaking the sun and moon, instantly capturing everyone's attention. How could the Great Qian possess such formidable strength? Wasn't it said that the Great Qian's fortunes were in decline? Why then did it appear so powerful? The Divine Sword sect was in grave trouble. The simultaneous appearance of these 9 Yinyang realm experts sent shockwaves through numerous factions. According to the intelligence they had received, the Great Qian had been languishing, on the verge of collapse, its territories fragmented amidst chaos. Even with the ascension of a new emperor to stabilize the situation, they deemed the Great Qian irredeemable, merely experiencing a fleeting moment of brilliance before its demise. Yet now, the emergence of 9 Yinyang realm figures exceeded all expectations. With such a formidable presence, along with 2 exceptionally powerful cavalry units, it was clear that unless the Divine Sword sect's life and death realm experts intervened, they would find it impossible to contend with the Great Qian. The members of the Divine Sword sect felt a tremor in their hearts. The current strength of the Great Qian surpassed even its peak. With the arrow drawn, they had no choice but to confront the forces of the Great Qian. Boom! The iron-blooded Marquis raised his spear to the heavens, unleashing a domineering and chilling aura, a colossal spear energy surging skyward, obscuring the sun. It's the demon spear, be cautious. Sensing the terrifying strike from the iron-blooded Marquis, Zhao Yun's expression grew grave as he warned his companions. Stepping forward, Zhao Yun wove a tapestry of sword energy around him, slowly drawing forth his divine sword, a pure essence of sword intent flooding the battlefield to counter the spear energy. The sword fell upon the world. A sword aura ascended into the heavens, where the magnificent sword light clashed with the spear energy. Kill! They both roared in unison, their spear and sword energies colliding in a fierce confrontation. 2 earth-shattering forces tore through the sky, leaving behind ominous voids in their wake. Bang! The clash of spear energy and sword light created a cataclysmic sound, akin to two stars colliding, with a hazy aftermath radiating outward. Fall back. Get out of the way. Even the Yin-Yang realm experts dared not endure the residual force of the clash, hastily retreating. Such formidable individuals possessed powers that seemed to transcend the realm of Yin and Yang. In this domain, they were indeed paragons, wielding weapons that were undoubtedly of celestial grade. Is this the profound heritage of a great power? Amidst their astonishment, many were left in awe, for had it been any other Yin-Yang realm experts, they would undoubtedly face a near-certain demise under such a strike. With a formidable strike unleashed, the iron-willed Marquis merely expended a modicum of true essence, showing no signs of exertion. In stark contrast, Jian Yun's complexion flushed crimson, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his sword-bearing hand trembling incessantly. Kill! The iron-willed Marquis moved with lightning speed, resembling a shooting star as he surged through the sky towards Jian Yun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jian Yun unleashed a torrent of sword energy in a desperate attempt to thwart the Marquis's advance. Boom! The Marquis's demonic spear carved a path forward, obliterating all obstructing sword energies, drawing ever closer to Jian Yun. Kill! The other members of the Divine Sword sect, wielding the power of Yin and Yang, also engaged fiercely, as Zhao Yun and his companions rushed to confront them, igniting an all-out battle between the two factions. Chapter 72, Devastation Block. The iron-willed God Marquis thrust his spear forward, forcing the Sword Cloud Divine Sword to defend. The immense power sent Sword Cloud staggering back. The iron-willed God Marquis pressed on relentlessly, each thrust aimed directly at the vital points of Sword Cloud. Yet, Sword Cloud was no ordinary opponent. He effortlessly wielded a myriad of exquisite sword techniques, deftly countering the relentless assaults of the iron-willed God Marquis. Boom! The demonic spear and the divine sword clashed once more, this time failing to displace Sword Cloud. Instead, a terrifying force emanated from the spear, gripping the divine sword in a vice-like hold. Something was amiss. The demonic spear began to consume the essence of the divine sword, even ensnaring Sword Cloud himself, draining his true energy and vitality. Sword Cloud sought to withdraw, yet he found himself unable to escape the spear's pull. The iron-willed God Marquis executed his star-sucking technique in conjunction with the spear, rendering Sword Cloud's escape an arduous endeavor. Anxiety gripped Sword Cloud's heart, yet he compelled himself to remain composed. Suddenly, a formidable palm energy surged through the air, descending with tremendous force. Immobilized, Sword Cloud realized that unless he relinquished his divine sword, he would be struck by this overwhelming energy. His expression fluctuated. The divine sword, a sacred weapon of his sect, was more precious than his own life. It was unthinkable to abandon it. However, the incoming palm energy was immensely powerful, and if it struck him, it would surely lead to severe injury or death. In that critical moment, an elder from the Divine Sword sect appeared behind him, channeling his life's essence to shield against the impending palm energy. A wave of relief washed over Sword Cloud as he concentrated his sword energy into the Divine Sword, causing a tremendous explosion that forcibly broke the spear's grip. Alas, the instant Sword Cloud regained his freedom, the elder was obliterated by the palm energy, reduced to nothingness. Sword Cloud's rage surged, yet before he could act, a shadow lunged towards him. The anger that had ignited within him was instantly extinguished by the profound threat posed by this new adversary, far more terrifying than that of the iron-willed God Marquis. With a single punch, Xiong Ba unleashed a chilling blast that froze everything in its vicinity, encasing Sword Cloud's sword energy in ice. In a moment of desperation, Sword Cloud positioned the divine sword before him to block Xiong Ba's lethal strike. Crack, crack, crack. The frost fist descended, instantly encasing the divine sword in a layer of extreme cold. Boom. Swiftly, Sword Cloud urged his sword energy, causing the sword to tremble violently, shattering the ice that bound it. At that moment, Xiang Ba's finger descended upon Sword Cloud's heart, the manifestation of the three divine fingers revealing itself. Puff. Blood sprayed as Sword Cloud was sent flying, his heart pierced, leaving a gruesome wound. Master. Quickly, protect the Master. Save the Master. All transpired in an instant, too swiftly for anyone to react. Within mere exchanges, Sword Cloud lay gravely injured, on the brink of death. The others from the Divine Sword sect, witnessing this catastrophe, descended into madness, willing to risk everything to reach Sword Cloud. Not a chance. Zhao Yun and the others would not allow anyone to interfere with Xiong Ba, staunchly blocking the members of the Divine Sword sect. The iron-willed god Marquis entrusted Sword Cloud to Xiongba and turned to join other battles, leaving the Divine Sword sect in dire straits, unable to protect themselves, let alone rescue Sword Cloud. What a terrifying powerhouse. When did the Great Qian acquire such a formidable and terrifying powerhouse? The atmosphere was laden with astonishment and disbelief. With a single strike, Xiongba obliterated a master of the Yinyang realm, and with a few more moves, he severely injured Zhao Yun. To the onlookers, this was nothing short of inconceivable. The feats that could only be achieved by those in the realm of life and death were effortlessly executed by Xiongba. Yet the aura he emitted unmistakably belonged to the Yinyang realm, which was truly chilling. Cough, cough. Zhao Yun's breath was shallow, his body trembling as he struggled to maintain his stance with the divine sword, persistently coughing. Even though his heart had been shattered, the tenacious vitality of the Yinyang realm allowed him to cling to life. However, Zhao Yun understood that Xiongba would not grant him any reprieve. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past, and in his battered state, Zhao Yun could no longer keep pace with Xiongba's speed. He only realized Xiongba had appeared before him when it was too late to counterattack. Thud! The palm of cloud splitting landed heavily upon Zhao Yun, a strike potent enough to rend him asunder. Had it not been for Xiongba's intention to capture him alive for the iron-boned divine Marquis, a single palm would have reduced him to ashes. Zhao Yun's gaze grew vacant. He had lost all capacity to resist, unable to hold onto the divine sword any longer. Both it and his body plummeted to the ground. With a swift motion, Xiongba drew Zhao Yun and the divine sword into his grasp. Not good. Everyone flee. Run. Get away, summon the ancestor. As Zhao Yun was captured alive, the members of the divine sword sect felt their hearts shatter. They dared not continue the fight and scattered in all directions. Not a single one shall escape. Zhao Yun and others exerted themselves to intercept, aiming to eliminate every last one of them. Whoosh! Xiongba rapidly plunged into the battlefield, his speed unparalleled. Even if someone managed to break through Zhao Yun's blockade, they could not evade Xiongba's reach. Xiongba, displaying restraint, allowed them a breath, preparing to present them to the iron-boned divine Marquis. It was over. The divine sword sect faced utter defeat. The sect master and numerous masters of the Yinyang realm had perished, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were nearly annihilated. The divine sword sect had suffered grievous losses and was likely to plummet from its revered status. The war was far from over. Should the life and death realm experts of the divine sword sect intervene, Great Qian would face inevitable destruction. No one anticipated that the conflict would conclude with such an overwhelming victory for Great Qian. Though this battle had ended, a new war was merely beginning. With the sect master captured, the divine sword sect would not rest until it sought vengeance. As long as their experts in the life and death realm acted, Great Qian was doomed. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall consume the members of the divine sword sect. I shall leave the ensuing matters to you. The iron-boned divine Marquis departed with Zhao Yun and the members of the divine sword sect, intending to absorb them entirely and swiftly convert their essence into power. Once he devoured the entirety of the divine sword sect, the iron-boned divine Marquis would reach the pinnacle of the Yinyang realm and prepare to challenge the life and death realm. This battle soon spread across numerous factions, causing an uproar. How is this possible? Zhao Yun personally intervened, and yet the entire army was obliterated. What on earth transpired? Where did Great Qian find so many powerful warriors? A storm is brewing. Upon learning the outcome of this battle, numerous factions were left in disbelief. It is important to note that this was the Sword God sect. Even if they could not triumph over the Great Qian, they would at least manage to retreat unscathed. The worst possible outcome could never have been the complete annihilation of their forces, nor the demise of their esteemed leader, Zhao Yun. A tumult of emotions surged within the hearts of these factions, yet they remained passive. They understood that the Sword God sect would undoubtedly retaliate, and that the very embodiment of life and death would take to the field, no matter how formidable the Great Qian might be. Without the presence of such a formidable force, their demise was inevitable. Within the Sword God sect, countless disciples were engulfed in profound grief. This battle had resulted in the total obliteration of their brethren, leaving them heartbroken. Such a monumental loss was a burden too great for the Sword God sect to bear. As if the heavens themselves were collapsing, they yearned to march against the Great Qian Dynasty to avenge their fallen comrades. They envisioned the destruction of the Great Qian, to eradicate every last one of them, leaving no trace behind. I shall reduce the people of Great Qian to ashes, extracting their very souls. The disciples of the Sword God sect were consumed by unrestrained fury, eager to plunge into the heart of the Great Qian and engage in a desperate struggle. Chapter 73. Fox Hill Mountain. Within the Grand Hall of the Divine Sword Sect, an atmosphere of profound despair enveloped the space. Long devoid of its former vibrancy and familiar faces, the venerable ancestor Lu Chun had personally emerged to oversee the situation, striving to stabilize the severely weakened sect. Ancestor, I beseech you to take decisive action for the Divine Sword Sect and annihilate the Diqian, lamented an elder from the Yinyang realm, his voice heavy with sorrow, imploring Lu Chun to intervene. Having suffered consecutive losses, the sect sought vengeance and could only rely on Lu Chun to restore its honor. However, Elder Zhao held a differing perspective, stating, Ancestor, the demon domain casts a watchful eye upon our sect. You must not leave the sanctuary of our domain and risk your safety. With the loss of Zhao Yun and others, the Divine Sword Sect has already been shaken to its very foundations and cannot bear the consequences of losing you, our pillar of strength. The demon domain harbored a singular intent to dismantle the seals, necessitating the elimination of both the Divine Sword Sect and the Celestial Sky Sect, their two formidable obstacles. Lu Chun had already become a target for the demon domain, and should he depart from the Divine Sword Sect, he would likely fall into a deadly ambush. Lu Chun regarded Elder Zhao with admiration. It was evident that wisdom still resided within the sect, unclouded by vengeful impulses. He comprehended the significance of his presence for the Divine Sword Sect and would not abandon it lightly. Ancestor, we might negotiate with the Great Qian Dynasty. If they are willing to return our sect leader and others, the Divine Sword Sect can pay any price, Elder Zhao proposed. Motivated by a crucial concern, he feared that excessive pressure might provoke the Diqian into slaying Zhao Yun and the others, leading to mutual destruction. Let you be the liaison with the Diqian. Find a way to rescue Zhao Yun and the others. Lu Chun entrusted this matter entirely to Elder Zhao. The others harbored feelings of discontent but dared not defy Lu Chun, resigning themselves to inaction for the time being. In a remote forest of the Eastern Emperor domain, several demonic cultivators were deliberating the affairs between the Diqian and the Divine Sword Sect. This presents our opportunity as soon as Lu Chun departs from the sect. We shall surround and slay him, they conspired. The Divine Sword Sect possessed formidable protective formations, making it difficult to contend with Lu Chun should he remain within. However, if he were to leave, they would have the chance to eliminate him. Once Lu Chun was dead, dismantling the Divine Sword Sect would be effortless, leaving the Celestial Sky Sect defenseless, and they could easily disrupt the seals. Send scouts into the Great Qian Dynasty. There is an unsettling sense that they harbor undisclosed secrets. One suggested, the demons had faced setbacks in the Diqian previously, and the recent defeat of the Divine Sword Mountain indicated that the Diqian was far from simple as it appeared. Oh, how did it come to this? Gu Tianjin had learned of the battle's outcome and felt a surge of agitation, torn between his own clan and the sect that nurtured him. He found himself in a precarious position. I must leave, he resolved, deciding to flee the Eastern Emperor domain to escape the impending harsh realities. Years ago, he had concealed his identity to gain entry into the Divine Sword Sect, but now that his true self was revealed, he found no place within the Divine Sword Mountain. Returning could result in him being torn apart by the wrathful disciples of the sect. 7 days later, the Kanglan sect convened an alliance meeting, gathering the allied forces in the Weizhou region. The Diqian Dynasty's triumph over the Divine Sword Sect had rendered it momentarily invincible, subtly positioning itself as a leader among the alliance, which convened in Weizhou. Ma Chao, representing the Great Qian Dynasty, addressed the assembly after their arrival, and Shui Wuyuan candidly proclaimed the purpose of convening the alliance meeting. Esteemed colleagues, Fox Hill Mountain seeks to engage in a transaction with us, requesting our long-term assistance in transporting supplies, with an astonishing reward offered in return. Upon these words, a palpable shock rippled through the attendees. Fox Hill Mountain lies within the territory of the demon race, a segment of the myriad beast mountains abundant in rare treasures and formidable demons. However, they have been besieged by various forces confined within the bounds of Fox Hill Mountain, unable to venture beyond its limits. The mountain is regarded as an outlier by numerous factions, and any collaboration with them would only invite calamity. I cannot acquiesce. Although the allure of wealth is compelling, forging a connection with Fox Hill Mountain would inevitably lead to incessant troubles, potentially jeopardizing our very lives. Fox Hill Mountain is inhabited by a breed of morally dubious beings who have never adhered to principles. How can we, in good conscience, sully ourselves by associating with them, severing ties with the broader factions? Should we ally with Fox Hill Mountain, Our reputation among the various powers would be irrevocably tarnished, making it impossible for us to maintain our standing on the continent. Observing the dissent among his peers regarding collaboration with Foxhill Mountain, Xue Wuyuan grew anxious and interjected, "Esteemed colleagues, if the benefits are substantial, what is a mere tarnishing of reputation? It is simply a matter of transporting resources. As long as we keep the information under wraps, who will ever know? The Kalen sect is not bound by tradition. They would risk everything for profit. Foxhill Mountain has pledged that should this transaction be realized, they would offer further rewards." The atmosphere became tense as everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Ma Chao, whose stance was pivotal in determining whether to accept the proposal. Ma Chao replied slowly, "Esteemed colleagues, this matter bears great significance and requires deliberation within the Great Qian. During this time, I encourage you all to reflect on the potential gains and losses. Let us reconvene in 10 days to discuss further." Unable to reach a conclusion himself, Ma Chao resolved to report the matter to Gu Tianxing. "Very well. Agreed." The assembly concurred with Ma Chao's suggestion to reconvene in 10 days. Subsequently, Ma Chao dispatched messengers to convey the news to the royal city. Upon receiving the information, Gu Tianxing summoned Gu Yuan and others for consultation. "Your Majesty, Foxhill Mountain represents an anomaly. This matter must be approached with caution." Although Gu Yuan did not explicitly state his opposition, his words implied disapproval of collaboration with Foxhill Mountain to establish a foothold on the continent. Both strength and reputation are imperative. Should other factions discover that the Great Qian Dynasty has entangled itself with Foxhill Mountain, it would spell disaster for us. In the eyes of the various powers, those who are not of our kin harbor different intentions. Foxhill Mountain is of the demon race, and any connection with them would render the human factions objects of scorn. "Your Majesty, if the benefits are substantial, what harm is there in collaborating with Foxhill Mountain?" Dingping argued in favor of the alliance. He has always been a maverick, dismissing the significance of reputation. Foxhill Mountain is rich in rare resources, precisely what the Great Qian requires. The recent alchemical endeavors have drained the dynasty's treasury, making it increasingly difficult to procure high-grade materials. The apothecary, wishing to concoct elixirs, finds himself at a loss without the necessary ingredients. Cooperating with Foxhill Mountain could provide a wealth of rare resources, alleviating the Great Qian's predicament. Gu Tianxing harbored a preference for collaborating with Foxhill Mountain, and he understood the necessity of careful planning. "Patriarch Gu, you should personally travel to Yuezhou to establish contact with Foxhill Mountain. Should they be willing to sell rare treasures to the Qian, we can engage in cooperation with them." Although Gu Yuan opposed the alliance with Foxhill Mountain, Gu Tianxing had made up his mind, compelling Gu Yuan to fulfill Gu Tianxing's directives with utmost diligence. "As you command." After resolving matters concerning Foxhill Mountain, Gu Tianxing inquired about the Sword Sect. "Has there been any recent activity from the Sword Sect?" Duan Chenya responded, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Guard Manor has been closely monitoring the Sword Sect and has detected no signs of movement from them. It is possible that the Sword Sect is operating covertly, making it difficult for our spies to gather information." Duan Tianya reported truthfully, noting that the Dragon Guard Manor had been diligently surveilling every action of the Sword Sect during this period. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly, recognizing that the capabilities of the Dragon Guard Manor's spies were limited. If the Sword Sect were indeed acting in secrecy, it would be challenging for them to uncover any intelligence. Chapter 74, Collaborative. When continue to observe, do not provide the Divine Sword Sect any opportunity. Gu Tianxing harbored ambitions to assault the Divine Sword Sect and eradicate it entirely to prevent future troubles, yet ultimately abandoned this notion. The Divine Sword Sect is fortified by a formidable sect array and countless disciples. Even if the Great Qian were to mobilize entirely, it might still prove insufficient to conquer the Divine Sword Sect. Moreover, the demon realm remains ever watchful, and the seal lies within the territory of the Great Liang Dynasty. Should any issues arise with the seal, Great Qian would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. Gu Tianxing preferred to conceal the strength of Great Qian, intending instead to continue amassing power. Gu Yuan swiftly arrived in Yuezhou and sought out Xue Wuyuan, requesting him to establish contact with Foxhill Mountain. Xue Wuyuan recognized that fulfilling their objectives required the support of Great Qian and did not refuse, promptly reaching out to the individuals at Foxhill Mountain. Concurrently, an unexpected visitor approached Great Qian. The Divine Sword Sect dispatched representatives, seeking to negotiate a trade for the return of Zhao Yun and others, along with the Divine Sword. They were to be stalled, neither rejecting nor accepting the proposal. Gu Tianxing refrained from meeting with the representatives from the Divine Sword Sect, deliberately prolonging the situation to instill caution in them. The exchange for Zhao Yun and the others had become impossible, as they had long been consumed by the iron-bowled Divine Marquis, leaving no trace behind to return to the Divine Sword sect. However, the Divine Sword sect remained unaware of Zhao Yun's demise, still believing that they were imprisoned by Great Qian. The intentions of the Divine Sword sect played directly into Tianxing's hands, allowing for a temporary avoidance of conflict with the Divine Sword Mountain while stabilizing their position. The representatives from the Divine Sword Mountain were accommodated within a palace in the Imperial City, their tempers flaring. How outrageous. Tianxing is exceedingly arrogant to refuse an audience with us. When has the Divine Sword Mountain ever endured such humiliation? A mere sovereign of a dynasty dares to dismiss us. Calm yourselves, the sect leader is in their hands, providing them with some assurance. Elder Jiao soothed the agitated crowd, acknowledging that the situation had shifted, compelling them to suppress their fury. The actions of Great Qian were merely a strategy to enhance their negotiating leverage, and they would soon summon them. Elder Jiao believed that Great Qian's maneuvers were designed to secure an advantage in future negotiations, a scenario he was well acquainted with. And thus he remained unhurried. Kanglin's sect acted swiftly. Representatives from Fox Hill Mountain discreetly arrived in Nuesho, and Ma Chao met with them privately. 3 individuals from Fox Hill Mountain, all members of the Fox clan, appeared, an elder and 2 middle-aged men. Generally, members of the demon clan can assume human form once they reach the master realm, and the 3 walked in human guise. The elder, Xian of the Fox clan, recognized the 2. He slightly bowed to Ma Chao and Gu Yuan, a smile gracing his face. Please, come inside. Once they entered the grand hall and took their seats, Gu Yuan spoke. The reason for your visit is that Great Qian wishes to engage in commerce with Fox Hill Mountain, independent of the Songyue alliance. Upon hearing this, Xian and the others' pupils constricted, caught off guard. They had assumed that Great Qian sought to extract benefits from them, not realizing the aim was collaboration. Xian inquired, what manner of cooperation does Great Qian desire? Gu Yuan, direct and forthright, declared, Great Qian wishes to procure the rare treasures of Fox Hill Mountain. The expressions of Xian and his companions shifted, silently lamenting Great Qian's insatiable greed. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures hold immense value not only for the human race, but also for the demon clan. Thus, they would not part with them lightly. Just as Xian was about to decline, he heard Gu Yuan continue, Qian can trade a portion of elixirs and weapons with Fox Hill Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xian swallowed his intended refusal, his heart stirred by the revelation. Although Fox Hill Mountain possessed a wealth of heavenly materials, they lacked alchemists capable of refining these treasures into elixirs. Moreover, they dared not venture far from their mountain, limiting their access to medicinal concoctions. If Qian were willing to exchange elixirs and weapons for these treasures, it would be a coveted opportunity indeed. Is this truly the case? Xian asked, his tone tinged with excitement. There is no falsehood in my words, Gu Yuan replied solemnly and with gravity. Very well. Fox Hill Mountain is amenable to collaboration with Qian. Xian, no longer hesitating, readily agreed. Subsequently, both parties deliberated on the details of their cooperation. Xian and his companions did not fully trust Qian, thus, they consented to offer only a limited batch of heavenly materials for the initial transaction. Gu Yuan, understanding their apprehensions, did not press the matter further. After the agreement, Qian publicly supported the collaboration with Fox Hill Mountain during the alliance meeting. Both Kanglin's sect and Qian were in accord, and even those within the alliance who harbored other intentions had no choice but to acquiesce. The partnership with Fox Hill Mountain promised mutual benefits. Qian would acquire abundant heavenly materials and various mineral veins, while Fox Hill Mountain would receive elixirs and an array of weapons, each party fulfilling their respective needs. As 2 months swiftly passed, Qian continued to delay, and the members of the Sword Divine sect sensed something amiss. Curse it, Tianxing has yet to meet with us. What could they be plotting? They had been in Qian for over 2 months, and even if Qian had intentions of bargaining, they should have received them by now. But as time dragged on, the unusual circumstances suggested something sinister. Was Qian planning to renege on the exchange of their sect leader, deliberately stalling for time? Elder Jiao began to suspect foul play. Elder Jiao, we should return. We must report this to our ancestor. The sect leader may already be in peril. The members of the Sword Divine sect could no longer remain idle and even began to entertain the most pessimistic outcomes. Very well. We shall return to the sect at once. Elder Jiao decisively chose to head back. Qian did not impede their departure. Many factions were already aware of their visit to negotiate the exchange concerning Zhao Yun and the others. Should Qian slay them, it would significantly tarnish their reputation. As the unwritten rule of warfare dictates that envoys should not be harmed, De Qian did not wish to stand apart from this convention. Your Majesty, the members of the Sword Divine sect have departed the imperial city, reported Wei Zhongxian to Gu Tianxing. Let them go, Gu Tianxing replied dismissively. 3 months of negotiations have yielded unexpected gains. System, summon. Gu Tianxing utilized his accumulated summoning attempts. Ding. Summon successful. Acquired death and life divine mysterious pill, heavenly grade. Upper tier. With a thought, an elixir radiating an otherworldly aura materialized in his hand. The moment the elixir appeared, a rich fragrance pervaded the grand hall, swiftly expanding outward. It arrived at the perfect moment, as Gu Tianxing was in dire need of this pill. The life and death divine mysterious elixir possesses the remarkable ability to assist individuals in transcending the realm of life and death, proving to be of paramount importance to both the Iron Bowl Divine Marquis and the formidable Xiang Ba. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianxing resolved to bestow the elixir upon Xiang Ba, facilitating his swift ascent beyond the confines of life and death. Gu Tianxing harbored his own considerations. The Iron Bowl Divine Marquis, armed with the Demon Spear and the Star Absorption technique, would find the breakthrough somewhat less arduous than Xiang Ba. Should he manage to devour the powerful beings within the life and death realm, he would gain insight into its profound secrets, thereby achieving transcendence without the need for the elixir. In contrast, Xiang Ba lacked such advantages and was thus more suited to utilize the life and death divine mysterious elixir. Upon receiving the elixir, Xiang Ba promptly entered seclusion, determined to expedite his breakthrough into the life and death realm. Meanwhile, the Iron Bowl Divine Marquis was also engaged in contemplating the secrets of this realm, striving for his own breakthrough. He had devoured Jin Yun and others, thereby qualifying to challenge the shackles of the life and death realm. Chapter 75, The Assault on the Imperial City Boom. A violent tremor reverberated through the halls of the Baitao Palace. Moments later, a pale-faced Yun Fei Yang, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, stumbled out from his secluded chamber. Master, are you all right? The Grand Elder and the others, witnessing his condition, were struck with alarm and rushed to support Yun Fei Yang. Their expressions filled with concern. Yun Fei Yang managed a bitter smile, revealing his helplessness. I failed in my attempt to break through to the life and death realm and suffered a backlash. My time is limited. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, hearing it directly from Yun Fei Yang's lips plunged the Grand Elder and the others into despair, their hearts heavy with grief. Yet, as the end approached, Yun Fei Yang remained unusually calm. From this point onward, the Baitao Palace shall be led by the Grand Elder. Seal all news regarding my demise and secretly make your way to the Xinxiao sect. Yun Fei Yang understood that once the news of his death spread, surrounding forces would descend upon them like ravenous wolves. Especially the Sanyue alliance. They would not miss the opportunity to annihilate the Baitao Palace. They needed to depart swiftly and seek refuge with the Xinxiao sect. The Baitao Palace immediately sprang into action, recalling its disciples and covertly transferring to the Xinxiao sect. Unbeknownst to other forces, they remained oblivious to the unusual activities of the Baitao Palace. Upon returning to the Sword Sect, the Ninth Elder recounted the events of his journey and his suspicions to Lu Qin. The atmosphere in the hall was charged with fury, anger palpable enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Patriarch, it is evident that our master has fallen victim to the treachery of the Great Qian Dynasty. We must avenge them. Patriarch, we have an irreconcilable enmity with the Great Qian Dynasty. This grudge must be repaid. Voices erupted in agreement. Even those who had previously harbored doubts no longer hesitated to express their sentiments. I shall make a journey to the Great Qian Dynasty. You must remain vigilant. Should you detect any demonic practitioners, activate the Great Formation immediately. Ultimately, Lu Qin resolved to take matters into his own hands, understanding that only he could bring about the downfall of the Great Qian. The news of his decision brought joy to the crowd, though a few, including the Ninth Elder, remained apprehensive. Rest assured, Patriarch, we shall safeguard the sect. Lu Qin departed discreetly, ensuring that he did not alert anyone. He too was wary of potential ambushes from the demonic realm, suppressing his presence as he hastened toward the Great Qian Imperial City. His intent was to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. The Great Qian's strongest warriors and royal family resided within the city. If he could eradicate the Great Qian royalty and their formidable allies, the Great Qian would inevitably crumble. Boom. Above the Imperial City, the sky shifted ominously, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. An oppressive aura descended from above, akin to a divine wrath enveloping the city. What is happening? It feels unbearable. countless citizens, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, prostrated themselves on the ground, wailing in agony. Descending from the clouds, Lu Qin cast a disdainful gaze toward the palace, ignoring the cries of the citizens as he gestured, summoning the forces of destruction. Impudent. A sudden roar echoed like thunder, a wrath from the heavens. Following this outburst, the oppressive aura dissipated entirely, leaving the citizens free once more. How is this possible? Lu Qin's expression altered drastically, a hint of fear creeping in as he realized that the Dakian had a life and death realm expert stationed there. This was beyond comprehension. Boom. As Lu Qin was taken aback, an invincible force of gun energy surged towards him. Ultimately, being a practitioner at the life and death realm, he swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure, conjuring a colossal hand to counter the oncoming attack. Bang! The gun energy was unstoppable, shattering the heavens and earth, obliterating the hand and advancing rapidly towards Lu Qin. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of his adversary. The strike he unleashed with all his might was effortlessly dismantled. In haste, he summoned his true essence, manifesting a protective barrier in front of him. Bang! Lu Qin was propelled backwards by the gun energy, retreating uncontrollably until he was no longer within the bounds of the imperial city. Quickly stabilizing his stance, a wave of terror washed over him. Having not yet glimpsed the assailant, he found himself in such a dire predicament, which spoke volumes of the terror his opponent embodied. Ding! A towering figure approached with a grace that belied the gravity of the situation. Clutching a long spear in his left hand, the spear tip sliced through the air, leaving a trail of darkness akin to the mark of the heavens. Lu Qin's spirits plummeted as he felt the unparalleled oppressive aura emanating from Yin Guiran, causing his entire being to tremble. Emotionless, Yin Guiran raised the sacred spear high above his head and brought it crashing down. Boom! The surrounding space could scarcely endure the divine might, shattering with a resounding crash as an overwhelming force surged towards Lu Qin like an unfathomable ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surrounding Lu Qin, sword energy erupted, transforming into myriad sharp blades that surged towards Yin Guiran. These sword energies were futile against the relentless divine power. With a swift motion, Lu Qin employed the pinnacle sword techniques of the divine sword sect, condensing countless sword energies into a brilliant beam of sword light, cleaving towards the divine might. Bang! The ultimate collision ensued. The sword light fractured and gradually disintegrated into specks of luminescence. The divine power was also diminished, significantly lessened, before crashing down upon Lu Qin. Poof! Like a kite severed from its string, Lu Qin was sent flying, blood splattering against the sky. Ignoring his grievous injuries, he utilized the divine power to propel himself away from Yin Guiran, creating distance as he turned to flee. Yin Guiran thrust his spear forward, unleashing a grand surge of gun energy that pierced through the clouds and tore the air, instantly locking onto Lu Qin. Cursed be this fate. Overwhelmed with fear, Lu Qin desperately wished to abandon the battlefield, yet the gun energy was closing in behind him, forcing him to turn and defend. With both hands braced, he summoned pure sword energy to form an energy shield around himself. Although Lu Qin continuously infused the energy shield with sword essence to maintain its integrity, the immense force of the gun energy relentlessly pushed him backwards. At this moment, he could do nothing but exert every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Should Yin Guiran choose to attack now, he would be utterly defenseless. As one progresses further in cultivation, each step becomes a monumental leap, with the chasms between realms resembling insurmountable divides. Yin Guiran, at the mid-stage of the life and death realm, had yet to employ his formidable powers that could transcend boundaries. Yet he effortlessly cornered Lu Qin, who was merely at the initial stage of the same realm, into a desperate situation. In a state of extreme anxiety, Lu Qin noted that Yin Guiran refrained from pressing the attack, granting him a moment to catch his breath. Yin Guiran cast a glance towards the imperial city, furrowing his brow, and without a second thought for Lu Qin, swiftly returned to the city. He sensed a faint aura of life and death surrounding the imperial city. In comparison to Gu Tianxing's safety, Lu Qin's life seemed trivial. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had returned. We must depart swiftly. Upon realizing Yin Guiran's return, those lurking in the shadows abandoned their concealment and fled with utmost haste. Observing the two retreat, Yin Guiran chose not to pursue, fearing a diversion of his attention. Nothing mattered more than the safety of Gu Tianxing. He could not afford the slightest risk. At that moment, Lu Qin too had narrowly escaped, bearing significant injuries and still shaken to his core. Such a terrifying powerhouse, undoubtedly at the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Lu Chen recalled Yin Gairen's cataclysmic assault, a shudder coursing through him. How could such a formidable entity exist within the Great Qian Dynasty? Lu Chen found himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the origins of such a powerful figure in the realm. Chapter 76. The Retreat Bang. As Lu Chen was lost in thought, a formidable attack surged towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, he hastily dodged, only to find two adversaries, one on each side, charging at him. Damn it! They are from the demon realm. Xian Shi and Mo Hongfei launched a relentless assault against Lu Chen, intent on his demise, unaware that Yin Gui run would complicate their plans. Boom! After unleashing two attacks, Lu Chen promptly retreated from the battlefield. Wounded by Yin Gui run, he dared not engage further with Xian Shi and Mo Hongfei. Whoosh! At that moment, the sky split open, and a blade of energy materialized, rapidly hurtling towards Lu Chen. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he brought his fingers together and released a piercing sword energy. Bang! The two energies collided with a deafening sound, the force of the impact reverberating through the heavens, shattering the very essence of reality. With the sword energy blocking his escape, Lu Chen found himself surrounded by three figures converging from different directions. It was time to fight for his life. Realizing his dire predicament, Lu Chen resolved to sacrifice his foundation to enhance his power. Kill. A fierce battle erupted, the winds howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. 3 days later, the tumult in the heavens gradually subsided. Heavily injured, Lu Chen returned to the Divine Sword Sect, urgently commanding, quickly, activate the Great Formation. The Ninth Elder and others, witnessing Lu Chen's battered state and feeble aura, were filled with unease and promptly initiated the formation. Boom! The Great Formation enveloped the Divine Sword Sect, allowing Lu Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elder, are you alright? The Ninth Elder and the others hastened to Lu Chen's side, their faces etched with concern. Keep the formation active. I must enter seclusion to heal. Lu Chen's injuries were grave, and the price he paid to escape was steep. He needed to stabilize his condition as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Xian Shi and his companions deliberated whether to launch a full-scale assault on the Divine Sword Sect. The Great Formation of the Divine Sword Sect was a culmination of the painstaking efforts of generations, not something that could be breached easily. Their immediate priority was to dismantle the seal. The primary objective of the demon realm was to destroy the seal. There was no need to attack the Divine Sword Sect at this juncture and jeopardize their plans. All right, let us proceed to the location of the seal. The demon realm had already gathered sufficient blood elsewhere, and without the Divine Sword Sect's interference, they could easily dismantle the seal. The group swiftly arrived at the site of the seal, where guards from both the Divine Sword Sect and the Divine Xiaozong were stationed. Boom! Xian Shi extended his hand downward, and immediately, the winds roared. A colossal pressure descended from the heavens, a gigantic hand aiming to crush everything beneath it. This is not good. A formidable presence from the life and death realm is here. They are from the demon realm. We must flee. Hurry! The emergence of the life and death realm's power rendered the guards of the Divine Sword Sect and Divine Xiaozong powerless to resist, forcing them to flee at full speed for a glimmer of survival. Rumble! The struggles of the crowd seemed insignificant as the colossal hand descended, leaving no survivors. Attack! The three unleashed their full strength against the seal, pouring the prepared blood into it. This is bad. The demon realm is breaching the seal. We must contact the Divine Sword Sect immediately. Upon receiving the news, the Shunjiao sect was eager to ally with the Shunjian sect to thwart the encroaching demonic realm. However, Elder Jiao and his companions remained unmoved by the tidings. They were indeed willing but powerless. Prior to entering seclusion, Lu Chen had instructed them not to disturb him. Without the intervention of Lu Chen, a formidable figure in the realm of life and death, their efforts to halt the demonic forces would be as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree or striking a stone with an egg. As they awaited a response from the Xinjian sect, anxiety gripped the Xinjiao sect. What could the Xinjian sect possibly be doing? With the seal broken, they could not remain uninvolved. Yantianhai was perplexed by the Xinjian sect's apparent indifference to the destruction of the seal by the demon cultivators. With the Xinjian sect refraining from action, he too dared not venture forth recklessly. It appeared that unforeseen complications had befallen the Xinjian sect. They could no longer linger in the Eastern Emperor domain and must hasten their departure. Du Jingfeng, another powerful figure of the life and death realm, spoke gravely. Should the seal be shattered, the Eastern Emperor domain would transform into a hellish realm of chaos and bloodshed. Since they were unable to impede the impending disaster, Their only choice was to flee before the seal was breached. These demons, having been sealed for eons, had accumulated boundless fury. One could only imagine the bloodbath that would ensue upon their escape. Thus, it was decided. Yun Yanhai consented to abandon the Eastern Emperor domain. The Xinzhao sect disseminated the news of the imminent seal breach throughout the Eastern Emperor domain, resulting in widespread panic and unrest. Hurry, leave the Eastern Emperor domain immediately, or face certain death. Once the seal is broken, a multitude of demons will ravage the world. There can be no hesitation. Depart swiftly. Countless citizens began to flee the Eastern Emperor domain, for remaining would mean certain doom. Only by escaping could they hold onto a flicker of hope for survival. Meanwhile, within the Xinjian sect, Elder Jiao and others were in a state of disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Had it not been for Lu Qin's prior instructions, they would have sought to rouse him. In the Great Qian Imperial Palace, Gu Tianxing was also deliberating the impending breach of the seal with his council. Your Majesty, should the seal be compromised, the imprisoned demons will likely unleash carnage upon the world, affecting the Great Qian as well. The words of the iron-blooded God Marquis were not mere alarmist rhetoric. Demon cultivators were inherently bloodthirsty, driven by a propensity for slaughter. After being confined for so long, their ingrained thirst for violence could no longer be contained. Once freed, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Deploy heavy troops in Ningzhou. We must not allow the demon cultivators to enter the Great Qian territory, Gu Tianxing ordered. As long as Ningzhou was defended, the Great Qian could remain secure. The iron-blooded God Marquis and others began mobilizing forces, sending elite troops to Ningzhou while they themselves proceeded to establish a stronghold there. Alas, they ultimately found themselves powerless to prevent the seal from being broken. Upon hearing of the impending breach, both the Buddhist and Taoist realms found themselves equally impotent. It was too late for them to intervene, and they had more pressing adversaries to contend with, leaving them with insufficient resources to spare. Let us invade the Eastern Emperor domain and unleash a bloodbath. Within the seal lie numerous treasures. How could we possibly let them slip away? A multitude of demon cultivators surged into the Eastern Emperor domain. The Xinjian sect activated its protective formation, retreating into seclusion, while the Xinzhao sect hastily evacuated. The Eastern Emperor domain was left fragmented, a scattered entity without a leader, powerless to prevent the influx of the demon cultivators. Although Yuzhou is part of the Eastern Sovereign Domain, it remains untouched by the affairs of the seal. The presence of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion has drawn countless formidable beings, and even the most unruly demon cultivators would think twice before provoking it without cause. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion has a vast network of business that spans the world, wielding significant influence and possessing a wealth of esoteric information. Offending the pavilion brings no advantage to the demon cultivators. Within the pavilion, several key figures are engaged in a discussion regarding recent developments. In recent months, the pavilion's profits have soared beyond previous records, primarily due to dealings with the Great Qian. An elder speaks first. Chapter 77. The breaking of the seal. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion in Yuzhou is merely a branch, fiercely competing with other regional branches. In recent months, due to the influence of the Great Qian, Yuzhou's Wind and Cloud Pavilion has significantly outpaced its counterparts, resulting in considerable benefits for all involved. The Great Qian has been selling an extensive array of elixirs, undoubtedly backed by skilled alchemists. Speculation abounds regarding the existence of a formidable alchemist within Great Qian, as it seems implausible to amass such a quantity of elixirs for trade without one. In addition to the elixirs, the resources traded by the Great Qian are remarkably rare, seemingly unique to Fox Hill Mountain. The Great Qian is also assisting Fox Hill Mountain in the sale of these resources, exchanging them for items needed by the mountain, while undoubtedly profiting in the process. Nevertheless, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion focuses solely on commerce, adhering to a strict code that prohibits the disclosure of any customer information. This is a primary reason why countless individuals are eager to engage in trade with them. In light of the demonic cultivator's influence, a large number of commoners have fled to Yuzhou, and it will soon reach capacity. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion welcomes this influx, as a burgeoning population translates to increased business opportunities, allowing them to profit from the influx of refugees. Recently, caution has been advised. They must not allow the demonic cultivators to disrupt the stability of Yuzhou. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion prides itself on conducting business amicably, and they do not wish for their commerce to be jeopardized by the actions of demonic forces. The area of the seal has captivated the hearts of countless factions, with those bordering the Eastern Emperor domain remaining vigilant and prepared. As 3 months have swiftly passed, the seal's power has begun to weaken. heralding the imminent release of formidable demonic entities. Within the sealed space, where time has no bearing, even the countless demons trapped for eons remain unaffected by the passage of years. Ha ha ha, at long last, freedom is within reach. I shall wreak havoc upon the world. Cackled a group of imprisoned demons, their laughter sending chills down the spine. Before them stood an elderly monk, existing in a realm between reality and illusion, continuously forming seals to suppress the demons. Esteemed monk, you have done your utmost, spoke a youth, prompting the demons to hastily retreat, their expressions filled with dread. The monk radiated a divine light, signifying that his spiritual essence was about to dissipate entirely. With hands clasped in prayer, he recited, Amitabha. The compassionate monk, aware that his time was drawing nigh, faced death without fear, only a sense of regret for his inability to keep the demons eternally confined. Willing to sacrifice my very essence, merely to prolong your confinement, is but a foolish dream, he reflected, unwavering in his resolve. The monk had long accepted his fate, having chosen to sacrifice himself to seal the demons. Life and death are but commonplace occurrences. What fear is there in the absence of enlightenment? I believe the future generations will thwart your ambitions. As the monk's form began to fade, becoming increasingly translucent, the echoes of laughter from the demons filled the air. Blindly trusting others, how foolish, scoffed the undying heavenly sovereign, for demonic cultivators have always relied solely on themselves. Amitabha. The monk refrained from engaging in debate. After his final utterance, he merged with the universe, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Witnessing the monk's dissolution, the undying heavenly sovereign felt a flicker of emotion within, though it was swiftly quelled. As I descend upon the mortal realm once more, I shall embark upon a path of demonic dominion. The multitude of demons, brimming with exhilaration, eagerly follow the undying sovereign to wage war across the world, forging an unprecedented realm of darkness. Boom. The old monk dissipates into the cosmos, and the seals are shattered. A resounding explosion reverberates as countless manifestations of demonic might surge into the sky, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Dark clouds loom ominously, casting a shadow over the heavens. This is dire. The seal has been breached. Cursed be it, the fiend has escaped. We must flee. Feeling the overwhelming aura of malevolence, numerous factions are engulfed in despair, their last glimmers of hope extinguished. Boom. The undying sovereign raises his right hand slightly, channeling unparalleled demonic power, transforming the myriad stars into arrows to carve a celestial pathway. Hundreds of demons descend upon the Xian continent through this passage, re-emerging into the mortal realm. The oppressive force is palpable. Is this the undying sovereign? Thunder rumbles as if the heavens themselves are collapsing, and the undying sovereign descends slowly. An air of terrifying authority emanates from the undying sovereign, causing the likes of Ximen Chui Xue and others to tremble in fear. Ignoring their presence, the undying sovereign surveys the surroundings. They have been trapped within the seal for far too long, so long that they have forgotten everything about the Xian continent. With a mere wave of his hand, he compresses the sealed space into a minuscule speck, resting it within his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the faces of Ximen Chui and his companions change, yet they dare not voice their thoughts. Within the sealed realm lie treasures essential to their factions, but daunted by the undying sovereign's might, they refrain from making demands. However, there are others behind them. In due time, the powerful figures of their factions shall negotiate with the undying sovereign. Sovereign, we have languished in confinement for countless years. Our cultivation reduced to mere remnants. We require the slaughter of the world, feeding on the blood of the countless to restore our strength, declares the first demon general, mercilessly. To swiftly regain power, the essence of living beings is essential. Go forth. Upon receiving the undying sovereign's assent, the horde of demons erupts in fervor, their bloodthirsty instincts awakening. Ha ha ha, the slaughter feast commences. My great blade can hardly contain its thirst. Delicious blood and flesh, I am coming. And thus, hundreds of demons scatter in all directions. Boom. At the moment the seal is breached, a tremendous pressure envelopes the imperial city, startling the populace. What has transpired? Is another formidable foe upon us? Quickly, take refuge indoors. Do not venture outside. The court shall protect us. Fear not. This scene bears resemblance to the prior invasion by Lu Chun, yet there are distinctions. Lu Chun sought to annihilate the imperial city, while this overwhelming pressure lacks destructive intent and swiftly begins to dissipate. This oppressive aura arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, restoring normalcy to the imperial city. Xiangba gradually emerges from his seclusion, having just achieved a breakthrough, the aura of life and death still not fully contained. Haha. The heavens assist me. The timing of Xiang Huizhu's breakthrough is impeccable. Du Tianxing is overwhelmed with joy. With Xiangba's advancement, the strength of the Qian escalates further. Xiang Ba secures his realm within the imperial palace, safeguarding Gu Tianxing's safety. Meanwhile, within the Divine Sword sect, the members are restless. As the demonic forces press close to their mountain gate, report to the ancestor. The moment of life and death has now arrived, and ultimately, the group decided to rouse Lu Chun from his seclusion. He was compelled to emerge, still in the midst of his recovery. Elder ancestor, the seal has been breached, and the demon cultivators are advancing upon us. They shall soon besiege our mountain gates. At these words, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and a grave expression enveloped his countenance. He had anticipated that the demon cultivators might seize the opportunity to shatter the seal while he was besieged by Xie Tian and his cohorts. Yet he had not anticipated the breach would occur so swiftly. With the seal dismantled, dwelling on past events would yield no benefit. The pressing concern was how to confront the impending onslaught of the demon cultivators. He swiftly resolved to lead his disciples to retreat, seeking refuge in the Black Sky domain. Lu Chun made the difficult decision to abandon the Divine Sword sect. Now, not only were the demon armies encroaching, but numerous fiends sealed within were also a threat. Even at his peak, he would not have been able to withstand them, let alone in his current injured state. Departing was his only path to survival. Chapter 78. The Water of Calamity diverted. The Sacred Sword sect commenced its retreat, albeit belatedly. Managing to evacuate only a portion of its disciples before the demonic cultivators ascended upon the mountain gate, encircling the sect. These sword cultivators, brimming with vitality, possessed the capacity to swiftly restore their strength. As a multitude of demonic fiends descended, a massive army of hundreds of thousands surrounded the Sacred Sword sect, rendering escape nearly impossible. The seventh demon general soared into the air, delivering a powerful strike towards the sect. Bang! The heavy blow struck the protective barrier of the formation, causing ripples to emanate outward. All forces were unleashed. Although the seventh demon general was of the life and death realm, prolonged confinement had impeded his ability to fully harness his power, rendering him ineffective against the formation. The collective assault from numerous demonic cultivators bombarded the formation, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous roars as it teetered on the brink of collapse. Inside the formation, Lu Chun and his companions wore expressions of grave concern. The barrier would not withstand for long. I will self-destruct the formation. You must seize the opportunity to escape, Lu Chun resolved, steeling himself to sacrifice the formation for the sake of his comrades' survival. With a resounding explosion echoing across the battlefield, the formation detonated with cataclysmic force, its power rippling through the heavens and earth. Bang! Countless demonic cultivators were caught unawares, instantly reduced to dust, their existence obliterated by the formation's self-detonation. Quickly, flee. Taking advantage of the chaos wrought by the formation's explosion, the Sacred Sword sect made a hasty retreat. Whoosh! Lu Chun transformed into a streak of sword light, speeding away. Do not let him escape. Pursue him, commanded the seventh demon general along with the sinister Tianxing and Mo Hongfei, all of whom were determined to hunt Lu Chun down. As Lu Chun fled, he found himself unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the trio. This cannot continue. Eventually, I will be caught, he thought anxiously, aware that his injuries had not yet healed, and should they catch him, his fate would be dire. With a fierce determination, Lu Chun began to make his way towards the Great Qian. Unable to escape from their pursuit, he intended to divert the calamity eastward, leading them into the territory of the Great Qian. The presence of formidable warriors there would undoubtedly draw their attention, providing him with the distraction he needed to escape amidst the turmoil. The chase continued, and they quickly approached Ningzhou. No, he aims to enter the Great Qian. Tianxing and Mo Hongfei exchanged fearful glances, both acutely aware of the dangers posed by Yan Guiran, reluctant to venture closer to the Great Qian, their pace inadvertently slowing. Noticing their hesitation, the seventh demon general bellowed, "What are you doing? We are on the verge of catching up to Lu Chun. Before us lies a formidable powerhouse within the dynasty. We cannot approach," Tianxing explained, his voice laced with trepidation. "A mere dynasty daunts you so? Are you truly demonic cultivators?" The seventh demon general's fury intensified, wishing to strike down the two for their cowardice. A mere dynasty, devoid of even a life and death realm figure, had halted their advance, and the seventh demon general found their weakness intolerable, feeling that they had brought shame upon their kind. In the midst of their conversation, the pursuit did not relent, and they rapidly closed in on Ningzhou. Do not let him escape. As Lu Chun was on the verge of evading his pursuers, the seventh demon general, disregarding any conversation with the two, surged forward at full speed. Helpless, Tianxing and his companion could only hasten to follow. Upon their arrival, the demonic forces were already engaged in fierce combat with the Qian army. The valiant iron-blooded god Marquis and his comrades fought bravely, while Ning'an Pass stood as an impregnable fortress. Sensing several deathly auras drawing near, identical to those previously encountered in the imperial city, Yen Gui-ren pondered briefly before unleashing a powerful spear chi. Boom! A magnificent spear chi materialized unexpectedly, catching Lu Chen off guard, who swiftly attempted to evade. Bang! The speed of the spear chi was too swift. Despite Lu Chen's rapid dodging, he was still struck, leaving a gory wound on his shoulder. With the spear chi obstructing him, Tianxing and his companions quickly closed the gap. This was dire. That formidable being was right here. Tianxing and Mo Hongfei's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that this powerhouse was not stationed in the Qian Imperial Palace, but had instead appeared here. Ha! Where else can you run? In stark contrast to the panic of Tianxing and Mo Hongfei, the 7th Demon General was elated. Once he absorbed Lu Chen's vital essence, he would swiftly regain his strength. Lu Chen, now calm, understood that if only one faction were present, his demise would be inevitable. However, with both the Qian and the Demon Realm in play, he had a chance to escape amidst the chaos. The 7th Demon General's focus was solely on Lu Chen as he lunged forward to strike. Both combatants were equally matched, one nursing an injury and the other weakened from prolonged captivity, resulting in a fierce but indecisive clash. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping me subdue him? After battling for a considerable time, the 7th Demon General's ire boiled over as he noted Tianxing and his companion watching from the sidelines. They were not unwilling to assist, but rather too fearful. Any action on their part would invite a lethal counterattack from Qian's formidable forces. They remained on high alert, cautious not to reveal even the slightest vulnerability. Yen Gui-ren refrained from intervening, opting to wait until a victor emerged before he would clean up the aftermath. After a prolonged struggle, witnessing that Yen Gui-ren and Tianxing were not engaging, Lu Chen grew increasingly anxious. With each passing moment, his chances of escape diminished. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the conflict raged intensely, with the demonic cultivators once again witnessing the terrifying power of Qian. The iron-blooded god Marquis was unmatched in the Yinyang realm. Even late-stage experts found themselves unable to withstand his relentless assault. He pursued dozens of Yinyang realm demons, who dared not confront him. How could there be such a formidable presence in the Yinyang realm? The demonic cultivators were incredulous, their despair deepening at the sight of the iron-blooded god Marquis' might. The combination of the star-absorbing technique and the demonic spear was terrifying. Having already devoured 3 Yinyang realm cultivators, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, and Du Feng had recently broken through to the mid-Yinyang realm, dominating the battlefield. Both Zhao Yun and Ma Chao possessed solid foundations, capable of battling beyond their ranks. Du Feng wielded a mid-grade divine weapon from the Divine Sword sect, showing no fear even against late-stage Yinyang opponents. Under Gu Tianxing's relentless nurturing, the Qian army had undergone a complete transformation, emerging as a formidable and iron-willed force. The White Horse Cavalry and the Tiger Leopard Riders are even more fearsome, with breakthroughs occurring almost daily. The realm of law manifestation boasts over 100 individuals, and masters are plentiful. Retreat. The entire army must withdraw. The demonic cultivators suffered grievously at Ning'an Pass and can only retreat. Pursue them relentlessly, ensuring they are eternally entombed here. Do not think of escaping. The Great Qian is not a land one can enter and exit at will. The soldiers of Great Qian burst forth from within the pass, determined to annihilate the demonic cultivators, leaving no survivors. The iron-bellied Marquis and Zhao Yun, among others, also pursued, returning only after slaying 4 demonic cultivators of the Yinyang realm. The crowd gazed up at the heavens, where furious winds howled and turbulent waves surged, ominous fluctuations reverberating incessantly. Chapter 79. Unrestrained in the vast expanse of the heavens, the 7th Demon General and Lu Chen had been embroiled in a fierce battle for an extended period, both bearing numerous injuries, with Lu Chen particularly battered. After initially succumbing to rage, the 7th Demon General gradually regained his composure, realizing that the absence of Tianxing had a purpose of its own. With a resounding clash, after a fierce exchange with Lu Chen, the 7th Demon General seized the opportunity to retreat, positioning himself beside Tianxing. Before he could inquire about their condition, he noticed a change in their expressions as a formidable force surged towards them. Yen Gui-ren swept his spear, unleashing an overwhelming divine power that surged forth. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Lu Qin suffered further injuries, his vitality waning. The three of them joined forces to counter the divine force. Yet they were still sent reeling from the impact. The seventh demon general felt an immense power wash over him, causing his blood to boil, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. In that moment of realization, he understood why Ximen Chui Xue had harbored such trepidation towards the Great Qian Dynasty. Even at his peak, he would have chosen to avoid such terrifying opponents. With a chilling gasp, Yin Guiren pierced Lu Qin's heart with his spear, capturing him alive. "We are not his match. We must flee." The trio made a swift decision and hastily retreated. With Lu Qin subdued, Yin Guiren brandished his spear, unleashing a torrent of spear energy directed at the three. "We must unite to withstand this," they exclaimed, hastily turning to confront the impending threat. The spear energy surged forth like a furious dragon breaking free, its divine power capable of shaking the heavens, forcing the three to retreat relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Yin Guiren appeared behind them, bringing his spear crashing down. "Ah!" They cried out in unison as they shattered the spear energy, just managing to parry the descending divine weapon at the last possible moment. Though they managed to block the spear, the immense force penetrated their bodies, nearly obliterating their internal organs. "We must go," the three urged, suppressing their grievous injuries as they transformed into three beams of light, swiftly escaping. Yin Guiren's gaze fixed upon Mo Hongfei, and he charged towards him. "Damn it," Mo Hongfei thought, panic surging within him as he unleashed an unprecedented speed to flee. Seeing this, Ximen Chui felt a wave of relief and hastened their own escape. Not long after, Yin Guiren returned, dragging the barely conscious Mo Hongfei with him. With a resounding thud, he cast him to the ground. Mo Hongfei lay gravely wounded and unable to move. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yin." The iron-willed Duke expressed his gratitude. Yin Guiren could have slain both Lu Qin and Mo Hongfei, but instead exerted great effort to capture them alive. All for his sake. It is all in service to His Majesty. There is no need for thanks. Yin Guiren, not one for frivolities or noise, returned to his residence after the encounter. The iron-willed Duke began secluding himself with both Lu Qin and Mo Hongfei, as he had reached an impasse in the Yin-Yang realm. Consuming both would surely enable him to break through to the life and death realm. The seventh demon general, noticing the prolonged absence of Mo Hongfei, began to fear for his fate. "Let us return and report to the Celestial Lord," he suggested. The two individuals returned with heavy hearts, preparing to report on the situation in the Great Qian. Upon their return, the Immortal Lord had already departed. The demon realm received word of this, prompting the Buddhist and Taoist realms to dispatch formidable warriors, intent on eliminating the Immortal Lord before he could regain his strength, thereby preventing future threats. The demon realm promptly informed the Immortal Lord, urging his swift return. Although the Immortal Lord had left, the demon realm would not easily withdraw from the Eastern Emperor region. Their objective was to seize control of the Eastern Emperor region, utilizing it as a stronghold to launch assaults on other major territories. In Yuzhou, chaos reigned, with the sounds of battle echoing throughout. "Hurry, the demon realm is upon us. The cries of the demon sect deserves to perish, and those vile practitioners must be eradicated," filled the air. The long-sealed demon lord remained oblivious to the existence of the wind and cloud pavilion within Yuzhou. Even if he had known, he would have cared little. Following the Immortal Lord, they had dominated the world, and during their reign, the wind and cloud pavilion could only cower in fear, disregarded entirely. Ha ha ha, so many martial artists, such abundant resources, all ours now. Let us charge in and take what we desire. Under the command of two demon generals, over 100,000 demon cultivators surged into Yuzhou, slaughtering anyone in their path, leaving no blade of grass untouched. Within the wind and cloud pavilion, numerous powerful figures gathered around a young maiden. The demon realm is attacking. Their actions are unrestrained. We must ensure the young lady's safety and facilitate her escape, one elder of the Yin-Yang realm declared solemnly. Yu Qingying, the daughter of the pavilion's third master, had come to Yuzhou merely for training, and her safety was paramount. With the Eastern Emperor region now swarming with denizens of the demon realm, their only recourse was to depart from the Great Qian Dynasty. Almost the entirety of the Eastern Emperor region had succumbed, leaving them no choice but to flee from the Great Qian. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. With 3 elders of the Yin-Yang realm and a dozen from the Dharma aspect realm leading the charge, the group hastened toward Yuzhou. As Yuzhou faced the onslaught of the demon realm, spies from the Dragon Protection Manor swiftly relayed the news. Yuzhou bordered Yuezhou, should Yuzhou fall. The demon cultivators could easily advance into Yuezhou. Upon receiving this alarming report, Gu Tianxing found himself at a loss for a solution. The main forces of the Great Qian were stationed in Ningzhou, and only by dispatching Xiangba to Yuezhou could they ensure safety. However, Xiangba was required to remain at the palace and could not depart. Your Majesty, the friend Yin has been exposed. Why not allow him to take the initiative? To intimidate the demon cultivators and deter them from acting recklessly? Wei Zhangxin advised Gu Tianxing. A spark of realization brightened Gu Tianxing's eyes as he agreed with Wei Zhangxin's proposal. Previously, he had not understood the disparity between realms of life and death, believing that although Yin Guiran was powerful, he could not defeat others of the same realm such as Lu Qin. It was only after Lu Qin's invasion of the imperial city, where he was grievously wounded and forced to flee by Yin Guiran's few strikes, that Gu Tianxing comprehended the significant gap between those at the threshold of life and death. With Yin Guiran's prowess, he could indeed instill fear in the demon realm, dissuading them from encroaching upon the Great Qian Dynasty. Gu Tianxing promptly issued a decree to summon Yin Guiran. Upon receiving the edict from Gu Tianxing, Yin Guiran and his companions commenced their mission. Yin Guiran, accompanied by Ma Chao and led by Zhao Yun with 2 cavalry units, set forth from Ningzhou, sweeping through the land with fervor. Ah, save me! Spare me! I beseech you for mercy! They cried. Heaven above, we merely wish to survive. The demonic cultivators ravaged indiscriminately, slaughtering innocent lives. A city lay besieged, its inhabitants powerless to resist, no matter their pleas for mercy. The demonic cultivators showed not an ounce of compassion. The wails of the populace resonated in their ears as the most exquisite symphony, inciting them to further carnage. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air, the ground trembling as buildings swayed precariously. What is happening? Where does this tremor originate from? Dispatch scouts at once. Both the demonic cultivators and the citizens were stirred, eager to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Chapter 80. The iron-willed god breaks through the realm of life and death. Before they could ascertain the source of the tremors, the vibrations intensified, shaking the very earth as if a cataclysmic earthquake were unfolding. Look, what is that? The crowd gazed into the distance, where dust billowed and smoke filled the sky. As a cavalry unit charged forth from the heavens, a roar erupted, echoing the ferocity of tigers and leopards, causing an unsettling tremor in the hearts of all demon cultivators. An overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure descending upon them. Quick, prepare for battle. The demon cultivators snapped to attention, readying themselves for the impending clash. With a rush, the cavalry surged past, akin to the grim reapers sweeping through, mercilessly claiming lives. In mere moments, tens of thousands of demon cultivators fell to slaughter. A few at the Yin-Yang realm, poised to retaliate, were crushed into dust by an overwhelming divine force, unaware until their last breath of the identity of their assailants. Return and inform the demon realm. Those who dare to step even a foot into the Great Qian territory will bear the consequences. After decimating a significant number of demon cultivators, the Great Qian intentionally allowed a handful to escape, tasked with delivering this message. Upon receiving the news, the demon cultivators erupted in furious outrage. How dare a mere dynasty act so recklessly? We shall invade the Great Qian and leave no survivors. The Great Qian Dynasty seeks its own demise. Let us extinguish them. Demon cultivators, known for their lawlessness, had always been the ones to threaten others, never allowing a trivial dynasty to pose a threat against them. As many demon cultivators clamored to invade the Great Qian Dynasty, numerous demon leaders issued commands forbidding any demon from stepping foot into Great Qian territory. The undying heavenly monarch departed, taking many of his confidants with him, leaving the Eastern Emperor domain under the governance of the 7th Demon General, the malevolent Tianxing, and Wang Luo-ri, both of whom were aware of the formidable nature of Yin Guiran and dared not provoke him. They strictly restrained the demon cultivators, prohibiting them from entering Great Qian. Some Yin-Yang realm demon cultivators were psychologically scarred by the iron-willed god, fearing to approach Great Qian. Under the restraint of many demon leaders, the demon cultivators refrained from entering Great Qian territory. Even those reckless enough to attempt entry posed no threat. As long as the Yin-Yang and life-death realm demon cultivators remained outside, any other demon entering Great Qian would find only a path to demise. In the midst of this turmoil, Zhao Yun, accompanied by his valiant steed, set forth to establish a presence in Yuezhou. The Tsan Yue alliance would also intervene, ensuring that Yuezhou faced no immediate danger. In a modest courtyard within the capital of Yueshou, Yu Qingying and her companions temporarily took refuge. Strange. Why have the demon cultivators not invaded Yueshou? The members of the Fengyan Pavilion found it perplexing that, despite seizing control of Yuzhou, the demons refrained from launching a large-scale assault. I shall contact the Great Qian and request their fleet escort to ensure our safe departure. To the west of Great Qian lies Weizhou, to the north is Ningzhou, to the south stretches a vast, boundless desert, and to the east, a forbidding mountain range. The only escape route for the group is via the Zhongyue River. How dare they strike against us? This matter is far from over. Once settled, the group harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the demon cultivators. Their years of toil had been obliterated in an instant, and the vast resources within the Fengyan Pavilion now lay in the hands of the demons. They would not let this transgression go unpunished. Yu Qingying felt a surge of anxiety. With Yunzhou fallen, she found herself trailing behind her competitors, and her future days promised to be fraught with difficulty. The Fengyan Pavilion, grand and illustrious, is composed of 3 prominent families, engaged in a perpetual struggle of overt and covert rivalry, marked by schemes and deceptions. In recent years, the Yu family has found itself at a disadvantage, suppressed by both the Baiming and Lu families, rendering their situation rather bleak. The Yuzhou region holds significant importance for the Yu family. Losing it would further exacerbate their predicament. There is no need to rush away. Yu Qingying cannot leave in such a disheveled manner. She must devise a strategy to recover her losses. The Qian Dynasty has the potential to exploit the resources of Fox Hill Mountain, deterring the demonic cultivators from encroaching. She is filled with curiosity regarding Qian and entertains a bold idea. 2 months later, the Eastern Emperor region falls completely. The Sword Sect is annihilated. The Xingxiu sect flees to the Black Heaven domain, and countless others suffer grievous losses, sending shockwaves across the Xiantian continent. We cannot passively observe the demonic realm seize the Eastern Emperor region. Otherwise, our peace will be irrevocably disturbed. It is imperative to expel the demonic cultivators from the Eastern Emperor region, lest we find ourselves in peril. The demonic realm, notorious for its aggressive invasions, poses an imminent threat to other major domains once they secure the Eastern Emperor region. Numerous factions are engulfed in anxiety. The Eastern Emperor region has not yet been entirely subjugated. The Qian Dynasty still endures. The Sword Sect has been obliterated. Yet the Qian Dynasty persists. Have they aligned themselves with the demonic realm, becoming its lackeys? Immediate reconnaissance is necessary. Qian remains the sole survivor of the Eastern Emperor region, capturing the attention of many factions. The Xingxiu sect has fled in disarray, and the Sword Sect has been reduced to ashes. How can such a mere dynasty claim the right to survive? Some factions speculate that the Qian Dynasty has indeed allied with the demonic realm, reducing themselves to servitude. Numerous factions dispatch agents into the Eastern Emperor region to gather intelligence, hoping to glean valuable insights from Qian. Boom. At Ning'an Pass, an overwhelming aura erupts, shaking the mountains and rivers, instilling awe throughout the heavens and earth. The breakthrough has finally been achieved. The iron-willed Marquis murmurs to himself, stepping out from his secluded meditation. Having devoured the essence of 2 life and death realm cultivators, he has lived up to expectations and successfully ascended. Congratulations, Marquis. The Marquis's breakthrough is a cause for celebration. The Marquis's ascension to the life and death realm is a boon for Qian. The crowd offers their congratulations to the iron-willed Marquis with an additional life and death realm cultivator. Qian's stability is further assured. Ha ha ha, my friends, let us share in this joy. The iron-willed Marquis, elated by his breakthrough, displays a rare smile. Yan Gui Ren also arrives and states, now that you have ascended, I can confidently retreat into seclusion. When summoned, Yan Gui Ren was already poised to challenge his own boundaries, yet the circumstances of Qian at the time did not permit him to do so. With both Xiong Ba and the iron-willed Marquis having successfully broken through, he can now pursue his meditation without concern. Rest assured, my friend. The iron-willed Marquis takes up the mantle of overseeing Ningzhou in Yan Gui Ren's absence, while Yan Gui Ren remains in Ningzhou for his seclusion. 2 months pass, and the members of Fengyan Pavilion finally discern the changes that have transpired within Qian over the years. Contact the Qian court. I have pressing matters to discuss with them. Yu Qingying resolves to seek collaboration with Qian. Ma Chao, stationed in Yueshou, soon receives a formal invitation from Fengyan Pavilion. The prospect of a visit from Fengyan Pavilion is intriguing. Qian has frequently interacted with Fengyan Pavilion, and the higher echelons of both sides are acquainted. Regarding the visit to Fengyan Pavilion, Ma Chao informed Gu Yuan and Cheng Shifei, preparing to meet the representatives of the pavilion together. Simultaneously, the news of a powerful figure residing in the realm of life and death in Qian swept through the Eastern Emperor domain like a tempest, rapidly spreading to other territories. The existence of such a being in Qian is truly astonishing. The prowess of Qian's life and death realm cultivator is undoubtedly extraordinary, as otherwise, the demonic practitioners would not dare to invade. With the presence of such a formidable force, Qian will no longer be merely a dynasty, but rather an empire. Countless factions are abuzz with speculation, filled with curiosity about Qian, occupying 11 states and boasting vast territories. The emergence of a life and death realm expert is sufficient to herald the rise of a new empire. Chapter 81. Moonlight and Shadows. The representatives of Fenggan Pavilion promptly paid a visit, and Ma Chao and his companions received them. To their surprise, the delegation from Fenggan Pavilion was led by a young maiden. Moonlight and Shadows introduced herself gracefully, exuding both elegance and poise. "Please, take your seats," she invited. Once everyone was settled, she candidly expressed their purpose for the visit. "We at Fenggan Pavilion seek to collaborate with the Great Qian Empire to establish a branch in its imperial capital. The vast expanse of the Great Qian, coupled with its substantial population and the presence of formidable experts in the realm of life and death, has positioned it to rival any imperial dynasty. Establishing a branch in the heart of an empire would indeed be a significant achievement for Fenggan Pavilion. Under the auspices of an imperial throne, one can only imagine the prosperity that awaits, both security and abundant wealth. Despite Fenggan Pavilion's considerable resources and influence, few empires permit such establishments within their capitals. Many fear that Fenggan Pavilion might leverage this opportunity to overtly dominate the local powers, posing a threat to the ruling dynasty. Furthermore, the establishment of a branch would undoubtedly attract a myriad of martial artists, a mixed crowd whose unpredictable nature could lead to chaos. Had the Great Qian not yet attained full imperial status, Moonlight and Shadows would have hesitated in proposing this alliance. Upon hearing her words, Ma Chao and his companions exchanged discreet glances, fully aware that they lacked the authority to make such a decision. Ma Chao replied, "This matter bears considerable weight. We must deliberate before we can respond." Moonlight and Shadows, having anticipated this, replied, "Of course." Once the representatives from Fenggan Pavilion departed, Ma Chao promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Tianxing of the developments. Upon returning to their quarters at Fenggan Pavilion, a practitioner in the realm of Yin and Yang inquired, "Miss, do you believe the Great Qian will agree to our collaboration?" Uncertain herself, Moonlight and Shadows responded, "The possibility of collaboration hinges on the Emperor's disposition. We shall await his response." Her proposal to ally with the Great Qian had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Should it succeed, it would be fortuitous, yet if it faltered, they would incur no losses. The news quickly reached Tianxing, plunging him into deep contemplation. While there were various drawbacks to allowing Fenggan Pavilion to establish a branch in the imperial capital, the advantages were equally apparent. Proximity would facilitate the acquisition of essential goods for the Great Qian, enabling the sale of abundant resources. Moreover, once a branch was established, it would surely attract countless influential martial artists who would invigorate the economy of the imperial capital. He instructed Ma Chao to agree to the collaboration with Fenggan Pavilion. Although Tianxing consented to the partnership, he imposed certain conditions. Upon receiving his directives, Ma Chao took immediate action, reaching out to the representatives of Fenggan Pavilion to discuss the terms of cooperation. The Great Qian required Fenggan Pavilion to adhere to its laws, ensuring that no experts in the realm of life and death would enter the imperial capital while prioritizing the material needs of the Great Qian. Nevertheless, the Great Qian assured Fenggan Pavilion of its protection, and the terms of trade would remain favorable, not falling below those offered by others. Fenggan Pavilion readily accepted the conditions set forth by the Great Qian, and after finalizing various details, Moonlight and Shadows contacted her father to prepare for the establishment of a branch in the imperial capital of the Great Qian. As numerous spies infiltrated the Great Qian Dynasty to gather intelligence, news about its formidable strength swiftly spread far and wide. The might of the Great Qian Dynasty was astonishing, rivaling that of empires. It is no wonder that the demon realm hesitated to strike against the Great Qian, surely wary of its power. We could potentially engage with the Great Qian Dynasty, forming an alliance to combat the demon cultivators. Upon learning of the Great Qian Dynasty's prowess, various factions began to stir with ambition, eager to unite with it to eradicate the demon cultivators in the Eastern Sovereign region. Particularly those factions bordering the Eastern Sovereign region found themselves restless, for without eliminating the demon cultivators, they would find no peace. As these factions mobilized, Gu Tianxing commenced a new round of summoning. System, summon. A notification chimed. Summoning successful, acquiring the Gongshu clan. 100 individuals. Immediately, the members of the Gongshu clan materialized within the Grand Hall, the leader of whom appeared somewhat familiar to Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. The members of the Gongshu clan bowed deeply before Gu Tianxing. Rise, he commanded. And with a flicker of his consciousness, he gleaned information about the Gongshu clan. Gongshu Ban, known as Lu Ban, was the ancestor of the Gongshu clan, which had inherited his remarkable skills. Gongshu Qiu was the current head of the clan. Excellent, Gu Tianxing mused, his spirits lifted. Although the Gongshu clan was not particularly powerful, their abilities far surpassed their cultivation levels, making them invaluable to the Great Qian. The following morning, Gu Tianxing issued a decree appointing Gongshu Qiu as the Minister of Works, with several clan members joining the ministry to assist him. The court of the Great Qian was abuzz with curiosity about Gongshu Qiu. Wondering what merits he possessed to ascend to such heights without any prior accomplishments, a meteoric rise indeed. This was the will of Gu Tianxing, and no official dared to oppose it. Unlike the previous emperor, Gu Tianxing was unrestrained by court officials. He stood unrivaled in the Great Qian, his methods ruthless and merciless. Each day, the ministers approached the throne with trepidation, walking on eggshells. Upon taking charge of the Ministry of Works, Gongshu Qiu exhibited no interest in the political machinations of the court, dedicating himself entirely to the study of various mechanical arts and weaponry. The Xiantian continent was far more vast and wondrous than the world he had previously known, providing ample opportunity for his ingenuity to flourish. Gu Tianxing wholeheartedly supported Gongshu Qiu, granting him unrestricted access to the national treasury. He could procure anything he desired, and even the unavailable would be sought after by Gu Tianxing. The Gongshu clan did not remain idle. They swiftly followed Gu Tianxing's directives to transform the armors and weapons of the Great Qian, commencing mass production to ensure the army was equipped with new weaponry as soon as possible. Meanwhile, from the Black Heaven domain, the Ba Tian divine sect, Xuanwu Hall, and Huang Tian sect from the Eastern Song domain, as well as the Taiping sect, came to seek an audience with Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, both the Black Heaven domain and the Eastern Song domain share borders with the Eastern Sovereign region. They are likely anxious about the demon cultivators and have come to propose an alliance against them. Wei Zhongxian articulated his views. Gu Tianxing nodded slightly. Having anticipated the motives behind the gathering of various factions, do you believe the Great Qian should join forces with them? He inquired, prompting Wei Zhongxian to candidly express his thoughts. Your Majesty, although the demonic cultivators have not yet launched an assault on the Great Qian, they will not permit its existence to continue indefinitely. It is only a matter of time before they strike. Rather than waiting for them to make their move, it would be wiser to take the initiative. The current restraint of the demonic cultivators is not born from fear of the Great Qian, but rather due to the overwhelming disturbances in the demonic realm, which have subjected them to immense pressure from various forces, rendering them unable to dispatch formidable warriors to annihilate the Great Qian. Once they alleviate this pressure, they will undoubtedly act against the Great Qian without hesitation, a fact that is indisputable. Given this reality, it is prudent to strike first. Gu Tianxing, resolute in his determination, recognizes that the threat from the demonic cultivators is imminent, and he is determined to eradicate them in one decisive blow. Chapter 82. United Forces. 2 days later, Gu Tianxing summoned representatives from various factions. Ba Tian Xinzong's Hui Tianyuan paid his respects to His Majesty. Taiping Jiao's Huang Maogong also greeted His Majesty. The several individuals offered subtle bows to Gu Tianxing, displaying considerable reverence. The Great Qian Empire has transformed and now stands as a formidable empire, deserving of their respect. Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. Once seated, Wu Tianxing spoke. Your Majesty, the demonic cultivators wreak havoc, disturbing the Eastern Emperor domain. These malevolent beings harbor insatiable ambitions, perpetually threatening our safety and peace. We must unite to eradicate the demonic cultivators from the Eastern Emperor domain to ensure our security. At his words, no one dared to contradict him. Wu Tianyuan's assertion reflected the stark reality. The Eastern Emperor domain alone could hardly satiate the gluttony of the demonic cultivators. Their inaction now does not guarantee future restraint. The menace posed by these cultivators is evident to all. Let us dispense with superfluous dialogue. Do you possess any strategies to confront the demonic cultivators? Gu Tianxing inquired straightforwardly. The eyes of Hua Tianyuan and the others brightened with hope. It seemed Gu Tianxing recognized the threat and was inclined to ally with them. We have already mobilized our forces to the borders of the Eastern Emperor domain and are prepared to launch an offensive at any moment. Batian Shenzong is not a faction to remain passive. They had already begun their preparations, and their troops were in place for an incursion into the Eastern Emperor domain. How many forces have you mobilized? Gu Tianxing pressed further. The representatives hesitated momentarily. Although they had dispatched troops, the exact number of forces to be deployed remained undetermined. Gu Tianxing observed them keenly and stated, "The brutality of the demonic cultivators is well known. Since we have resolved to act, we must afford them no opportunity. Each faction's life and death realm must engage, and we shall obliterate the demonic cultivators in one fell swoop." At his declaration, the expressions of Hua Tianyuan and the others shifted. They had not anticipated Gu Tianxing would exhibit such boldness, advocating for a full-scale mobilization. "Your Majesty, this matter requires deliberation with our sections. The life and death realm is the cornerstone of each faction and cannot be easily spared from the sect. Should any misfortune occur, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions for our sect." Their alliance with the Great Qian Dynasty was primarily to have its life and death realm participate. They were reluctant to confront the demonic cultivators' formidable life and death realm directly. "If you agree, the Great Qian will dispatch troops. If not, there is no need for further discussions." Gu Tianxing's stance was resolute. Should they disagree with the Great Qian's proposal, the alliance would be rendered moot. Once the representatives departed the palace, they promptly relayed the message back to their sections. Upon receiving their reports, the major sects swiftly convened numerous formidable practitioners to deliberate. Within Batian Shenzong, Hua Tiandu presided over the assembly, addressing the gathered members. "Elders, the extermination of the demonic cultivators is of utmost urgency. We must commit ourselves fully. Elders, the threat from the demonic cultivators is imminent. Failing to act preemptively will leave us at their mercy. Elders, please issue the command. Let us engage the demonic cultivators in a decisive battle." The members of Batian Shenzong, undeterred by fear of death, acquiesced to the Great Qian's demands. They understood that confronting the demonic cultivators necessitated a complete commitment. Otherwise, they would face the direst of repercussions. "Immediately proceed to the borders and await my orders." Hua Tiandu consented to the conditions set forth by De Qian, pledging to take matters into his own hands. Simultaneously, the Taiping sect, Huang Tianzong, and Xuanwu Hall made the same decision as the Batian Divine sect, mobilizing their forces with resolute intent to engage in battle. The various factions swiftly reached a consensus, entrusting Gu Tianxing with the management of the impending conflict, which was set to be handled with utmost authority by the iron-blooded God Marquis. Even before the first clash, the atmosphere in the Eastern Emperor domain had grown palpably tense. The war had yet to affect the imperial city. Fengyun Pavilion dispatched emissaries into the city, where Gu Tianxing allocated them a prosperous location to establish their presence. At Ningen Pass, a grand army gathered. Zhao Yun and his compatriots stood ready, their spirits ablaze with martial fervor. "Friend Yan, allow me to take the lead in this battle." The iron-blooded God Marquis, having broken through to the life and death realm, had yet to engage with others of his caliber, eagerly seeking a monumental confrontation to validate his strength. Yen Gui Run had recently emerged from seclusion, successfully advancing to the later stages of the life and death realm. With his protection, any unforeseen circumstances could be deftly navigated. On the border between the Haitian domain and the Eastern Emperor domain, over 1 million coalition troops, led by the Batian Divine sect and Xuanwu Hall, surged forth to launch their offensive. Kill. The immense army stretched endlessly, a relentless tide advancing towards the Eastern Emperor domain. Engage them. Eradicate the demonic cultivators without mercy. The Eastern Song domain was equally resolute, with the Taiping sect and Huang Tianzong leading their own million-strong coalition into battle. Both armies commenced their assaults simultaneously, directly targeting the stronghold of the demonic cultivators. "Damn it, the Haitian and Eastern Song domains have allied against us. Prepare for battle, let them not return." Their audacity in initiating an attack was tantamount to courting annihilation. The demonic cultivators swiftly devised their countermeasures, even in the face of a united front from the two domains. They remained undeterred. At Ningen Pass, upon Zhao Yun's command, banners filled the sky, and clouds of dust rose as the troops set forth. Upon conquering the Eastern Emperor domain, The demonic cultivators planned to establish their base at the former site of the Xintian sect, guarded by the three formidable figures of the life and death realm, with countless demonic soldiers stationed there. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, casting a shadow over the land, as dark clouds loomed ominously, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon them. With a thunderous roar, the heavens cracked open, revealing the iron-blooded god Marquis, Wu Tiandu, typing Taoist, Wang Tianzong's son Zhao Yun, and Xuan Wu Hall's Li Tianshan. 5 powerful entities of the life and death realm descended together, their formidable aura striking terror into the hearts of the demonic cultivators. This is bad. They are from the life and death realm. How could they possibly be here? Panic ensued among the demonic ranks as they realized the unexpected arrival of their foes. Where are the demonic cultivators of the life and death realm? Unease began to creep into their minds as the absence of their own life and death realm figures became apparent. With a mighty gesture, Hu Tiandu unleashed a probing attack, a colossal hand overshadowing the sky and descending upon the demonic camp. Quickly, stop him. We cannot allow this to land. They resolved to confront him with all their might. As the enormous hand neared its target, dozens of cultivators from the Yin-Yang realm launched their full strength in a desperate attempt to dismantle it. The impact reverberated with a cacophony of explosions. The chasm between the realms of Yin and Yang and the domain of life and death is akin to a vast gulf. The relentless assaults of numerous demonic cultivators proved futile against the colossal hand, which they could not even deter from its descent. Such audacity! The actions of the demonic cultivators incensed Hu Tiandu, amplifying the power of the great hand as it thunderously descended. Boom! The hand struck the encampment of the demonic cultivators, instantly reducing thousands to ashes and leaving behind an unfathomable pit. Are they not yet to appear? The unease within Hu Tiandu and his companions intensified. Kill! They all unleashed their might, directing 5 cataclysmic attacks towards the demonics. We are no match for them. We must flee. Run. Depart swiftly. Countless demonic cultivators were thrown into a state of panic, retreating in disarray. Bang! Buzz! Boom! Chapter 83. The miscalculation of the demon cultivators. A few individuals continued their relentless assault. Yet the anticipated figures of Xietian Shi and his companions failed to materialize in opposition. Unimpeded by the formidable presence of the life and death realm, they traversed the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, resulting in the swift demise of countless demon cultivators. The 7th demon general, concealing his aura, stealthily mingled among the ranks of the demon army, cautiously escaping with his life intact. Only after covering a considerable distance did he exhale in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly evaded disaster. Upon the immediate arrival of the Iron Courage God Marquis and his entourage, the 7th demon general instinctively masked his presence, fearful of detection. Upon learning of the joint offensive from the Black Heaven domain and the Eastern Song domain, the demon cultivators erupted in fury. They believed they had ample time to exploit the impending siege on their stronghold, planning to send one individual to strike the Black Heaven domain and another to invade the Eastern Song domain, demonstrating to both realms the dire consequences of crossing them. However, they were taken aback to discover that the 2 domains were even more ruthless, as their life and death realm experts had departed their sects, stealthily advancing towards the demon encampment. In a swift turn of events, the demon army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was decimated. The Iron Courage God Marquis and his companions felt no elation. Instead, they were engulfed in concern. What could be amiss? Did the demon cultivators harbor some insidious scheme? They found it perplexing that the life and death realm figures were absent from the camp. Where could they possibly be? Suddenly, the face of the Taiping master shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in horror. Could it be that the demon cultivators share our intentions and are assaulting our sect? At this revelation, a tremor coursed through the group. If true, their sect was in grave peril. Gentlemen, do not panic. Our immediate priority is to act swiftly. Friend Hua, you must return to the Black Heaven domain at once, and Friendly, you must proceed to the headquarters of the Allied forces in the Black Heaven domain. Though startled, Sun Zhao Yun remained composed and began orchestrating the plan. The importance of the army paralleled that of the sect, with nearly all forces deployed. The Allied troops must not suffer total annihilation. As they hastily dispersed, the Iron Courage God Marquis departed with disappointment, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to witness a rather anticlimactic conclusion. Nevertheless, their extermination of countless demon cultivators dealt a significant blow to their adversaries, marking the mission as not entirely futile. with Yin Guiren at Ningen Pass and Xiangba in the Imperial City. The Iron Courage God Marquis felt little concern regarding potential assaults on Ningen Pass and the Imperial City. At that very moment, as Hua Tiandu hurriedly made his way back to the Black Heaven domain, Xie Shi had already reached the Ba Tian Divine Sect. With a thunderous crash, a cataclysmic attack smashed into the Ba Tian Divine Sect, resulting in the tragic deaths of numerous disciples and the destruction of extensive structures. This is dire. A life and death realm fiend has come to attack. Activate the Grand Formation immediately. The Ba Tian Divine Sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, was not to be trifled with. Even in the absence of their life and death realm experts, they possessed sufficient means for self-defense. As the Grand Formation was activated, its power enveloped the sect, successfully thwarting Xie Shi's advance. With a resounding impact, Xie Shi's palm struck the formation's barrier, causing it to tremble violently while simultaneously repelling his assault. Is Hua Tiandu absent? Could he be among the army? As he launched his attack on the formation, Xie Shi's thoughts raced, speculating that Hua Tiandu was indeed commanding the troops. With a disdainful snort, he acknowledged the difficulty in breaching the formation and ultimately withdrew. The Ba Tian Divine Sect possessed protective formations, but other factions could not be expected to have similar safeguards. He intended to unleash a tempest of bloodshed within the Black Heaven domain. The malevolent force of Xie Shi wreaked havoc throughout the Black Sky domain, obliterating a city housing over 100,000 souls with but a few strikes, leading to the tragic demise of countless beings. Xie Shi rampaged without restraint, mercilessly slaying anyone in his path. By the time Hua Tiandu returned to the Black Sky domain, he had already claimed the lives of over 1 million souls. You shall pay for this, seethed Hua Tiandu, consumed by fury as he charged towards Xie Shi, longing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. This was the grim fate that befell those who opposed the demon domain. With Hua Tiandu's return, Xie Shi could no longer act with impunity, after all. This was Hua Tiandu's territory, and he dared not engage him further, hastily retreating from the Black Sky domain. A similar scene unfolded in the Eastern Song domain, where Wang Luo Ri unleashed a bloody rampage, only departing after the return of Tai Ping Shangren. Both Xie Shi and Wang Luo Ri reveled in their victories, having slain over 1 million souls, instilling a pervasive sense of dread across the two domains. However, upon their return to the Eastern Emperor domain, their earlier pride and elation evaporated, replaced by an explosive fury. I shall annihilate them, destroy them all. The loss of hundreds of thousands of elite demon cultivators weighed heavily upon them. Their downfall was inescapable. The events had transpired, and anger was futile. They needed to strategize on how to defend the Eastern Emperor domain. The 7th Demon General sought to pacify the enraged pair, but with the armies of both domains advancing, they had already suffered significant losses and could no longer safeguard the Eastern Emperor domain. The situation shifted rapidly. The armies of the two domains converged, commencing a thorough sweep of the Eastern Emperor domain, leaving no opportunity for the demon cultivators to be taken down one by one. The Daiqian army relentlessly pursued the demon cultivators, intent on eradicating them completely. We cannot hold them back any longer. Retreat now. Remaining here leads only to death. I refuse to continue. The remnants of the demon cultivators were utterly incapable of withstanding the dual onslaught from both domains and Daiqian, suffering continuous defeats and heavy casualties. Ultimately compelled to abandon the Eastern Emperor domain. I cannot accept this. We cannot retreat without a proper explanation to the demon domain. Xie Shi was unwilling to leave in such a disgraceful manner and felt the need to make a significant impact. Let us join forces to strike at the allied armies of the two domains. At the very least, we must inflict severe damage upon them. The trio resolved to confront the allied forces, believing that a successful attack could provide some semblance of accountability to the demon domain. As for the Great Qian Dynasty, they dared not act against it. The terrifying presence of Yin Guiren still haunted Xie Shi and the 7th Demon General. The three soon engaged the allied forces, where they encountered Li Tianshan and Sun Zhanyun, who effectively restrained their efforts, forcing them to retreat empty-handed. The demon cultivators, realizing their inability to prevail, voluntarily withdrew from the Eastern Emperor domain. What an unexpected bounty. These mineral veins now belong to us. Such abundant resources. The demon cultivators had intended to use the Eastern Emperor domain as a stronghold to launch assaults on other great domains, leaving it unscathed. However, some resources they failed to transport in time ultimately fell into the hands of the allied forces of the two domains. De Qian also reaped numerous resources, transporting them back to Ningzhou. The news of the demon cultivators being expelled from the Eastern Emperor domain spread rapidly, causing considerable upheaval. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. The demon cultivators have been driven back to the demon domain. We no longer need to live in fear of uncertainty. Let us swiftly enter the Eastern Emperor domain and claim our place. Upon hearing the news, numerous factions swiftly infiltrated the Eastern Emperor domain, which has now become a nearly unclaimed territory, ripe for conquest. The departing Xinjiao sect has returned, intent on reclaiming their place within the Eastern Emperor domain. During their time in a remote locale, their existence has been far from favorable. The lands across the continent are fiercely owned, and to establish a new foothold, they must contend with rival forces. However, which of those that endure on the continent can be deemed weak? Should conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. With the demonic cultivators expelled from the Eastern Emperor domain, their return is a natural course of action. Chapter 84. The puppet. A multitude of forces infiltrated the Eastern Emperor domain, yet it did not impact the Great Qian. The vast expanse of the Great Qian requires no additional territory. Even if occupied, it could not be effectively utilized. Soon, 3 months passed, during which 2 significant events transpired within the Great Qian Dynasty, sending ripples through countless factions. The Great Qian was officially promoted to an imperial dynasty, adding yet another empire to the continent. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion established a branch in the imperial city of Great Qian, and news of the existence of a celestial-grade alchemist quickly spread, enticing throngs of people to flock there. The revelation of a celestial-grade alchemist in Great Qian was utterly astounding. After years of being ensnared in the art of alchemy, the old man believed that guidance from a celestial-grade alchemist could lead to a breakthrough in his constraints. With a celestial-grade alchemist in Great Qian, the availability of elixirs was assured, prompting an immediate rush to procure them. The fervor surrounding the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and the celestial-grade alchemist attracted countless martial artists to Great Qian. Within the Hall of Infinite, Gong Shuqiu was reporting to Gu Tianxing, "Your Majesty, I have successfully refined a profound-grade puppet, whose combat prowess rivals that of the Dharma aspect realm. Though it requires source stones for activation, Gong Shuqiu, a master of mechanisms, had ingeniously combined the puppet techniques of the Xiantian continent to create several puppets. He categorized these puppets into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow-grade puppets could contend with masters, while the profound-grade puppets could stand toe-to-toe with those of the Dharma aspect realm. However, activating the puppets necessitated a substantial amount of energy, with source stones being the optimal power source. Expedite the creation of earth-grade puppets. I shall find a way to procure source stones, Gu Tianxing instructed. The profound-grade puppets are formidable, yet what the Great Qian Empire currently requires are earth-grade puppets. Although Great Qian has ascended to empire status, our personnel in the Yinyang realm are limited, necessitating alternative measures to compensate for the deficiency in martial strength with puppets. Your humble servant shall comply, Gong Shuqiu replied before departing. Left to ponder the acquisition of source stones, Gu Tianxing recognized the rarity of these resources on the continent. Great Qian possessed only a few thousand inferior source stones and several dozen medium-grade stones. Inferior source stones could power profound and yellow-grade puppets, but activating earth-grade puppets required medium-grade stones, and each battle consumed a significant quantity of source stones, rendering Great Qian's current supply insufficient. He resolved to seek alliances with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and Huqiu Mountain. Gu Tianxing had a clear direction for acquiring source stones. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion, with its extensive business network, would not lack for them. Meanwhile, Huqiu Mountain, nestled against the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, housed numerous source stone mines, presenting an opportunity for trade with Great Qian. The iron-blooded Marquis soon visited the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. After the demon cultivators were expelled from the Eastern Emperor domain, they returned to the imperial city, and Gu Tianxing entrusted the matter of source stones to him. The iron-blooded Marquis's personal visit commanded great respect from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Yu Qingying herself came to greet him. Who could be unaware of the esteemed status of the iron-blooded Marquis, a trusted confidant of Gu Tianxing, second only to him in power, concealing his aura? The Marquis remained undetected as a figure of the life and death realm. Your esteemed presence is a great honor. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive our shortcomings, said Yu Qingying. I have come uninvited, and I hope not to impose, the Marquis replied. The partnership between the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and Great Qian promised mutual benefit, and with light-hearted conversation, the party ascended to the highest level of the pavilion. After everyone took their seats, the iron-boned god Marquis straightforwardly addressed, "Lord of the Moon Pavilion, I have come with a request." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying's expression grew solemn, and she replied, "Your Excellency speaks too highly of me. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not decline." Yu Qingying, having received substantial support from the Yu family, exhibited a demeanor that was both poised and assertive. The Daqian Empire is in dire need of a vast quantity of source stones, and this matter requires the assistance of the Moon Pavilion Master. Upon learning that the request pertained to source stones, Yu Qingying's anxious heart eased, as she had initially feared the iron-boned god Marquis had some difficult demand. Source stones might be precious to other factions, but to the Fengyan Pavilion, they were merely commonplace, with only superior and exceptional source stones warranting significant attention. "How many source stones does the Marquis desire?" Yu Qingying inquired, her heart now steady. "The more, the better, the higher the grade, the more desirable," he replied. "The Gongshu family and the Ministry of Works have begun mass-producing puppets, necessitating an astronomical number of source stones." Yu Qingying was well aware of this and responded, "Marquis, the Fengyan Pavilion can procure plenty of inferior and middle-grade source stones, but superior source stones are scarce, and I cannot guarantee their availability." The iron-boned god Marquis nodded slightly, recognizing Yu Qingying's earnest effort in this matter. "Thank you, Lord of the Moon Pavilion. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to send someone to the Marquis's residence, and I shall do my utmost to assist," he pledged, his mood considerably lifted after resolving the source stone issue. Yu Qingying felt a surge of excitement. Although her father was the third pavilion master, the Fengyan Pavilion's vast enterprise and numerous successors offered limited assistance. Securing the iron-boned god Marquis's promise could serve as a valuable trump card in the future. "Thank you, Marquis." After the iron-boned god Marquis departed, Yu Qingying immediately instructed the members of the Fengyan Pavilion to deliver the source stones and ordered the collection of more. She maintained connections with other branches of the pavilion, allowing her to acquire additional source stones. After leaving the Fengyan Pavilion, the iron-boned god Marquis made his way to the Huqiu Mountain in Yu Province, where someone had been waiting for him for quite some time. The individual from Huqiu Mountain was Hu Xian, who, upon seeing the iron-boned god Marquis, instantly felt his pupils constrict and a shiver run down his spine. The perception of the demon clan surpassed that of the human clan. He sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from the iron-boned god Marquis, akin to that of an ancestor at the threshold of life and death. Realizing the individual before him was a figure of such caliber, Hu Xian became exceedingly tense, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. "I have met the Marquis," he stammered. The iron-boned god Marquis directed his gaze toward Hu Xian, causing the latter to feel a surge of dread, as if the Marquis could see through him entirely. Fortunately, the iron-boned god Marquis soon averted his gaze, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Hu Xian's forehead. "There's no need to be anxious. I have summoned you for a discussion," the iron-boned god Marquis spoke in a gentle tone, well aware that Hu Xian had discerned his formidable presence, prompting his cautious demeanor. "What does the Marquis wish to discuss?" Hu Xian inquired. The iron-boned god Marquis stated, "The Daqian Empire requires a substantial quantity of source stones and wishes to engage in trade with Huqiu Mountain." Upon hearing this, Hu Xian's mind swiftly began to formulate a response. "My lord, the source stones are indeed a rare commodity in Foxhill Mountain. We can engage in trade with Daqian, but it must be strictly for elixirs and weapons." As he spoke of the interests of Foxhill Mountain, Hu Xian suppressed his fear of the iron-blooded Marquis and argued his case with conviction. "Very well." The iron-blooded Marquis did not decline. As long as the source stones could be obtained, Daqian would not hesitate to offer weapons and elixirs in exchange. Daqian also held no fear that Foxhill Mountain would grow stronger and pose a threat after acquiring such armaments. The situation for Foxhill Mountain was dire. They not only faced the threats from the human race, but also the oppression from other demon clans in the myriad Beast Mountain range, leaving them no choice but to avoid antagonizing Daqian. Chapter 85. The Source Stone. Upon resolving the issue surrounding the Source Stone, the iron-willed god Marshal did not linger in Yu Prefecture, but returned to the imperial capital. Half a year later, the Ministry of Works produced a multitude of puppets, distributing them to several key cities for the protection of their inhabitants. In Xianning City, a mid-sized metropolis of the Great Qian, nearly 100,000 citizens resided. At this moment, a fierce battle erupted within the city, causing several innocent bystanders to suffer grievous injuries. "Cease at once." The officials encircled the combatants, issuing stern commands. "Get lost, you dogs of the court. Clear out swiftly, or we shall slay you all." The warring factions disregarded the authority of the officials. Had it not been for the imperial status of Great Qian, their audacity would have been even more pronounced. They were currently exercising restraint, refraining from inflicting excessive harm on the innocent as a courtesy to Great Qian. How audacious! Seize them all, the leader of the officials roared, prompting the court's men to rush forward in an attempt to apprehend both parties. "Seeking death, are we? Unaware of your impending doom. Kill them." Both sides held the officials in contempt, their anger directed at the authorities as they drew their blades against them. Thud. Clash. The officials proved no match for the skilled warriors, suffering considerable casualties in a short span. Deploy the puppets. Show no mercy. Realizing the enemy's strength, the officials summoned 3 yellow-grade puppets provided by the court. Boom. A superior yellow-grade puppet, accompanied by 2 mid-grade yellow puppets, charged into the fray, instantly turning the tide of battle. Bang. Clang. Clang. Crafted from rare metals, the puppets withstood the onslaught of attacks, rendering them ineffective against the constructs. Thud. Clash. Each strike from the puppets possessed the might of a master, swiftly decimating the hundreds engaged in combat. What is this? So terrifying. Is this the extent of a master's power? Could this truly be the legendary puppet? The appearance of the puppets captivated countless onlookers, their formidable strength evident, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Kill without mercy those who stir trouble. After silencing the instigators, the city guards surveyed the crowd with cold, threatening gazes, their intent unmistakable. Everyone hurriedly bowed their heads, refraining from causing further disturbances. During this period, Great Qian was bustling with activity, as Tianxing supported merchants across the realm. With the arrival of Fengyun Pavilion and the revelation of Sun Simiao's identity as a celestial grade alchemist, individuals flocked to Great Qian incessantly. While most came to conduct business, some unruly elements continued to instigate chaos. The scene in Xianning City played out repeatedly in various locales throughout Great Qian. With puppets stationed, the empire was able to quell disturbances with ease. Many factions, drawn by the puppets' prowess, sought information about them. These puppets, forged by the Ministry of Works, were truly remarkable. The weakest of these puppets can rival grandmasters, with some even capable of contending with those at the law realm. They are impervious to pain, tirelessness, and possess astonishing defensive capabilities, surpassing even seasoned warriors. How splendid it would be to acquire some of these puppets. The puppets of Deqian have stirred considerable upheaval, prompting various factions to seek communication with Deqian in hopes of purchasing them. Should they obtain these puppets, they would essentially gain a formidable ally, enhancing their odds significantly in ventures into secret realms, perilous territories, and even life-and-death battles against foes. Your Majesty, numerous factions have flocked to the imperial city, eager to procure puppets. To secure these puppets, they are offering prices that are hard to refuse. Many factions have approached the esteemed officials of Deqian, hoping to purchase puppets through them, and numerous individuals have sought out Yulusha as well. Members of the Yu Merchant Association have also inquired with Yulusha about acquiring a batch of puppets. Over the years, Yulusha has been diligent and unwaveringly loyal to Tianxing, promptly reporting these developments to him. He informed the other factions that the puppets would not be available for sale at this time, despite the Gongshu family and the Ministry of Works having left contingencies in creating the puppets, ensuring they are not easily replicated. Tianxing has no intention of selling them yet. He has decided to allow the sale of puppets to domestic merchant associations, albeit in limited quantities, and has entrusted you with this matter. The Daqian Merchant Association is not lacking in astute individuals. However, their limited strength hinders their growth. Should they gain access to puppets, it would compensate for their deficiencies, allowing them to flourish and amass wealth rapidly. A portion of their earnings would ultimately belong to Deqian, filling the coffers of the empire as well. I shall obey your command. Yulusha felt an overwhelming excitement. The emperor's unwavering trust in him was evident, as he would not have delegated such an important task otherwise. After receiving the decree, Yulusha did not withdraw as he usually would, hesitating to speak. Observing this, Tianxing commanded with authority, "Speak your mind. I grant you clemency." Upon hearing this, Yulusha mustered the courage to voice, "Your Majesty, you have ascended the throne for some time now. It is time to select candidates to enrich the imperial harem and to appoint an empress." This sentiment echoed the opinions of many court officials who, out of fear of Tianxing's imperial might, had refrained from expressing it, concerned about incurring his wrath. I shall instruct the Ministry of Rights to handle this matter. As the Qian gradually stabilizes, it is indeed time to address this issue. Shortly thereafter, the court commenced the selection process, sending ripples through the realm. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Emperor's selection is a boon for Qian. This is an opportunity for our family. Many factions within Qian sprang into action, eager to have their women enter the imperial harem. Once a woman bears an heir for the emperor, her family would ascend to prominence, closely entwined with the fate of Qian. Simultaneously, esteemed merchant associations received directives from the Ministry of Revenue, summoning their leaders to convene. Hundreds of merchant heads gathered, transforming the grand hall into a cacophony of conversation, as most were familiar with one another. Esteemed colleagues, do you know the reason Lord Yu has summoned us here? The president of the Baogu Chamber of Commerce clasped his fists in greeting and expressed his perplexity. I am equally at a loss. I only know of my presence at the Ministry of Revenue, but I am unaware of Master Yu's intentions. How could we mere mortals grasp the court's and Master Yu's decisions? Among them, each individual who led a Chamber of Commerce was a seasoned strategist. It was not merely a matter of ignorance regarding the court's plans, but even if they were privy to such knowledge, it would be unthinkable to divulge it to others. As the discourse unfolded, Yulushu gradually entered the grand hall, accompanied by Yu Tianjuan, the head of the Yu family commerce. Salutations, Master Yu. Greetings, Master Yu. Respectful greetings, Master Yu. Upon Yulushu's entrance, the assembly promptly ceased their conversations, bowing in reverence. There is no need for excessive formality. Please take your seats. The attendees, accustomed to interactions with Yulushu, felt at ease and refrained from being overly formal. Yulushu took his place at the head of the table, while Yu Tianjuan occupied the first seat beneath him. Chapter 86, Pirates. As Yulushu settled down, he surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. I have important news to share with you all. His Majesty the Emperor has graciously permitted you to purchase the puppets crafted by the Ministry of Industry. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, and the crowd was filled with joy. Is this true, Sir Yu? Ha ha ha, such imperial grace. We shall surely risk our lives for His Majesty. The crowd was taken aback by the magnitude of this unexpected delight, and they could not help but express their gratitude towards Gu Tianxing. Observing the fervor of the assembly, Yulushu gently raised his hand to beckon for silence. The puppets sold to you may only be used personally and must not be traded privately. The crowd nodded in understanding. After much deliberation, they finally departed from the ministry, still brimming with enthusiasm. With the puppets of the law manifestation realm, we can conduct business in other territories. With the protection of these puppets, our trading ventures will be significantly safer. With this safeguard, our merchant guild will flourish swiftly. The crowd was filled with ambition, already formulating ideas on how to develop their guild. A month later, the ministry sold the puppets to various merchant guilds. Upon receiving the puppets, the guilds eagerly set forth to explore trade in other regions. Previously, their limited strength had deterred them, but now, armed with puppets, they were eager to embark on their grand ventures. Recently, the Xiang Yu River has been tumultuous, as numerous pirates have surged from the Tianxing Sea, plundering vessels. The Xiang Yu alliance has suffered considerable losses, prompting an alliance meeting in Yuezhou. Representatives from all 7 factions convened, with Xue Weiyuan speaking first. Esteemed colleagues, the pirates from the Tianxing Sea have become exceedingly rampant, having raided numerous fleets of the alliance. We must resolve this matter swiftly, otherwise, we shall not only incur substantial losses but also suffer a significant blow to our reputation. The Xiang Yu alliance could endure some losses, but if this situation persists, their reputation would inevitably be tarnished, adversely affecting their trade. The pirates, having plundered, would retreat back into the Tianxing Sea, where many were guarded by formidable Yinyang realm experts, making the situation quite precarious. The Tianxing Sea is an expansive domain filled with a myriad of factions, and the Xiang Yu alliance dared not venture there. Having previously engaged with these pirates, the alliance realized their formidable strength, and they had gained nothing in return. Some pirates were even supported by Yinyang realm experts. A single misstep could lead to the total annihilation of the alliance's fleet. The assembly fell into silence, unable to devise an effective solution. They turned their gaze towards Ma Chao, knowing that the Deqian possessed experts in the life and death realm. If they could enlist the assistance of Deqian's life and death realm, the problem would surely be resolved. However, Ma Chao disregarded their hopeful looks. Although Deqian had experts in the life and death realm, it was unreasonable to call upon them for every issue. What then would be the purpose of their own strength? Each faction's life and death realm experts were typically stationed at their strongholds, only emerging in dire circumstances. Esteemed colleagues, since the pirates of the Tianxing Sea are so heedless of their fate, let us ensure they come and do not return. Ma Chao's tone was icy as he acknowledged that Gong Shu Chou had successfully developed Earth-level puppets. With the assistance of these puppets, he possessed ample confidence to eradicate the pirates of the Tianxing Sea. General Ma spoke with conviction. If we all mobilize, how could we fear the pirates? The Xiang Yu River is our territory, and no one can act recklessly upon it. We must strike back fiercely, setting an example to deter others. The atmosphere among the gathered was charged with murderous intent, all determined to make the Tianxing Sea pirates pay a bloody price. The alliance, once resolute, could readily deploy over a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts, a force formidable enough to command respect. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed, spread the word. In half a month, the alliance will transport a significant shipment of crucial supplies. We shall use this vast stockpile to lure the pirates of the Tianxing Sea, ensnaring them all at once. As the meeting concluded, the attendees departed in succession, each faction preparing to dispatch 2 Yin-Yang realm experts, ensuring that the encroaching pirates would be utterly annihilated, thereby intimidating other pirate factions. Upon returning to the state office, Ma Chao was met by Gu Yuan and Chen Shifei, who were escorting 5 towering puppets. The Gong Shu family truly excelled. The defensive capabilities of these puppets were astonishing, impervious to the attacks of ordinary Yin-Yang realm experts. Gu Yuan was profoundly astonished. The existence of these puppets surpassed his comprehension. The previous emergence of Dharma realm puppets had already left him incredulous, and now, so little time later, the Gong Shu family had crafted puppets comparable to those of the Yin-Yang realm. Among the 5 puppets, 1 was of superior earth level, rivaling the later stages of the Yin-Yang realm, while 2 were of medium earth level and 2 of inferior earth level. This represented all the earth-level puppets currently available in Qian. Particularly noteworthy was the superior earth-level puppet, which could not have been forged without the assistance of Fenglan Pavilion and Huqiu Mountain, as materials were scarce. The procurement of these 5 puppets had nearly depleted the treasury of Qian, prompting Gu Tianxing to contemplate selling yellow-level and mysterious-level puppets to various factions for resources. In addition to the 5 earth-level puppets, the 2 also brought weapons recently developed by the Ministry of Industry, including mobile crossbow carts. The bolts of these crossbows measured 2 meters in length and were crafted from special metals, boasting formidable armor-piercing capabilities, capable of penetrating even a Grandmaster's protective aura. Furthermore, they had procured a multitude of potent poisons from the apothecary hall, which were to be applied to the crossbow bolts, ensuring that any struck would be left in dire straits. Beyond the crossbow carts, there were also numerous powerful crossbows, all masterpieces of the Gong Shu family during this period. His Majesty has entrusted us with these weapons and puppets to validate their power in this impending battle. The group was filled with confidence and a sense of anticipation for the conflict ahead. Soon after, the pirates of the Tianxing Sea learned of the Xiang Yu Alliance's plan to transport a significant shipment of essential supplies in half a month. The Xiang Yu Alliance is overflowing with wealth. We must seize this shipment, they exclaimed. If we manage to commandeer these supplies, we shall revel in luxury for an extended period. Prepare immediately, we shall strike into the Xiang Yu River at any moment. This recent spate of plundering had allowed numerous pirate factions to savor the sweet taste of success, providing them with insights into the strength of the Xiang Yu Alliance. As long as the numerous pirates unite their forces, the Celestial Alliance stands no chance against them. The pirates began to summon their comrades, and soon dozens of pirate factions had gathered, inciting widespread panic among the various powers of the Celestial Sea. Damn it! With so many pirate factions converging, what are their intentions? Immediate surveillance of these pirates is imperative. Any sign of movement must be reported at once. Infuriating. These pirates truly deserve their notorious reputation. The Celestial Sea is home to countless factions, and while the pirates are but one among them, they are universally reviled, infamous for their deeds, and are shunned by all like a plague. Chapter 87. The puppets divine might. Half a month has quietly elapsed, and dozens of ships have majestically set sail from the river, creating a magnificent scene. 6 potent energies of the Yin-Yang realm continuously emanate, instilling awe in those who are perceptive. These 6 individuals are merely the visible guardians, while others lurk in the shadows. This shipment of goods is indeed extraordinary, otherwise the Xiang Yu Alliance would not have dispatched 6 esteemed Yin-Yang realm protectors for its escort. The message must be relayed back. What materials could possibly merit such a grand mobilization by the Xiang Yu alliance? Sensing the formidable presence of the 6 Yin-Yang practitioners, various factions stir with anticipation. Not only the pirates of the Tianxing Sea, but also certain terrestrial powers covet this precious cargo, eager to seize the opportunity for plunder. Aboard a grand vessel of the Daqian, Gu Yuan, Ma Chao, and Cheng Sifei engage in conversation. Although these large ships are commendable, they are still inadequate for navigating the vast ocean. It would be prudent to counsel His Majesty to encourage the Ministry of Works to endeavor in crafting superior vessels. They all understand Gu Tianxing's aspirations. He intends to extend his reach into the maritime domain, and these ships fall short of his ambitions. I am particularly eager to ascertain the capabilities of these weapons. Ma Chao, a general familiar with the battlefield, harbors a deep fascination for such armaments. The fleet sails smoothly, swiftly entering the latter half of the Xiang Yu River, soon to reach the Tianxing Sea. Caution! Pirate ships have appeared. Prepare for battle. The pirates are upon us. Ready yourselves for a fierce confrontation. Ahead, numerous dark spots emerge on the river's surface. These are the pirate vessels. As they draw closer, the loathsome faces of the pirates can be discerned, eager for confrontation. Remain calm. We have the Alliance's formidable protectors at our side. These pirates pose no significant threat. Stay composed and ensure they do not return. Bury them all in the Xiang Yu River. After an initial flurry of chaos, the Alliance members quickly regain their composure, responding with methodical precision, all standing ready for the impending clash. Ha ha ha. Such a grand fleet is a rare sight in these waters. All of this will soon be within my grasp. Who could have anticipated that the Xiang Yu River was so affluent? The pirates, upon witnessing the imposing fleet, are filled with avarice, yearning to claim it as their own. Boldly, the pirate ships close in on the Alliance's vessels, while Wu Yuan and his 5 companions brazenly unleash their Yin-Yang energies, attempting to intimidate the marauders. Ha ha ha, with 6 Yin-Yang realm protectors escorting the shipment, it must possess great significance. However, rather than instilling fear, the presence of the 6 only heightens the pirates' excitement. Attack! As the 6 realize that their intimidation has failed, they leap into action, unleashing a coordinated assault against the pirate ships. Let us all join forces. We must eliminate them before vying for the spoils. A pirate of the Yin-Yang realm sneers. Kill. 17 Yin-Yang realm pirates surge forth, their energies stirring the very winds and clouds, instantly altering the expressions of Wu Yuan and his companions. They had not anticipated attracting such a formidable assembly of pirate forces, far superior to their own. Now, they find themselves caught in a precarious situation. Act swiftly. The hidden figures of the Alliance were taken aback, hastily emerging to prevent Wu Yuan and his companions from fighting alone. Oh, are there ambushes as well? The multitude of pirates were quite astonished, never anticipating that the Xiang Yu Alliance would deploy 14 individuals at the Yin-Yang realm. Attack! With arrows drawn and no retreat possible for either side, the fierce battle erupted in an instant. Boom! A flash of golden light dazzled, disrupting the clouds, as Cheng Sifei unleashed his indestructible divine skill, impervious to all assaults, rampaging across the battlefield with reckless abandon. Clang! One pirate struck him with a sword, producing a resonant sound and sparks flying. Yet it barely inflicted any harm upon Cheng Sifei. Thud! Cheng Sifei delivered a punch, sending the pirate plummeting like a cannonball into the river, creating a massive splash. Ha ha! Well done, my friend Cheng. Cheng Sifei's valor filled Wu Yuan and the others with immense joy. Even if that pirate survived, he had lost his combat capability, alleviating some of their pressure. How infuriating! The 2 leading pirates at the late Yin-Yang realm, filled with rage, attempted to confront Cheng Sifei, but were staunchly blocked by Ma Chao and Gu Yuan. Ma Chao, with his profound foundation and exceptional combat prowess, engaged the late Yin-Yang realm pirates without conceding an inch. Although Gu Yuan's foundation was not as solid as Ma Chao's, wielding a celestial-grade divine weapon allowed him to contend with the late Yin-Yang realm as well. The 2 late Yin-Yang realm powerhouses were stymied, while the Alliance's members and other pirates were locked in a fierce struggle. After a prolonged battle, both sides suffered losses and bore wounds. The powerful figures of the Xiang Yu Alliance had emerged, seemingly calculating against the Tianxing Sea pirates, yet the latters might thwarted their plans. Ha ha ha, let them fight. Ideally, they'll mutually perish, allowing us to reap the benefits. The strength of both sides was evenly matched, and the outcome remained uncertain. Numerous factions were drawn to the scene, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Suddenly, 5 towering figures appeared without warning, devoid of any aura, abruptly infiltrating the battlefield. Thud! Boom! The 5 puppets launched a surprise attack, achieving splendid results as 2 late Yinyang realm pirates were obliterated and 3 severely wounded, shattering the balanced situation in an instant. What are these entities? They seem to be puppets, without an ounce of aura escaping, yet capable of rivaling those in the Yinyang realm. How could such terrifying beings exist in this world? The appearance of the puppets occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving the pirates, the Xiang Yu alliance, and the observing factions utterly astounded, stunned into silence. Kill! Ma Chao roared with fury, his killing intent snapping everyone back to reality as the battle recommenced, intent on annihilating them completely. The situation was now under the control of the Xiang Yu alliance. Shui Yun and his companions exerted their full strength to ensure the pirates would not return. Among them, the 5 puppets were particularly striking, unyielding to pain and fearless. They surged to the forefront, and even if the pirates sought mutual destruction, they could not halt their advance. Bang! Boom! Crack! The onslaught of the pirates fell upon the puppet. Even though it sustained some wounds, it hardly impeded its movements. The puppet, undeterred, advanced towards them amidst their assaults. What manner of creature is this? The pirates were in disarray, for the defense of that superior-grade earth puppet was akin to an indomitable fortress, impervious to their attacks. In conjunction with Shui Yun and others, the puppet relentlessly claimed the lives of the pirates, rendering the outcome of the battle unmistakable. We must flee, urged the 2 leading pirates of the late Yinyang realm, desperate to escape, yet they found themselves ensnared by Ma Chao, Gu Yuan, and the puppet, who left them no opportunity for salvation. Confronted by the fearless puppet, the 2 were left in a state of frustration, unable to breach the encirclement. Chapter 88. Influence. The 2 individuals found themselves ensnared, their hearts aflame with urgency. Waterless Abyss swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates, converging upon them with lethal intent. Below, the battlefield lay in disarray, the pirates in utter disarray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts from the Great Qian forces rained down, a deluge of death. These bolts not only penetrated protective energies, but were also laced with deadly poison. A single strike ensured certain demise. Moreover, the crossbows could unleash a barrage, capable of firing 30 bolts in one go, rendering them formidable weapons of war. Damn it, charge in and eliminate them. Some pirate masters braved the onslaught of bolts, attempting to board the Great Qian vessels. Quickly, shoot them down. The Great Qian forces rolled forward their crossbow carts, aiming at the advancing masters. Click, click, click. The sound of the bowstrings was ominous, and then the bolts were released. Thud. Splat. The pirates had never anticipated that the crossbow bolts could pose such a threat. Caught off guard by the massive crossbows, they foolishly chose to endure rather than evade. One by one, they became stationary targets, instantly pierced by the bolts. Dozens of masters fell into the river like dumplings, their blood swiftly staining the waters crimson. Retreat, retreat. The remaining pirate masters, witnessing the carnage, felt their hearts shatter with terror and despair, hastily fleeing. How can this be? What kind of crossbow can penetrate a master's protective energy? Such a terrifying weapon. Where did the Great Qian Empire acquire such formidable armaments? The various factions trembled in fear, horrified by the weaponry of the Great Qian Empire. Many would never attain the mastery of a master in their lifetimes, yet here, masters were felled by a single bolt from the Great Qian's colossal crossbows, leaving them with a profound sense of desolation. With a final, anguished cry echoing through the air, the battle reached its conclusion as the last pirate of the Yinyang realm was surrounded and brutally slain, his body reduced to mere fragments. Once the fighting ceased, 5 puppets returned to the side of Ma Chao and Gu Yuan, apart from the high-grade Earth-level puppet, which sustained minimal damage. The other 4 were severely injured and required repairs. Waterless Abyss and his companions gazed at the puppets with a mixture of trepidation and envy. Unable to contain himself, Waterless Abyss stepped forward and inquired, "General Ma, fellow Taoist Gu, are these indeed puppets?" Given that they employed puppets in battle, the Great Qian showed no concern for the exposure of their Earth-level puppets, and Ma Chao readily confirmed. Indeed, these are all puppets crafted by the Ministry of Engineering. Upon receiving Ma Chao's affirmation, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their eyes alight with fervor. As members of the Xiang Yu alliance, who had always maintained amicable relations with the Great Qian, they wondered if there was a possibility to procure puppets from the Great Qian. Such puppets could rival those of the Yinyang realm, fearless of death and unyielding in loyalty, making them invaluable assets for any sect's heritage. No one could resist the allure. General Ma, Waterless Abyss attempted to speak, but Ma Chao preempted him. Everyone, let us first conclude the hostilities. At his words, the others regained their senses, reminded that they were amidst a battlefield, not a place for idle conversation. They had been so captivated by the puppets that they had momentarily forgotten their precarious situation. Quickly, disseminate the news that the Great Qian possesses puppets of the Yinyang realm. The ability of Great Qian to manufacture such puppets will undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. Establish contact with Great Qian immediately, employing every possible means to acquire these puppets. Numerous factions swiftly departed, their emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The news of this battle spread rapidly among various powers, igniting a colossal wave of excitement. Within the Tianxing Sea, many factions rejoiced and celebrated, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha ha ha, splendid! These pirate forces have suffered significant losses. They will finally have a respite." The pirates, notorious for their misdeeds, are finally facing retribution. Indeed, divine justice prevails. Now that the pirates are weakened, we can take advantage of this opportunity to strike decisively. The pirate factions in the Tianxing Sea are universally condemned, having sustained immense losses. Many factions are pleased, and some radical individuals even contemplate further attacking the pirates. Is it true that Great Qian possesses the ability to create Yinyang puppets? This is no mere rumor. Dispatch someone to Great Qian for confirmation. If the information is accurate, Great Qian will face catastrophic consequences, unable to safeguard the secrets of puppet manufacturing. Upon learning of Great Qian's capability to produce Yinyang puppets, various factions expressed envy, skepticism, greed, and sympathy, among other sentiments. Should it be confirmed that Great Qian indeed possesses the means to create these puppets, countless factions will take notice. Even if Great Qian is an empire, it cannot protect the secrets of puppet manufacturing. The best outcome would be to relinquish the method. Should Great Qian refuse to disclose their puppet creation techniques, other factions will inevitably resort to force. As the news continued to spread, the demon domain soon became aware of the situation. They will invade the Great Qian Imperial Palace, capture the Emperor, and compel Great Qian to reveal the secrets of puppet manufacturing. The demon cultivators are determined to acquire this knowledge with their abundant resources. Once they obtain the means to create puppets, they will swiftly forge an army capable of sweeping across the world. The Great Qian Empire continues to astonish time and again. Upon hearing this news, the Xinxiao sect was thrown into a frenzy. I shall make a trip to the Great Qian Empire. Yonianhai resolved to go to Great Qian personally, hoping to seize the opportunity to obtain the puppet manufacturing techniques. The Beitian God sect, Huantian sect, Taiping sect, and Xuanwu Hall, among many other formidable factions, dispatched representatives to Great Qian. The Dao domain and Buddha domain also sent emissaries, transforming Great Qian into a nexus of intrigue. Your Majesty, the ramifications of the puppets have exceeded expectations. Various factions are mobilizing in response, and an influx of individuals is arriving at Great Qian. Wei Zhongxian informed Gu Tianxing that the imperial city is inundated with representatives from other factions, soon to reach capacity. These visitors are drawn by the promise of puppets. Gu Tianxing had not anticipated such a terrifying impact stemming from the Yinyang puppets. Distributing puppets among the cities will provide sufficient power to stabilize the situation. Gu Tianxing ordered an increase in puppet allocation to the major cities to prevent chaos instigated by the factions. Is this truly the Great Qian Imperial City? It is indeed thriving and prosperous. A multitude of beings flocked to the Great Qian Imperial City, and its layout and splendor left them in awe. The architectural elegance of the scaled and layered structures, the broad and pristine avenues, and the orderly movement of merchants and laborers starkly contrast with other locales. A constant presence of patrolling soldiers, clad in formidable armor that glimmers in the cold light, emanates a chilling aura of menace, instilling fear in all who behold them. The city walls are fortified with numerous crossbow machines, ready to transform any troublemaker into a mere sieve at the slightest provocation. Within the palace, an oppressive air of life and death tension intermittently manifests, instilling a sense of dread that discourages any rebellious thoughts. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Yu Qingying joyfully welcomes an elderly gentleman. "Uncle Fu, what brings you here?" she asks, embracing the elder's arm with warmth and affection. Uncle Fu, a loyal elder of the Yu family, has watched over both Yu Qingying and her father as they grew, making him feel like a cherished family member. Chapter 89, The Sale Miss. The head of the family has sent me to see you and has entrusted me with a task to procure the method for creating puppets from the Great Qian. The Fengyan Pavilion also aspires to obtain this technique. They possess ample resources, and once they acquire the ability to manufacture puppets, they will swiftly produce a multitude, propelling the Fengyan Pavilion to new heights. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, Fu Bo, the Great Qian will never relinquish the secrets of puppet creation. It would be prudent to refrain from mentioning this again to avoid antagonizing them. The method for crafting Yin-Yang realm puppets is exceedingly precious. How could the Great Qian possibly share it? Even the puppets they have crafted are not available for trade, let alone the technique itself. Miss, we could engage in a trade with the Great Qian for some puppets and attempt to replicate them, suggested Fu Bo. Since we cannot obtain the method for puppet creation, we could settle for a lesser alternative. The Fengyan Pavilion boasts an extensive library, numerous skilled artisans, and abundant resources. I am confident they could replicate the Great Qian's puppets. I shall communicate this matter with the Great Qian. Yu Qingying did not oppose the idea and prepared to negotiate with the Great Qian. Within the imperial palace of the Great Qian, Wei Zhongxian was reporting recent developments to Gu Tianxing. Your Majesty, the Tsangyue Alliance, Fengyan Pavilion, and Fox Hill Mountain all seek to engage in trade for puppets with the Great Qian. These three factions are friendly towards us and have sent envoys multiple times, eager to negotiate. They wish to purchase some Xian-level and Huang-level puppets, though they require transactions in source stones. Gu Tianxing consented to the trade, but clarified that the Great Qian does not possess surplus D-level puppets, and thus will refrain from trading them for the time being. Ultimately, the Great Qian will sell puppets. Even if they choose not to, other factions could covertly seize puppets from the Great Qian cities, rather than allow them to resort to theft, which would only lead to needless casualties. It is better to sell proactively and profit from the source stones. As you command. 3 days later, the Great Qian court announced that it would be selling puppets, accepting only source stones as payment. This news stirred a great uproar, igniting excitement among countless factions. At last, we can acquire puppets from the Great Qian. Prepare the source stones. We must not miss this opportunity. Once the puppets are in our possession, replication can commence swiftly. The Great Qian offered 1,000 Huang-level and 300 Xian-level puppets for sale, which were quickly snatched up. Those who secured puppets left in high spirits, while those who did not were left despondent, lamenting their misfortune. Wait, the Great Qian did not sell any Yin-Yang realm puppets. These puppets are of no use to us. We require puppets of the Yin-Yang realm. Is the Great Qian truly unwilling to sell Yin-Yang realm puppets? Many factions soon realized that the Great Qian had not made any Yin-Yang realm puppets available for sale, leaving them greatly disappointed. They wished to pressure the Great Qian into releasing these coveted puppets, but the imposing aura of the life and death realm within the imperial city deterred them from acting recklessly. 3 days later, Yulishu sought an audience. Your Majesty, representatives from the Fengyan Pavilion have approached me, seeking to purchase Yin-Yang realm puppets. The Huang-level and Xian-level puppets do not satisfy their needs. They require D-level puppets. The Ministry of Revenue of the Great Qian and the Fengyan Pavilion are well acquainted, frequently engaging in transactions. They approached Yulishu, seeking to procure Earth-level puppets through his mediation. The Great Qian possesses numerous resources that require the Fengyan Pavilion for buying and selling. Thus, Yulishu could not decline and proceeded to meet with Gu Tianxing. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianxing stated that the Great Qian would be willing to sell Earth-level puppets to the Fengyan Pavilion, but the transaction must be conducted using high-grade source stones and rare mineral veins. The treasury of the Great Qian has dwindled to few mineral veins, insufficient for the creation of Earth-level puppets. Gu Tianxing intended to sell the Earth-level puppets to the Fengyan Pavilion in exchange for the resources and source stones required for their manufacture. He instructed someone to contact Fox Hill Mountain, expressing the Great Qian's willingness to sell Earth-level puppets to them under the same conditions as those of the Fengyan Pavilion. Gu Tianxing had not forgotten about Fox Hill Mountain, for the 10,000 Beast mountain range is abundant in resources. Even a mere hint of its treasures would greatly benefit the Great Qian. Whether Fox Hill Mountain could procure the necessary resources was not a concern for Gu Tianxing. Upon receiving a response from Yulishu, Yu Qingying promptly informed Fu Bo of the situation, agreeing to the demands of the Great Qian. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Bo consented to the terms set forth by the Great Qian. Knowing that the Fengyan Pavilion was not lacking in resources and possessed a considerable amount of high-grade source stones, he relayed the message back to the Yu family, instructing them to transport the resources and source stones. Within Fox Hill Mountain, numerous powerful members of the Fox clan gathered to discuss the matter of the Great Qian's puppets. Elder Ancestor, the Yinyang realm puppets are of utmost importance to Fox Hill Mountain. We must not let this opportunity slip away. A beguiling woman spoke softly, exuding an enchanting charm with every movement. The elder ancestor of the Fox clan, an aged woman, still retained a hint of her once breathtaking beauty. While the Fox clan is considered a strong lineage within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they are not adept in combat, making their position precarious in a world where the strong prey upon the weak. If they were to acquire Yinyang realm puppets, they would gain some leverage against the oppression of other forces in the future. How many mineral resources do we possess? Hu Tianxing inquired, reporting to the elder ancestor. We have 3 earth-level mineral veins, 10 mysterious-level veins, and 27 yellow-level veins. Hu Lingar answered, well-versed in the resources of Fox Hill Mountain. Had Hu Tianxing been present, he would have been astonished. The vast Great Qian Empire lacks even a single earth-level mineral vein, possessing only 5 mysterious-level veins and 13 yellow-level veins, all of which had been thoroughly excavated by other forces long before Hu Tianxing ascended to the throne, leaving him with an empty shell. And the source stones? Hu Tianxing continued to inquire. Currently, we possess 3,000 high-grade source stones, 150,000 medium-grade source stones, and over 1 million low-grade source stones. Fox Hill Mountain, with its abundant wealth, possesses resources and source stones that exceed Hu Tianxing's imagination. Let us offer some mysterious level and a portion of earth-level mineral veins, along with 100 high-grade source stones, to trade with the Great Qian for the earth-level puppets. Hu Tianxing decided, opting to engage and trade with the Great Qian. As the Fenggan Pavilion and Fox Hill Mountain took action, the powerful forces of the Batian Divine Sect, with their formidable Death Realm experts, began to enter the Imperial City in succession. They did not conceal their presence, wishing to avoid misunderstandings with the Great Qian Empire. Good heavens! Was that person just now a Death Realm expert? This marks the arrival of the 6th formidable master of the realm of life and death, and the kingdom of Deqian is poised to be thrown into turmoil. Such a multitude of beings from the realm of life and death have converged to devise methods for creating puppets, placing Deqian in peril. The prospect of encountering these elusive masters, whom one might never see in a lifetime, stirs excitement among numerous martial artists, yet simultaneously engenders concern for the kingdom's safety. Despite Deqian possessing its own masters of the realm of life and death, it remains vulnerable to the machinations of puppet creation. They are filled with trepidation, fearing that the outbreak of a conflict among these masters could extend its repercussions to themselves. Chapter 90. The surreptitious attack of the demon cult Humph. The Deqian Empire is utterly lacking in decorum. Despite our arrival, they did not come forth to greet us. A troop gradually entered the imperial city, and a haughty young prince expressed his dissatisfaction. 7th Prince, we are in Deqian territory, and there are numerous formidable factions present. You must tread carefully and speak with prudence to avoid bringing shame upon the Black Yuan Empire, cautioned a general, restraining the 7th Prince from further reckless proclamations, lest he offend other powers. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice flashed in the 7th Prince's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a demeanor of utmost respect. General Zhang's words carry great weight. This humble prince is grateful for the lesson. General Zhao Yun, a commanding general of the Black Yuan Empire, held sway over the imperial forces and was a formidable presence in the realm of life and death. Not only was the 7th Prince insignificant in comparison, but even his father, the Black Yuan Emperor, would regard General Zhang with deference. He dared not act out of line. Following the entry of the Black Yuan Empire's contingent, a group of monks arrived in their wake. Look, it is the monks from the Bodhi Temple. It is unexpected that the Deqian Empire has stirred the attention of Bodhi Temple. With the arrival of the Bodhi Temple, it would be considerably more challenging for other factions to exert their influence over Deqian. The Bodhi Temple is one of the highest sanctuaries of Buddhism, revered for its moral stature. Their presence instills a sense of caution among many, making them hesitant to overly pressure the Deqian Empire. 5 days later, the Qinggong of the Dao domain entered the imperial city, causing quite a stir. The Qinggong, along with the Heavenly Dao Bureau and the Sect of Inquiry, comprises the 3 supreme sanctuaries of the Taoist sect, each capable of representing the Taoist stance. With the arrival of both the Bodhi Temple and the Qinggong, the various factions, previously on the verge of action, immediately ceased their hostilities. The Qinggong and the Bodhi Temple would not tolerate any acts of plunder, and the factions dared not act recklessly in the presence of these 2 powerful forces. "Your Majesty, the Qinggong and Bodhi Temple have been appropriately accommodated." Among the visiting factions, Tianxing only sent representatives to receive the Bodhi Temple and the Qinggong. This was due to their immense power, as the Qian needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, as well as their esteemed reputation. Although Tianxing was self-serving, he held a profound respect for the individuals of the Buddhist and Taoist sects who took it upon themselves to care for the well-being of the world. Were it not for their sacrifices, the Xiantian continent would have long been engulfed in chaos and flames of war. Who dares? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Xiangba, his life and death realm aura surging forth as he unleashed the Tianshuang fist. An icy chill enveloped the air, freezing the entire hall, rendering the atmosphere still. A figure was forced out, drawing perilously close to Tianxing. This figure was poised to grasp Tianxing, but for Xiangba's timely intervention, Tianxing would have already been captured. Under the assault of Xiangba's Tianshuang fist, the intruder hastily fled. Xiangba swiftly shielded Tianxing, his vigilance unwavering. Tianxing's countenance darkened. Having been infiltrated multiple times, he was seething with fury at nearly being seized. "Do not think to escape." Xiangba's actions immediately alerted the iron-willed Marquis, Yin Gui Ren, and numerous others within the imperial city who were in the realm of life and death. Xiangba intended to protect Tianxing and did not pursue the attacker further. The iron-willed Marquis launched a spear strike, intercepting the would-be assailant as battle commenced. The clash unfolded within the palace. Has someone finally lost their composure? The 10 formidable beings of the realm of life and death swiftly made their way to the imperial palace, each harboring distinct intentions, prepared to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Upon their arrival, they witnessed an intense battle between the iron-willed god and a formidable demon known as Qi Tianjue from the demon domain, an unexpected turn of events. Recognizing Qi Tianjue's notorious identity, a fearsome figure known across the continent for his deadly sword, they understood the gravity of the situation. In his desperation to escape, Qi Tianjue unleashed a powerful sword technique, a sharp blade of energy aimed at the iron-willed god. However, the iron-willed god, wielding his enchanted spear, countered with a mighty strike that shattered the blade's energy instantaneously, his form slicing through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun. Merging man and spear as he charged towards Qi Tianjue. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Qi Tianjue's expression darkened. Despite only exchanging a few blows, he felt the overwhelming strength of the iron-willed god, which posed a significant challenge. After several exchanges, the iron-willed god let out a thunderous roar, his true essence erupting forth. A resounding cry echoed, accompanied by a blinding radiance, as an immense force surged beyond the confines of the realm, coalescing into a breathtaking spear energy that locked onto Qi Tianjue, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Realizing the peril he was in, Qi Tianjue's demeanor shifted. He spun his sword, conjuring a tempest of sword energy amidst a dark aura, launching a pitch-black blade to clash against the spear energy. The collision erupted with a cataclysmic force, shaking the heavens and the earth, unleashing